This lurk here, Shui can win the round right now. He's right behind them all. Drops the AWP, follows up Shui with a double.
Flit though from over the stairs. Suddenly it's all eyes on Shui as he's the last man standing. Walk on the smoke. Shui gets it down to the 1v1. Electronic low on health. No charge. Shui clutches up. Electronic's farming. Naf, the V player, the only guy left, but not for long. Electronic.
Money in the back pocket. Oh, a nice kill. Love that. Just as many CTs as Ts here on A. Okay, Madger, wild. Galil, he's on for the ace. There's the shot. Yes, sir.
Here they come, right up towards the top of the B-ramp, but Lucky combining with Body and now coming through the CT. Smoke Device gets a double. Over the top, Device eradicates them all.
Nobody's watching. All right, quick trade.
Oh, enter Bloodshed. Senzu now off the mark finally, but Jacob once again. However, here we go. This is where the Mongols' skill is going to shine bright. However, though, oh my god. 2-1 touch with the Tech 9. Are you serious? And he gets a third as well.
want to criticize that, but the problem is Apogee have been winning so many aim battles against the Mongols that they probably do feel like it's doable. Oh my god. They managed to just walk almost right past each other. Hypex, he's going to fake it once, trying to buy himself maybe one more kill if he could, but now he has to go for it. He can't delay any further. Techno trying to climb up through the fire. Got to be careful here. Again, low health. I think he faked the audio of running into Hut just to hope that they weren't going to be showing up. He knows that they're there. It's one more headshot down to the 1 versus 1, and he swings and catches Techno. It's unbelievable.
Rare Adam hot to the trot here, fast into the 4v2 retake attempt. The Galil in sight with the first on the window. And you've got bodies coming out from tunnels. Careful, Mob's fire just killed somebody. And now it's him versus Child King 1v1. He's got him isolated, stopped, and now been dealt with. Monacy to be leaving.
You know, it's really important for them to play well because they might have like the most strong pool in terms of nice shot.
We're gonna get a CT position here from MongolZ. He'll try to spam as he did in the pistol. They do get by, but they walk right into Hunter. Triple kill out mid. That doorway, the end all. Quad from Hunter.
Kitsang gonna try and lead this charge. Oh, that's clean stuff up in the ZTR. But these crossfires were ready, and Slend might be low, but you wouldn't know it. Look at that, a whirlwind.
Flank, 4 players flanking. And we are just gonna feast. Just gonna eat them all up. How does he do it? He's got the orb now. Do it all. Kingston could win this round. No cap. Gonna cap. 10-2. Oh, it's cooked. Oh, Rez has 2 kills.
This is where if you spend too much time marveling at the individuals on GamerLegion, you forget that this is attack. Rez being very, very loud about his presence. Oh, well, bye, Magisk. And he's going to get the info. Dexter's here, but the B play not needed. Rez too hot.
I think they're running out of time here. 8 seconds now. Elysian in the corner. Fantastic spray. The headshots are coming through. Escaping the AWP. He knows that David is right around the corner. It's awkward. It's a headshot as he runs through the flames. NQC just completely broken down and now goes for the fight. It taps it away. David Days is dead and gone and frozen with a massive clutch.
Grim is still fighting, doing everything he can. JT's tournament, he's got nothing. And it's Nyx with the anime gun, looking for an anime finish, jumping through the sky.
Stop.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it, but he has to wait, and Yuri walks right into him. 1 tick of damage onto Cello, but it... Oh my god. They're right beside each other. Hello, Cello. Grim and MongolZ to try and close out a 2v5. Cello's killed his own teammate and fallen, but he's followed up and made up for it. Here's MongolZ's turn. To the Glock he'll go, but just too many targets. Felt like there was enough time.
Yeah, but everyone's sticking around.
He came off it, bro! Oh. No! That's worse than Karrigan. At least Karrigan was understandable, but bro, what have you done?
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to beautiful Bucharest, where the PGL tour continues. Today, we're going to be having teams going home and teams qualifying in our competition. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio, 2 of the finest analysts that Counter-Strike 2 has got. We've got Maui Snake, we've got Yanko. It's good. Finally, welcome to the morning shift. Good to have you here.
It's great to be here, Richard. Thank you for the nice words. Hi, Maui.
You know, Yanko and I never get to work with each other. I don't know what it is, but we're always just held apart. 2 forces I won't name.
There's probably some joke I can make about alpha beta pairings and now,
Alpha Sigma.
Yeah, now it's alpha sigma pairings, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to
know the Greek alphabet as well.
Omega.
Yeah. So
Theta.
Yeah, perfect. All the letters. Tell you what, we'll skip this segment. It's terrible. Let's just go and look at the results from yesterday. We'll start there. This tournament has been bonkers, frankly. There has been so many upsets and just crazy things happening. You'll see that. This is from the B stream. Falcons losing to GamerLegion. They didn't just lose, they got absolutely smashed to pieces. Team Liquid, the Shuhei debut, hasn't really begun yet. Virtus.pro, they also kind of just dominated, particularly the second map there. MongolZ haven't really turned up. We were talking about them being potential favorites. Losing to Apogee might be the shock of the tournament. And then you can obviously see FaZe and Pain down at the bottom. I'll just quickly ask you about those results. I mean, you know, MongolZ Apogee is crazy. I think we were watching that game while we were having lunch yesterday. Couldn't believe what we were seeing.
Yeah, it's definitely the wildest result so far. You know, the highest rated, the highest ranked versus the lowest ranked team in the tournament. It's a 2-0 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, for the MongolZ not to be able to take a map off of them, and for me, I had them as the main favorite to lift the trophy here, right? Studio environment where they do their best work, but I don't know if it's complacency or something else that got to them a little bit, but now they're, you know, their playoffs have begun. The next game that they lose, they're out of the tournament. So absolutely have to step up and yeah, show why we touted them so highly.
Yeah, it sets them up for the 5 BO3 in a row run, or maybe it's actually 6 that you have to win the whole tournament
6, yeah.
now. So pretty absurd.
5 and a BO5.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, exactly. I was doing the but actually in my head. So we had that one right there wrapped up.
I just want to talk about Liquid as well, because obviously that's who MongolZ will have to play. I saw that one coming a mile off, it kind of felt like. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard. You're betting in a new IGL. It's always going to be tough. You don't really have time to like do the protocols and the things you want. But man, they looked bad yesterday.
I mean, the defense for Liquid consistently is just shocking to me. The amount of errors that individuals are making where it doesn't feel like you need to go for a fight, where you have a man advantage, where you willingly give up a kill. And I know some of these players in the micro see opportunities, but I kind of wish they would just think about the macro a little bit more, keep the numbers advantage, you know, play a little bit more together. I feel like they all think they're top 5-star players when in reality, everybody can shoot back nowadays.
It's also crazy because it's not a bunch of rookies that you have on that team. It's like veteran, experienced players, and you just see it time and time again, people falling in this trap now, always having to do something and be active even on the CT side, because you feel like even though you have a man advantage, you don't have all the information, all the map control, and everyone's so good now that they know exactly where your gap is in your defense, and that's just not true, right? And you're making it easy for your opponents in those situations, right? They need to solve the puzzle. And they are a man down. So I saw it in the Legacy game, right, doing it over and over again. So something that they'll need to get fixed quickly, even with Shui on the roster.
And now I get to do the segment I've always wanted to do. This is going to be great. Let's talk about Falcons real quick. And in particular, their continual failures. And where we might apportion blame, because one of the things that I really enjoyed about yesterday, where GamerLegion like dominated them, was of course Zonic, who keeps doing these interviews. Which, if stop letting him do the interviews, like stop. They're terrible. Every time he opens his mouth, it just makes things worse. He said, of course, quite famously, you can't build a team from scratch in modern Counter-Strike, and then they got absolutely bodied by a team that was built from scratch in Counter-Strike. So I really wanted to pick your brains about this one, because obviously they're getting Munacy. We're all talking about this inevitability of how they're going to assemble this like star roster. Eventually they're just going to be the #1 team in the world, but they just feel like they have a fundamental rot in the foundations that they're not able to get past.
I think there's the problem is losing in the manner in which they're losing, especially at this tournament. There's a sour taste that's going to be there. The Monacy Kool-Aid is not just going to wash down, right? Like, what are the issues with this? You know, it can't be just everything's on Dexter, right? It's obviously not, even if you're watching the game. So what excuse do the other guys have for slacking, for, you know, if their heart is not in it at the moment? Like, you're in no position to act like that and play like that. Like, let's say the MongolZ and their results, you can sort of be a little bit like, yeah, it's bad that you're complacent, but we can see where you're coming from, and you haven't been in this position before. These guys have been miserable for over a year, right, in how things have been going. So it really raises some alarm bells about what are the underlying issues in terms of the culture, in terms of the atmosphere, right, with the Falcons roster.
Well, the culture is that they're checked out. This feels like I'm watching a team where
How can you be checked out?
It's just employees that are realizing they've already submitted their 2 weeks. They're just gonna go in for the 8-hour shift and just do the bare minimum amount of effort, and they know that right around the bend is gonna be a guy that's going to improve them. But I feel like that is damning to the culture. The fact that you from the top down realize this is our core. Like, you have 4 people, in fact 5 including Zonic, that are supposed to instill some sort of competitiveness that MongolZ is going to jump right into, but in fact they're just looking at this like, whatever, we're going to get a huge upgrade here, so who cares about this? And weirdly enough, on the other hand, like, G2's playing their hearts out at this tournament. I mean, they're actually trying. They're actually playing really pretty well. And it's just like they're almost trying to prove to themselves we should keep MongolZ.
Well, they went through it, you know, during the Shanghai Major and a couple of tournaments prior to that, so they're well versed in losing superstars and, you know, how to behave at tournaments before that happening. But yeah, I also, here's the thing with the whole Falcons conversation, both iterations of the roster is like, sure, they're trying to build a contender, right? And some of those guys, in theory, are there just as placeholders, but that doesn't have to be the case. You're not changing players if you're doing really well. If you're contending for tournaments, why would you don't change something that works? So for some of those players on the lineup, you know, it's also, if you are playing well and if you earn your spot, you're not going to be replaced just because there's a bigger name maybe out there, right?
Yep.
That's available. So I really fail to understand at times, you know, why people have that attitude. Okay, you're collecting the paychecks. What happens to your career after that, right? That stint, like, you're sort of adding to your resume by what you're doing right now.
I see it like this also with Zonic, because that's been such a hot topic of conversation that I think he's kind of a win more coach for me now. He's a guy that if you already have a winning culture around you, he can help you unlock that last 15%. You know, Zipnix, Dupree, they talk about how he's such a good moral leader. And weirdly enough, they were looking back at those times and he not really mentioning him bringing up anything tactically. And I feel like if Falcons are in this state where they just need a little bit more, yeah, he can provide that. Like, Vitality was good before he got there. Like, let's not forget that. Like, they won a few championships with Xtaz as the coach. Then they got Zonic in, they won the major, and then Xtaz is helping them win again. So he can help build things from the ground up. And I think Zonic is a guy that you just want to unlock a little bit more, and Falcons just have like 70% more they need to gain.
Yeah, if they crash out of this tournament, it's really bad, irrespective of whether MongolZ arrives or not. So we'll be watching that with great interest. These are the results from the mainstream yesterday. Not quite as crazy. I do want to say, you can see at the bottom there, Furia versus Complexity. We'll talk about that in a moment. 3D Max, they continued their good work with a win over Astralis. We watched Aurora versus Legacy. Aurora, of course, now the former Eternal Fire. We'll probably trip up on that a few more times. And G2, Rare Atom, it was an exciting, tantalizing matchup because we're excited to see what Rare Atom can do. But in the end, G2, they are not stumbling. They are clearing these hurdles. But let's just quickly, before we start talking about the schedule, I do just want to bring up Complexity and what they've been doing. Their good run continues. And when you consider, you know, the lineup that they have and how these players are, you know, considered almost like ESEA journeymen, and people raised a lot of eyebrows about the firepower on this roster. Their run has been insane lately, if you include qualifiers, etc.
Yeah, it has. And what I like about them, I saw you tweet about this, Maui, the other day, is like they have a distinct style, right? Especially on CT side. They're very aggressive, they're very brawly, you know, things like on Inferno, running down second mid, flashing through the mid smoke, you know, being aggressive on Banana. It's like, that's something that other teams just don't have that are in that tier. You know, they try to play like their Vitality. You don't have Zaiwu, you don't have Rops. Like, you need to cheese the game a little bit. You know, you need to cheat your way, in a sense, right, to beating some of these bigger teams. And that's what I like. Complexity, they got Train on lock. Inferno looked really good yesterday. And, you know, if on Dust 2, granted, the Cello failing to defuse made the score look closer than it was. But, I mean, they're getting it done. They also embarrassed Falcons on day one as well, and now they're one game away from making the playoffs.
Whereas a team like Liquid right now is just trying to intuitively, individually move forward and be aggressive with just kind of going for peaks, trying to hit a nasty shot. The way that Complexity is doing it is with ideas and protocols that even if it is a walk push, it's off of a basic reaction that I've seen repetitively carried out by them. So there's a method to what they're doing that may look overly aggressive, but I'm noticing them doing it in certain circumstances. Like a scenario has to emerge for Nick X to push apartments in the way he does.
And that's fine because, you know, if they probably play default, the CT, the players, you know, because they have inexperienced players, they don't have the game sense yet to make the correct decisions at the correct time. And, you know, similar to GamerLegion at the Shanghai Major, right? They were very execute heavy on T side because they realized with so many inexperienced players and not a lot of time, they can't really play a lot of default and rely on these guys to take initiative, you know, in such a high pressure environment. So props to these teams for sort of understanding where their weaknesses lie, and instead of trying to just ignore them in a way, right, they're working around them.
Yeah, well, look, what we'll do is we'll slot all of those results into the broader context now. We can take a look at the bracket and kind of how it all lines out. This is obviously my favorite graphic of all time because it's it's so small and just all over the place and convoluted. Actually, not as bad as some of the ones.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, yeah, let's not throw...
Yeah, no, but
that's great. Look at that.
No,
now we can zoom in.
You look at that.
Yeah, would you look at that? You can do it all. So obviously we'll talk about the schedule in a moment, but this is where we're looking at. It's not that I'm not.
But
saying...
look at the O2. Look at the O2 right now. Like Falcons, Pain, MongolZ, Liquid. Tell me that's flipped.
Put them in FaZe in there.
Yeah,
it's close.
I know. But like I want to say, it's not that I dislike the graphic per se. It's just the Swiss system. It's always like a nightmare whenever you write it out on paper.
It's anyway, a spider web, yeah.
Because it's a PGL event, we have 2 streams, and this is what Schedule B looks like. The MongolZ versus Team Liquid that Maui just highlighted, that is an 0-2 game. Like one of those teams is out of the tournament immediately, which is crazy to think about. Falcons, who've had a terrible day at the office, 2 days running right now, they need to rally and overcome Pain Gaming. Rare Atom will be taking on FaZe, and GamerLegion versus Legacy. So, I mean, just again, it's kind of crazy to me to think that one of the MongolZ and Liquid are going to be out. I mean, that is obviously the thing that draws your attention right out of the gate.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's the marquee matchup. It feels like pretty much all of the day. You know, Falcons Pain, another big one. But for me personally, I'd really keep an eye out on the GamerLegion Legacy game because I did put Furia to make the playoffs, or mostly based off of the name value of the players and, you know, the experience, but it was between them and GamerLegion, but I was going to go for. They always tend to punch above their weight. GamerLegion and Legacy in the Liquid game looked very solid, right? Good game plans, good play. So yesterday, if Major didn't have that ace clutch with Yob, who knows what could have happened on Mirage, and they were never going to beat Aurora on Anubis, so that was their chance to sort of, in the series, to be able to do something, and yeah, I think that can be an exciting game as well.
Yeah, and we might actually be able to bring up that graphic. I'll see if we can get the predictions that we all made. But first, let's also just take a look at what we've got coming on the mainstream. This is going to be the schedule. You can see... Oh, actually, no, it's the talent predictions first. Excellent. They were so quick. Well done, production. Great stuff.
Yanko didn't believe in Liquid, and for good reason, apparently.
Well, also, I mean, look, there's a lot of choices on there that are questionable.
I mean, today, looking at the MongolZ, Falcons, Liquid, 3 of us have 3 teams that are in an 0-2 in there. In fact, I have Pain also. Like, I have all 4 teams that are in the 0-2 that are in my predictions to make it through. I'm screwed.
Just actually washed, Maui.
Yeah, my pick'ems are ruined.
Yeah,
pick'ems ruined. No, I think for me, for Liquid, it was the lack of time with Shue, and knowing that it's going to be tough to sort of figure out all the positions, all the spots and whatnot. And then, yeah, for Falcons, it just, you know, I kind of sense this might happen. What's going on, not to the extent that it's happening, right? But I just felt like in some of the close games, their heart might not be in it as much. You know, other teams will be wanting it more. Yeah, I mean, it's looked far worse than that.
Anyway, you can see Aurora versus 3D Max will close out the mainstream. G2 versus Complexity, that's a super interesting game right now. We'll see how real Complexity are in that one. Obviously, both of them 2-0. Furia versus Virtus.pro, and the game we're going to be talking about now, the interesting tale of Astralis versus Apogee. So what I'm going to do is, Maui, I know you're an Apogee expert, obviously our resident expert in the Polish scene. You've been been watching the development of the Polish scene with great interest, personally invested in many ways. So tell us about this Apogee lineup and their run to get here to Bucharest and what they've been doing since.
I mean, as people know, as a big fan of Polish Counter-Strike, I've been studying these players for quite some time. That's cap, but honestly. No, this is basically supposed to be like a tier 2 Polish super team. Looking at where the players came from, they're from rosters like Nine, they're from rosters like Enterprise, rosters like Illuminar, like all these names you kind of heard floating around the Polish scene, and then they all just came together around Prism, who's their in-game leader, longest standing member of the roster, and they've somehow just hit the ground running. Like it's a weird amount of chemistry. They're taking down teams that probably should be ranked higher than them. They did exceptionally well in the closed qualifier, and they have a weirdly high amount of star power. And if you look at their FaceIt ratings, like 3 of these guys are in the top 100 players in Poland. Many of them are like some of the best players in FaceIt in Europe in general. So you can't say that they're short of skill. It's just kind of the depth is surprisingly good for a team that seems domestic.
First of all, it's funny, just the sentence, the tier 2 Polish super team, just broke my brain there for a second. But I really want to know, Maui, who is the next Snacks from this team?
The next Snacks? Probably I wouldn't say it's Prism as the in-game leader. I wouldn't put Jacob there either. He's definitely their star. I guess Heffa? Like, yeah, that's the problem. Like, I'm not sure if Heffa has like a Polish way to pronounce it.
Wait, I hate these guys now. They beat my boys.
Yeah, look at that.
They beat my boys Bet Boom. They beat Boomich.
Yeah.
I'm upset.
But I mean,
a couple of Astralis fans.
On a serious note, you can see from the results there, I mean, that's actually like, there's some decent scouts.
It's legit.
For them.
Yeah.
It's legit. I mean, what's sad is that they lose to OG twice right after that, so it looks like it's a fluke, but then they come on LAN and they're surprisingly beating teams like the MongolZ, and so you have to put a little bit of respect on them.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's very weird because on day 1 they lose to Furia 2-0, then they go and beat the MongolZ, so we'll see now where they're at. Astralis looked good in this tournament. Dust 2 has been a problem for them, right? Probably, and more so cost them both series, but yeah, I think also for Apogee, particularly at LAN, I think their coach is a huge factor. I think he just scares the shit out of people during vetoes.
That dude is
big. Maybe says something, you know, just whispers something into the opponent's like ear.
Yeah.
Causes them, you know, imagine if it was him next to like,
you dare pick Dust 2.
I don't know, Senzu or Mzinho, and just whispers something and they're like, holy hell, man, what do we do now?
Well, their opponents, Astralis, as Jose Mourinho quite famously said about Arsene Wenger one time, specialists in failure. It's been a very tough for like, I feel like 4 years like for them. And we saw them in Cluj, and they were kind of bouncing back, and they had that great, you know, back and forth with the crowd. Cadian finally looked like he'd won some hearts and minds, and then that's over. It's a distant memory, and we're back to business as usual for Astralis. So a temperature check from you, Janko.
Yeah, Cluj saved their season, no doubt about it. I mean, it's off of that result that they're able to maybe get a couple of invites and whatnot. And even with all that, they still have to play the MRQ, right? They still have to play the online qualifier for the major with only 6 spots available. That's going to be a bloodbath, and that's why I think this tournament is incredibly important for Astralis to get some good wins, right? To have another deep run, to build up some confidence so that they go into that qualifier feeling like they're the best team in the qualifier, which they on paper should be, because, you know, such a high pressure environment, every major cycle, we see something crazy happen. You know, Rio all the way back, G2 didn't even make it, FaZe going 0-3 in a different one, right? Like, these things just happen. And I think that's why it's important for them to do well in Bucharest.
Building confidence has to be the name of the game for not for Heroic, my bad. I just saw Cadian's face and just reacted.
Wow, time warp.
For Astralis, I mean, what I was really thinking of is that the online scene has not been pretty for them. I mean, they lost to Heroic, the new Heroic, actually, in a qualifier, I think for Dallas, was it? And so, even if they have a good LAN here, I think they're still worried.
I think you could describe them as a Danish tier 2 super team.
For CS2, I mean, honestly, it's hard to argue against that, because roll for roll, pound for pound, people like Stare have been very impressive. Device is still chugging along, doing great work. But a few of the stars...
Device is working off of his fame. I think that's, unfortunately, he hasn't been on that level that you expect of him. Now, sure, is that a little bit due to the roster changes and adjusted to the new playstyle? Could be the case, but they need more output for him for sure.
And here comes the veto. Let's see what Apogee are going to do this time.
I feel like they've been liking Nuke and Ancient lately. I feel like if you're Apogee, you would go for Nuke just because you were able to beat the Mongols on it yesterday convincingly. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised about that. I think they're testing actually the depth of their map pool, and now Astralis, they've been going for Ancient a lot, Yanko. And for the Decider, this could go a couple ways. I think Apogee are super happy if it goes to Nuke, but I don't know if Astralis will let that happen. Oh, actually they do. Okay.
Yeah, because they have to get rid of Dust too, right?
True.
I mean, that could have been a potential punish for Apogee, but they don't really feel super comfortable on the map. And I like that they don't go out of their way to punish necessarily, right? They still want to play something that they're comfortable with. So, yeah, they get, for Apogee, 2 of the maps that they won so far in the tournament. Mirage, they did lose against Furia, but perhaps feeling that they will match up better against Astralis.
So yeah, let's turn our attention to the opening map then. Mirage, how do you feel about this one, Mami? You're looking confused at the moment.
I am just because when I've looked at Apogee stuff, I've looked at them on the latter 2 maps, and their style just seems so dependent map to map. They have a weirdly short playbook on most maps that I notice. It's like they'll have like one way of doing something, and then they'll just build off of it. So I assume, this is the pure assumption, that they're just going to be going for mid control a lot, making plays off of it like Na'Vi do. But I think more key than actually like a play style here is just players. Like Jacob has been the one guy that's been really impressive for this roster, where his just pure tracking aim, like so many players in CS2, I just see they waste so many crosshair movements, but when watching Jacob's POV, it's just so precise, it's so clean. Even when people are doing these like crazy crouch uncrouches, his crosshair micro movements are they're so on point. So even if he's put in a weirdly bad situation, he can bail himself out of it with aim, and I think that's essential against a hard-hitting team like Astralis.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see. It's just so crazy in terms of results from Apogee. You don't know what to expect, right? Astralis is definitely the better team, and yesterday in their game against 3D Max, I talked about floor versus ceiling, where Astralis has the higher ceiling and 3D Max has the higher floor, where Astralis should have Apogee beat on both, really, in this one. And there's no Dust 2 in the map pool, which has been their main struggle so far in this tournament, and you do feel like they should have this one in the bag. I really liked what Stair has been doing for them lately, right, and not from the easiest of positions. So yeah, I think he might be in for another big game.
I'll bring in the commentators and get their opinion real quick before we get into the action. Hello there, Mohan and Connor. How are we doing today?
Hello, very good, gentlemen. Thank you, Richard, for asking.
Your thoughts on this matchup? Apogee are on a flyer.
They're on a flyer. I can't believe it. You know, they had 7 out of 8 wins on Mirage in the last month, up until the shortcomings versus Old Aurora, and now yesterday versus Furia. So, I mean, do you think they have any chance at actually winning the series, Mo?
I just want to say it's nice to have a Polish team in general. It was nice to have Polish players bouncing around.
G2 are going to have a Polish roster by the sound of things. So, anyway, look, I'll let you do your thing. We'll catch you later, brother. Have a great cast.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe in a few months, G2 are 100% Polish. But then maybe Apogee are better.
I mean, they are the tier 2 super team after all.
Polish for longer.
Yeah, they're gonna be swinging. That much is for damn sure. And I think, listen, I think this is a do or die for Astralis. I think the context has to be emphasized. This was an Astralis that felt destined for the major guaranteed. We have Cadian having his career worst event most recently, and then due to that, now they're going into the MRQ and facing an Apogee today. So Astralis, you just expect more from them. I think that's, oh my God, Device. You got a little lean going here with your Berettas, brother. Fight up into the connector in the post plant. And the numbers battle starts to get taken back to the favor of Apogee. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh.
Nice shot.
Easy headshot, huh? Just absolutely owns the ticket peak. Gets a return favor back from Cadian. 1v3 attempt here in the pistol with the smoke forward, but won't go for it because he doesn't have the time. So, see ya. And that's going to be pistol round, Apogee, T-side, Mirage.
That was excellent. From the perspective of shots getting hit, they missed their smoke a little bit inside of connector, but there were just so many players coming over top of stairs. I think they weren't extremely worried about that situation going wrong. Huffa with the first shot out of Palace. And Mirage is an interesting place to go, especially with their best map open till the very end. They kind of got a great veto because of it. And Well, now we'll find out if they can even win Mirage as well. Have they just really got their cake and ate it at 2?
I think it must be trying to tap into the recent success of Mirage during March. Surely that's the plan. Prism recuperating from what was a sketchy start to this one. That scout frag from Device sets a tone, and then Apogee is able to set the tempo. Another Mac 10 kill out of Prism. He goes 3 on the round. This one through the smoke. So
big moment for Stare, actually.
We need to see him. He'll be flanking up behind Huffa and takes his time with it, gets the kill guarantee. The first of the 2v4, but that ain't pretty, folks. Smokes himself off, grabs the Galil instead because it feels like that's his consolation prize. Another retake that they have to walk away from.
That looked pretty great from Apogee, to be honest. The follow-through was excellent, but it was really how fast the scaling was with the flashes that came out. Everything was pretty standard. I think what needed to be noted was the speed. A player top balcony and bottom balcony blind at the exact time, with enough time for the Mac 10 player to kill both. So I love the follow-through here. This is looking pretty fresh. And again, in Poland, we haven't had too many other teams to talk about besides the old Virtus.pro. Like Kingwin and lineups with players that got mixed into Virtus.pro, but it's one of the biggest regions in Counter-Strike in terms of player bases, but hasn't been represented by tier 1 teams besides that original Virtus.pro lineup.
Yeah, I come from a time where there was always an all-Polish roster floating around, the E-battles. The once upon a times. Cadian to give himself a flash here. And we see this fast scramble out of Astralis back behind Ticket. There's the M4 frag. Can't be forgotten, there's 2 rifles out here on the field, but remaining adamant are Apogee into A again. Demo connects onto Stare. Pressure comes through from Cadian, but it's only Jabby and Stown to collect with the Deagles. 1 apiece. AKs move forward, and again, I think a little risky in that they're running into this A site with conviction, but they're pulling it off despite the best efforts here of Astralis. We'll see if the guns will deter them, but a 3-0 start looks great for the underdogs.
They do have their priorities in order. Let's get the bomb down, get the kills, get across the site. They make sure they do everything while their utility's still active, which is the one red thread at the moment that seems to be bringing Apogee success. But now here comes the op from Device. Uh-oh, that's a mistake. Cadian jumped and thought he saw something, but
bit late to the party there on the climb up. Hypex.
And they won't rush it. They weren't ready to actually exec with the bomb far back. Jabby gets tagged. And then we have no A-lurker yet on this round, so I think they were just, hoping that Hypex could find an opening, but I don't think we're really ready to move off of that. No lurk out of Palace, even though they are working on mid control. Yeah, still a good-looking map here for Apogee.
Second layer of this cat play looking to come through, but Demo didn't waste a second with that one now, did he?
Baby.
Prism eyes on Cat. 3 players up on the other half of the A site. A lot of the attention of Astralis taken towards middle. Demo wants to disengage from it.
Now they know they can go out. There's two spotted.
They jump down on it, and so we get that exit. Bomb still yet to cross over. Looking to lay down smokes to just give them that cover to guarantee positioning. Device, though. That's going to shut down the Palace play. Hypex goes for the plant, covered here by Jacob. You've got that top stairs player caught off, but still standing, and Device is not missing these op shots. Not given a chance as Hypex, and Demo not able to get into this bomb site in time to stop it. Apogee's 4th round slips through their hands, thanks to some critical shots here from Device.
Yeah, that's the most important part of the round, for sure, for Astralis without the CT control, and Device's first frag. It doesn't feel like they could ever get this retake started. It was really perfect movement from Apogee to come up out of a ramp when they got that info. There was 1 on Cat, 1 connector. I don't think they had info on all 3. But this round is won from a 4v5 for Astralis. And we immediately go into a pause here. Don't know if it's a tech.
It is indeed.
Apogee's aim looks great, though.
First round that Huffa gets shut down in Palace. It's been quite a nuisance. Deep breaths. It's a big moment, I think, at a 1-1 game versus an Astralis that has looked mortal as of late.
He just has Italian food as tattoos. He's got the fork with the spaghetti, and he's got some peppers on there.
Okay. It's a look.
Italian
man.
food tattoos.
It's,
I love that.
Okay. The gabagool right here.
Yeah, where's the ziti?
Commendatore. I was thinking back on all the Polish teams that we've seen try to break through throughout Counter-Strike's history, Mohan.
Who else you got?
Wisla Krakow,
Oh, yeah.
a team that tried in Katowice not too long ago.
9.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that whole project. The Illuminar Gaming,
Oh, right.
ESC Gaming,
Oh, yeah.
AGO Esports, Anonymo Esports.
Anonymo Nip. Who remembers
Thunder
Anonymo Nip?
Flash,
Okay, I don't remember Thunder Flash.
XCOM Team,
I can kind of remember XCOM Team.
Los Cogutos.
Oh, was that, yeah, right, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, for the longest time, I thought they were Brazilian.
Yeah.
That's the aim you're talking about. Demo insta-kill into connector. Sitting in the fire, though. These ones critical. So the double of device last round is what brings it back. We go into the double op setup here for Astralis in the 5th round of play. Not wasting time to shake things up. Prism feeling the pressure of the utility top middle, but he tries to puff his chest a bit and give it right back. Mactan spam, Apogee sensing an opening on B early. Device hit by a flash temporarily, loses down, sitting right in front of him to the Galil at this distance. That's a nice AK upgrade for Jacob, and the flood out from the apartments right there behind him. Secondary op able to find its angle. Huffa able to stop the back market exit, and so now do you really chance this? With the double ops out there, Stare sticks around for a second, and now you've got Cadian and Device on catwalk with 2 ops, so they will transition to the save. Apogee sense a weakness early on that B site and seize the opportunity.
We saw the 5v4 pick that they got in the previous round. This round, you see there's 2 players on cat. And there's actually a couple moments here where Astralis still can perform the retake, but then you see Device's teammate dies right beside him on cat before the exec comes in. Then you see Jabby die at the same time. As soon as they're trying to reorganize in all these small moments, Apogee are happy to take duels, and that's been the big thing for them. They've been very sharp about it. They run around a lot. They've exposed themselves to some angles that Astralis could punish them in, but they're also just pretty quick about making those decisions, and I think that's been a real threat to Astralis, who are trying to keep a structured situation in each of these rounds. This might be a matter of stamina and youth.
The battle of the tier 2 super teams.
Richard stole my joke, man.
Yeah.
I had that one.
Yeah, that's true. Mohan said, let me have the intro. I've got this. The tier 2 Danish super team. Again, I think they need to rebound after their outing in Lisbon, or lack of outing rather, cut down in Copenhagen before they even got to the big show. Career lowest performance for Cadian. But it's not him underperforming at the start of this one.
Yeah.
Although he did get clipped trying to climb up in the B apartments, and maybe that was what let Apogee sense a timing at the start of those rounds. But again, double op saved, so Astralis.
Oh my,
just deleted. Yeah. Oh, just deleted.
going.
Jacob, those are the headshots we're looking for, but a third layer to this defense. The beauty of it is it's not an all-in from Apogee. It's just one guy walking out ramp. If this was meant to be the fake, could you have asked for anything better? Mac 10 at this range versus Cadian's op. Who do you think you are? You'll get the headshot. Cadian kills a teammate up in front of him. Jabby tries to slide forward with the deagle. Apogee won't waste their time nor energy.
Any hit there actually makes it a 2v2. Ooh, we missed that. We got to watch back the Jacob highlights. That was nasty. Takes out Device on top of stairs. And did Device have an op as well?
Yes, it was the 2 ops saved from last round.
Saved. Oof. They probably thought they had a chance to win this round.
They thought they had a chance at winning this match. Apogee have other ideas.
We must apogelize right now.
Oh, keep cooking.
There's something here, you know, Polish team, Apogee, Maui, apologize.
Yeah.
We're gonna get close to something.
Is the strategy today to, cook out the idea and then present it fully fleshed out, or are we just going to throw things at the wall until it sticks?
Well, as soon as they have their big moment, we'll have cooked it up.
Okay.
In games like this.
Okay.
It's still early, right? So not everybody's going to know that we were about to say it twice.
That's true.
Sometimes it's nice to break the fourth wall in the morning.
That's true. If you're tuning in today, right here, right now, it's because you truly love Counter-Strike.
That's right.
What were they missing?
Missing grenades, Astralis, missing the top boxes, Molly, and not even playing into mid at all. We've got an A stack early preemptive here from Astralis.
I think it makes sense with the amount of love Apogee have been given A out of the gate. They tried to go into that B site with the back-to-back hits,
but haven't they been kind of even-handed in that sense? It could be a read, but we've seen them just take the fight to Cadian twice now.
Yeah. It feels like a read that's maybe a couple rounds too late.
And look, the B-split's coming in. It's just Device here. It's a perfect time to go. There's no one on Cat, no one in ladder room, and they get a connector kill. Device has to do it all.
Dude, Jacob's first kills have been great. Stown, there's the answer. He gets a double while we watch this Device hold on the apartments. Despite Device working on his own, that's bombed down out in middle. So Stown does some heavy lifting.
Oh man, Device slightly missed this.
Huffa able to catch him with an off angle. Things are going to get weird here for Astralis. Stare, though, on the recovery. Could get clipped crossing bench. Will. Hypex, first frag of the 1v3, and with that comes space. Not to mention the Molotov to give him a bit of timing. We get that fast move from the player in market. Cadian tries to tease him as if the pressure's on now. Not the case. He comes out slowly, and it gets scoped in on here by Hypex. Timing out of Stown. Critical round for Stown. Triple kills key. That's Astralis' second, thanks to this guy.
So that might be something CS2 that he did on the ace side. I think they might have broken open the connector smokes to see on Cat. There were smoke icons in the kill feed, but sometimes they just show up. But considering there were so many players there, that must have been the protocol. Got to assume, unless they really got 2 lucky spams in a row. So solid round from Astralis to support Device without actually being able to get over here. Oh no, these were fights in front of the smoke, just on Cat. Did they smoke Cat out of spawn to make it look like an A split? Because I don't think, because Device didn't smoke Cat, did he?
No, I don't think so.
Ooh, okay. No, maybe they overcooked that one then.
Back to A, though. This is where we saw Astralis stack up 1 round prior, and there are 4 players nearby if needed. A lot of utility getting dumped down towards bottom middle behind the sides of smoke. There's a big question mark bottom mid here for Astralis to handle. Oh, again, dude, Jacob's headshots instantaneous. But Jabby is this layered defense with Stare serving distractions from down beneath Palace. The pressure from top Tetris meant to survive. And Stown's here as well. Op shot out of Hypex. Huffa out of Palace once more. They whittle this back down to the 2v2. They've got a chance to disengage if they choose to. Look at that radar and check out the deaths just stacked up inside this A site.
It's an important moment to actually pause here. For the CTs, you can start to work on a flank. You know this is going to slow down, but with the amount of time left over, Hypex can actually clear this out properly. Oh, and Stown still gets the kill. Very careful approach. Bomb left in a weird position. Stown will have to forfeit it, though. Now, this could mean that Huffa follows him, or it's Astralis who assume that they'll take a lot more time. I mean, I like this move from Stown, just multiplying his presence, coming back to connector. But I think now Huffa will know they're playing together.
Down to 25 seconds. Op comfortable on the angle. Huffa's going to have to shake him out of it somehow, and it's not going to happen. Cadian stoic, sits comfortably with Stown up in front of him. Again, very mobile Stown, very impactful Stown in these back-to-back Astralis round wins.
Yeah, pretty damn well played, and I think he kept in the back of his mind that someone could come and clear the flank, so he's lucky the Op had such low HP. But this sight hit looked pretty scary for a second when Device died in CT to that first peak.
Dude, Jacob's headshots.
Yeah. Yeah, he's solid.
Now he kind of highlighted his micro adjustments when he feels uncomfortable, still lands shots, but these have just been well placed.
It's an ego.
Jabby decides to go up catwalk. We've got Device inside of the marketplace. That's at least a bit of footing. Apogee are going to try to just jump down on this. Even a bomb plant here could be considered a small win. Definitely not the hardware to hold on in the post plant, but a little bit of extra cash perhaps. Secured. Now things start to get weird with the Glock kills. You're kidding. It's not over the line just yet. USP out from market. This is not comfortable. Triple Glock kill coming in from Apogee. Astralis, you have let this happen. Again, it's all about getting over the line. Quadruple Glocks. And Stair tries to just press up onto the bomb, but AK in hand here from Prism.
Oh, that's such a mess.
No way.
Oh, that's such a mess. Astralis, what are you doing? Why are you playing no one in B on an anti-eco? No one in the back of the site. They played all towards mid. You can double up on cap, but you could literally lose to a single smoke or flash, and they actually won this one with nothing. Apogee can't believe their eyes.
It's not even like the first defender gives them a gun and then the AK racks up headshots. Quadruple.
Was this the first time they've rushed B?
Quadruple Glock kills.
I mean, that's not great.
Yikes. That's a tough pill to swallow.
It's also not the first time Astralis lost because they had that same setup, so, well, that should be the ultimate punishment. I'd assume that changes the way they're going to play now.
Remember that one, folks. Round 9, full eco. And it forces limitations into the hands of Astralis for the 10th. Two heroic moments out of Stown to give Astralis their second and third rounds. Apogee all over them at the moment.
See if Astralis keep pushing. Maybe they catch a timing. Prism showing the side of his body.
Lineup's good. Stown trying to be the savior yet again with that FAMAS. We get this exit out of the ramp, bomb in the backdrop. M4 is going to collect its one. Stown still of 2 mines here with the upgrade from the first kill he's managed this round. And Prism crossing over as the smoke now starts to fade. Looking for that catwalk contact. He'll get what he's looking for. Good repositioning here from Prism to keep Stown's attention.
That was excellent.
And that is going to be Apogee post plant 3v1. Just as he turns as well, Prism trying to come back at this. And he's going to find his timing not once, but twice in this one.
That was an excellent move.
Lurking out of Prism here.
That was, I mean, he was just working that whole time, right? He was spotted, got off to a new spot, still took care of anyone coming off of Cat. Made a mess there for Stown, who was waiting for him, but obviously didn't wait quite long enough. All this to draw a distraction as those teammates come out of the A main. Crazy. Do we still have the TAC music playing?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, okay. It's chill though.
Yeah, man, just hanging out, dude. The hell, Launders? Why'd you ruin it?
Yeah, my dude. Jazz music stops.
It's coffee and Counter-Strike.
Started to see how Apogee pulled off a run at this tournament.
Prism above and beyond at the moment, the 12-4. And they're going to find a completely vacant A site to most likely collect an 8th round on the T side. It's actually a great game for Apogee in the sense that you secure the 2-1 Swiss record. You give yourself 3. Hold on.
Don't cello it.
Everything good?
And this is on one of their middling maps. It's crazy. The Veto's set up to win for Apogee, not just to pick off the first map and then see what happens.
Nope. Clean as can be. 8th round for Apogee. Not even a contest.
Great half here for Apogee. They really showed off. Apogee is some kind of spearhead or the name of a rocket.
Risky's down. Yeesh. That's not the prettiest start to the round, but they try to capitalize on the fallback. Prism. Nice second kill, considering he had to really throw himself there so that the one death underpass didn't go down in vain.
Yeah, he collected himself pretty quickly. Now Huffa shows that he's here. Drops off from the stairs. Device holding back.
Huffa lets him know he's got wind of this. He doesn't know for certain, but that's going to actually activate Device. Huffa not expecting that disrespect to kind of come his direction. Device looking to get this done before the rotation comes through, but he welcomes the spam through the smoke.
Careful, Cadian.
Nah, he's stomping, but so is Hypex. But the difference is it's a pistol in the hand of one and a knife in the hand of the other.
Oh, he got too excited.
2 versus 1 for Apogee, despite low health here to close out this T side. 9-3 on the cards. And they double back.
Yeah, pull the rotation back. Jabby's going to B. This buys some time. If they come out of Palace, it's going to be like at least another 15 seconds. But for the moment, Jabby's just going to be thinking, are they walking? And he picks to play essentially in the middle of the map.
Demo puts a bit of distance between him and the more health Hypex.
And they've already crossed the CT spawn.
Yeah, he's just got to be careful on the cross back, but they'll put a smoke down in front of Khan. Jabby gets in front of it with ease. Still has a bit of cover, knows the 2 positionings of Apogee's players, and this is ambitious. Demo's going for that wrap around jungle, which means Hypex cannot afford to die.
Yeah, that's smart. 15 seconds on a clock like this. It's a fresh smoke, too.
Go ahead and sit inside of it. Jabby uses this chance to clear out Ticket. Now he'll start to piece together that flank back round, but Hypex emerges, and that is just clean as can be from Apogee. You just minimize the likelihood of losing that by keeping your heads tucked, working it together, putting gaps between yourself and Hypex. Demo, sweet move and not even needed. Would have gotten weird as well because bombs planted default, so you just make Jabby.
Yeah, there's definitely some situations where like going into a smoke sacks the round for your teammates and can be just sort of a gimmicky play, but that's a moment where 15 seconds is more precious to Jabby. And he, of course, on low HP, it really validates that play.
Stan's got disbelief in his eyes.
I mean, they're getting it from every angle now.
Don't forget about round 9. Full eco Glocks in a B bomb site.
That was an embarrassment for Astralis. I mean, that was the partial. That's just because of their setup. Like they need to play They needed to play more in the back. The only time they ever played the back of B was when they were trying to op.
Yep.
And they played on top of the balcony. But
and for what it's worth, from that 9th round off the Glocks, Apogee won every single round for the rest of the half.
damn.
Astralis did not recover their defense after that. And that's why they sit miserably on 3 rounds of a CT side on Mirage.
What a start to the series. 50% win rate on this map for Apogee. And even after 2 most recent losses, most of their wins versus much weaker teams, they decided to pull it out for this game. And it looks like it's justified.
Played it 8 times in March, won it 7, lost to the old Russian Aurora roster, and then Furia. Trying to bank back on that confidence, and I think the first half would certainly give you some. Prism, definitely. 15-5 first half, but nobody's going to be able to hold Astralis out of this A site. Huffa decides to hold back in CT spawn, just awaiting any kind of follow-through here from the Danes. Doesn't happen. They go triple stack on top of the garbage can, smoke deep. Ooh, this is gonna burn a lot of time. Kind of redirects the retake, forces it to come out through jungle instead. We see that by Huffa, who has the kit, trying to work forward. Now with the opening kill and Hypex still holding that smoke, he's gonna put that smoke down on top of the bomb, and it feels like with this stack up inside of the ticket area, oh my God, Jacob with the headshots. You've got Astralis now just banking on a knife kill, and they've gotta stop it with the knife. How desperate is this? How pathetic.
Oh, man.
That's your plan?
Oh, man. They had the smoke right there. Oh, yeah. Man, they actually had such a good start to this post plant with the deep CT smoke and delaying for time. They just needed, obviously, a kill or 2 here or there. At this point of the round, it just gets insanely messy with the smoke coming down, but Apogee are definitely laughing about it.
Apogee will be laughing all the way to the bank. 10-3 lead, a full eco in your back pocket.
That's how you play an anti-eco.
Second pistol round as well. Prism eats the flash, but the last bullet out of the FAMAS connects perfectly. He is on an absolute tear, no signs of slowing down, and they peel enough players off to set up the retake if needed. It's not even a bomb plant guarantee just yet. Cadian's Galil finds one off of the apartment's peak, and Hypex uses this as a chance to close the distance. Whoa. Really nice timing here behind them. They're never going to see it coming. Doesn't mean he gets the kills, but Cadian's also left with bombs, so what's he up to?
That was an insane move from Hypex. There could have been someone holding the left wall right there, but just followed them. Got that kill. Cadian, 4 HP. He'll be met on the A site. We'll see how he can maybe jump to get a plant in. So he's looking for a little money.
Yep. And if he can make that leap, the old leap of faith here into the bomb plant. Ooh, he's got to hope he won't get peeked, and it looks good. I mean, just plant.
Just plant. Yeah, he's like, I guess if there's someone CT, there's not even a plant, so.
He'll clear CT first, and then go back and try it, and that does secure it, barring a wall bang.
Good thing you did the guarantee with the clause.
I'm learning.
So yeah,
I'm learning.
Good for you, Connor.
Barring the wall bang. The MP9 just splats him like a bug.
Right in the head.
Headshot, you know what I mean? Like.
This was also a little lucky. I mean, that flash was solid for Astralis. But, like, this is why you play 2 in the site on an anti-eco, you know?
Yeah, you see the FAMAS's work wonderfully.
Difference, like, you just never want to retake B, even if it's versus small guns.
Damn.
This is also, it was also like a decent purchase from Astralis.
They believe that. Fast shuffle back over to the A plate. And working with enough tools. There's enough utility here for 2 volleys as well. If they want to try to get more utility out, they did a good job of burning the frag grenades, the incendiary over towards B. Fake Glock rush elicits the reaction. It's certainly a numbers advantage here on A. So let's see it. Astralis, full-blown execute over top. Huffa tucks down beneath Valk. And he starts to get burned out, but he's got a little bit of vision in this pocket. Hypex here to help him. Jacob emerges on the side of bench, and it's only Stown to get the first here for Astralis. He'll take down a second one with him, and Prism always hot to the action. Stown looking for the ace. 3 players surround him, but he's got his hands on an M4. It's that slide up from ramp that almost drops him, now sitting on half health. And the other CTs just wait a second, letting Prism do what he does.
What a map out of Prism, man.
God damn. Gives him the jiggle, the headshot with it. 9 map points. Lowest rated team at the event, folks. Playing fantastically. This is not just shortcomings of Astralis.
Yeah.
This is great stuff out of Apogee.
Oh, they look awesome. This is the better team. We're in the lead by a big margin. There's no other way to characterize this. Luckily for Astralis, the series isn't over, but not being prepared at all for Mirage, well, I don't know how they're going to reconcile that.
It's always fun when new rosters with 0 LAN experience hit the ground running.
Absolutely.
You know, that used to always be the barrier of entry that we talked about. Yeah, but they'll not do it on LAN. And here they are in full force with a victory over MongolZ.
Kids are built differently these days.
And a chance to embarrass Astralis in the opening map of this series.
Nice too, because we've had some good, like some CS2 stories, but not that many.
Sure.
Honestly. This might be the moment where they start getting truly good.
I think it's the beauty of having a few of the top names absent at these sorts of events, right? Apogee get in that last slot. Here comes Cadian with an entry, unexpectedly just attacking out from Palace. They wouldn't anticipate somebody pushing through smoke like that, so he finds something to work with here. A first step on a long road to recovery.
Oh,
Device not nearly as clean with it. Oh, never mind. You'll go ahead and shut down Demo in the backdrop, supported by Stare for the double Desert Eagle, and Stown getting caught out by Hypex could just open the door to the save.
Yeah, but yeah, like even small misses like that. Like we had even Stown waiting for the for someone to peek in a window, missed his spray. There's opportunities like Apogee are really not missing those shots themselves. So it's Mirage at the end of the day. You're just not gonna let easy fights go and expect to win. Not versus the Face It All Stars. Awkward. Very awkward. Okay. That's
I started laughing because I
Cadian
just
moment.
instantly pictured Cadian dying to the no-scope.
Yeah.
Like, just knowing Cadian's luck.
like Cadian's life right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's going to drop on the guy's head and get no-scoped. But never mind. Okay.
By the smallest timing ever.
My imagination exceeded me.
I was with you. Okay, Stare saves it. Nice shots.
There we go. Free op as well for Device. So go ahead and give that over. He'll go out middle. And Apogee will have to remain patient here as Astralis are given a chance at an early T-side success. Unless Prism's Hero M4 wins it all.
Oh, did he? Oh, and that's where you can't miss, man.
He has now. Jacob freed up to maybe look for a bit more. Had a chance at that Deagle shot. Start to get this encroach from Astralis over towards the B site, but there are still 2 defenders back here. Desert Eagle on the cat hold. M4 kill was good.
Prism gets another one.
Now the P250 collects its. Demo to the headshot, trying to be cleared out by Device, who's got a Glock in hand. Last bullets out from Stare. Clear another off this B site. And Prism's down for the count, but Huffa's gone ahead to grab that M4. We get this walkout from the van, and that's Hypex spotted. Still trying to connect here with the Desert Eagle. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Apogee definitely keep them on their toes, but a recovery from Astralis with 2 still standing.
Scary when that A-ramp push came through, but also good from Astralis to recover into the back of the site on B. That setup was formidable. I think it's just a moment where they wish they had better guns, but there was no reason to go for a full force in that spot. So it's scary. Every round could be the last for Astralis. That's just not what they need to be thinking about, though, at the moment.
Another similar buy, barring no M4 this time. Ooh, there's a lot here on middle. There's a lot of bodies for Apogee on this mid.
Oh, don't get Prism another good gun.
P250 for Device.
Oh.
Nicely done. That's what you need.
All right.
Signing up to the pistol whip. Cadian looks to ice this one out. There we go. Good recovery. Again, sketchy for only a second. Astralis recover this one faster than the last, and it's now 6-12 here on Mirage.
Apogee having fun. Incredibly happy to be here, I'm sure. And even just, I'm sure some people meeting each other for the first time, I imagine.
Yeah.
It's always also the cool part about LAN. I think like when I met all my friends from online, my favorite surprise was finding out that they were just as cool as they were online, you know? Apart from their weird real life habits that everyone has, their little idiosyncrasies that you see in person. For the most part, the same guy that you became friends with online, same guy online. You know what I mean? It is always just great meeting your online friends. It's possible these guys have played some, maybe some Polish LANs on the way to this event, some smaller ones.
Nothing on HLTV. Maybe a Pasha boot camp or two.
Yeah.
Eat a nade there, Jabby. How's that taste? He's gonna drop util over the top. Demo a little desperate to double back. Cat player also trying to get into the action, but the mid threat's real. Oh, down he goes, but the op is alive. That much works. 2 kills out of Hypex, nearly taken down as he gets flashed on the edge of the bricks. Wow. Jabby has done a great job of clearing this bomb site, considering he started this round 6 and 14. He jumps on it.
Yeah, that shot from Jabby was insane.
Demo gets bested. Device given an easy angle to lock this one in, and the Astralis T-side comeback starting to get real. They jump on top of that B site with conviction.
Hypex starts to climb the board as well with his frags. Looking very solid on the op to try to help out Prism, but yeah, Jabby's 7th kill. It's pretty astounding. And a little awkward with the op going this far because they actually lose it, but still got the money. And does Hypex live is the question? No. But they get the op on the other side? No?
Nope, they didn't pick it up.
Oh, they should have picked it up, probably.
I think the round ended very quickly.
But he got the kill so long ago. No, not Astralis. I mean, on the other side when Device jumped out.
I got you.
Yeah.
No, it was 2 AKs saved. Because it's Jacob's round to be the hero, so he said, I don't want to give a damn op over. See what he can do with the rifle. The one rifle in play. We've seen some killer headshots from Jacob, particularly on those T-side entries. So AK in hand out middle.
He's trying to get on Cat.
There it is.
Well, guess missing that jump ended up paying off. Stare, just sitting duck.
Now Device kind of locked in behind those boxes. Pistol player off catwalk can keep him there as Device waits in anticipation of that AK swing again. But if Jacob's smart, he'll reposition, so he does. Any round could be the last. There's been a handful of these very light buys out of Apogee. We get that AK starting to work its way up catwalk, but Huffa decides to take a peek first.
There's been a lot of movement from Jacob this round.
Offers a little relief over to Astralis, but here's that rifle. Contact made again, so now you know if it's moved. Surely A-Site feels a little more primed for the taking. Prism regains vision, but Desert Eagle eludes him. And all the while, it's got to be remembered, Jabby's here with the bomb, so what are you going to do about that? Eventually looking to end on B. 30 seconds would be a hell of a sprint back over for him. And so they're hoping that they can just pressure Demo, but Jacob's still here with this AK-47. Market flank's gonna come through critically for Cadian. Again, the rifle's in play, and oh, he flashes his teammate on catwalk. No, Cadian! He flashed his own teammate. It can still be recovered, but 5 extra seconds all they get. Whew. Device will put the bomb down. Things get sketchy. And Hypex's P250, massive ask. He'll be able to get out through the window, but then right onto the silver platter. Cadian closes. Thank God for Astralis.
Yeah, when they got that 1 kill inside of B, they thought the rifle's not there because they pushed up on Cat, didn't see anybody. Nearly another disaster. Really nice try from Jacob in the end. But also, sticky situation on Cat, and I think Astralis' nades for the most part in the early round were actually really good. They were able to 2-crawl up connector, full blind player on Cat, nade landed in the right spot, push the AK back without him winning a duel. It's looking better for Astralis, seeming like it's too late. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not.
It's been a bit of a cool off here by Prism. Very key in the first 12. Both teams with a bit of posturing out middle. And the 2 smokes drop to try to make them think something's coming catwalk. Prism's boost, almost enough to catch a kill.
Slows down the connector split.
Drops stare down to half as well. Huffa finds timing on the peak off default. Will not double down though. Stound, good answer. Spam through that top con. Smoke is costly. And Jacob also has to peel away without vision. Op on the angle. Device gets blinded. Jacob's able to strike up con as that smoke fades. So we go 3v3. But this ticket exit will be difficult for Apogee. They flashed him off the line once. They'll go for it again. A duel of the Operas. Wide swing, missed shot. That's pressure from Demo. And now you've got Stound pinned into Sandwich. Body's coming at him with the wall bang. And as Cadian comes into the clutch, first kill's his already. Hypex missed shot. Diffuser dead. There's the trade back. And he's going to jump on top of the bomb with surely enough time.
Yeah, this one's actually quite close, but it looks like he'll be able to grab it.
Oh! Yes, sir! Oh, just what they need. A 1v3 denied by Cadian. It felt like too much of an ask, but it needs to be emphasized. Round 9, Glock Eco. Is that the end of Astralis on Mirage?
Yeah, great job, guys. Weren't sure he had it there, but he did, and that's going to be Apogee with a map in the books. It was getting a bit hairy towards the end, but they really started out strong, and Astralis kind of, I don't know, they're going to be grateful, I think, they got those extra rounds, because they really need to come alive in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think something that has to be noted as well, Astralis is the worst team in this tournament in pistol round. Yes, including Falcons. And it got even worse after this one, losing 2 pistols yet again. They were 3-9 coming into this one, now they're 3-11. And it just makes it so much more difficult, right? Like the room for mistakes becomes even smaller, and it's already small enough in MR12. You add to that, like Scrawny pointed out, round 9, and you lose an anti-eco. It's just too much to come back from. You saw they went on a little run there on the T side. Imagine if they didn't have to come back from, what was it, 12-3, 11-3 up, right? Maybe they could have done something there.
But the surprise for me is just how well put together Apogee are in terms of just the game planning. I feel like the explosive sight hits that they went for consistently netted a lot of success. In fact, when I don't know, I was supposing what their game plan would be before the game started. I was thinking, okay, if you're picking Mirage, you're probably really adept at getting mid. It was actually just flat out executing bomb sites. That's what they were best at. When they went mid, they had some difficulties with it. Astralis were able to fight back there, but Epogee's executes like it's everything you really want from a young upstart team, where it's just explosive, great flashes, smokes making their lives a lot easier. and the individuals also able to kind of hold on in the 3v3 post-plant moments.
And you can see on the screen there, Prism got obviously most of it done in the first half, but I mean, just had a really solid entry in this series against an Astralis team that, you know, exudes LAN experience.
And he's not supposed to be the guy that's popping off for this team.
No.
He's their in-game leader. He's the oldest guy on the roster, 26 years old. He's the guy that's just coming up with some
relic.
plans.
I know.
Yeah, exactly. A veteran of the Polish scene, some may say.
Yeah, I think also for Astralis' CT side, one of the issues was, and I don't know if this is maybe because, you know, now Kaden has to be the B anchor, you know, for the first time in his career, but a couple of times we saw the double op setup and then they're both on Cat and no one is in the bomb site, and coincidentally that's when Apogee decides to do a B pop or a B execute, you know, and just makes it easier for them to win some of those rounds out, right? Like you wonder if maybe Kaden was more comfortable just being an anchor with a rifle and he's there. You know, even in the anti-eco, I think we'll see, right? Like, they have, I think there was a guy Kitchen, a guy Cat. It's like, you know, you're letting guys with pistols get into the bomb site, plant the bomb. Eventually, you're going to have to come retake, and then all sorts of things can go wrong. If you just have someone in the site a little bit more early information, throw back some utility, get a kill or two, and don't let them gain too much space before you have to go into the retake, if you even have to retake at all.
Yeah, I think the worry for me, if I'm an Astralis fan, is we know that, you know, you are going to have to go through the MRQ now if you're going to get to that major. They're pretty much defined now, not by the majors they won, but by the majors they don't even attend. And they have to get there. And Apogee are the kind of team you're going to run into. I mean, this is about the caliber of team. And, you know, we were talking about this in the green room. Apogee have played so much more than Astralis this year. It was like really
I mean, just in the last month, it's like 34 maps of play for Apogee and 10 for Device. So I mean, they're tripling up on them in terms of just experience in live events.
That's one of the things. And another thing is, once Astralis goes to the MRQ, they're going to other people's turf. Like, these other teams live online, right? And for them, it's going to be just another day in the office. And for Astralis, it's going to be something that they're not used to. But with all that being said, I know there's going to be a lot of people out there, oh, but they just have to win the game, and like, how can they lose even a map to Apogee? It's like, sure, Maui pointed out, like, they looked solid, Apogee, but it's just how the game works. I mean, you lose both pistols. Astralis is a team that always force buys, couldn't break them, then you eco, you win the first gun round, and then you get reset by one of these B executes where you're not really in the site, and all of a sudden, you know, you're 5-1 down. That's half of the first half gone, right? And you can only win the gun rounds from that point on because their economy is so strong.
And it gets even worse when, of course, you're losing to Glocks. I mean, we had one round that I know you wanted to point out, Yanko, just the way that Apogee, with pretty much scraps, is able to make Astralis look foolish with some of their positioning.
You can even see on the timeline, right? It's finally Astralis is able to win consecutive rounds, right? They get what they failed to do perhaps in the game yesterday, and are able to sort of get, quote unquote, a free round. And here's what happens, right? They're Yabbies all the way back towards Cat. They find even the first kill, right? But then players get into the site. They manage to find some of the kills. No head armor.
That's ridiculous.
Right? So
two round wins in a row, by the way.
Yeah,
and no head armor.
And gets punished by the Glock, right? And I don't know if it was 3 kills with Glocks in the end, right?
I think it was, yeah.
And the Prism is able to clutch out the 1v1 at the very end. So it's like, that's really also mentally, once you lose that round, it's like, come on, man. Like, we were finally getting into it. You know, failed to win pistol one more time, getting a hold of the economy, and it slips away again.
Well, I guess the good news for Astralis is their map pick is up next. We can turn our attention a little bit to Ancient. I have to say, in this kind of Cadian era, you know, there've been a couple of maps that have, like, you can see that they're...
There's been 2.
Well,
there's been 2.
Yeah, and this is one.
Yeah.
And the other one is not in the map pool.
I mean, I said a couple of maps. A couple is 2, technically.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked how Astralis move around on Ancient. I feel like their macro understanding on this is probably the best for their CT side, actually. You know, the other map I like is Inferno. Don't really have to worry about that right now. But really, it's just that I think that Apogee, even if they don't have the best CT side, with a T side like we just saw on Mirage, they can make that happen. They made it happen versus the Mongols yesterday. And so if you were worried about Astralis, continue to worry, because it's really, even if Astralis gets 7 rounds on T side, I think Apogee can come back because they have such explosive side hits. They ignored middle versus the Mongols yesterday, and they still were able to just make it work for themselves. And so they got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. They're very mobile themselves in terms of what they want to do. And so yeah, it's up to Astralis to get a lot done in this first half.
And I know I mentioned him on Mirage, and it didn't really pan out that way. But on Asian, I think Stair absolutely is the focal player for Astralis, because you see him, he is the guy who's going to be taking some of those mid fights, but also at times going into cave early on, right, putting some pressure there. And his success is what enables Astralis to then change the pace with some of those B pops or A rushes, A executes, right? Once the attention of the CTs is drawn more to that middle area of the map. So if Apogee is able to shut that down early on, then all those other calls become much easier to read for Apogee and easier to counter.
Yeah, and obviously, just quickly before we go to break, I mean, the stakes here are maybe not as high for Astralis in terms of, we know we're going to the MRQ. We missed out by 4 points or whatever it was after it looked like Cluj had saved their season. But for Apogee to put themselves in playoff contention, if they're able to close this out, this is one best of 3. Yeah, it would just be absolutely insane. I mean, the jump up for them in VRS points would be great for the second half of the year.
And even if people are just thinking about VRS points in the sense that, like, okay, it's going to be some decay before the next major, what gaining points here does for a team like Apogee is that it allows them to get invites for the upcoming tournaments too. So it's not actually fruitless to just look at this and be like, oh, who cares? Like, that means they're not going to make the MRQ tomorrow. Yeah, whatever. But like, if you can get invited to some tournaments, build some momentum, see, because like, it's so hard to get into some of these tournaments if you're out of that top 16. And so they have a real good chance to slingshot themselves up.
And the jump up from 36 to 23, again, you cannot express how profound that actually is in terms of what it does for invites, etc.
Definitely, and just that the loss doesn't really hurt them all that much, right? That's due to some of the wins that Astralis has on LAN and whatnot. So yeah, absolutely going to be massive for Apogee if they can get another W here. I don't know, Richard, maybe Astralis should send a Google Sheet document to Hunter. Maybe he can send them over a couple of pistols, just sort of, help out in that department, because I hate that it comes down to this, but for me, Counter-Strike is about just handling the fundamentals really well, right? That makes your life a whole lot easier. Winning pistols, but even if not losing anti-equals, not losing to force buys, right? Not losing 2-man advantage rounds. So yeah, they need to sort of figure out a way to get better starts because they're playing the game on nightmare mode at the moment.
All right, guys, great talking here. It's time for a break. When we come back, we're going to see if Apogee can peak at the right time on Ancient. Make sure you stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It is a very exciting time right now. We've got Apogee with us here, Prism, the in-game leaders with me, and let's start by looking at this, the journey you guys have been on. In the end of 2024, you started to rebuild the team with your coach Bogdan. You then come to this event, which is the biggest event of everyone's careers and a great opportunity. You managed to win in a crazy qualifier against some very good teams. You beat OG in the final 3-1. Anubis goes 13-9 for you guys on that last map. What was that feeling? What was that moment like? What was the communication like when you qualified?
The run overall was like, let's grind some points for us for the beginning. But when we go out of the group, it was like, maybe take some more.
Yeah.
And then the hype comes in, the motivation comes in, the opportunity and the possibility just comes in. We were like, okay, we can do it. Let's do it.
You guys have been playing so many cups, qualifiers, a lot of online games. Can you describe to me how hard the grind is right now to have a chance of getting the points you need, like what it's like having to do this as a team coming up?
We are like young team.
Yeah.
And our coach is like grind style. We need to grind, we need to repeat stuff.
Yeah.
And we did a lot of grind. And we play prags, and if there is official, like in the morning, we still playing prags in the evening.
Wow.
Trying to do the repeats, the reps. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah.
Because it comes with the results. It was tough time, but we did it.
Take it in, enjoy it while you're here. Take part in enjoying all the memories you can make at the same time. But one thing that does change, it gets a lot harder here, right? In terms of the teams you will be facing. What does that change for you guys?
We have our psychologist, which helps us a lot. And we all are talking about the point we're aiming for. Mm-hmm. We already achieved the point we were aiming for.
Yeah.
And now it's like, take as much experience as we can. There is nothing to lose.
And for you guys to have success as well, to start to get some games here and potentially some wins as well, which is what you want to achieve. Do you have any expectations? Did you put a goal now different now you're here of like, okay, we want to do this?
We believe we can do out of the group stage. We believe.
Nice.
I hope we will surprise others.
Now what's interesting is you have quite a lot of young players as well to work with here. How is it for them? Do you see an extra level of excitement right now when they're going through this change?
I don't see the excitement that much as I could imagine, because Jacob is like not expressive.
He doesn't show his emotions, yes.
He's not like this. I believe he's happy. I believe everyone's happy. For example, Milan is there's a lot of emotions.
Okay, so I also saw your last official was the 22nd of March. Now we're getting in, I think it's about a week and a half ago. What have you guys been doing to prepare now for this?
We had a bootcamp in Warsaw.
Nice.
For 5 days. Did some stuff, repaired some things, and did the reps. More reps is like better for newbies. We had the bootcamp. We did as much as we could.
For also being a full Polish team, it's not so many full Polish teams we see be able to be on top. Is there a sense of pride for you guys that you want to show the best for Polish Counter-Strike again?
We had that support while playing qualifications.
Yeah.
The qualifications was like, I don't know, 15K people watching the semi-finals. I felt that support from Polish community. This is what our boss was aiming for, contracting the Polish team. There is a lot of DMs supporting us and wishing us luck.
That is great, man. Well, thank you very much for sharing your story. You've been on the grind. Now you get to try and do some more, try and do some big damage here. And it certainly looks like you might have a chance of doing so. So good luck, man.
Thank you.
A week-long Warsaw boot camp that seems to be paying off. Gotta say, Apogee with MongolZ scalp already in their collection, a map one over top of an Astralis, and Ancient being the battlegrounds that they won yesterday versus MongolZ. So, Apogee, they've already proven to us that they can win this match. It's just a matter of whether Astralis kick it up a notch coming into the second of this series.
And they did look better towards the end of the first map. I think the other thing about this is that, can't forget, this is MongolZ game at this tournament so far.
Jacob and Jabby going tit for tat out on lane.
Oh, bomb gets dropped forward.
Oh, God. Prism's tap is big in that case. And you've got very little health here for Jabby to try to continue.
Oh! He didn't even need any help.
All right. Just like that, quad kill off of elbow, 3 shots, 3 kills.
His teammate left him.
That's gross.
There was no one else to stop that. They were supposed to at least trade and get the bomb back. Not on Prism's watch.
What is this?
Wow. I mean, you're talking small targets here. And that's not from nowhere. Prism on Mirage was a movie.
Right back into the thick of it then, Astralis. Damn. Two players for the Danes outside of the B site with utility. And Demo now hears that rush coming out from main. Quick first one. Lines him up, knocks him down. Triple kill made easy. No plant by the looks of it. Apogee making the most of the Prism quadruple pistol kill.
Astralis really have to step up on the mechanics, I think. We're going to see like a lot of good shots here being hit by Apogee. It's another map that they understand. And, you know, even Stown in his best years is just not known for his aim. That's pretty much his weakest point. I think Jabby has amazing aim, but just not as consistent. Cadian has fallen off so extremely on his mechanics in CS2. And it's just, you know, right now they're a team who if they tried again, like brand new players coming through tier 2, their mechanics would not be good enough to make it back to tier 1. They have to rely on how much experience they have and the fact that it's LAN to be able to overcome a team like Apogee right now. But if Apogee aren't going to be nervous, I mean, they're just gonna win too many rounds off the back of just decent gameplay, great like mechanical individual ability. Astralis cannot show any of that inconsistency right now.
They'll be still waiting for their first gun round.
Most credit has gone to Stare recently, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of Astralis' soldier.
And he was great versus FaZe, but he can still be inconsistent too.
Quick little burst up into the red room. 2 players do make it across with bomb, but that gets cleaned up quickly. Prism to the 5-0 start. He had a phenomenal first half on the T side of Mirage. That was really the statement performance of map 1, 15-5 on the first half specifically. Cooled off a little bit, let the other Apogee players show that they've got potential too. Cadian with a 1-minute Glock save here in front of him. You're not getting that bomb back, brother. You're toast. Prism racking up another one as Apogee go 3-0. That is all 3 pistol rounds won in the series. All 3 pistol rounds converted fully for 3-0 starts each time.
Right.
As if on top of mechanical shortcomings of Astralis, they can afford slow starts every half.
Right. Yeah, that's just too many things to pile on, absolutely. Well, a lot learned here for Astralis. Round 4, guns in play. I want to start writing the eulogy too soon. Window smoke. Set theirs. We'll see. Oh my gosh, this timing is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, playing to win, clearly. And he keeps it clean with a teammate right by him. That's bomb dropped.
And they get to a better spot. He doesn't even have to take the... He can take this fight on his own turn.
Oh,
look at that.
Dude, destroyed. Just wrapped up already. First gun round goes moot.
You didn't even really see prep come into play on Mirage, you know, like this. There was no early timings that they even found, and they won that map.
And that's kind of one of the cool things I think about Apogee going for that unexpected Mirage pick first.
Yeah.
You know,
it was really unexpected. The fact is they have Nuke as a third map. That's what was supposed to be their first choice. And
oh my God.
Goodness.
That's 5 players standing, making fast moves out A main, catching Astralis. Looking like they're still half asleep in the first match of the day. Huffa wastes no time with the util and the support and the follow through.
Elbow Molly 2, pushes
perfect.
them back.
It's
2
perfect.
players on the push. And they know exactly how to swing out to fight that. I mean, there's no chance on that round. Absolutely outdone.
Dude, Prism destroyed Astralis in the pistol. They have 1 kill across the 5 players of Astralis in the first 4 rounds. And they're back in with Glocks here for the 5th. So take your tac timeout. Grab a couple upgrades.
So how does VRS spill over into, you get rollover points for the next major?
Yeah, so like I think
just
Maui
keeps going.
Yeah, Maui said it best. Like this is just essentially, okay, yes, the April 7th cutoff was the big talking point, but this is going to be huge for VRS points because the next thing you know, for the invites of the upcoming events between now and the next major, they're starting on the right foot.
And I think it's like think about the conversation with Astralis. Everyone kept saying Astralis are a shoo-in for the major.
Yeah, because of the Mongols win in Cluj.
And then look how they didn't actually make it.
Yeah.
You can never guarantee it, no matter how close you think you are.
Until the date of the cutoff, it is also important. And I misspoke actually back on map 1 saying that Apogee got in because of a few invite denials. They actually weren't included due to VRS ranking. They just straight up won the European closed qualifier. And I think that's another reason that we have to emphasize that, again, despite this new system for 2025, those qualifiers are still just such a legacy element of Counter-Strike. And they show their importance here because Apogee have seized this opportunity with both hands, and now they're going to get into the VRS conversation, assuming they continue with this momentum at the event. But we do have Tech9s inside A site, so we'll come back to the micro.
Yeah, they've got out. Oh, wait, Bomb's got to go back and plant. You got to take advantage of these fresh smokes, but they make sure to get donut control first. Got a really solid post-plant position, but also individual at the moment. And Jabby's kind of alone here. They don't have guns to support from a distance.
Can't get back off, so very much committed to the bomb plant and the position he gets with it. Cadian connecting with 1 Tech9 frag. But Jacob's got the response for that retake to get going. They've already spotted the flank and Stown, so somebody stays allocated to holding that backdrop. And Stown, he's going to tease him with a little jiggle. Jumping AK headshot here from Demo. Desperation on the Astralis post plant. It is still, yet again, a single kill in this round for Astralis. Bomb plant, sure, but beyond that, 5-0, damn near flawless.
I think one of the problems there, obviously they get the flank coming in, which at least is an extra way to win the round. But Astralis' pieces where they stood were in jeopardy of like 1 donut smoke and then 1 guy watching the flank just ends it. There's no way they can even defend this. So sometimes you got to find a way to be aggressive, but Apogee played it exactly correct. Just patiently waiting. There's not too many amazing spots they can get to with time. You know you've lost the sight. You didn't get anything on the hold, but you see them take a few damage each person. Hypex starts off this round with an instant op kill. Looks like countering the boost.
No, even
this is all the way back in spawn.
Back, yeah. Dude. It's like the deepest of angles.
Yeah, Hypex looks pretty solid, man. Him on Mirage, too.
Yes. Yeah, he was one of the 2 players in the second half that definitely kind of found his form. Could have been said that like Prism does the heavy lifting on the T side. Ooh.
Oh, he's just so good, isn't he?
Back in with a second.
Wow.
Ice cold killer from the red room. Still 0 kills for Astralis in the next gun round.
Apogee are different. I am loving this, man.
Huff on the fast flank, supported by a teammate. There's Stown's 1. No teammates. No bomb possession, and he gets splattered by Jacob, who goes 3 kills deep on the round, off to a 9-1 start. Apogee can feel it.
They have the better everything right now. They're better. They're better. They're way better. I mean, mechanics is like It feels like that's how he got that. Everyone's mechanics on Apogee, like all of Astralis' mechanics in their best day at the moment. Like they're frying. Now I get how they beat Mongols. 3 kills for Astralis in this entire map.
And never more than 1.
I don't know if I've ever seen that low kills 6 rounds yet. 3?
0, 6, 0, 6, 1 and 6, 1 and 6, 1 and 6. There is a chasm between Astralis and Apogee at the moment. They're going to try to take over the cave play fast. Prism stands the test of the first. Flashes make it a little awkward. Okay, Hypex, I see you. And that next ramp player takes an extra second. Good flash. Forces the miss shot. Eagle connects to device. Sits him down like he's not one of the best to ever do it. And Hypex now looking for the next point of contact, but it's AKs in hand here for Astralis. They slow it down for a second with bomb on sight, but pausing. Stown versus Jacob on the flank. It's just going to go the way of Apogee yet again. This is numerically the most successful round for Astralis yet. 2 kills, and that's all they're going to get. The fact Hypex hangs on to his line, it is desperation from here on out for the Danes.
5 kills in 7 rounds. 5 kills in 7 rounds. That's the worst start I've ever seen.
Whoa. Call the ambulance.
But not for Apogee.
Jacob sets it up. Causes a distraction that Demo is able to seize, but there it is, man advantage. Astralis starting to get more so into these rounds. At the very least, it's back-to-back 2 deaths for Apogee to handle, but perfect timing from Prism as Stair tries to approach Cave alone. That's a critical pickup here from Stown with the headshot on Hypex. Opper finally dropping here for the B-site defense. Doesn't mean it's clear, though. CTs continue to get this fight going. Stown will not escape, but what Astralis will find is a post plant on A. Can they hang on to it? Jabby decides to go deep into the CT spawn. In a second, he'll hear them stampeding outwards. It's all about the timing, and they actually split up, so easy pickings. Huffa caught, and Prism sees that it's a jump back from Jabby. Shadow's gonna let him know that he's gone ahead outwards. First round on the board, 8 rounds into the half.
There we go. Five kills to match that in 1 single round. Astralis, they take it. A nice shot from Stown as well, and it's like just a lack of nice shots in this game. Hypex is sitting on 16K. You just don't see that almost ever anymore. Astralis, a breakthrough. I mean, it's been a brick wall from Apogee, you gotta say. Incredible game so far, incredible series, and now I understand how the Mongols got just destroyed. But at the same time, that showed us what the difference is, really. Astralis finally literally hit 2 good shots, and that was enough. The rest they could do off the back of a good tactic here and there, a good flank in place. The teamwork comes in, but like ultimately, Apogee are showing us this game is much more simple. And for the most part, 80% of the work is if you're going to take some of these duels, you're not going to be able to trick Apogee, whether it's the cave fight, something in mid. We see how scrappy that is, even at the highest level, and ultimately you've got to have the aim to keep up. Device still doesn't have a kill this game.
They might actually be a tier 2 Polish super team.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I didn't know what Maui was huffing when he said that, but by God, he could be right. This is lights out stuff from Apogee.
Yeah.
Obviously still not done here on
This
Ancient.
is a crazy event for them.
Yeah.
This is, yeah.
An unexpected contender has stepped forward in the first 3 days of Bucharest.
And with the Mongols game, you had to see one more because Mongols, obviously, they didn't look good in any of their games.
And the Furia loss to start the event was expected. So Apogee just not even a blip on the radar in the first play. Well-timed peek here from Huffa, and he gets back behind that smoke.
You gotta punish something, you know?
We get that top red room fight. Stair versus Jacob. Incendiary on his feet. Stair joins forces with the guys going cave. Demo can take up mid control. That frees up the 2 red room players to leave. And Hypex has been pretty damn consistent on these op shots. Again, he's going to connect. It's a little bit more damage with the bomb down for now. Jabby's recovery could be critical. We're going to go 2v2.
That's Device on the board. 2-on-2. All their impact utility has been used up. Cave player coming in slowly.
And that smoke doesn't block off Cave, so Demo, doesn't see it. Jabby going through short side. He's going to find an additional kill. Jabby's kind of been the hero of the last couple rounds, and the frag is just perfectly placed because they went down ramp to clear out flank. Jabby with a quad, and that is the reason Astralis have these 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was a real pullback right there after the first 2 kills from Hypex, but he decides to re-peek, and it seems like it's actually fine right there because he's got so many teammates alive, but they get exposed for that. 3rd attempt when he could have dipped out of the smoke and gone back to short. So very nice round from Jabby, saving the day here for Astralis. Looks like the first one was the hardest.
But if not Jabby, then who? You know, if the gap is still mechanics, it's sure as hell not economics. Money keeps flowing here for Apogee.
That kind of ruins their running exec. Pause for a second. But they are defaulted, so at least you've got down holding onto B for a second. This is good from Astralis.
Do they decide to double back? Lingering for now. Demo over top of the smoke, catching Jabby on the exit. I said, if not Jabby, then who?
Wow.
And it looks like it's going to need to be Device. He gets caught out from the background.
What a defense.
And
what a defense.
Not Jabby, then none. It's down 1v4 clutch attempt. A piece of that default that doesn't end up getting used. Now late lurk into the play. If not losing half health in that first engagement, then maybe. But bomb in the full possession of Apogee. And that incendiary drop by Demo just gave enough timing for Apogee to really bolster the defense. Defense held strong. And this op could be the end of Stown.
There's so much to say about this round, to be honest. I mean, the way that they start out, Astralis going for the running exec, so there's a telegraph. So they need that, you know, Molly setup. But once they do it, Astralis still keep an idea that like they can fall back on something else or turns down into a lurk. But when they come out of this late timing, Jacob's got this play where he's pushing on the side of the smoke, and Demo's playing perfectly over that same one. They actually needed to wait this out, and it was a CT smoke all along. It was like the perfect way to play an active defense inside the site where normally there is no cover. So Astralis didn't realize it, but they jumped right into a trap.
Cadian going to try to storm through util here out middle. Takes a little bit of damage, but the pressure remains high. Huffa and Jacob kill a pop on 2 separate parts of the map. You can take your climb up stair to join forces, but 5v3 established quick.
Getting smoked.
And on top of the 5v3, it is lane control comfortably here for Apogee. 2 layers to it. If they thought it was just ramp, they're wrong. Prism in the pocket with a double kill. Stair 1v5 attempt, all that Astralis have to work with in the 11th. This is not even close.
Yeah, and their mops up. Another stellar start for Prism. Back-to-back maps. But this time, like, everyone's frying at the same time. It was actually just Prism in the first half of Mirage. And Hypex came to later.
I mean, even Hava, who just hasn't had a lot of kills, has had some nice ramp peaks. You know, he's finally kind of taking control of the situation, and he'll be the one to close out the 9th round win of Apogee as well. So across the board, reliable.
That's actually, I think that's 18 kills in an entire half here for Astralis.
Depending on how this last round goes.
Oh, at least there's one more. Okay.
Yeah, I know it feels finished.
Almost a whole half.
It feels finished, but we got one left. Also, Prism. I mean, look at the stats here.
Just a LAN player.
Past 3 months have not been what the past 24 hours have been. Seize the day. And as you can see, the jump 13 ranks off of the VRS if they win this single best of 3, let alone.
And then past 3 months, man, Apogee have been climbing.
Yes.
You know, out through top 40 into the territory of being able to play at events like this.
Yeah, but you crack top 20, that's when the invites start coming.
That's when they start watching your demos.
Yes, sir.
And that is where the real fun begins. It's always teams get a little extra buff at events like this as they're coming up. But that's why you got to be ready for anyone if you're Astralis.
Bad CT smoke, and it's looking like Astralis are going to get through it. Oh, or is it just a trap for Hypex?
Guy's got good eyes.
You said 18 kills on the half, and that still reigns true. How many rounds went in a row with a single frag at most for Astralis? Jabby's Desert Eagle. There's the 19th. He's been the best piece of the Danes' attempt on this T side. 3 versus 3 here to try to close things out. But Hypex has been rock solid. And he isn't pressured despite currently being alone. Smoke in Stound's hand could be thrown out, but he actually doubles back. There it is. Hypex will have to handle that. They smoke off both entry points for the CT's B defense.
It's good, I think, for Astralis, keeping it simple here. As long as the site is actually clean. While it goes to default.
Just to deny the plant, he announces op on the back lane. Cadian gets the bomb down, and it's retake needed here for Apogee. Rifles in hand for all of Astralis in this desperate attempt to get a third on this T side. Close on the wall, Stound. Cave gets smoked off. That'll keep Cadian out of the play, barring a wallbang on the defuse. Device is already dead, so it looks like it's going to have to... Oh, excuse me, not in Cave, but backside rather. So all good, Cadian, from the corner to the closer. It's a third for Astralis, at least.
Looks like the last round did matter quite a bit. 9-3 is not nearly as bad as 10-2 here for Astralis, but obviously Apogee are still quite proud of themselves, I'm sure. They should be. Really cool new stuff that we saw in terms of like their active defense on A. Very good shots and stories, Prism's story, excuse me, continuing on a good note.
That Huffa A main push in the first gun round.
Oh, that, yeah, exactly.
Dude, that really just set the stage for the rest of this half.
Yeah, that's true.
That, and yes, like you said, active A defense was a cool round too. That was a critical juncture as well, thinking that they could just push through off of the Jabby multi-frag previously. It really does boil down to Jabby just having those 2 rounds. That's what that half is in a nutshell for Astralis.
Very cool to see a team like Apogee do this. Now for them, it's about sticking the landing.
Yes, sir. Again, all 3 pistols in the series, Apogee. All 3 pistols converted for 3-0 starts. Do that here, you're sitting pretty with 9 match points.
Bomb's going out towards A, so this looks like a fake, but with no one inside of B at all, CTs might get nervous about it. We'll see what they can hear.
2 decoys on
full
this
fake, and the CTs start to peel back. This requires very precise timing here when they decide to exit.
Yeah.
The Temple player will peel back and then come to respond. Here's Stair coming back into focus.
All 5 A players for Astralis, but it'll boil down to the kills. And it's the first 3 here the way of Apogee. All they've got is now the Temple control. Device waiting for a duel. Somebody step forward, he asks, and they're not even going to give it to him.
Reason to, really.
Nope. Clear out the bomb site, get your plant down, and now force the hands of Device and Cadian into the retake instead.
They're going to 3-2-1 this in a second.
Decoys on the fake. There's the kills to come back the other direction, though. If the wealth of experience is what Astralis have to bank on, then a retake like this, maybe. Cadian's down to 7 bullets, no extra magazines left. He is down to 2 shots, and that was never going to happen. Apogee, 4th consecutive pistol win.
4 for 4, just suffering from success here every single time they start at half. It's on the right note. How many times can Astralis play from behind? It's a fake, which think about we brought this up the other day. You just don't really see that many fakes anymore. Just good old classical fakes. Like
With decoys.
Yeah, with decoys and all the utility and no actual player commitment. Just like we used to fake all the time back in the day. Apogee just pulling that out. It's like someone showed them an old TV show.
They tried to run past Cave. They're going to try to transition into the all-in A off that. Stair hits him with the jumping SMG. Doesn't look like they'll get him off the plant. Hypex just wants to get the gun back out. Pressure coming out of Donut. Throws the AK in between the smokes. Stair's second. The only player so far. Device is 5-7, one and done. Prism tries to slide forward into the site. Oh, Stown doesn't see that coming. And then Prism's able to collect Jabby on the back site instead. They close it. They convert it despite the Dane's best efforts.
Prism is next gen, man. He knew someone was back on default and just was like, I'm not getting swung here. He actually had just a perfect option coverage for that play. Very confident, very composed, and very right.
It's awesome to see him being able to capitalize on these last couple of matches. You have defeated MongolZ and you are whooping Astralis. And Prism, you know, no kid. He's been playing for 6 years of competitive Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Hands down, the biggest opportunity is this PGL Bucharest event. From 20 to 26 years old.
Progress is not linear. I think that's something that every player should hear. You never know when you have stories from everything like Dunk to players like Roy. You have no idea when you'll hit that arc or when you find that perfect team. Just kind of got to keep giving it your best every day. Sometimes you get the opportunities to succeed with your friends.
Huffa through the flashes, makes it awkward.
It's another fake.
Yes, sir. Ready to hit this A site yet again. You've got Cadian caught kind of in transition. He's at least got cover to work with and a teammate too, but that teammate dropped first. Fire at his feet means Cadian's time limited, and into the A site they will rampage yet again. Oh, timing though. Response back from Astralis as Device catches Prism looking the wrong way. Stown capitalizing on demos, distracted, and Hypex slides off site.
Oh, this is a mistake. Device went for the full flank, but they have Donut wide open. Hypex, you know, once he goes to push to find a kill, there's no CTs here, and now you would probably start running, I think, if you're Hypex, right? He just realized he hasn't been spotted at all. But I think he's surprised at how easily he's gotten through.
Full belt of utility, vacant B bomb site.
And they're actually slowing down because it could have been a mid lurk. They actually really have to take their time here.
And most of his health to work with, not to mention a daunting smoke that you charge through it while his hands are busy, all good for the first. Second player able to jump through. Takes that chance, and now that belt of utility starts to get burned.
See about that clutch IQ, Hypex.
Flashes off the mark, and he blinds himself. He has made this all the more difficult, but so be it. If needed, you've got the first headshot, both CTs confirmed, but it eludes him. A little too sketchy. Trying to keep the heart rate down as you're clearly making mistakes in a winnable situation, but a round that goes Astralis in the end.
Yeah, very, very scary with the HP bars there. There was a real chance after that first shot, but Astralis win it. And they made the last game semi-competitive, I guess, on Mirage, at least some sort of comeback. I think the most important part is they looked better in the second half, but
the Prism Hero AK. We saw rounds like these get close for Apogee when they were trying to close out Mirage as well. You know, trying to build up economy, but still always giving them a singular out. I mean, hell, we saw Apogee win with Glocks.
Literally.
A full eco round win. Prism's first LAN event since 2022. And only 3 LANs under his belt. Both of those other LANs just straight up Polish locals.
Got players floating around. You know, we had MHL in the Academy League. Shuhei, of course, in the Academy League, and then this next task coming into G2 out of nowhere. Ultimate over on Liquid. But Apogee together, that's something a little bit more interesting. Oh man, it's a vacant A site. Yeah, the tip of the spear prism up front with the AK. Careful to fight him. But this, it should be okay still. I mean, if you have the right nades in place and Device gets one clip off, there it is.
Yeah. AK hits the ground. Nobody else working with Kevlar here for Apogee. So had to be the tip of the spear. Demo collects the one.
Not all sites are built equal in that way. I mean, you need a lot of utility or the kills if you're going to get into the A site properly. But yeah, you just can't pull the goalie all the time. I did it over on Mirage, so. Back to the notes.
Yet again, such a closable situation. Small affinity for the A site so far throughout this T side. Haven't really seen a lot of lane play from Apogee, nor the mid fights. So we'll see if the shakeup comes now. Running exec at the A site, but bomb not included here. Still, had this conditioning towards A. We'll see how much of the defense scrambles. Look how quickly they're already out lane.
It's different because you have utility. This is a little bit more scary for Astralis, 100%.
But Stown still sticks around outside this B site just in case. And they're going to try to walk through, phasing smoke. Oh,
nice
costly.
ones down.
Slides right into the perfect position and then goes a little further. This will catch off a foot. And Stown did not buy it.
Excellent. I mean, that's the aim you want to see out of Stown.
Yes, sir.
Really.
Bites down on that outer B lurk with bomb.
It's very charming, the amount that
solid
want to use fakes. It's just not something you see all the time. But because they have used it, it's just becoming a little bit more clear to Astralis. So off the tack pause, they try quite an ambitious strat right here. I think once they see, though, that no one's trying to fight them and they don't get that extra duel, they're probably a little bit worried. Maybe the thought was they put some pressure over on the A site. Maybe Astralis will double down on defending it early, and then it makes it a little harder.
Pistols across the board, Apogee. Banking on Jacob to get this one going.
They're drawing tons of util here early on into the round, but still fine for Astralis.
And they're going to play active as well, right?
Yeah. Got to go back to A, though, with at least one.
That'll be Jabby to double back as Device continues on with the flank. Soon to find the Red Room player, unless he tucks in right before Device gets here. Spotted and dealt with. Jabby comfortably in the deepest of angles offered inside sight. And it comes with great cover for the donut swing on what's left of it. No bomb plant even. Jabby clean shooting to clean up. Another triple to his name. Highest performing player for Astralis, as Stown has also tried to play catch up. And Astralis are catching up, 4 rounds shy of Apogee.
Yeah, and it's, of course, it helps out that Apogee have won 2 pistols and converted everything. That could still be the reason that Astralis lose, even if they start playing well now. They got to be sharper than ever.
Oh, Jacob comes through blind with fire in front of him. Second kill.
And he can re-swing again.
And there we go. This time, Lane doesn't get taken back over by Astralis. And into the triple A hit. Oh, nice there. Goes for the spray down, but obviously so little left on the round.
Oh, the one round that goes into a default in mid-control, and instantly we have Jacob, a nightmare for Astralis, just running out into mid and taking out 2 kills, 1 blind, then the next blind. That's scary because that's going to be the core of winning Ancient right here is duels like this.
Stair had to be the hero, and the second kill was clean. But the bodies just kept on coming. And so Apogee, wait a second, get into the gun round, and back to that A site again. We get this quick jostle back from the Red Room players. Device is under pressure and underperforming, but he'll find Hypex at the very least. Cadian throws himself into the fight. Response back from Apogee. Double kill Device. Trying to piece together this defense as the rotators died on arrival. Prism, 56 health, chip down, denied, no plant. Spam back the other way. Jacob gets his. Mid play comes through. 1v1 we go. And we've got the smoke still in front of Demo, dropped by Stown. A pause in the action with bomb possession for Stown.
Demo decides to shoot, so it's known where he is. Stown, how does he play this? Because Demo can easily wait the smoke out, and it's a reset of the situation. Stown's been starting to light it up. 2 kills on this round. Very crafty in situations like this. And because the Demo decided to shoot, he's sort of indicating that he's going to just try to re-aggress through Donut after a certain amount of time. Demo looking, thinking for the flank, and again, another player up to the plate, thinking about what the clutch IQ is. This is where Stown, should really be able to flex.
It looks like he's got the timing. Looks like it. Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
okay. Gives him a chance, but closes.
Wait a second.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that was close.
Continues the spray all the way through. Scared. And if there has been a weakness in Apogee, despite them being this close to victory, not a lot of clutches go their way.
That's what you would hope, though.
Yes.
For Astralis.
Sure.
Right? Like, that's the one thing, no matter how bad your aim is, or whatever, how you're not feeling it even as a team, that at least you've got players that can clutch.
I'm trying to find their silver lining, and that's got to be it. If Apogee don't win the round straight up, like we saw they could, right? Go 1 round back, and it is just a swarm, but that frag grenade's gonna take a lot of the likelihood out of this one for Apogee. We've seen them do a lot with less. Half buys and ecos have been fruitful for them in this series. But they sit outside of this B site with a single AK to work with. And it's the Astralis clutch factor that has kept them in this series.
They're going back to not to fight mid. Astralis slowly constricting their position here outside of B.
Utility given over to Hypex. He's going to be chucking out the nades. Deagle shot missed here by Jacob. And so...
Bomb's going to cross, though.
Element of surprise seems lost. Spam comes through from Device. First frag for Apogee in the 3 versus 5, but all that utility damage early. The timing on the Tech 9 swing, but there's a second player here towards short. Device, clean as need be with the triple. Hypex, Desert Eagle gets away from him as well. That is Astralis, 3 rounds from OT.
Love the way that Astralis handled that situation throughout. All their utility, especially the early stuff, really just impacted so many players on Apogee. And they didn't want to overcomplicate that. It's just press B, delay, then attack. So it's a close game, but it's a game where it's Apogee, their T side is very rarely have they decided to start middle. Instead, it feels like they're a little bit insecure about their T-side game plan. There have been a couple of fakes in there. Some of them have maybe been too complicated for what's necessary. If they scrap in the middle enough times versus Astralis, I think that's where Astralis are the ones who are actually going to be the most scared. It's almost one of those situations where they want to be brave enough to default. if I'm Apogee. I mean, I think it's a little obvious, but I feel like you have to take mid this round instead of calling an extremity hit again.
Send Jacob to it alone. Smoke inside of Cave that keeps down in the first chamber. Prism takes a ton of damage on the approach though. Knocking on the door of this B bomb site, and with nothing out towards middle, we start to see Astralis kind of scrambling again in red room. Which direction do they head? Because they don't have confirmation outer A. Oh, Stound's gonna take a bunch of damage in between those two bouts of fire. Boost up from Device, missed chance, but obviously contact made outside this B site. Do they full commit?
I don't know. I think Apogee know that the rotations have come over, and they didn't have mid in the beginning. They got to be careful because they used a lot of utility. And now one late rotation. So here's where you could, yeah, I would go back. If you make some presence now, like you're just trying to get them to make one more bad move.
Which they've done.
Yeah, well.
3 players up inside A site.
Now this next kills everything. Stound saved the day a couple times here on CT side.
Lowered health because of the util. Demo gets the kill. There's the second one out through red room, so even your extremity starts to work. Pressure here on Stair. Pressure on Astralis. Oh, he takes his time trying to get more from it, but Apogee's mid-round decision seems to have been the key. The final round of the series queued up as Apogee come through from the European closed qualifier. Shocking result versus MongolZ yesterday. Apologies, Apogee. We were not aware of your game. 2 huge scalps and 2 chances to strike deep in Bucharest for playoffs.
Turns out beating tier 1 teams at LAN's pretty easy. All you have to do is just turn up and play your game. Apogee now with 2 very big, respectable scalps under their belt, and as they get into the huddle there, they're looking at potentially going to playoffs tomorrow. So great story for them. For Astralis, I don't know. It just continues, doesn't it?
Job's not finished for Apogee, but you can be happy with what they've presented today and yesterday. I mean, 4 maps straight against tier 1 opposition. Yep. So this is a great sign for them that they're able to continue the success from what they were able to do in the online qualifier here. And yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that when these games got tight that it didn't slip further, but they built such a strong buffer in both of the opening halves on both these maps.
Yeah, it's just really impressive from them. I mean, taking down the highest ranked team yesterday and Astralis today, definitely up there as one of the teams that I think a lot of people had making the playoffs, and they're just making them look pedestrian. They haven't lost a map yesterday and today. It's been two O's, right? And some great performances from Prism in this particular one, Jacob as well. I mean, yeah, just completely took care of Astralis.
Yeah, and just to talk a little bit about Astralis and kind of where they're at right now, it always feels like every time they make strides forward, you see them at the next event and they've gone backwards again. And I don't know what they need to do to get momentum going, because every time I look at the roster on paper, I just think you have got to be better than what you're actually delivering right now.
The results for Astralis have been so shaky, and after a Cluj where it felt like they could build some momentum, we saw them fall back a step or two, and kind of feels like they're doing that once again at this tournament. I can't really put my finger on just one thing that's bad with Astralis. I don't know if Yenko could maybe shed some light on his thoughts.
Well, the pistol rounds for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely continued in this one. But even then, like the way that Apogee played in this game, just getting into the faces of Astralis, being a bit more active for my liking. I mean, that's what I like about Apogee, and I guess Astralis were more frequently on the back foot in these situations.
Here's the problem as well, right? Something's just off with this like Astralis lineup in a way, right? Like how many of those fiery Cadian pre-game speeches have we seen? You know, Heroic was known for their camaraderie, for their togetherness, us against the world, you know, helping them find that extra gear. Now listen, Astralis played the 3rd series yesterday and they played the first one today, right? And that can be tricky at times, especially having to do it early, but you need to find a way. That's not an excuse, right? Like you need to figure it out. And for all these players, I mean, I think that was the problem as well. You look at not just the fact that they lost, not just the score, but look at the early gun rounds on Ancient. Like they had 3 kills, 6-7 rounds in. Like, they were just not anywhere near of being competitive early on Ancient. That's just unacceptable, and that doesn't come down to strats or tactics or pistol rounds. That comes to the players, you know, having some also freaking pride in a way, right? Like getting angry, getting mad, showing some sort of, and this is the problem. The worst state is not being angry or being tilted. The worst state is being dejected and not feeling anything really in a way, right? And just going through the motions, sort of, oh yeah, it's bad, we're losing and nothing's happening, that ought to change that, right? And even in the couple of rounds that they won, like where it was a nice clutch as well, or a close round that they win, there's no sort of shouting or hyping up like yourselves, not shouting at the other team, not screaming your lungs out, but like, hey boys, let's go, let's fucking go, we still have this, like, come on, you know, we can get back into it, let's keep going round by round, you know, whatever it is. There was none of that. It was like,
which is crazy,
there was no belief that they were going to come back and win this series.
I mean, in Cluj, that was the one thing you would definitely say. They looked to be more of a unit. Like, there was a lot of camaraderie there. Cadian was doing his thing where he was playing with the crowd. It might just be, maybe that's like where they draw the fire from. You know, we talk a lot about these studio teams. Maybe there are some teams that like need the stadium to find that like little, you know, aspect to the game.
I'm sorry, but no, like you can't.
Look, I'm trying.
I know.
I'm extending an olive branch. I'm extending an olive.
You're being the devil's advocate, but it's just, you know, in today's ecosystem, even more so now that some stuff is happening online, and even more will be, like, it can't be like that, right? And that's the job for me, from the coaching staff, the organization, and the in-game leader, in terms of like building that up, having that culture, understanding that, okay, you know, you need to earn your spot in that arena. You need to earn the spot, earn the right to play in front of a crowd. Nothing is given anymore, and I think nothing speaks to it more than the results we've had so far at this tournament.
Well, look, we'll break down what happened on Ancient a little bit. I'll stay with you, Yanko. I know you've got a couple of rounds that you just wanted to highlight here.
It's just the one round where in the half, you see Demo, he's throwing like great early utility. Astralis wanted to rush to change the pace, like we talked about. He stops them, and then they just sort of go delayed after that. It's a pretty weak execute. He does a great job of turning from the flashes. There's two more teammates now at the bomb site as well. He was alone at the very beginning, but this is now telegraphed, and it's a very easy round for Apogee. This is Astralis winning, I think, 2 in a row, right? And an opportunity to maybe break the bank of Apogee, but I wanted this round because shows what's important against these rushes, pops and everything, protocols, and what the anchor does, because he's most of the time going to be on his own, so you need to delay, you need to buy time, stay alive, maybe grab a kill. He did all of the above, right? And for Astralis, it's like, okay, we got blocked. By the time the block utility passes, Apogee sees there's nothing else happening on mid, so all the utility was there just to sort of fake while we want to go on the bomb site. Now they're in the position to go. Astralis still comes. It's obvious. They shut it down, and the round is not even close.
Yeah, I'd say there's two things that I take away from that one. One, the power of a block. I feel like it's a term that we've kind of taken for granted in the tier 1 when we just talk about things on desks and whatnot, but like that's exactly it. Just dumping your utility. You see that they're expending a ton of utility to try to take space, and also Apogee just keeping enough info in these other areas on the map that they say, okay, we don't need to break up, or in fact, we want to assemble this defense to fortify this bomb site, and it's kind of about like Astralis's inability to conjure up anything after that it's just so one note. Those are the kind of rounds where G2 used to call those a lot with Snacks. They would just like throw an exec, they get stopped by block utility, and then they just still go into the bomb site fairly dry, and it would just be, it would unearth me. Like I was so unnerved by it, and seeing Cadian do that today, it just feels kind of lazy, especially on a map that you've shown a lot of prowess on, especially on the defensive side, but that T side was much flatter than I had expected.
Well, Stan, will you talk us through round 19 as well?
Yeah, I guess we got this one here. I mean, Yanko, I think you might have called this one for the side of, I'm assuming this is a good Apogee round, but I mean, this was a round that kind of broke the back of Astralis, with Jacob getting some mid control, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is like just them, great individual play early on in mid. finding a couple of openings, grabbing the kills, right, getting to that round number 12. I think it's also an example, despite Astralis getting some rounds, you know, Apogee didn't look at any point that they were flustered, right? Or that they were starting to look lost, that they were going to choke or anything. You know, there were a couple of close rounds that they couldn't really win, but they were in, fighting distance, right, every single time.
Yeah. Well, so Astralis will be fighting for their tournament life tomorrow. Apogee will be fighting for the playoffs. A cool story. Now we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have a tale of two fallen giants when Furia take on Virtus.pro. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. So yes, we've got two teams now that have had some poor results of late, and their fortunes have not been what they should be, but they're looking to maybe take a tournament while some of the bigger names stay away. Anything is possible in Bucharest, it seems. So let's talk about Furia versus Virtus.pro. And Yanko, I'm going to come to you as our resident Brazilian expert, someone that obviously coached in Brazil.
He loves Brazil.
And he loves Brazil, and loves Fallen, loves Furia. So
Love Fallen.
Love Fallen. Lots to talk about. So tell me what's been going on with Furia lately, brother.
Yeah, I think for Furia this year hasn't gone like they hoped for, right? I think last year they had an uptick in performance and some placings, IEM Rio most notably, and they were, a map away from making the playoffs at the Shanghai Major, and it really did feel like it was one of those mercurial performances from Carrigan on Dust 2 with FaZe that sort of extended the series and sort of enabled FaZe to finally come back and win the game. And, it sucked for Furia, but you're still thinking, okay, they can build on that, right? They can get even better this year, but that hasn't been the case. They've found a way to regress, really, and the results just haven't been there for them so far in 2025.
But I don't understand it, Maui, because I look at the team, I think it's packed with firepower, it's packed with talent, it's got a tenured, experienced IGL at the helm. Furia should be one of those sleeper teams. They should be like, sneaking into playoffs here, gatekeepers, if you want to call them that.
I'd say there's a narrative reason for this, and then there's an in-the-server reason.
Give me both.
The narrative reason is that they had a deeper coaching staff last year. They had an assistant coach for their T side and an assistant coach for their CT side. They hired Innershine and God, it's escaping me right now. It's the coach currently of Marborn. Oh, Lucid. Lucid was their CT coach and Innershine was their T-side coach, and it felt like there was direction on both of those halves. And I think they've slimmed their staff up now to just the singular Sid as their coach, and it just feels like they've completely lost control of their CT side now, and the T side is kind of just working off of fumes of last year. So it's really. Like, for a team that's been together for 8 months, and Skulls was a direct upgrade for Kai. Like, that's just not like there's no comparison there as players. It's pretty sad to see what's supposed to be Brazil's premier team fall to a team that's barely holding on to the top 15 in the world.
It's just the CT sides have been killing them, right? I mean, on T side, it's been fine for the most part. We see some good things. The slow, patient, default Brazilians or Fallens style sprinkled in with good pace changers, right, to keep your opponents on your toes. But then you go to the CT side and they can't win a 4v3, a 5v3, a 3v2, right? All these rounds start falling apart for them, which is strange considering, you know, they're also a national team, right? So communication shouldn't be an issue at those times. And
well, there was that defuse yesterday as well. I mean, like, it's comical.
that was a joke.
It was just bizarre, right? It's bizarre at this point. But
3v0.
But yeah, I think for them, you know, another one of those teams where it just needs some results, and perhaps it is a couple of good wins and a deep run that can sort of imbue the players with confidence and have them perform on a high level.
And some similarities with Virtus.pro. I'll let you set this one up, Maui. I look at this roster. In fact, probably my worst take of 2024 was after Jame, when I said, like, oh, this is it now. Like, actually, this, you know, watch out for Virtus.pro. They're going to win tournaments in 2025. They are not winning tournaments in 2025, guys. That is like, that opinion sucks.
I want the Jame Vanity project back, Richard. I
No,
want that. At least that was an identity. This is a team that's still trying to find their identity. To their credit, it has been only just 3 months with Icy and with Flamus. Flamus is definitely adapting to his new roles. Icy, for me, for a guy that was so consistent as an opper on Cloud9 from when I was watching him, now he's a lot more hit or miss. I'm not sure what changed with him. And I feel like this is a case of the star players are actually needing to realize, like, we need to go beyond the system. For Flit and Fame, they're two guys that obviously were right hand, and I would even say like the left hand man of Jame during their big major run, seemingly have kind of lost their identity. Like, Fame was set up to be a star in a lot of roles, and now he's kind of an anchor guy, and I just don't know if he's adapted to the roles too. So for a guy that's been on VP for 2 years to have to sort of shift up what he's doing, and it just seems like you can't teach an old dog new tricks here.
Maybe it's a little bit of the responsibilities, you know, as a right-hand man for Jame, you know, he will be doing a lot of work. But in this particular roster, I think if it was international team and we said they changed an IGL and brought 2 rookies, quote unquote, or not so experienced players, we would be willing to give them a full year, right? But all of a sudden Virtus.pro comes in and we're in Katowice and everyone just, you know, loving to hate on them, even though they beat G2 in their opening game, made the playoffs. Right, which was crazy. And I thought actually they played better Counter-Strike in Lisbon despite not being able to make the playoffs there. So I think you could see with just some time to practice that they are already improving and looking better, and also getting used to, you know, electronics calling for some of them, the different dynamic. And I think, you know, people like to talk a lot, but you can tell from their games, it's like they're fine. They believe in Electronic. They believe in his calls. They believe in him as a leader because they've had some crazy comebacks already. I mean, that Falcons series in Lisbon was, you know, one of the most entertaining games of Counter-Strike.
This is what upsets me, though, when you look at this head-to-head of the IGLs. Like, there's no way Electronic should be statistically weaker than Fallen in 2025, you know?
I mean, there's no reason that you should have an opper for a team with a .96. That's what I raise you, Richard. Like, if you're an IGL and you have a .91, in fact, I'd say you're doing your job individually, but if you're the opper 2, well, you need to put those numbers up a bit. And the weird thing about Fallen is that actually, when he does have the op in his hands, he's not bad. Like, if you actually just look at the, like, Skybox Edge stats or just watch him with the op for a bit, he hits the easy shots. Like, he even can make some things happen with close range as he did back in the day, but he is actually really very bad with an AK. He's very bad with SMGs. He's very bad with pistols. It's like he really clearly just practices with one gun only, and it needs to be that one in his hand.
I think a little bit of is also the in-game leader brain, where it's like, oh, I'm just playing to create space, or someone will trade me when he has those rifles, right? When in reality you can't play that way anymore. You have to find ways to have impact. as the veto comes in, the permabans are out. I wonder if anyone's going to pick Dust2, or are they just going to leave it as the decider, because both teams really love the map, and are they going to try to go for some punish picks? Furia with the Anubis pick, Virtus.pro goes with the T side.
Yeah, I think that's a punish coming out from them. And VP, they do actually go for the D2. You bring that up, Yenko. I was thinking that as well. Just kind of like, are VP going to do it? They love to pick Dust2, but both teams love Dust2. They have shown that. So in a way already, Richard, I feel like this is favoring Furia simply because they've got 2 maps here. They don't love Anubis, but they are competent on it, and VP are very bad at it. So this is already favoring Furia in the veto to me, even if I think VP slightly edges them out as a comprehensive team.
So overall, Yanko, you agree with that? You think this is a Furia veto?
Yeah, I think so, because they get one of their best maps as a VP pick, right? But then you look at what could a VP picked otherwise. I mean, Furia didn't look too hot on train yesterday against Complexity. The T side looked a little bit rough, so maybe it's that, but it's always about how does a team think. Maybe Virtus.pro just thinks we're better than these guys, you know, and there's no reason to go to our 3rd best map because it's their 4th best map.
They absolutely battered Liquid yesterday, so, you know, they're probably feeling pretty good about it.
Obviously, you know, you're going like, oh, they lost to Rare Atom day 1, but it's like day 1, first game of the day. You know, it's... I hate to make excuses in that sense, but it's one of those that are more losses that are more understandable than some of the stuff that we've seen.
You're just not game planning for Rare Atom really as much either. You're probably taking the game for granted, which is not something you should ever do anymore in Tier 1 CS, but it happens.
I mean, look, as well, it's got to be said, Virtus.pro, they are essentially, you know, betting in 2 players really that are still getting used to this kind of level of experience, you know, in the form of Icy and Flammus. And I think Flammus is like, he's the critical component, you know.
And unfortunately, he's kind of shaky.
Yeah, I know. At the moment,
in the Rare Atom game, he was doing abhorrently bad. I mean, that's one of the worst Flammus performances I've seen from him since he joined GamerLegion. And to do it on that kind of stage in an opening match, it just kind of led to the total collapse of VP, because he's, in a weird way, even though he's one of the youngest guys on the team or least experienced, he is a hype man. He's like an emotional leader in a Fame Flit duo that is pretty stoic.
Well, I can bring in our commentators. Of course, we've got Scrawny and Launders there. I describe both of these teams as sort of 2 fallen giants. It was meant to be a pun. No one picked up on it. It's fine. But what do you think of them?
I kind of feel like if, you know, to really decide who should advance, they both should play 1 game against Apogee again. I think that's pretty much the only way we can decide if they deserve to go on.
Yeah, I think VP stumbled a little bit. I like what you guys are painting. First game of the event, you know, at the same time, I think Rare Atom's pace, that's something that can catch any team off guard, and I would put VP kind of on that victim list. So I think Virtus.pro are going to make a meal of Furia today.
That's interesting, because I keep saying it. I just think Furia should be way better than they are. I just look at that roster, and, you know, I expect them to win. Anyway, let's see if they're able to do it. Take it away, guys. Have a great cast.
Yeah, Richard, I agree with you. I do think that they should be able to win, but that we've kind of been looking at this Furia lineup for quite some time now and expecting more.
A word for them, yeah.
Yep, Virtus.pro have shown me more recently, so I'm back up on that one. We'll see if they can get their gameplay online now that Rare Atom aren't poking holes in it. You know, Rare Atom ready to get into the fights as fast as possible here in the pistol. It's the first 2 for Furia, and a couple USP taps from Fallen. He will collect the man advantage right back. Not to mention damage done here for Flammus. Ooh, clean one on Flit. So let's see the clutch from the emotional leader of Virtus.pro.
I think we probably both agree, expecting a better day from Flammus than
100%.
What we saw. I mean, yeah, he definitely can be hot and cold, but we're seeing him just improve a lot, I think, overall, fundamentally speaking, from when he played on GamerLegion, where he was just only holding W the entire time. Now it still feels like he's as aggressive as they need, but a little bit smarter with his decision making.
Decides to sit in middle for the time being. Furia's players nowhere close to one another.
It is cool though that there is like a veto mix match, because I think you take Virtus.pro, you know, holistically speaking, in terms of who should be better. But then if Furia have the veto edge, well, maybe that makes this specific matchup a little different.
Ooh. Curious timing here. Looks like the bomb plant will be guaranteed. Flammus could have damn well gotten clipped on the cross through storage door. now off-site back to the storage play. He was already wary of somebody being in here, but the Skulls reposition, yeah, that'll definitely catch you off guard. Plays it patiently, Skulls, gives up the bomb plant, so be it. It's a Furia CT pistol.
Yeah, so not sure what to expect on Anubis, to be honest. This is one of those games it feels like just has so much to do with form more than anything else. If Furia have their best day right now with the veto at hand, then you know, they take out Virtus.pro. And VP are the team that throughout this year, I think, starting off the year, were so weak. Didn't look like they could beat anybody of note into very much impressing. And the only thing that's tainted that so far is the loss to Rare Atom. But Rare Atom's style is so different than anybody else at the event. It's not a surprise that they were able to take out someone. They also did show some good stuff at Shanghai. I mean, made a run there.
Like Maui Snake mentioned, I think like lack of game plan perhaps for Rare Atom, and then the pace that they play. That's if you're half asleep and Rare Atom hit the server, you're gonna get caught. I mean, we saw m0NESY get caught off by Rare Atom timings. Yeah. We kind of hammered that point home where it's like, you know, you don't catch him every day slipping like that. But that's the thing with Rare Atom; their timings are just different, and it feels to me, you know, Virtus.pro somebody who want to try to keep their finger on the common pulse.
Furia used to play fast like Rare Atom.
Once upon a time.
Art era Furia. But they've really slowed it down to a methodical pace since getting Fallen.
And Virtus.pro kind of the opposite at times as they've gone through this electronic evolution. For better or for worse, but better more recently. That's mid-control seized by Flawless. Down to 25 seconds here. Yes. Taking their sweet time with it. It's a bunch of flashbangs for VP to try to make this site hold uncomfortable. 15 seconds. Bomb still over towards Long's gonna have to sprint. They just mollied themselves. They mollied the bomb away from the site. They've got to try to charge through it. That's going to soften them up. The camera hold, I mean, a calamity.
Yeah, that's not...
they mollied themselves.
They mollied themselves on A main. I mean, I was just about to say, the real big issue that you see when teams exec past 15 seconds, literally the clock turns red, is if you make one mistake, now you have no room to actually wait it out. I mean, you look like a genius when you get it to... And we see them do, like, almost 10-second execs on this map, Virtus.pro, but... There's also missing a nade and then like literally hurting yourself with it.
Yeah. And you know, if the camera kills come through excellently, then that's one thing. But I mean, you set yourself up for failure there on the long split. So a foolish beginning to the Virtus.pro T side. That was obviously off the force, but Galil here on Fame.
Apogee wouldn't have mollied themselves.
Yeah, I miss Apogee already, man. Glad they started with some good Counter-Strike at the beginning of day 3. Maybe my assessment of VP is incorrect. Or maybe it's just an early struggle.
They're still just like a box of chocolates, that's all.
Like, wait, if we wait down to another 15-second execute, can't maul yourself off if you don't have util. 25 seconds.
They just love waiting, just waiting for the sake of waiting. I mean, that's Furia too. They like waiting too now.
Utility comes down. It's all about the timing, and Yuri able to hang on for the most part. That's bomb dropped by the Flames. Easy cleanup here for Furia. Virtus.pro get the flick kill on the opposite side of the map, so rack up a couple of costs with the 2 deaths. But if he dies after time, Flit scares off K-Serato.
thought we all agreed, you know, leaning a little aggressive is good for CS2. Virtus.pro have been actually like more aggressive, obviously, but there are still moments in games. Yeah, maybe Art was born a little too early. You know, it came through, just started popping off as soon as CS2 started. You know, with him in the Quesarada core, that would have
imagine
been
Art
perfect for CS2.
CS2 MP9.
He should come back.
Aggression all he wants. But long gone are those days. And here we go. First gun round for Virtus.pro. So let's see if it was just a couple hiccups at the gate. The game begins now. Missed chance at first blood here in the 4th round. Electronic allowed to take a look through E-Box and then tucks back into the outer corner. You know that op was floating around middle, so they'll go for the Molotovs to try to keep Fallen busy. He peeks and almost has a chance to get another one, but just into the cover slides Flawless, dodging that op shot twice now.
That is a nice play from Fallen, even though he doesn't get the kill. He got vision and then got it back again. This makes it a little uncomfortable for Virtus.pro. They know a split's not coming in. Looks like a late fake here from Virtus.pro towards the B site. Keep the attention of the 3 people who are here. They're going to get excited.
Fallen not moving a muscle just yet, down to 30 on the clock. Missed 2 shots despite them being tough ones.
You know, it's Virtus.pro, never move.
Quesarado's got a flash in front as well for Fallen. 20 on the clock, Cello, Yuri, easy hold on the opposite side. Missed shot from Fallen could be the disaster, but the flash from Quesarado sets himself up. And time's gonna fizzle out here for VP. 4th round for Furia, easy.
Excellent from Fallen this round, because he's the one to get so much information that they don't have anybody coming back to even check on mid. There's this fake that goes on, but Virtus.pro, they don't have any, they're just all bark on this fake because Virtus.pro are the ones, or Furia are the ones who have information. That's king. So he puts himself, and even though he doesn't get that kill, he puts himself in a good spot to get the info early. In case Rado, excellently done with his own flash. Fair enough. Virtus.pro are going to have to show us a little more.
Cool. As long as Furia remember to defuse the bombs today, could maybe it will be an easy day in the office.
Yeah.
No need to make your lives any harder than they are. Camera smoke to draw Quesarado's attention for a second. Furia, though, again, I think the tempo of the game has been set by Virtus.pro very early, and it has yet to change up. We saw that 35-second fake into the B site last round. Now the Galil of Flit here on E-Box.
Dangerous for Furia.
Yeah,
Exactly.
nades in hand. Here we go. That's what they're looking for. The pounce that works out of the gate. Now Cello able to hold back some map control, but smoked off. Virtus.pro, this is what they were looking for.
I mean, it's just like, you can't just never peek. You know, I mean, even if they have good spots, each player, you see what happens when one guy gets out of one choke point, then it's just, they both die.
Ooh, miss nade. That's not ideal. Allows Electronic to hang on to the position here with an upgraded gun in hand. Flashes find their targets, but because of the smoke spam, Quesarado's not able to peek while Fame was blind. That's what they were looking for. So good coverage from the guy who is just taking chances back on long. And Electronic's going to try to chase him down for costs. But VP's first round win comes at a 35-second exec with 2 Galils in play.
There's a couple moments there where Flit's thinking, okay, well, I mean, if he's not gonna, no one's gonna peek me here, I'm just gonna exec. I've got teammates coming out through B main. This is about to be really bad for Furia, and well, that's exactly what happens. So just, I think a map that a round that had not much pressure, and Furia's patience finally was just a little bit too much. B-site requires a little bit more activity. I mean, the best players in the world are, you know, they're not sitting back holding angles. They are playing very actively, getting info, taking a lot of fights. It just, I mean, with VP's play style, you just always feel like you're making the wrong move. You know, whether you peaked really late or didn't. And I think that's the key to their game plan.
Fallen willing to continue this risk on the bridge.
Teammate smokes this for him. He's been great about holding this info.
Despite maybe not getting the kills with the actual op shots, still just, again, man.
More nades missed.
Pop open the long smoke. Bomb is inbound at a minute. Cello gets hit hard by that frag grenade, so despite a couple missed ones, they still find their targets. And it's looking like a pullback here from Virtus.pro. But what are you pulling back to? I mean, A-site's not like they've got any eyes on long. It's been smoked the whole time. Continues to get fragged out by the bomb site. So they just don't like what they felt at B, and now they're going to gamble on A.
Looks like they still have time to do it. And obviously their one biggest advantage is like low utility now as we get towards the end of the round. No more smokes to block. 28 seconds is like 3 hours for Virtus.pro, so they can definitely try something. But like, wait a second, like their bomb has stayed back.
15 seconds again. You're going to send
so
players
late.
in. Fallen drops to the fire. Missed second chance.
The
bomb site's open. They're going to try to put that bomb down on B, and they slide up with just enough time. Virtus.pro, you're playing with fire.
This is what Furia were worried about the whole time, but it can still work. It can still work. Show us how.
And Electronic has gone so deep into Temple. You better hold on to this post plant. CTs get out positioned, but he offers a way back into Temple at least. Flit awaits the follow through.
One more shot gets hit there from Fallen, and here's where, okay, like he's missing a few shots. He at least gets his first, but if he gets a second, they don't see a bomb, then maybe there's a chance the B-side players don't move.
It's got to be so frustrating to play against VP.
Yeah, man.
Like, especially when, again, we have the X-ray, we see the crazy decisions, we see these final seconds being used to put bombs down, but if you're never certain what the hell is going on, like fighting ghosts, Virtus.pro, they pull it off. That's 2 consecutive rounds now.
Yeah, and this would be the harder map of the series for Virtus.pro for sure. But they won't squeak by on a couple of small wins on T side. They need to make it formidable.
It's 2 in a row, but it's still a healthy economy for Furia, barring an absence in the op that Fallen has been using to kind of intimidate the bridge. Nice angle, J-Raz. Little headbutt on the smoke. But Fallen's not home, so that frag grenade otherwise would have done some damage. He's been positioned there quite frequently. It's a nice banked nade, but it does nothing here in the 7th. You guys can close your eyes for the next 40 seconds.
If I was watching this demo, it would just be like fast forwarding a little bit, so you know you got some time.
Go ahead, put on the kettle, and come back in a minute when Virtus.pro hit in the last 10 seconds of the round.
Don't miss last 10 seconds.
No.
Those are going to be crazy.
And they're always going to come tight down to the wire. We get this reposition here from Fallen trying to get ahead of the B execute where the bomb is inbound. Do they want to go and interrupt this? Fallen's going to set it up. A double push outside of the B side. If that bomb gets dropped, Virtus.pro, you play with fire, you might get burned. And Furia step forth into that 2-player long setup. Now everything's got to be reclaimed by E-Box. You've got 15 seconds. You can't win this round. you don't have the time to go grab bomb and come back, and especially now with fire on the long side. So good read by Fallen and a good execution by the two Furia players that push out.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's just as they're setting up their utility outside that they catch the perfect timing, and Furia just doing an excellent job so far. 5-2 here on the CT side. That's one situation where the round can speed up if the CT team comes at you first.
Furia seemed pretty content to just let Virtus.pro do their thing in rounds prior. I mean, what a contrast, right? We talked about that a previous round, sitting inside of the B site. Cello's just got nades out, just gets stormed on by VP. Now Furia being a little bit more active, and ramifications for the Virtus.pro camp as they'll take a pause. Money's certainly still there, so that's not the issue. It's just what the hell is the next plan?
Flamesy said that, like, his play style, he's on talking counter, talking about playing against VP, just like it just countered him so hard because he just never feel like he could do anything, and he just needs to be doing something all the time.
Yeah. And it's hard to just sit on your hands for 1:30 every round. See if that can force the change up in Virtus.pro. If they think that Furia are going to start to be disruptive, I mean, we know damn well they're capable of a pace change. Just boils down to if they're interested in it. Yuri peels away. VP just sat outside, clumped early with strong numbers. Does not look like they have a backup plan, so into A main they'll go, and they get the reaction in utility. Frag could have been worse if not getting caught on the ledge. Oh, last bullet sprayed out by Cello, connects to the headshot. Fame sends some back the other direction, and Electronic's gonna lose all of his health to K-Serato as well. Another nade that's got an awkward bounce.
That's weird though. That one looks like he got a little unlucky off clipping.
They've been sat outside of this site all in since the start, VP. No information as to what the hell sits behind them.
They keep two smokes. One opportunity to go late back through E-Box if a mistake is made here from Skulls. And you can actually see Furia are worried about some kind of mid lurk, but VP really haven't put that into their game plan on any round.
They're going to send Fame in to see what's on A. 20 seconds. Smoke and a couple flashes, but bomb's going to be a bit later, and we get that mid-split coming down, but camera was smoked off by choice. T's smoked off camera. 7 seconds. There's your swing. Cool.
Very cool.
Bro.
All right. Nice try. This could have saved.
At what point do you, yeah, right? You just call that off. Like, you have no information on the flank.
Yeah.
7 seconds swing on site. I get it if you just want to send Fame in to try to get it. At like 15 seconds, you send him in. Oh, there are still two defenders. Last two guys will save. But to follow through with the bomb immediately behind him and to make even Fame wait to that swing, it's 7 seconds.
Yeah, 7 seconds.
I hate to break it to you. Bomb's not going down
Not going to get planted.
At 10 seconds, the CT can just hide behind Cake.
Yes.
And you're not going to plant. So at 10 seconds, you don't have enough time, let alone at 7.
Oh, okay, something fast here. Flit swinging out. Doesn't get the full duel in, but at least a quick opening tactic. Do too many slow rounds and people start holding grenades versus you, so really important to keep testing early options. Does Icy not have any other gun?
Just a Glock.
He has $3 grand.
Just the Glock.
I guess they all didn't buy down. He's saving for his op.
Electronic spent to 800.
Yeah, but he's opping.
K-Serato gonna come clear this corner by the looks of it. Fame welcomes the challenge. Fame just wants to get the party started, so opening kill. VP's got blood in the water. Bomb doubles back. And Yuri, ooh, finds timing. Doesn't commit to the second. Skull's able to dodge Electronic, whose Tech 9 wasn't going to stop that cross back to the Obelisk. And Cello's going to keep the pressure up, whether that's to flank over towards B or drop down maybe. But right now, Electronic. Ooh, nice smoke spam by Flawless. That's going to open up Cello to go for the swing. Flawless gets a third. Okay. Unleashed on this B bomb site through smoke. He catches two. And now it's Fallen on the wrong half of the map. Bomb doubles back to the A site, taken over at 10 seconds. And VP have outpositioned Furia yet again.
Yeah, completely. I mean, this helps a ton that Flawless makes a play like that. Flank comes in out of Cello, but the spray's a little bit wild. Flawless looks so clean on that round. This one felt much more fast-paced, but it still comes down to the last 10 seconds.
And a heroic moment from Flawless.
At least Furia know what they're up against. I mean, like, they're playing the way you kind of have to, in some sense. Ooh, but the late death. Fallen loses that up. They've still got some money. Skulls could drop one if they want it. They probably do.
And there's Flawless definitely starting to take off. Quad kill. Much better outing than that versus Rare Adam. I think these stats really highlight that of the series, this will be the difficult one for VP. And when you're treading through sketchy waters, maybe that's why they take their sweet time with it.
And normally it's the Furia CT sides on a lot of maps that are a problem, so I think they're already probably feeling quite comfortable.
Remaining consistent with the util. Haven't seen Fallen going for those bridge contacts anymore.
Yeah, because you know what? Virtus.pro have actually never fully committed to it. They've only thrown some utility there. So I feel like he's just skipping ahead to the end of the round saying, whatever. Like, they're not even lurking.
Right.
Honestly, Virtus.pro did play a version of this map where, like, Electronic lurked mid a lot, and it worked out a lot as well.
Once upon a time.
Good to see Flawless poking his head out.
But nothing beyond the doors. So feels right on Fallen to still just kind of skip the step.
Yeah, seriously. He put this round on fast forward in his head.
Yep. And last time they were able to put Virtus.pro on ice with this hold because after Fallen missed his shot, Quesarado flashed himself in for his own double kill. Could be the same thing, or maybe even better. Defense holds strong, confirming more presence out here. Quesarado's actually the one that gets stuffed. Triple here from FaZe.
Oh, he got two in the back first.
Kills Quesarado. Cello follows up on the Opper. Bomb is outside of the site, and that is it.
God. Are you serious?
Come on, man.
Can't watch this.
You're paid to.
What a joke. After that.
And the worst part's that the two players that died in the background for Virtus.pro, it's not like bomb gets dropped in A main. They were also in A main without the bomb.
They didn't molly themselves this time.
Oh my god. That bomb was sitting in the water the entire time. It's not because of the 2 kills. That bomb gets dropped long, gets scooped up, and then could still be saved. That bomb was never a part of the execute. And Virtus.pro lose round 10 because of it.
Poor Fame. Puts on that highlight.
Kill.
Yeah.
That was a...
I was almost poor Fallen after he literally read that round from before it began.
Here we go. Activity here from Furia out of the gate. letting Cello get off the leash a little bit. He'll fall back through smoke. Man advantage enough for Furia by the looks of it, but we'll see if Flit can recover as he tries to catch timing on the peek out of Skulls. Utility keeps Skulls out of the fight. If Flit wants to take a deeper angle, now's the time. Smoke denies him that opportunity, so back to the waiting game goes Virtus.pro.
Now it's a bit more pressure to move a bit faster for Virtus.pro because they don't get the 5v5 late into the round.
Good flash.
Nice move out of Yuri, man. A lot of confidence that, and they keep the numbers lower and lower here. But Icy, at least with that refrag.
Gonna try to test a Fallen.
Oh, flash does nothing. Goes behind, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was that close.
Serato tries to drop a bit more util. Scrambled defense coming over. Is there a commitment behind this? Serato uncomfortable and popped by Electronic. Here's the follow-through util. VP, plenty of time by their standards to guarantee this plant.
Yeah, Furia did just do a little bit too much right there. After the Yuri push, they pushed Virtus.pro back into A. Then Fallen went to fight them with the flash. I mean, there was a flash with it, but it just didn't account for Virtus.pro making a move. And again, they're the ones who would be more time sensitive because they were lower on numbers. They can't come forward with a 10-second exact when they're down to 3 players.
But there's just been so many 10-second execs that maybe Fallen didn't account for it. Missed timing. And VP capitalized. There's their 4th. It's been a difficult T side for VP, but they're wiggling their way up the board. Final round of the T side before Furia set the pace. Majority of Furia's round wins by way of clock. Time has expired on 4 of these 7.
The clock comes for us all.
There we go. Easy op shot for Icy. And now Yuri going to be feeling real desperate, but bomb is all the way in T-spawn. So somebody's going to have to go back and grab that. Luckily for them, site's completely clear. Go get that thing. And that's opened the door for Furia to rotate over. They should not be able to interrupt this, but there's a bit of a gap on that smoke. Now bomb's been spotted for the plant, covered wide by Fame, and so many bodies here on site for Virtus.pro that this one is convincing. Maybe goes a little too easily for their expectations. That's why that bomb's still all the way back.
Yeah, I mean, they were still just in a full default waiting. That opportunity was golden, though. So Virtus.pro end the half on a great note. I think this still far exceeds the normal CT sides out of Furia, and they'll be looking forward to the second half. Seen definitely better versions of like philosophy on this map from Virtus.pro. Feel like there's a lot of opportunities underplayed this game, and even though Fallen like missed a fair few op shots, it was like him realizing that they weren't going to take advantage of mid at all throughout this entire half was really what gave Furia some big advantages.
Just started skipping steps, like you said, you know, playing for the late rounds.
Yeah, just not putting in those lurks.
Yeah, never came back to punish them, actually. Fallen stopped playing middle, and it never cost them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's he conditioned them for sure.
So trying to get ahead of Virtus.pro, but this one all too easy.
That is just truly an uncomfortable situation. I didn't even realize there was a molly outside of the door. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? And the little that was left to get done, all too easy. So let's go. Furia T side. Will the tempo change? Heavy util here for Fallen. Full pack over towards A. challenge on the flank from the Virtus.pro camp. Icy at bat, missed a couple first shots. There we go. Finally it connects. Quesarado the first victim. There's the return frag from Cello to try to keep the execute coming through. You don't want to make a waste of the utility. CT's a little bit nervous about middle because they had no information on the middle of the map throughout this pistol. Skulls, he knows something's up. Him and Electronic touching tips inside that smoke, and oh my god!
How did that miss? That looked dead on from Electronic. I would have been pissed too. What just happened? I'll definitely like to see that again.
That's not some inaccuracy. I mean, I don't even.
I would definitely just like to say I feel terrible here for Electronic.
Where did those bullets go?
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. Maybe he shook. He had a micro stutter. I don't know. Oof.
Unless my brain lagged with it.
That changed the round.
Was that not dead on?
It's just not, I guess.
Kind of timed with his check of the smoke.
Turned a little bit.
I mean, Skulls just swung his head away from it. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Virtus.pro had no mid control for the retake going, and that I feel like kind of stalled them out as well.
The crosshair, because it felt like crosshair was right, but the bullets weren't. So, Luku Maluku,
and then some. Virtus.pro pulling the plug on that B-site defense early. But Furia playing no all-ins at the minute mark. Virtus.pro scrambling back the other way as they hear that connector utility start popping, but they're not wrong about it. Going for the A-stack, seeing nothing, and now trying to scramble over to B in time. We could very well get this 5v5 on site. Smoke goes down in front of the long players. Bomb's going to be coming in from E-Box.
Ooh, that molly.
In the majority pack. Fallen tries to charge through. That's bomb down. Just offered into the site. Jail angle. Valuable here for Cello. He doesn't need to see them. Peels apart too. And the defense crumbles here for Virtus.pro. Things get a little awkward. Health bars low for Furia.
That's extremely well done from Cello, and that's another example of, like, once you get out to jail, how useless back at default really is. Even if you want to swing on E-Box or whatever, you just don't have anywhere you can stand that safe, especially with the new smokes. You know, a couple of bullets through, you see everything. And I think they knew that was a foregone conclusion once they got out. So a nice try on the defense. Late molly towards the outside of E-Box, at least separated one of their targets as they came in, but Cello was the key.
Ouch. Grenade gets dunked on Flawless. 18 health, a smoke, and a solo B-hold. Furia continued the approach to this T-side with clinical precision.
I love how Quesarado's jiggling this with a smoke out like he's defending the site. I guess he kind of knows there's a stack here, so just hoping to find it.
Waiting to see if they all come running at him.
Yeah, this will be an eventual B hit, so yeah. Quesarado just gonna chill.
And Virtus.pro's A-stack not looking to make the first move either by the looks of it. Flawless just hoping that there isn't a full-blown commitment behind this. And, well, they molly themselves. Furia have to wait behind it. All good. Close corners clear. Quesarado going to look for that numbers confirmation, and he'll take it. Flawless, it's a one and done over on the B site, so bomb will inevitably be planted. And it's all Quesarado to depart as he pleases. So they take it down to the wire just to make sure they don't step onto that booby trap that was the 4-player pistol stack. But Virtus.pro just really crossing their fingers and hoping it came to them.
Just good prep from Furia this round, and sort of had an idea of where the stack would be, but made sure just not to run into it. Minimal players down so far, but Flitz approaching with the deagle. Quesarado, he just never gets caught off though, does he? At least the trade in from Icy.
But that AK is not going to get saved. Yuri clears the board. Furia 10-5. And the slow, methodical approach to these T-sides boding well for Furia as the first gun rounds from VP comes through.
Would hope to see some level of confidence from Furia as they start to open up, since they're clearly more comfortable here on Anubis. They have a good lead. They've got T-side to finish on. And I think they want to think about this series from the perspective of, all right, well, we are trying to make a statement here.
Bit more adventurous this time, Virtus.pro. Fame on A main, playing counter flash. Flit, does he get away with this? Yes, sir, he does. And Yuri puts his head on a silver platter. They didn't see that one coming. We got first blood to VP's favor and some strong map control to come with it. He'll drop nades over towards long. That keeps the attack at bay. And a follow-up wave of utility coming at E-Box from Quesarado down in Canal. Ooh, he's gonna try to challenge through, and he gets the better of Flit for that. Molotov with Electronics name on it.
Yeah, that one's key. They don't throw it just yet.
No, Skulls holds off for the time being, waiting a little bit longer. Fame actually kills Quesarado because the A flank comes out from VP.
Do they have a smoke back there?
Ooh. No.
Oh, and Skulls doesn't throw his molly.
Ouch. Yeah, they decide not to jump on that timing, but within that window of timing, Virtus.pro actually attacked from behind and really cut off one end of this execution. Fallen's just going to find the raw duel. Eventually that fire finds its place, and Electronics still able to kill from within it. One more tick. Oh, the fire spreads to Fame. Electronic has 2 health. If not for that, it's a 1v1 on site.
Yeah, he had 2 health as he jumped out of the molly, and he would have actually had that 1v1. Just a hair, 1 tick away from death. Nice moment from Flit and E-Box, but that's just good smart play. Had a little gap to work with. Punish the aggressive move here.
Here we go, change of pace.
We're seeing this more and more, and I think it's just such a strong CT maneuver to make.
Yeah, as opposed to trying to push out long A.
Yeah, as opposed to trying to push out long A, definitely. I think it's a much better version of Anubis from a CT perspective. Pushes all of this pressure up here. And, you know, Quesarado knows that they're down here. So the question is, how does he get this back?
Let's see if they've got the protocols for it. They'll start with an attempt on mid control. But the Blaze burns on bridge and flip the second layer of mid defense. Mac-10 wants nothing to do with him. It'll just go jumping by.
That molly just went up into the air, I think.
And he peels back. Obviously a little bit scrambled there, Flit.
You see this actually turns into a B split. So this might be a little confusing for Virtus.pro. Especially when someone pushes out mid. It's much rarer they split to B. So this should serve as a little bit of a fake here, I think, for the T side. Let's see if Fallen can get it organized.
Fame still floating around, wary of the stairs, but gets away from it. Able to get back to the bomb site. That's going to bolster the A defense, but again, be the intended target at 25 seconds.
He is actually a little weak. They have this one fight
Crossfire,
coming up for
though.
Flit. Oh,
Strong
yeah.
crossfire from the defense with that CT layer added. Flit will just shut down the mid play entirely. Flawless doubles back to site. We get Skulls trying to commit with the bomb cross. Doesn't happen. CT still able to position correctly. And now bomb's got to get picked up, but it's out in the open. They line up in front of KSerrato. He does not have time for the plant. Clock expires. Another clock-deciding round win, this time to VP's favor.
Yeah, at least that crossfire made it, you know, it was a forced situation. So that was a great crossfire to have that late into the round. Back from CT and Temple. And Furia really made a hard map to read, I think, with that round taking mid-control. But KSerrato missed a small opportunity to get someone actually falling out of canals back to A. So just an overall good round here for Virtus.pro.
It's a fun opening move from VP that kind of scrambled Furia through the mid play.
I really want to see more rounds just like that. I think I just want to see more Anubis evolve in that direction.
Yeah.
Because they tried these flash pushes on the extremities way too often. They just don't do much.
The dangerous KSerrato's AK floating out here bottom stairs. But it's not like they're really setting him up to do much, just waiting maybe for Virtus.pro to make a move. KSerrato sees nothing so far. Clock boils down to 25 seconds yet again. Finally, body spotted. 4 players confirmed here in Icy's scope. Famis on Heaven's just going to wait a second. Bomb is in the middle of that pack, and it gets swept away with ease. Total shutdown by Virtus.pro inside of the A site. Oof, the hell of a P250 shot from Cello.
Yeah.
That one's kind of nasty, but VP survived the test. Now 2 rounds away from tying this game up.
Okay, yeah, this would actually be a pretty big upset on this map if Virtus.pro found a way back in. If Furia can't get their claws in any deeper. I was a little bit worried watching that from Icy's perspective. 1 player passes, 2 players passes, 3 player passes, 4 player passes, and then he's like, you have 1 try now. You have to hit this next shot. But he does, and he has the teammates there as well. So
And A main was under wraps.
They look pretty comfortable here on CT side. Maybe they just put too many skill points into it.
Well, I wonder if it's just because Furia haven't been too disruptive yet.
Yeah.
You know, at what point do Furia try to really get a little more nasty with their timings? Become the nuisances they can be. We saw that potential Molotov to burn out the platform a couple rounds ago. The execute that never really came through. Now pressure's on. Flit uncomfortable, but he finds the angle to hold back Skulls on main, and now Flit backs turn to it. Nice double kill from him. Flawless has got his 1, extends into jail. 2 defenders doubling down, and now the 3rd piece, who has kept himself tucked in, waits an extra second. That gets fallen off the bomb plant, but very quickly swept away alongside his comrades.
Love that from Flit, man.
It is Virtus.pro banking on the triple B defense, with the first 2 defenders getting 2 kills apiece.
It's more disruptive here from Furia. It's a little bit faster, but it's just as properly played from Virtus.pro as these previous rounds. And Flit knows he has a fresh smoke in E-box. That corner is not really very effective if it's not smoked and someone can come out and just hard clear you, but why would you? After he got that first kill, you'd think he'd fall back. They play some kind of retake position. But he knows if he goes back to a retake spot, he's just stealing a spot from one of his rotators who are going to come in right after. So I just love the use of his sort of life in that situation. Very high efficacy round at a Flit, and it makes it a one-round game. Only the pistol and conversions for Furia in this half.
Yeah, both pistols full conversions each side, so them only having a one-round lead and now out of timeouts on top of it. Virtus.pro, you know, doing it their way. That first T side took its absolute sweet time. Losing 4 rounds to the clock throughout their T side, I think, was a bit of a testament to the discomfort of Virtus.pro on Anubis. But a CT side that's holding strong for the time being. This triple B stack goes out of the gate yet again.
How's Skulls here just 4 and 9, like you played half the game?
Now pistols to be punished. Wow. Tech9 drive-by.
Was that team?
Oh, maybe it was a shot from behind? Yeah, that could make sense.
There's something about that, like the way that his head bounced, that felt like team damage, right?
That looked weird.
I think maybe because it didn't gush.
But the lineup wouldn't have made... I don't know. Yeah, Either way, Electronic gets clean up. No, it was a Yuri Tech9 headshot. There's the assist. It was a crazy headshot by Yuri on the run over, but Tech9s do be like that. Now, Icy's unable to hold middle, so Furia have actually found a little bit of map control to come with this awkward buy versus a full purchase. Flamus slips up through Temple, catches Skulls, who's now having a real rough go of it. Those deaths just keep racking up against him. Fallen's got the bomb in an interesting position, but Flit, again, moves forward as opposed to back.
I mean, they have to know that he could have got here, but they're actually...
I don't know, man.
Seem aware. They think they got the only lurkers, but it's just Fallen is giving them the respect of thinking like his position is known.
I mean, they are going to get caught off by this. How many players die because of it? That's the question. Oh, never mind. Flamus does still keep his head on a swivel. Single point of health. I mean,
oh man, Connor, you just cannot win.
It felt like it was a really late decision to check it.
Once before you mentioned
like that was the first time they considered it a possibility. The 40 seconds that Fallen's standing there, nobody looks once.
But you know what? The fact is, that just shows you that Fallen should have just gone sooner.
Sure.
Like, it's just, but he doesn't know. They're not going back to check it. But like, there comes a point of the round where every timing is now open, so eventually you're going to check something.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can be too patient, but just too funny because every time Connor guarantees something's going to happen.
No, I did call
the Jim Cramer of
PS2. It was the wallbang earlier on Cadian's clutch attempt on Mirage that saved it. I'm starting to use unless.
Right.
And it's like a double layered prediction.
Forgot that time though, didn't you?
Yeah. I just felt so guaranteed. He didn't look once. He drops the smoke on the cross. He's staring at the back of Obelisk with his back exposed to long. He would have been... Yeah, my God. Yada. Game gets tied off of that one. The CT side starting to look impenetrable. Virtus.pro lose second pistol. Conversions and haven't looked back. Quesarado going to try to challenge Icy up on Fountain. Bomb still obviously back towards T-spawn, so Furia not looking to commit at a minute. There's definitely, I think, been openings through middle for Furia on this T side, something that Virtus.pro really underplayed. But those openings that get them into Temple, into CT spawn, they just haven't been too fruitful in straight up winning the rounds from there. 35 seconds, bomb gets picked up. They still want to take a glance at this A long control.
Back to E-box though, they don't have main control. They don't have that. No, they're going to try to play the camera split. Virtus.pro are good in these passive setups. I like their spots right now, but so much comes down to fame. 19 bullets.
And then Icy behind him, holding towards camera instead. Quesarado gets his. Icy missed shot. Pressure in from both sides. He'll deal with it. Electronic thrusts himself down to the fight. And there are the connections from Icy.
That's beautiful. I mean, everything was really great from the precisions, even though Fame dies. You see that he can be so well supported from his two teammates. Now, it had to happen that Icy and the other guy on site got both camera players at the same time. That's the only way that this fails entirely. But what do we have? Virtus.pro in the lead.
Yeah.
And their CT side has really looked good.
And the beauty of that even more so, it's not even the second guy on site in Electronic that holds camera. That's Flit's flank hitting at the perfect moment from middle. And Electronic is actually freed up to fight from Cake. That's what locks down Long. So Flit actually just jumping on the moment. And Icy, under pressure, picks up kills on both sides of the execution. And you can see him kind of pump his fist at the same time because you miss your first shot. Doubts can creep in. Instead, Virtus.pro with a one-round lead. Pistols here in the hands of Furia trying to charge down into the A site. Not going to happen. It's Electronic yet again up from heaven. Now, banking on the sidearm makes it a little awkward, but we've got a player to come up from storage in just a second, and Flommus does get that kill as K Serato catches Icy on his own, but that op picked up for only a moment. A 12th round from VP. They took their sweet time, all Anubis long, but this has now been 6 rounds straight, turned 7th for the 12-10.
This has become a little bit more embarrassing for Furia. We had some mistakes from Virtus.pro in the first half, but they're the ones who are less confident on this map. Furia normally score so low on their CT side that they win all their Anubis games on the attack, but here they've got nothing. Just anti-ecos, essentially.
I don't even know if Skulls has gotten a kill this second half.
Yeah, he's just, I think he was 4 and 6 before the half started. Yeah, I don't think so.
There we go, opening kill. Flit has been a little more aggressive in connector these last 2 rounds, so gets caught out as first blood in round 23. Leave it to Furia to let 12 get secured just to push overtime.
Got it.
Yeah, Flommus trying to control guns, but it's a full buy. A real soldier.
Looks like Yuri wanted it.
Man who always needs purpose. Burned forward, missed op shot from Fallen, but the cover!
That is so well covered. My goodness.
They know Fallen's close.
Situation.
Awkward for an opper under pressure from the util.
Oh, he just
quick
runs
scope
at him.
Double from Electronic. I mean, throws caution to the wind, but then they get caught themselves. Potentially Skulls' first 2 kills of the second half. And all of a sudden that B site opened up because of it.
Yeah, and he knows Icy's coming in from behind. Icy can swap out to any gun he wants. It is Skulls. If he walks back into E-box, there is a
on the side of the smoke as well, right? This is a do or die 1v3 from Skulls. And he'll close it.
Wow.
They catch Furia off guard by just pommeling through the E-box, but what goes around comes around. Skulls steps up.
Yep. That's a great clutch out of Skulls. They had no idea where the last person was. And you could kind of see, like, Skulls hasn't really gotten into the action, right? He's played so passive. And here, it really takes a long time to even show himself, to the point that Virtus.pro jumping out into canals, didn't expect to see anything, and they dropped their guard a little bit.
Yeah, they thought he was playing from B site.
Yeah, right.
And, you know, wouldn't have been.
It's actually a massive round. This game's over without that clutch. Now we go to round 24. Finally, Furia break the streak. 7 straight for Virtus.pro until that point. Doesn't prove their T side by any means, but it might be enough to at least get them to overtime and try again.
We'll see if Flit is as willing to be dangerous at the start of the rounds. Icy also freed up for the bit of more mid play. He's going to play it passive. That opens a door here for Cello to close the distance. He's got to be careful. That's bomb at the front. Seen a lot of bomb just being left back. Not this time. It's in the middle of the pack, ready to go so that they can pounce when needed. No A main control. Temple players double back. There could be a lot of friction here in the middle of the map for Furia to have to handle. They're going to go ahead and smoke off Temple. Flashing camera. Electronic right here And Fame right here with him. Because there's no follow-through towards long, Fame's able to disengage. Nobody attacks him from the back line. 2v4 now. They piece together the 1v3, all thanks to Skulls. The only thing to stop these gun rounds of the CT side, and this one ended. Oh, crushing defeat on Anubis for Furia. All things look so good until that streak of 7 rounds comes through from VP. And they do it their way on Anubis.
Yeah, they've been doing it their way for what feels like forever, and their way is we will play every round in every map, in every series, forever and ever.
It's James' nightmare, put in all the work but just can't finish in the end, even after 24 rounds. And for Furia, I don't know if they're cursed or what, like, they just can't win a game, right? Or can't win a map. We were talking about how CT sides are the problem, their T sides are really good. We're on Anubis, the most T-sided map. They get a 7-5 CT side, they win the pistol, they're up 10-5 on T side Anubis.
Still lose.
And then nothing. It was one Skulls 1v3, and that's all they had to show for in the gun rounds.
To VP's credit, I mean, they were pretty active. They did get in the faces of Furia. I even think VP made some pretty critical errors, which we'll look back on here. And regardless, kind of held on. And I think Electronic kind of had, dare I say, the end of the game killer instinct. Okay, the pushes he went for, that kind of stuff. Like, it feels like it's been a long time since I've seen him actually pull those off successfully. I've seen him try it, but I haven't seen it actually work till now.
Also, you know, sadly, these were two very flaccid T-sides. Like, very, you know, VP in the first half wasn't really putting enough pressure early on during rounds. And then when it came to the finishes, you know, either Furia still had utility left, or they were ready, or they had good information about where Virtus.pro wanted to end rounds. You switch over to the second half. A little bit of the same for Furia. Like, sure, they tried to do an early, in the first gun round, the early sort of B hit, B execute. It got shut down by Flit and Flammers, who I felt like had a great CT side at holding off, and that's where Furia wanted to go initially in the half. And, you know, when it doesn't work 2-3 times, well, it's sort of easy for VP to get a read, you know, that eventually they'll have to try and go A. That was the round with IC, with the AWP getting a lot of kills and just not being able to come up with an answer, Fury on their T side.
And we talked about Flammus as well just before the game went live. We said it was important for him to have a big series. Obviously, he had a pretty poor showing against Rare Atom, you know, one of the worst since he's been in the VP jersey, but course corrected him, Owen.
Definitely. The fact that he was able to get so much of it done on the CT side, kind of like with what Yanko said, where it felt like VP always just had enough info. You can even see the kill distribution in terms of positioning there, like not necessarily all away, like a lot of it being on the bomb site defenses. That's pretty tough though also, so credit to him on those, because I mean Furia's site hits probably made that feel a little bit more comfortable for him. Like, not all of these kills you're gonna see on the defense are simple or easy, but just like he's actually supposed to be the bait here, for example, so getting probably more mileage than he's even supposed to in some of these situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, it just felt like for VP, you know, being 10-5 down and then sort of getting a couple of rounds in, that's where they really turned it on, right? And started to believe as well. And it felt like, if not for one, you know, big mistake in the first half, they could have also had a stronger T side.
I mean, back over to the Furia side of things, is it just that they're behind the meta or something? I don't really know what it is, because we were talking about Aurora on Anubis the other day and how good they are on that particular map, and they just do everything well. They got a solid CT side, they have a great T side, and it's like, I don't know, you keep looking at Furia, and we talked about how this veto should totally favor them. This is their map pick. They have that good CT side, and yet they still can't get it done. So where is it going wrong?
I don't think it's necessarily being behind the meta. It feels like every Furia game, something different is the problem, and there's a different weakness that sort of rears its ugly head. I think on any map, the same rules apply for you to be a good T-sided team. You need to be able in your default to put pressure on multiple parts of the map, right? Even though you're not strong everywhere. Like T-side, it's all so that your opponents are in the dark about sort of where do you want to finish the round, where are you strong, so they have a tough time sort of making a call. Okay, in the mid round we want to aggress here, or we want to try and retake this zone, right? For Furia, for example, on this map, it didn't feel like they were really pressured, that VP felt actually pressured anywhere to the point where they were forced to make a move or make an unfavorable move at the very least.
I mean, yeah, I guess in this one thing I've been noticing, at least with Anubis T sides, is that if Aurora are the gold standard right now, sometimes they just hit the same bomb site 3 of the first 4 gun rounds. And to me, I don't know, I didn't used to think that was good calling, but I'm starting to see that more and more and more in CS2 with some game plans where it's just very consistently, maybe like light variations, but the same thing, and it's almost like adapt to us. We were forcing you to adapt to us, and Furia just kind of did a scatter of different plays. Like they tried a B split, they tried some mid control, mid pressure, like an A hit pretty much. Like they did, and it doesn't really have that same sort of concentrated effort towards a singular area. I don't know if that's good or bad necessarily, but it just seems to be any kind of meta developing.
Yeah, and the meta does develop, right? The map is T-sided. For the CTs, it's difficult to hold areas because once you spend your utility, right, you have to sort of give mid. So what do teams do? They take more risk. They don't throw maybe the early utility, right? They sort of just surprise you. You think, oh, yeah, this is the smoke that's going to come, this is the incendiary that's going to come, and then it doesn't, because they need to take that risk to have it saved up for later on in the round when the hit actually comes in to still be able to hold.
Well, we've got a round we can take a look at as well. I know you wanted to just highlight this round 10, kind of academic in the grand scheme of things, but worth looking at.
Yeah, I think in the first half, towards the tail end of it, this is VP winning 2 rounds in a row on T side, and Furia's final bye, right? If they win this one, they might even get to a 6-6 half, right? So they're going to go for that A execute a little bit later on. If you're VP, it starts with just some standard map control, trying to put pressure. A execute comes in late, Fallen finds some kills, but they're going to be able to get the trades, right? You can see, oh, it's 15 seconds left, great sequence from Fame, but Flit, who's coming on the way back, didn't pick up the C4, right? He was here throwing the utility, and then by the time he does pick it up, no time to go back, plant the bomb. I mean, Furia was saving at this point, and this was really a missed opportunity. Luckily for them, they won the 2 rounds after this, so it didn't spiral into a 9-3, 8-4 half, but still could have had an even better ending to the
And I think that's just Electronic and VP kind of carrying on the spirit and essence of the Jame-led rosters, where it's just going to be all the rounds. Even if they do everything right, they'll find a way to nerf themselves. Just like
it's actually
I'm just trolling a little bit, but
No, but I don't think you are. I think you're actually on.
Just something has to go wrong for them in a way that's kind of spectacular.
Yeah, they're just a crazy team for that. Now, obviously, now we're moving on to Dust 2. The one thing I think they've got right, that they feel they've got right, is this map. They've had some pretty big performances on it, but like we pointed out, it's not as if Furia are going to be fearful of their prospects on this map. They like to play this too.
Yeah, and this is where they actually were able to take down Complexity yesterday, and a team that's very comfortable playing default on this map, have a couple of set strats to change the pace, and also weirdly enough, even if you do something aggressive and take space, you push up mid, you get around, palm tree or whatnot, they will concede that space, wait a little bit, kind of make it even awkward for you, right? Because you're expecting to have had a fight by that point in time, and then do a good job of retaking those zones, bringing back the man advantages and whatnot. So we'll see, though. Now you're a map down. You couldn't do anything on T side, right? The confidence surely isn't at an all-time high, so we'll see how they fare against VP.
I also just like that this is one of the maps where I've seen the CT aggression come out for VP. One where I feel like when they were first building this roster, they didn't really know exactly how they wanted to always just like get into the faces of opponents. But this is one where I feel like I've seen Flit show a little bit more freedom, even Fame on the B anchor, just kind of like push a little bit more. Ones where they don't just feel so locked in place. For yesterday versus Liquid, they also were just kind of like every now and then there's just a guy that slinks up mid or anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, they were very proactive, I guess is the word, on Dust 2 the other day against Liquid. So, I mean, I think if you're a Virtus.pro fan and you're watching this and you see them make all these elementary mistakes, at least this is one map, I think, this is their home territory.
Dictate this one a little bit better.
And we shouldn't forget that on Anubis, Furia won both pistols.
Yep.
I mean, they had a good start to both halves and still couldn't close it out. So for VP, that would go a long way into sort of being able to get ahead early and just play from up front.
Yeah, and look, individual performances as well have been there for VP. Haven't always been able to say that, even in Bucharest, but just in general. I'm still excited every time I see the roster when it's written down, and then it's just when I watch the games, they're one of the worst teams to watch for me. I really struggle to enjoy VP games these days. But I just hope that if Icy and Flammus can pop off on this map, Virtus.pro should make mincemeat of Furia. Yeah, exactly.
I feel like obviously you're going to put a little bit of spotlight on Icy, because I feel like, he had that one great pop-off round on the end of CT, but also sometimes even not flash off of an angle. I've seen him just kind of miss sitters here and there, but if they want to just close this out in 2, I mean, I feel like it's weird because on Cloud9, I thought he was such a stable force, but then on this one, I don't know what people are saying that's bugging him, but maybe he's calming the nerves down just a bit.
All right, well, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to see if Furia can get back in this series on Dust 2. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're finding out what the players think will be the teams that make it to the playoffs here at PGL Bucharest. I got FaZe, Rain with me here. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm good. Yeah.
Feeling good? He's got a smile on his face. This man never seems bothered by almost anything. He's always ready. But are you ready to make your predictions for the top 8 teams here?
We'll see. We'll see if I remember all the teams.
All right, give me your first one.
Us?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
I'll do MongolZ.
Oh, yeah.
Virtus.pro.
Okay. Oh,
Falcons. I know, but I still believe in them. I think they're a good team. I'll do Falcons. I think Liquid is also going to be able to go.
Nice.
I think Furia also as well. They have a chance.
Okay.
You know.
2 more.
2 more. 3D Max.
3D Max.
The crazy Counter-Strike is going to prevail. 1 more, right?
Do you believe in G2, Rain?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll put G2. I believe in G2. Yeah.
So for sure, us. I think we're definitely going to make it. Let's put G2. Let's put Aurora. It feels weird to say Aurora.
I did an interview with them and I was like, I have to keep correcting my mind before I say, I want to say Eternal Fire.
It feels really weird.
They should be called Eternal Aurora.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's good. That's easier to get. So FaZe.
FaZe, yep.
I'm not sure about complexity because they just
yeah,
it was a very surprising game, I would say.
You take a risk there? Do you think they're gonna make it?
No, still I will put Falcons in there.
Yep.
So 3 more. Let's do Pain, complexity.
Oh, he's putting complexity.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm missing someone for sure. I can't remember now. So Liquid.
I'll have to start with Astralis, of course. I think they should make it. They should make it for sure. Yeah, that's the first team that should make it. Then I'll go with Falcons.
Falcons, okay.
Yeah. interesting rumors right now, but I still believe them. I still believe they will make the top 8. Then I'll go with Rare Atom, actually.
Oh,
yes,
okay, you're seeing the Chinese
I
counter-strikes
believe. And then MongolZ as well, of course.
MongolZ.
Then the Aurora, or Eternal Fire, whatever it is this tournament.
Aurora now, yeah, the change.
Then I think G2.
G2.
That was number 6. Then I will say GamerLegion.
Oh, okay. Why GamerLegion?
Yeah.
No one said that yet.
Nah, but my boy 1000 is on the team, and I have to believe him.
Nice.
And what's the last one? What's the last one? I'll go with Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro.
Yes.
Even though they lost to Rare Atom like they did.
Yeah, but I believe them.
Okay.
When they play the A game, they're pretty good. I'll give it to them.
I like it. These are not the usual predictions coming out, but he's going out with some interesting picks. Let's see if he comes through with a win.
Here for Virtus.pro, the fact they get through that first map their way, their style, 13-11, right by the end of their teeth, Mo. How'd they do it every time?
They made mistakes in that first half, but that's because Furia are the more comfortable, better Anubis team. The fact that they won is a very bad look for Furia, man. They did not survive that. They had everything they needed to close that game out in the second half. The only round they got that wasn't the pistol or conversions was Skulls in a 1v3. This was disappointing for them, you know, to say the least. Now they've got to really worried about even surviving this series from here on out. But the one thing that you can say in favor of Virtus.pro was that their CT side on the map looked way more prepared and comfortable than their T side was on the attacks. So here's to Dust 2, folks. Let's see if Virtus.pro can continue off their great CT start onto Dust 2.
Yeah, I like that it wasn't just sitting around the entire time, VP, on that defense, right? Those active canal attacks, trying to keep the playbook varied. It was a good look. Flit sticking around in bottom middle, but loses all vision. He will tuck into the corner instead. Only for a second, decides maybe not. Peels away, and we wait. Climb up's gonna get spotted, but Cello thinking he could keep his head tucked down, shrouded in the smoke. Wrong. Flit on the doors, blind, finds a second frag, so that's lady luck.
That's magic, but the bomb's out there. They gotta go grab that right now.
Luckily, no other players from Virtus.pro to stop that from happening, so they'll double up on top of it. Drop a smoke onto the CT cross and decide to head back into the tunnels, but this is gonna be where Fame actually activates, at least a little closer.
Problem is throwing a fake against Virtus.pro, man. They're ready for anything like that. Let's see. Fame's got this interesting angle.
Icy's behind him. Beretta's ready to rip. Skull's quick headshot. USP connects back from Icy. How much more does he want to gamble? Because the support is still long off. Serato opens up that bomb site for the plant. And we're going to go 2 versus 2 here in the first pistol of map 2.
It looks like they don't know that both are here. What? Electronic looked like he was looking at long for a second.
But I mean, they
should.
should.
know now, yeah.
Maybe just looking Flawless in the eyes before they have to push the retake. Flash is going to go in. Both players by window side. One up, one down. Serato pushes out around it. Yuri shaves the first player off, and it's a Serato headshot to close out. So Furia win another pistol. 3 for 3 on the series.
They do that, what was that? Would have that been a 2v4 in that situation? I guess Icy got 1, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, a hard situation to get out of after Flit got these opening 2 frags. So really, really good recovery here from Furia.
Yeah, Skulls was clean with it. Serato as well, opening sight. And nothing in the retake for VP to be proud about. Force buy, though, from the defense. We've seen Furia win all the pistols. We've seen Furia convert them. That's the extra salt in the wound of that first map loss is 13-11 loss with both pistols and conversions. That's the cardinal sin.
Stair said it in that halftime break when VP are on their pretty good team. That's the compliment he gave them.
Shout out Stair for those off-the-cuff playoffs predictions, including Rare Atom, GamerLegion,
the off-meta picks,
and VP. Not one person mentioned Apogee.
Yeah, whoever mentioned Apogee would be a genius.
And obviously, Skulls mentioning complexity.
Cool part for Apogee is, I mean, they don't have to go right into a stadium, you know, as they go deep in a tournament, potentially.
Hello and goodbye. Easy delivery for Skulls. And a vacant B bomb site that's going to come with it, so the Virtus.pro force buy can be saved for the next round. Not that bad. Just a great chance for Furia to collect some early money here, T-side. But no, you're right. Yeah, no big stage shakeup, right? This is going to be, it's one of those, also
games on the same PCs.
$1.25 million prize pool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. Even going moderately deep is a success for them, and
yeah, let me look at the prize breakdown, actually. I mean, 8th place at minimum. You make playoffs, $31,250 for the players, and the $31,250 club share.
They're on the road.
That would be more than all of their players' career earnings in terms of prize pool. And that's 6 years of play, by the way, for Prism.
First time we got the Furia one was back in 2018 in Rio. Made it to the grand finals, funnily enough, versus Avangar, called by Jame at the time.
True.
Turned into this lineup. These two were going head-to-head to try to prove who was the better breakout unit back then. Teams have changed quite heavily since. Right now, only Yuri and Quesarado remain from that original lineup. And there are 0 players besides Flit. Was Flit even on the lineup in 2018?
That's a stretch, brother. Little pop-up here from Flit gets denied by Fallen's Mac 10. This is a 3v5 being pieced back together by Furia. Icy's got other ideas. Killer Scout headshot. Fallen doing all of the work thus far. 3 kills to his name, 2 still to go. Skull's able to get his hands busy on this A split. Locks off the Cat retake, and that's going to force Virtus.pro to go doubling up on long. So obviously all of this heard. Furia going to go for the bomb plant Cat side, or never mind. He opts not to, just because you start to hear the stomping of Fame back towards middle. So
I like the CT retakes, to be honest, but and with the bomb planted where it is, I mean, how far away can they get from it? Back single, man.
Ouch.
Wait a second, this is not planted for them.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, Fallen decided...
Or are they playing towards Cat?
I don't know. With both the CTs going towards long, that's when it looked like he was going to plant for Catwalk, but then Fame went back through middle. Skulls calls that, and that's enough to scare Fallen into this plant instead.
Yeah, but then you just change the post plant. They could have played Elbow and Cat or something like that, and then support each other that way, but like... that just fundamentally didn't make sense. Like, Fallen right here, he's going to Cat. He could have just gone to Elbow and been just as hard to dig out of.
Lock behind the box and you're good.
Yeah.
Let Skulls take contact once smoke fades and you just try to play the bomb, but mistakes were made, we'll say. And the things that they were saving from the round prior end up paying off. VP, that 3v5 near recovery from Furia is denied. And we go 5 versus 4 here in the 4th. Add it to the pile of zany moments in this head-to-head.
Yeah, with the bomb and the time. It's funny because, like, oh, okay. Just got to pray it doesn't spread anymore, but he's good.
He's got support as well. Fallen and Cello joining up with Skulls. Electronic's going to dump his utility, throwing his life into the corner. Committed. Fame. Fast reaction on the op kill. Pops back up for the second. Fallen
keeps peeking.
Not looking back at this. Scopes on him now. Fame will damn well know it, so he keeps his head down, drops the smoke, and the frag grenade negligible.
They got to try to take this one back to A again.
It was an earthquake on Fame's desk when he gets that first kill. That scared the bejeebus out of him.
Oh, that's a solid tag, but it's one player that escapes to A. Oh, this nade also could do a lot, but it looks like it's going towards Cat. Timing's no good either.
Down to 30 seconds. Furia, 2 players outside door with bomb. They're just going to try to walk op in. Fame gets tagged through the door. Another player here for VP, lucky to be alive. Electronic waiting for some kind of tunnels play. Oh, and the cover is great from Fallen. 2v2 in sight. All the two players they need.
It was the slight discomfort with opping late into that situation.
Yes,
Fame
sir.
sitting on default, scoped in, hoping to be able to get a shot off, and Furia eventually, I mean, like, for Fallen, thankfully, after the tags on the door cross outside the B site as well, it would have felt horrible to have lost this situation, but they get it back into their grasp. But this is a spot where, like, Virtus.pro have a solid situation. I mean, they had a 2-1-2 inside B. They had back K-Sharp, 2 shots getting hit from the op. They smoked it out. And still, somehow, Furia got back in.
Another strong Fallen moment. We've gotten 2 of them. The 3 kills in the round previous didn't net him the round, but damn well tried. That op shot on Fame sent him scrambling. Made the spray through the door all the easier. Virtus.pro should consider themselves lucky that the round prior that they ended up winning was just off of lesser guns. That's why they get a strong buy here in round 5. Fame's gonna have his hands busy. All of B and middle, his responsibility. VP just allowing Furia to do what they want. The start of this one, easy climb up on middle. Electronic starting to feel like he wants to put a bit more pressure on.
It looks like. Oh, just
bad bounce, dude.
Yeah.
Just jumbled into the corner.
Oh, unlucky.
Or just bad. But you're being kind. I respect it. See if the flash will do any better for Electronic if he wants to get into this fight. All of Furia here on Catwalk. Sitting ducks, dude. Why is the guy who's not blind peek the corner?
I have no idea. I mean, it might be because they didn't know anyone was even peeking.
Sure.
There was no shots.
Yeah. But, you know, maybe just in case. Still, smokes come down in front of it. We're going to go 15 seconds here, Furia. And they are sitting inside smokes until 10. Finally starting to emerge out of it. Electronic's gonna look to attack them while they're distracted from the players on site. 7 seconds, bomb not planted. This one looking to fizzle out. All Fame's gotta do is live, so don't peek. And he will lock into CT spawn to get Virtus.pro's second on the board.
When did Furia become one of the most slow-playing teams in Counter-Strike? And now we got the 2, like, Furia of all teams. It's so crazy. This game's gonna set a record for most rounds lost or won by time.
I believe 58 minutes for that first map of Anubis.
Sir, MR15 numbers.
That one all fizzles out as Electronic is able to take his sweet time picking up the kill on Catwalk.
Yeah, he peeked. It's like, yeah, there are a few guys here. All right, now I'll peek again.
It's like he was worried the guy saw him until he realized he
actually
was
peeked the first time and he got blind himself.
Yeah. Ton of damage here, bottom middle, but
yeah, what's it worth? Got Fame alone. MP9 rotations need to come over, man. Help out your boy Fame.
Looks like Electronic's going to do that. Sprinting down through CT spawn to take back up mid control. AK in the front, Skull's dead. And now it's going to be those low health bars for cleanup. Fame could go ahead and ace, but he's going to let K Serato leave. He'll take the AK off the corpse, and at a minute, sit on top of that bomb with utility to boot.
Real smart move. Did his walking jump up into the double stack as well. Electronic will grab the 4th one down. K Serato alone. He's got this AK. I want to hold it, but I mean, CTs could be coming in from anywhere. We'll see. Fame, yeah, damn near ace. Four frags right here. Excellent hold, and didn't get scared, even though his teammates were pretty far away. It laid just long enough.
He's lucky there was no follow-through on middle.
Yeah, that could have just been a split for sure. Yeah, that's true.
But he stays perched on top of his box and lays down the law. There's a little warning for Yuri here as we watch Furia tiptoe their way through pistols. Quesarado at the front of all this with the Deeg.
We know, like Furia, they just want to mid B when they can.
Smoke in front. It's gonna disrupt the pack, but yeesh. Fallen jumping down into the CT spawn doesn't get them much. Icy flashed in for the swing, gets away from him. It's okay, he's an opper. Not his fault. Everybody else starting to fall around it, but a bomb plant bodes well for Furia. Any following kills would have helped out, but it's just that one on Icy that ends up coming through. VP have established the lead.
Got a lead, at least for Furia. Get the bomb plant down. This game's neck and neck, absolutely. It feels like in terms of ability here on Dust 2.
They call this music dwarf core.
Okay.
Because of pickaxes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, those dwarves.
I thought it was just short people made it.
No, no, God, no. No. That's insane. Decoy op and a real op with it.
That was my Mitch Hedberg moment for the night.
To hell with purple people. Rice is great when you are hungry and want 1 million of something. And Icy wants 1 million kills, but there's only 4 more to come at him if they all trudge through that doorway.
Oh, they wanted that trade bad, but the counter util's too hard to deny. They're gonna have to sit behind it. Oh, and Electronic scoots by this op too. They establish fully here on the mid door, and that's just been key because again, when Furia get out mid, they've made these mid Bs really difficult. Fame's having a good game, and they've still simultaneously made it a nightmare for him. We're not gonna have those deep cat grenades this time around.
Nor will we have Electronic pressing his face into them, but Skulls, nice kill. That's an instant headshot on Fame. He put that fire down. He knew what he was inviting.
Yeah, this might be a Poison Chalice stuff. They get this kill, they want to go out mid B, and Electronic still close door. It still feels like Cat is the right option, but now they get smoked out of that. Now it's a fake mid B. This is definitely looking like a good play here from Furia.
Flit leans back. Cello on the edge of smoke gets spotted. Still able to get the headshot, though. Looked like that was going to be a disaster. Instead, his first kill at 8 HP.
Okay, now we got to see about those post plants. So we have had a misstep from Furia here or there.
Cello takes over the op. We've still got this lurk from Skulls out middle.
Oh, they're not even going to try it.
Nah, looks like they're going to let it fizzle out. So Virtus.pro banking on Flit getting that kill, and it looked like he was going to.
Also, Cello's first frag.
Yes, sir. That's why I was thinking 0 and 6, crouch walking on the edge of the smoke. Yeah. Flit gets the first bullet off, but Cello recovered it with the headshot, and that headshot alone wins this round for Furia to tie at 4.
They also avoided the bad option, which was mid B, and they didn't believe the smoke on Cat, which was a very real smoke, but it was also, please don't come to the A site.
Terrorists win. Man down bad. Rock and stone, brother.
Ooh. What instrument was that? A mandolin?
No. I'm not sure. But I liked it.
He just missed that. Yeah. CTs can't always get there first.
Trying to go off the spawn, but Flawless slides out. puts a couple bullets in the smoke and exposes K-Serrato. Fraud watch. Poor guy gets his op taken off the dead body. There you go, Fallen. Freed up to do what you do best.
Flawless being very rambunctious self. We'll draw some util out here, but he's not actually committing, and Flit catches that.
Yeah, there you go. Back to failing ways. Cello, that 1 kill in the last round may have won the round this time. Empty-handed in middle.
Oh,
Icy
skulls.
opens up that smoke, and Yuri's able to get the kill back to Flit on mid. So the mid kill's going well here for Furia.
Everybody pushing everything.
All at once. Electronic keeps that timing up. Icy just turns at the worst possible moment. Missed op shot out of Fallen, who is carrying the bomb and spotted, now desperately running up the catwalk. We're going to get Flawless just sprinting into the cover of ramp. Didn't waste a second. That's a great way to dodge the threat of this double cat extension. Fallen trying to get that op into play somehow, some way. Drops into spawn, a madman trying to make something happen here, but blindsided. Wide swing up from Flawless. VP keep majority alive as they take their lead right back.
I guess that could have been cool as hell.
Could have been.
If he dropped and got that kill. But inaccuracy is not on your side. And also, yeah, I don't know. He probably still gets peeked, right, from the ramp. So, but he was right. That was going to be hard to win going A. I just keep picturing dwarves now.
Yeah, man, dwarf core.
Making this music.
Yardy do we dig and pick.
That was hidden.
To hell with elves and goblin clans.
That was pretty good, man. You'd make a great dwarf.
Thank you.
Not even that much taller.
Okay. Not all of us are built like ants. That's the tree people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I
yes.
watched Lord of the Rings, so.
Okay.
There's Ents in Dota, all right?
That's true. Long live the tree people.
Wallachi brother.
Smoke down bottom middle, and the cross comes out uncontested, but I don't know. Flit's been signing up for these mid fights. They're going to pop it open. That was my... Oh, not even. Excuse me. Just the bank nade off Xbox for a bit of chip damage. Cello's getting bullied. Poor guy down to 46 health. Has to play with a Tech 9 and is 1-7. And as smoke fades, now we're going to get this angle taken up by Electronic. Plenty of fights to be had here. Fallen, come on! You can't be jumping into that line with a knife out. Luckily, he's got teammates to save him. But that's a crazy decision that he almost gets punished for. We get this solo defense on B in the form of Fame. Flit just drops it.
How'd that happen?
And now Fame's gonna feel a little sketched out by this split pressure coming at him. CT spawn trying to be held onto. Fame's gonna have to go above and beyond. And above the box goes Skulls to clear him. K-Serrato locked out here in the mid corner, able to hold back that CT attempt. And so Furia managed to get away with it. Fully blind, the no-scope, no way. There's the response back from Fallen. Lucky to be alive. Lucky that Cello saves him in that mid-peak.
Yeah, this round was full of luck. There was just so many moments right there. I mean, even Electronic by the door or Flit, excuse me, had a really good spot to mow down two people coming out and somehow got a dink. Didn't hit the rest, had a lot of time to try to pull this off. There's that cover on the trade as well for Fallen because a few bullets get missed. Right here, K-Serrato's almost getting cleared. That's not a round you go back and think too much about if you're on the losing team. Just take it on the chin and move on.
It's back
Creates a wealth opportunity here for Furia because Virtus.pro will invest everything into this and only get 2 rifles and an op.
No, it's a sketchy round, but it's one that could definitely net them a strong finish to the half. He'll have to get by Flawless at some point, though. MP9 in hand, pressed against the door. He just has not seen a lot of action. He's been the most inactive player of the map so far. Given a great chance here at the end. Cello gets dinked up, but still soldiers on. Icy finds it through the smoke, and the pressure continues forward with Electronic keeping his head down. We get this cross over to the pit. That's Yuri with the AK in pit, while Fallen locks in Icy. And they'll use Util to reveal Electronic's hand. They know all about him now. Slow on the approach here. Cello, low health. Okay, looked for a second like he was gonna get caught out. 5-7 bests the Opper. That's a big gun for Fame to pick up, but pelted by Util on the attempt. And knowing that this was the all-in buy for VP, you'd think try to save the Op for the last one. Unfortunately, Fame just can't extend far enough out to find it. If he's lucky, he'll kill this low-health Cello and take the AK as a consolation prize. But that gets tracked. Cello with the multi-frag, 3 kills, more in this round than the entire half for him.
Before it, yeah.
Furia with a lead and a great chance to take a 7-5.
Looked like they were almost going to forget about Electronic, who had smoked himself out of car just running by, but everything goes right again for Furia in this situation with a few close calls. Flawless as well. They kept him inactive for so long, and then as soon as he's tested, only gets the dink, no final kill. Furia putting in the work here. Another tag as well from Fallen.
They're gonna pick up the tempo with this one too. Sensing blood in the water. They'll get long control with no contest. Electronic lets him get close enough on that wall. Icy's gonna flash him around it. But the pack does seem separated enough. Cello, tip of the spear, crossing ramp already. Flashes come through, covers great. Well done by Cello to remain ahead of it. Reacts in turning around. And the lesser guns of VP in the final round of the half looking to fizzle out. Fame, the last lifeline at stopping it on the ramp. Cello doing everything at the moment. And that trajectory of the Util lets him know there's more where that first wave came from. There's the close, folks, queued up by a Furia 7-round T-side.
They had to work to get back into that half, and Cello especially bounced back from the bottom of the board to damn near tying the top. And off of that, 7 T rounds here on Dust 2. Trying to make up for Anubis, where they really had Virtus.pro on the ropes. Furia's games, and so Virtus.pro's games as well are almost always close no matter what.
Whatever happened to like the star potential of Quesarado and Yuri though in this Furia lineup? It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It has. I mean, like Quesarado has always been on my top 20, but last year, even though he made HLTVs, didn't make mine. I think Yuri was. There was even a point where Yuri was slightly ahead of him in the first couple of years. People are still deciding, who was the best because they were just the best together.
Right.
But I think when Fallen came onto the team, the weird part is he himself has actually been doing pretty good. He does know how to move around forward, but the style totally changed for everyone else. And I think they're just not that young team anymore. So they've missed a lot of transfer windows. It felt like Skulls could have been a good move. But Furia have a lot of the Brazilian orgs missed a ton of opportunities in CS to pick up the talent, to take the team to the next level, to keep the young energy as well as keep a lot of star potential and like grow together. And I think have suffered watching some other teams get better around them at the same time because of it. It's hard to say what the ceiling of this lineup is, but it doesn't seem like it's that high.
I feel like we saw a better version of them back for the Shanghai Major, right? Obviously, Skulls was fitting into this system and like actually taking over moments. Obviously had the phenomenal ramp play on Mirage. But for whatever reason, you know, we haven't really seen that as the first half of 2025's gone on. They're able to maintain their top spot towards the Americas region, so securing a place at the Major is great. You know, in terms of the checklist, it's like their attendance.
They're good at that.
Yeah, they're good at
Which
being
is
around.
Important. Yeah, they're the Major's obviously such a huge part of the cycle. You know, you don't want to end up being a flip side, and then you're just like the best at. That's like being the best at exercising, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't want to be the best at just qualifying to things, but that is a really big deal.
I think it's a real testament that when we had that kind of halftime or in between map segment talking to players about who's making playoffs, nobody's even really considering Furia anymore, except for Furia themselves. And there was a world where Furia were, you know, just etching themselves into top 8s consistently. And at this event where you don't have all the top teams and that extra slot, you know, not just one, but a few extra playoff slots feel open, you'd think Furia should be a name that we continue to thrust into one of those places, but...
Yeah, I think they need more ideas, because that was the thing about that Furia lineup with Art, was they were the innovators. When Ancient came out, they came up with the smokes everyone used. When Vertigo came into the pool, they came up with the smokes everyone used. They don't have that anymore.
You know, in a world where Stare is listing Rare Atom and GamerLegion as playoff attendees, but no Furia, I think it really just goes to show that people aren't afraid of them anymore.
Definitely less so.
And maybe that could end up being a mistake in the long run, but does seem to have kind of lost some of their intimidation factor in the top echelon of the Counter-Strike world this year. Which is crazy, because K-Serato's on this roster.
Yeah, he should be the one to attract all the talent you need. Just got to manage things properly. Here comes the B attack. And Shell is going to see a lot.
Skulls looks to turn to help him. Bomb in the front finds the entry. Berettas take their time, but out comes the tunnels push, and you've got Electronic to lock in the rotate. They charge past him, and Icy's helping out from sight.
Excellent.
Clean P250 executions out the window, and Virtus.pro wastes no time picking up this second pistol round. And that will be their first pistol round of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Furia were definitely always my favorite team. I guess something about us, too, where we're just like, you know, we casted some of the We Play guys, or we casted the Furia DreamHack Open as they were getting together and getting good. And,
yeah.
You know, but...
Wait, are you saying we're getting old?
Yeah, we're getting old, too.
What?
Everyone here today will be dead one day. Sometimes I think about that.
Just reminding everybody at home, huh?
Go do that thing that you weren't going to do today.
Yeah.
Live a little. Like Flamus.
Living in the moment. 1 round difference. And a force buy out of Furia. Real dinky force buy, though. MP9, that's it. I want them nades instead, but we get this pack of VP players stacking up outside long, ready to just charge through that smoke off the flash wave. And it's clear. No resistance. Maybe surprising them, but smoke's coming down from sight means...
It'd be nice to have a scout for this round if you were a Furia. I think Fallon's like, damn, I should have got a scout. Should have asked for a scout. Couple of tags towards long, that helps a lot. But you know what? 5-7s can also cause nightmares. Look at the flashes here. That's the important part. And Fallen, that's one thing that hasn't changed no matter how many years goes on. He's got the best assist flashes of anybody in this game. Any level in the world. He's the only one with 2 of them.
It's all about the timing and the push, if there is one to come. But Flamus clears out Car. No hidden gem in that regard. Yuri playing football. And Skulls, he looked past that. He had a little gap for a second, but they just wait And they cross over.
Maybe waited a little bit too much time. Let's see.
There's the flash through.
Oh, see, everyone gets blind.
Finds him blind, but they still pick up kills. Good scout cover offered up by Icy at a distance. And Icy's definitely taken over this game, sitting 14-7 on the map.
Icy was getting some pretty amazing kills, to be honest.
Yeah, those P250 kills in the pistol, this scout shot that looked to have kept things as clean as possible. Virtus.pro not only tying this game at 7, but keeping all 5 players up. And this was the force, so the next round should be freer.
Who's your favorite Brazilian player? There's so much talent out there.
Snow.
Snow.
Yep.
Another Academy League player.
And I think he's like, what I like about Snow is it feels like the all of Brazilian, the scene, and all the other players and stuff, like when he played against Fallen for the first time, etc. Feels like everybody speaks really highly of the kid. So yeah, big fan of Snow.
Definitely see him getting a lot better too.
But I'm usually rooting for the next gen.
Yeah. Everyone loves an underdog. Something special about it.
I've just always find one of the most inspiring things about Counter-Strike and esports, you know, is when these young phenoms come up. I just think of myself at their age and ask myself, like, could I have done this? And it just traveling the world, all the pressure, the high octane lifestyle, like it's admirable.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the way they handle themselves at such a young age too is pretty impressive.
And then you get that quote from Donk, like, win 4 Face-It games or go see an ocean.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm like, oh yeah, that was me as well. Now Pistols here again. This is the free one. This is the well-earned round of Virtus.pro. But doesn't look like there'll be much resistance. Electronic catching Fallen. He thought maybe he'd be able to just cheat through the side of that smoke. Oh, I just won an extra footing, but Virtus.pro, it's not a blank smoke. There are plenty of bodies behind it, and I know who I wouldn't want to be right now, and that's Cello.
Yeah, he's just hoping someone comes out of the tunnels, but like right here, yeah, he's just dead meat. Dead meat. So easy, Virtus.pro. Searching out through middle and keeping it simple on the mid-Bs. This is the tricky part, man. I don't even have all the solutions. Mid-B is really popular. Well, I think that actually I've said this before, but the deep smoke Freiburg drop mid-B variant is the best one in terms of not letting random things happen, in terms of not getting spammed through the smoke, getting a kill early on your exec, making sure CT is clear, and also making it look like you could do a cap play. But with the standard mid-B smoke, that's where it can definitely get very sketchy. So a lead here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, a lead and a couple of very flat rounds out of Furia. So good buffer of cash built up by VP as the first CT gun round comes out. That's not how you want to start your first gun round. Poor Skull's
got a magnet right now.
Yeah. Icy's on it.
Yeah, he's on it.
It's nice to see. When Icy's on, VP have easier days. There's no denying that. Fallen. There's a scout out there on the field.
Somehow that was a shoulder peek.
I don't know.
Only Virtus.pro shoulder peek suicide at a minute 40.
Yeah, right. And they are very much clumped up for the cat play. There's a clean one from Cello.
What was that?
Don't know if that was just over the top of the smoke or...
Wanted to take a peek.
You know, sometimes you just carve a path.
Uh-oh, this is late. Quesarado, oh, he didn't hear this till really late.
Dropping the smoke in front of him. Incendiary to the boxes. Gun finally out. He's got a fire down beneath him. Bomb, though, is the last man in. So now all of Virtus.pro are going to have to somehow go back, grab Bomb, and then get onto the site. And that's not going to happen. If Bomb is on anybody else, they could have at the very least planted. Maybe then somebody gets crazy. Fame, Galil at this distance, nothing. And it's 5 health bars at half for Furia, but Bomb possession feels like it really denies Virtus.pro anything.
They had to, especially because it was that bomb coming in late, attack from both Elbow and Cat at the same time, because Quesarado was actually out in the open, and he had made a really good adjustment to get that kill. Yeah, he just actually gave it a shot.
Chance knife. Ooh, there we go.
Not bad. Yeah. But yeah, this is just the bomb coming in super late.
Some very clean rifle work as well from Furia.
Definitely.
But again, cash in the coffers and then some here for VP. So let's see if Furia can string these rounds together. 13-11 back on Anubis if you missed it.
Don't watch it. Dust 2's been better.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If you want to take a nap, it'd be a...
Yeah.
Or if you're into pain. Ouch.
Yeah. Really took his time. He's like, maybe I can find a little corner here. I don't want to waste this smoke. Electronic said, don't throw this smoke, no matter what.
Luckily, Electronic, Flawless, and Icy still have theirs.
Well, you've got an underserved, I think, middle, and Virtus.pro who want to try to take it again. This could get a bit scary.
Fallen still sitting on the cat ledge with Op.
It's a pure chemistry test here between Skulls and Cello.
And Cello's had a hell of a recovery because first half was so flat.
Like, Fallen's not in CT spawn right now. They're even holding for the long push. It's a very scary split coming in.
They put down another flash and a smoke down towards CT. Cello still just looking to use the door gap to his advantage. Then they smoke off tunnels at 35 seconds.
Not bad.
Are the T's out of smokes? No. Last one comes out from Icy.
They can't go cat now. They have to try to go mid B.
Icy gives his smoke to Fame.
They're just going to refresh it and go. Yeah.
Last smoke utilized. Third time's the charm by the looks of it. Skulls working with an incendiary to maybe block off the other end. Frag grenade to open that smoke. Cello sits behind Car. Spray gets away from him. Trade good from Fame. And then Flit able to just lock in on the mid play where all of Furia remains. So down to the wire, but calculated. And with a Molotov in their feet, Flit just
he got by.
Smoke. Didn't see Yuri.
Him. No way he got away with that.
I mean, the fact he just used that utility means Yuri's going to be sat there looking at these smokes because you'd think he's somewhere in there. But I guess they believe he's peeled back. They think maybe he's still close doors. You can see Quesarado trying to clear that out.
They're just not going for it.
Not just Flit's unknown presence.
That's crazy. Lucky for Flit, man. That I mean, there's been luck going both ways, so I'm not going to say he didn't deserve it, but wow. He did not know there was a threat in the doorway.
Dude, spooky stuff for Furia to have to deal with. Flit just disappearing like that.
He's been tricky.
VP took their sweet time, as they do, all series long, but they'll get that lead back in hand.
And, you know, they ultimately did figure out the right option, no matter how much resistance was there. The late smoke on tunnels. All the pressure from the mid-B grenades. Quesarado is trying to make that hard for them. 24 seconds they smoke there. Furia playing with fire.
Ouch.
Another good tag. Skulls. Poor Skulls.
He was tagged by the scout once, now the op. Lucky to be standing. Making that B defense work for it at low health out of the gate every time. Flummus just already trying to get contact towards Catwalk, but they peel back here, Furia.
Yeah, once that big Flawless round, he has been sort of a non-factor right now.
The big Flawless.
Yeah, you know the big Flawless is coming. Is the big Flawless going to start swinging soon? You can't ignore the Flawless.
Virtus.pro came out on top of the drawn-out utility battle of the last round, and they're going to get right back to smoking that CT box. Ooh, Fame is able to hold on to the smoke this time.
Works outside the blue.
And Skulls is low HP because of that op shot through the doors at the start of the round. Utility here on the A site to try to keep them allocated.
Saw that double nade.
Flawless gets out, but the smoke on CT box fades.
Keserado's actually got one more nade here.
He's trying to keep them on the other side of the doors. He's hoping that they're not this far out, and Electronic even picking it up while blind. Low health here for Skulls. Electronic's just going to get the better of him. No defense offered up on B at all until Cello gets in with his, but it's short-lived. Flummus, quick return frag, and again, they just squeeze it for what it's worth, leaving 2 players bottom middle, not even needed. When you're able to leave 2 bottom mid, you know that B site's yours for the taking.
They give a lot of clues. I think Furia have like the right idea in terms of all the utility they're leaving in spawn, but that's just not enough to actually stop this attack from coming in. And if they're going to play 2 on site like this, I mean, they got to at least, I think, play a 3rd guy left side mid to start once in a while. Otherwise, this will just continue to be a problem. Furia can continue to save, but VP will continue to win. Wow. Oh. Damn, that's a perfect tactic to close the round, too. No saves this time.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Could have been a retake last time. 5 dead this one. Shaping up to be another great end to the map for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, taking over both these maps in the second half.
Oh, I mean, that flash was good. It would have still been, I think, hard for Keserado to get out alive if he committed to 1 kill. But yeah, it's a matter of inches. Oh, there's a small moment. They're going to peel back, holding for the lower push. You know, Fallen's got to win this round if it's going to be Furia. And they've got some active spots right now.
Surprise, surprise.
They just had no idea, actually. I mean, it was quiet for a bit.
Molly doesn't spread. Opera's going to go for the top mid play because that Molly came out. There's another one, so looking to catch him while they have grenades out.
Yeah, Fallen has an opportunity here. I mean,
still though, I mean, they burned 3 Molotovs. You don't even get Cello out of there. Like, that's pretty half-assed.
See if they clear this properly. Flummus. Oh,
yes, sir.
Yes, perfect.
Very well done. Now, there's still this looming threat of Keserado. Lower tunnel players been keeping guys preoccupied. Keserado tries to help out top middle, but that's ambitious.
Bomb comes in slow, but at the same time, it makes it.
Flit made a loud step. You get this still in the tunnel play from Cello. Flit knows he's in here somewhere. Ooh, finds him out, sprays him down, and turns back. We'll see if Yuri's MP9 can catch him off. No, sir. Flit has just been the bane of their mid play. And Fame's opened up to go for the window peek, now looking to sweep away the weapons that they had.
That's crushing.
Yeah, Furia just kind of get roped into maybe taking a look at that B site. In reality, it's a shutdown that's going to be costly.
And it's another round that ends B, man. It's just working out for them different ways each time, but the defense is not getting better here for Furia. Now, that wasn't a full buy. They even saved the good guns for last, so it's pretty much just a perfectly placed attack for Virtus.pro from all angles. This investment here from Furia is the last chance. Maybe the last chance to see an op.
Curious to see if Cello gets unleashed again. Tunnels play looked a little awkward for Virtus.pro, but because he just didn't have the better weaponry.
Oh, Icy's that guy right now.
Ready for the Fallen peak. Lays him out. And this B defense, I mean, it has just been bullied from the get-go of this T side, whether it's the wall bangs that Icy's been able to land through doors or...
And every round, Furia refused to play on a 3 lane. They've only played 2 in the site. Someone in CT, and I think that's because of the utility they've kept cached. But now, after this many rounds of conditioning, I think Furia are going to be a little bit weaker towards A.
Figure out where VP wind up, but...
Gotta be careful. I mean, looks like Electronic's going to throw some sort of fake again. think the adjustment here from Furia is really good. But if it's perfect conditioning from Electronic and he understands what's going to happen, they end up just taking this play.
Yeah, he just gives his utility to Flit, so it looks. I think he's going to drop CT.
Yeah.
He's just looking to get past K-Serrato, maybe try to unravel something out in mid, but now K-Serrato's taken his attention, slowed him down, burned into the open, almost dealt
1
with.
HP.
It's enough to make a difference. And then pushing out through the edge of the tunnel smoke, Skulls at bat, down, low health goes both directions, and the B site cleared out again. K-Serrato's measly 1 point of health gets popped by Flit. The late play here from Catwalk. Flit has just been owning when it comes to both sides of the mid play, and Cello not given a chance to shine in this round until it's way too late. Virtus.pro's 12th secured with relative ease, as this B hit is so continuous time and time again. And of course, this T side now, this is 7 rounds won by Virtus.pro out of the 8 rounds played.
I mean, this is also really disappointing for Furia because they actually get the first kill on A. They catch the lurk. They know it's a mid B. They make the adjustment over to B, and both players in the site get no kills. It's not even 1/2 delivering now.
First halves, both maps with promise. And then the Virtus.pro plow comes through for the second each time. Yet again, some limitations here from Furia, but it doesn't even come down to the buys. It's just been all the rounds VP's way.
Icy with a super clean scoreline, best on the server right now, 15 and 8.
Yeah, feels like, not to mention the assists he's been able to establish with the damage through mid.
And an up-tempo walkout, knowing there hasn't been anyone close. They try to just goad them into playing a 3A setup.
Like that flashbang, you just chuck a flash from window. Electronic scoffs at it. There's no swing out yet. K-Serrato making sound, so Op's able to train in on him, and with the way Icy's playing, he is simply not missing. And all of a sudden that B site scared because it's feeling like yet another hit. In reality, it's going to be Catwalk to A. So finally a change up here for Virtus.pro. They've got Fallen out of position. That long control will not be worth much, and he just gets shredded by Flit in an instant. So VP showing that there are variations and that they can play them out late to just keep this T side as damn near flawless as possible. Furia have just simply been outplayed in the second half of Dust 2. And unfortunately for them, back on Anubis, should have been their map to win, could have pushed this series to a third. VP will not waste any time in showing us what they've got here in Bucharest. Map 2, all theirs, second half, clean as can be.
So Dust 2 is VP's home ground now. We can safely say that. Looked very clinical there. Do have to say, though, guys, I mean, Furia, the problems continue unbelievably flat. And as I say, I just find it staggering. This roster should be doing so much better than this.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's boring, but it's effective. That's the Virtus.pro MO right there. Like the amount of times
it's also not always effective.
It's effective,
but it is boring.
It's effective when it works. Okay, and against Furia, you're right. I mean, yeah. They couldn't fight any way back into some of those rounds. I mean, like Cello and Skulls were just getting it. They were in a torture chamber for that entire half. Like they did not know how to react to the B attacks from the VP side, the mid to Bs. Everything was just putting them in a blender.
They were just not proactive enough, Furia on their CT side, in regaining map control, just sort of trying to get some information back. How many times, if you watch another Dust 2 game and when a team is doing a mid to B split on the T side late in the round, how many times do you have a flanker for the CTs that pushed long, right? Like there was none of that really for Furia. They were just sort of, and that's what VP wants. Like they want, the reason they prolong the round is they want to draw out all of your utility, and then when they go for the split, it's just aim duels, right? And obviously they have the advantage in numbers, and also, I mean, that's the style that suits them, right? So the way you beat that is you have to be smart about reading what's going on, reacting, and sort of either having a good flank or having you know, an extra player in the bomb site to be there ready to defend, and we saw none of that for Furia.
Yuri just isn't a long A player in my, like, he's just, I mean, I think so many teams now are putting aggressive people, or people that almost don't care about their lives as much as their long A player. Like, the prime example for me is Madger on Aurora. Like, if he thinks that anything's going badly, he just pushes long A on a whim, and yeah, sometimes he dies, but he gives his team information, and I feel like Yuri never really took that upon himself. And also, it doesn't help that K-Serato is your A defender, like CT rifler, and he misses the smoke. Like, he's trying to break the smoke, and then he misses the nade.
The
Like,
round
that's
that
pretty
stood
bad.
out for me, I think, was when we had that crazy moment in mid where, like, Flit kind of, like, just got away somehow.
Yeah, that was Yuri trying to flank him.
Yeah,
behind him.
exactly. And it just felt in that instance, like, I don't know, you just knew it was going to be one of those halves for Furia, I think.
Instead of having a 3v2 and going for the retake, right, they decide to go for the save, and nothing really comes out of it. It's just more of the same for VP in the next round. They did the same thing.
Yeah.
They just kept hammering mid to B, really. Like, it felt like almost every strat was predicated on smoking mid to B twice, baiting all of the defensive utility, but then sometimes you're just going to layer it. So this is the one map where I actually feel like I like Electronics calling. I feel like I see such a concerted idea behind how he wants to play with the defense. And then, you know, on the third time he does it, he's swinging off cat with 3 guys, so it catches people.
And the problem is like, you know, before in CSGO, you had this sort of thing where, okay, if you're the B players and you're fighting a split, you either need to fight mid or fight tunnels, right? You can't just sit in the bomb site and wait for them to come at you. They're coming from 3 different sides, really, and there's no way you can call that. That's not necessarily true in CS2. I mean, it's so hard to retake B, so if you're playing outside mid, unless they're really heavy mid, then you just kill them all and you have an overwhelming numbers advantage, you know, it's not really going to work. And we see teams trying to save utility late to block, let's say, doors and then play 2 from the side. And for Furia, none of the above happened, right? It's sort of just, okay, we're trying to buy time with utility, but while they're using their smokes to B, nothing's happening anywhere else for them to gain information, to do something for an extra person to be able to rotate over. They weren't necessarily even fighting together in some of those splits. And when that happens, I mean, that's the dream scenario for the T's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I still think Virtus.pro, they're going to have to work a little bit harder for me to kind of be where I realistically, you know, want them and expect them to be with the lineup. But, you know, look, the good news is, as I said, that they've had a very good day at the office in terms of those players that we highlighted. Flamus and Icy, they've had a good series, you know, turned a bit of a corner. The Rare Atom game kind of looking like a bit of an anomaly now. And they're going to need that moving forward because they should be playoff bound. I mean, that's the bare minimum I would expect from them here.
That's what they would expect of themselves. If you're the 10th ranked team in the world and you're missing some of the top dogs at this event, if you're not making playoffs, you're regressing. And I don't think VP are considering themselves as a team that's stagnated at all. I mean, they're still a fairly young roster in terms of just being 3 months with this 5-man lineup. And I see, like you mentioned, I mean, he was hitting some shots that changed rounds.
Oh, absolutely.
He was actually hitting some wall bangs with the op or the scout, I think, even at one point, just like changing the entire face of what's going on. And that's kind of the X factor that they definitely need, because sometimes VP's defense can get a little bit too stagnant. And if he doesn't actually put up some kind of wild kills here and there, it just feels like they're going to get crunched almost like Furia did.
It also, you know, the feeling I have about these teams is the polar opposite, right? You can be very optimistic about Virtus.pro. Only 3 months together, a lot of young talent on the team.
Yeah, sure.
Getting used to electronics, leadership in and out of the server. Him also, you know, building himself up as an IGL. The only thing they will improve with time. And then Furia on the other side. What is there to be optimistic about? Like, pretty much nothing, right? I mean, it's very pessimistic because, okay, you had your initial period with Skulls and Fallen as the sole IGL captain and whatnot, and looked nice, and now you've regressed. So the only thing that can happen, really, unless you find a way to turn it around, is a roster change or even 2, right? And unfortunately, that feels inevitable for Furia. Probably knowing them, nothing's going to happen until the major ends, just wasting time away yet again, only to just lose in like the first stage that they play in. But, you know, you're hoping. I think this has been the hope for I don't know how many years, that these Brazilian teams will figure it out and just get one roster together. Like, even, you know,
I think we've seen aspects of it. I think we're starting to see they're turning the corner as a scene.
Fallen can give Furia a loan, you know, to get Insani in for cello, right?
we love it. We love
At least you have that one last hurrah, Fallen, in your career where you have all the correct pieces, and for it not always to have to be something, you know, put together kind of forcefully in a way.
All right. Well, it's been great hanging out. Another short day for us. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we won't be here, but you will have Tech Girl, Dust, and Prof. So stick around. See you tomorrow.
Meow, 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 meow.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're doing our predictions to see what the players think of who will make it through to the playoffs at PGL Bucharest. I've got 60 with me here from Complexity. How you doing, man?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, and it started off very good for you here. So give me your 8 teams you think will make it through.
I think MongolZ, I think us, FaZe. I feel like Falcons may be able to pull it back. I think GamerLegion actually can go through.
Yep.
That's 5, right?
3 more.
I think Pain can, especially if they keep on going how they are now.
Nice.
I think Aurora.
Yes.
And I also think VP can pull it back.
Ooh, okay.
I think G2 and Aurora. Aurora?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
and I think these teams will be 3-0, of course. And the next teams, I think us.
Nice.
Astralis.
Yeah.
GamerLegion.
Nice. You give them some respect. They're playing good.
And Furia, I think.
Furia, okay.
Yeah. And I think Legacy is playing a really good CS. They win against Liquid. Is a really strong team. So I think they, of course, will be.
Cool.
And one more, I think. MongolZ. I think MongolZ will be. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, it's gonna be G2, Aurora. It's gonna be us.
Yes.
MongolZ.
Yep.
FaZe.
Okay.
Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion.
Oh yeah, nice. You got to get your old team.
Yeah, and who? So, I don't think Complexity will. I don't. I think Pain might have a chance.
As well.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Flammers.
Thank you very much for having me.
There we go. We have the teams. Let's see if he's right.
It's day 3 of PGL Bucharest. We're halfway through the day here on the A stream, and now we have those 2 games you've been waiting for. We're going to find out which 2 teams are heading into the playoffs. And it's pretty hard to believe that the teams currently sitting 2-0 are not the ones we were expecting. When you look at those names, you might be a little bit surprised. But we're going to dive into that and talk a bit about how we got here. I've got Dust and Prof with me. The first game that we're going to be talking about, of course, is G2 up against Complexity. So let's just start this conversation with a little bit of spice. You have Falcons, a team that is now rumored to get one of the best players in the world. And they absolutely beep the bed. They look horrific, they look terrible, they fall apart. Then on the other hand, you have G2, who's just heard as a team that they're going to lose one of the best players in the world, and yet they look really good in this event. How does that work? Because let us be honest, in any other situation, mentally, it should have been reversed, right?
Yeah, I mean, you put that quite well. I was thinking about the same thing this morning. Like, I was going into this expecting, you know, for G2, things look very bleak. For them, things look like, where are we going next? We lose Nico, our big star player. We're losing MongolZ, our big star player. Who can we get? What is the future of this team, of this organization? And Falcons are like, okay, we got our boy. Everything's going to be good. We just need to like play out this tournament and then move into a new era of Falcons, right? So to be honest, I'm also quite confused about this.
Something's going on in Falcons far more than just a -C move, and I can't wait for potentially for their.
I'm just going to come out and say it. I'm sorry. Like, it's no damn excuse that you can just sit there and think that, oh, we'll just wait for MongolZ to get here and everything will be fine. Screw that. You had the heroic core from the end of last year.
Yeah,
that was a team.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, like you had a team that was a core of players that was placing well at the major, placing well at Rio, very talented. Yeah, you lose Nerds, but you get Nico, who's like literally the one upgrade you could actually feasibly make in that scenario where it wouldn't feel bad that you lost Nerds. And then Mage just at worst is like a lateral move from Shush, so they have no excuse for not performing better this year with the lineup that they have. Meanwhile, give credit where credit's due. Like G2, we poke at them for all their flaws, but the reality is they still have a lot of individual talent. They're still going out there fighting. Nice top 5 finish coming into this event from Lisbon, and have looked very strong so far here in Bucharest. So, hey, I'm glad that they're still playing with pride and playing to win, despite the fact that they are going to lose one of their big players.
Yeah, I mean, the man on the screen is also one of the factors why they're doing so well and why they managed to get the playoffs in Lisbon. He is stepping up. He is someone that needed to step up. Everyone needs to step up when Nico leaves, right? And I think what they're doing now is they're just playing with no pressure. They know what's going to happen. They're just going out there playing kind of a freestyle brand of CS, which does suit them, does suit the players that they have. And yeah, as I said, no pressure. Pressure for G2 has been their bane of their existence for however long this org has been in Counter-Strike, pretty much.
It's an interesting one because I do think that the G2 team, and again, I don't know what's going on in their brains, but there is a moment of, okay, everyone's going to write us off now. We are losing MongolZ. So like you said, that amount of pressure is kind of gone, so they can come in here and go, hey, you know what, actually we are good players. We all still got into G2. We'll show you that we're still more than capable. And without the big hard hitters here at the event, it allows them a space to potentially lift a trophy, which must be going through their head as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, yes, you are losing MongolZ, but he's still here and in the present and focused, and it's playing very good Counter-Strike. We've always praised G2 for having such a crazy amount of individual talent, and yeah, they did lose Nico, but Heavy God was a great addition to the team. He's not the same player by any stretch of the imagination, but that death ball of Heavy God, MongolZ, and MongolZ is still quite deadly, and as we were looking at Hunter earlier, if that's your 4th best player, theoretically, and he's putting up that type of performance so far this year, I mean, that's enough skill to get you the job done no matter really how everything else is going in the environment. So, I mean, so far so good for G2 for sure.
Let's focus in on PGL Bucharest. What do we think of G2 so far?
I mean, especially going into this matchup, like the discrepancy in the player quality and everything is huge, but we also saw Complexity already go against the odds on some of these things. I feel like in this case, you're going against G2. MongolZ is still here. He is by far the best player in this tournament. Like, he is in the discussion, obviously, with Donk and Zaiwu, and no one else is in that category. Donk and Zaiwu are not here. MongolZ is here, and he's performing as he does usually. And I think next to that, also MongolZ had his ups and downs, especially since Nico left, kind of adjusting to the new responsibilities he has. But he is also one of the best riflers in this tournament as well. So if we're just talking about pure star power performance, G2 has loads of that.
That's absolutely right. I mean, you have to understand that MongolZ is a guy that was never questioned mechanically about what he could bring to the table as an entry fragger in particular. He did that very well, really his whole time in CS2 and continues to do so, even this iteration of the team. But it's one of those situations where it was just about learning how to deal with the individual decision-making of playing those solo spots that Nico used to play. But as we take a look at the table here, I mean, one of the crazy things that we're kind of getting to, I think, is the fact that Complexity have finally shown up offline. I mean, Cluj was a bummer. Their only wins were against Imperial Valkyries. They looked very damning. Even online at first, say look very damning, but they've been great so far here in Bucharest. Everyone seems to be playing pretty well, and Halsrick has really been kind of one of the ones at the top of the totem pole. Has really been helping hoist his team to a potential playoff berth.
Complexity had a downgrade. We'll just say it, right? We've all said it. I think it's an honest comment to make. They lose a Liege. They get these players in that don't necessarily play at this level. It's great. Thank you, Heavy God, for blowing out my ear. I appreciate it. So Complexity comes in with a quote-unquote downgrade, and yet they're currently sitting in the 2-0 bracket here. They've looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing a different brand of Counter-Strike, I feel like, than what they did when Elise was here. It's more chaotic, more aggressive, more. Maybe it's not the most optimal Counter-Strike, but it's something that works for the players they have. As you said, 2 new players coming in, Nyx and Sexy, don't have a lot of experience on the big stages, and how they're approaching the game is just like, let's set up early fights. Let's set up a way where we can just brawl and have our individuals go against the individuals, and not have to go into the late rounds where the decision making comes to the forefront, right? So that's the way that they're approaching the game, and it's working out.
Yeah, and the bans are exactly what we expected. I think that's the tough one for Complexity, as Train has been kind of their wild card map, and they're not going to get to use it in this series, which is a little bit unfortunate. As we get into the picks, we should see Dust 2 coming from G2. As far as what Complexity does, that's an interesting one for me. Like, I really don't know what would feel like a strong pick to them. I mean, in the online environment, they play a lot of Anubis, so yeah, there you go, fair enough. I think that's kind of right on the money for what we expected, I think, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I think the big thing about this matchup is, like, where is Complexity's edge, or what is the win condition for them? Obviously, they're the underdogs, but with Train going out, that's one of the win conditions kind of out of the window. They have really relied on it in the previous 2 series that they played to get a map win, get into the series. So can they do the same over on Anubis? That's something I don't know. And then, as I said before, obviously the individual qualities on the side of G2. What maybe isn't is, you know, how seriously is G2 taking them, and how prepared are they for what Complexity is doing? Because I feel like if this was Complexity against like a Vitality or, you know, a top 4 team that's like very stable and knows what they're doing, I feel like they would counter a lot of what Complexity's early aggression is. But I feel like G2 might just go in for it and go in for the brawl.
I'm nervous for Complexity. I know that they've been playing well and North American fans must be happy, but I do think that G2, just in terms of like player quality in the server, I mean, you have Manasi. He's the best in the world. On a good day, that's going to be a little bit terrifying for them. And we need to remember, Cole doesn't have any support behind him. They have Messioso, their GM, but they've lost their coach. We heard from Sexy yesterday. He sat on this couch and said the players are having to do a lot of the prep. That's going to put them in a difficult position in this one.
It is, because you're going up against G2 on Dust 2, which is very much a home field advantage map for them. They've historically been fantastic on Dust 2. It's one of the maps that plays having loads of skill and playing more scrappy, which they love to do. And, you know, Complexity doesn't have a lot of reps on this map with this 5. I mean, on LAN, they've only played it 4 times. Yes, they had the win over Falcons, but outside of that, not much else. And they haven't even really played it online either. So when you don't have those reps and all you're relying on is scrims, and you're going up against the behemoth like G2, it becomes very much an uphill battle. But guess what? This whole tournament for Complexity has been an uphill battle. And so far, they've passed both tests that have come across their desk. So this is the most ultimate one, though. This is going to be maybe a bridge too far. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. You said you're worried for them. Like, there's nothing to be worried about. I feel like 2-0 start, and even just getting 2 wins over the opposition that they did is, I feel like they are already pretty happy with the tournament. And next is just like one of the next 3 and getting into playoffs, because that would be a big achievement for them. I think ultimately what they are hoping for is a quick game, kind of like yesterday, maybe catching G2 a bit sleeping. Monasi, as good as he is, he does have some games where he's maybe slow to turn up, and if they can use that and close out the game early, then they can maybe make some damage.
Here's my thing really quick, is like, we know what to expect from G2. Very fast paced, very brawly, very much just looking to up the tempo and use their skill. What I want Complexity to do is take the nameplates off the server. Play the way that you've been playing this tournament. Like you've noted earlier, they're playing a more up-tempo, confident play style. They're decisive in the mid-round. They're going for things. They're not worried about who they're up against. Keep up that same energy against this G2 team. Don't get worried about who you're seeing on the server across from you. Play your game. That's what I want to see.
All right, it's time to get into this one. One of these teams is going to be going straight to playoffs. We have Dinko and Moses standing by. You know, Moses did a great thing for all the talent today. He bought us flowers for our...
That was lovely.
Yeah,
lovely.
we need,
Shout out
we need
Moses
to
one time.
spruce up the green room. We need a little bit of a livingness in there.
I think you're just having a prediction of celebration. The flowers for complexity. Today.
I was in a very
playoff flowers are gonna happen.
I was in a very good mood with complexity at 2-0. Do we have any North American Counter-Strike fans on the couch, Sam?
I mean, I am.
I know you are, Dust. Prof, how you feeling?
You know, I'm gonna go for G2.
She's got the South African IGL going for her, so I mean, you know.
Oh yeah, you're in with us too. You're on Team Complexity.
No.
No?
Well,
oh come on!
I tried. I really did try to build a bridge there.
He's a traitor.
25% tariff to you too now. All right.
Well, yeah.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, this Complexity team has surprised us all in the way they've started the event. It's been absolutely lovely. It's been a revelation, and now we can see they move on to playoffs with a victory here today, which is a mental thing to say coming into this event about Complexity. I never imagined I'd be uttering that sentence, but they're so damn close. Only G2 stands in their way.
Yeah, especially when you think about the start to the year for Complexity, struggling to get any wins.
Oh, it was ugly.
Yeah, exactly. Just couldn't beat anybody.
We knew it was going to be a little rough with Elige leaving the team. We knew the transition wasn't going to be easy. Okay, well, the desk wanted to see Complexity maintain some of this aggressive play. What we saw from Complexity yesterday on Dust 2, even though they got beat up a little bit, was a lot of these mid pushes, was a lot of the cat pushes to wrap around towards long, and they've already gathered a ton of information. Complexity know what's happening on the map.
Yeah, they've got them trapped at the moment. You'll see how effective 60 can be a little bit later into this round. Rotation coming through, they push the B tunnels. And so Complexity have everybody on the A bomb site ready to defend this attack from G2. And here it comes. CT cross smoke deployed. JT taking the first fights. But 60, it's all about his activation on the back flank. And oh no, he whiffs. Heavy God was so low on HP, but 60 still goes down. And G2 with 3 kills. But Grim gunslinging his way back into this round for Complexity. But it's not enough. Nyx has to win this 1v3. And they know exactly where to look. And so Nyx will fall. G2 collect the pistol. And it looks so good for Complexity. They had everybody in the right position. The flank looked like it guaranteed a kill. But they just don't get the kills, Jason.
Well, yeah, I mean, 60 misses a real opportunity there. Heavy God was extremely low. He was red HP. All you had to do was land 1 bullet with that USP. Now, even if he gets that kill, both of his teammates died in the bomb site, so it still would have been sketchy, but having that player out towards long could have been excellent. So some missed opportunities, but you have to say the build-up in that round to the climax was great from Complexity. Clearing the map, pushing up, getting the information, everyone in the right position. You just lose out on the fights. So you at least have to be happy you still saw them with the courage against G2 to be pushing mid just like they did yesterday.
Oh, he's looking to challenge m0NESY here. Halzerk with his scout. Went aggressive through the doorway. Did not find himself the result he would have hoped for, so falls back.
That'll be a big matchup. Obviously not so much head-to-head between m0NESY and Halzerk, but Halzerk had some banger games to start the tournament on the first day for Complexity. A little bit quiet yesterday, but if we get that first day Halzerk back and he's able to match and challenge m0NESY's impact, that could be a spicy prospect for Complexity to cause another upset. Here we go again.
This is what he loves. Not always finding the most impact from these flanks, but getting into these positions. 60's got Grim in behind him. Now, no one is watching for this at the moment, so 60 is going to continue walking forward at the 1 minute mark. m0NESY has eyes at long.
They're not okay.
Now Heavy God's gone back to check it.
Yeah, this
AK
is the
in the right angle, and 60 actually gets away with 1.
Do you expect the second? He's checking for it, but no, a little bait and switch. An early push, but you might be able to set Grim up, and he falls down next. I think nice pick from Halzerk through the smoke out towards long, 3-on-3, but you're out of position. Hunter's cleared out the B bomb site. A lot of conversation around Hunter and how vocal he started to be and how commanding he started to be for G2 in the mid round in the absence of Nico. Really kind of taken over that secondary voice. And he's going to pull G2 Mobs and Heavy God all the way back to the B bomb site for a plant. There's time for Complexity. 20 seconds on the clock.
I think Hunter's position is just such a checkmate for at least 1 kill, right? But JT just got too many angles to clear, so Hunter's just going to let him walk on by. JT thinks it's clear now. Hunter was just trigger disciplining, hoping that he would find at least another player coming through that CT walk, but that 1 kill's confirmed it. Complexity are not going to be able to get back into a situation where they can recover this round and not really even allowed to back away and save everything. So Nyx, he's got that scout, got the Kevlar. He's looking for a pick as well on the way out, but a save is the best option now for Nyx, and we see G2 go 2-0 up.
The 60 Grim push, I mean, I love them wrapping around and boxing them in towards long. The bait and switch is an idea. I think there's just too much aggression at the long cave on the flank when G2's not trying to push forward. Strength of that sometimes is catching them in between the bomb site and long, right? And when they're still kind of hunkered down over towards pit, those pushes, you have players looking for it, you have players with options to fall back. Maybe a little bit mistimed, but was always going to be a tough round regardless. So 2-0 for G2. Op is out in the hands of MongolZ. For Complexity, they got nothing except for that saved Galil. And G2's looking to move on up to a third round. Grim had a big game yesterday. They had a big
massive game, yeah, against Furia.
That 2.39 rating.
The train performance
for all you
huge.
stats fans out there.
He looked confident, man. And I think that's something that Grim maybe has lacked out his career at certain points, especially on that sort of step up into Tier 1. Maybe his confidence got rattled a little bit, but I think in this project he should feel very comfortable.
As long as Complexity don't bring a Liege back, because for whatever reason, Grim is a lot more comfortable being like kind of the star player, the guy, when he's not got a Liege next to him taking some of those positions. So for whatever reason, it seems like his performance steps up in that absence.
JT about to walk into Hunter. Hunter will keep it clean. I mean, we can't really get past the elephant in the room when talking about G2 as well, right? The fact that there's a lot of rumors and moves circulating around the team and what kind of environment that can create. But right now they haven't let it affect them too badly. They're 2-0 up in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a nice testament to them as well. I think I'd call it probably more than a rumor at this point. It feels,
of course, yeah.
But I mean, remember, this team also has experience with that. They just played the major with the knowledge that Nico was leaving after the fact. They went through the whole Shanghai major, having to kind of put that in the back of their minds and still play. So,
must be a very frustrating environment for the other players.
Now, I'll tell you what, losing one star player is one thing, losing the second star player is another thing. So maybe there is a little bit of depression in there as well. But for the moment, masking it as professionals. More mid-aggression.
Well, Mob's out on the charge. MongolZ's going to run up, and that mid-aggression close to a kill.
For the amount of times they've gotten away with it, 3 out of 4 rounds that are being played, they haven't gotten the impact from it that they'd like, and that's only going to work so long. Like, the amount of times G2's seen that mid-aggression, surely they start planning for it.
Creep up in towards the A-bomb site. Snacks at the front of the attack with a MAC-10. But it's MongolZ's position that should net them this first kill, and actually 60 doing some damage through that smoke. MongolZ burning, going forward instead of falling back, and he goes into the fight. Snacks wins it on the MAC-10, and no way into this for Complexity. G2 do a very good job in the final few seconds of that site take. And they've won the round already.
But you know, they had so much comfort. Like, how often do you see a team of like 4 or 5 players with that long smoke kind of cross over, get over towards railing, playing at car, and then still have like another 5 or 6 seconds to organize and chuck out all the utility? There's no harassment, no counter nades, no smoke breaks coming in for Complexity. And G2 just gets to have their way with things.
Yeah, frustrating, I think, for Complexity in terms of what you talked about at the start of this round, with the fact that they're getting that top mid control pretty much every time so far. They pissed around, second round flank. MongolZ pushes all the way up top mid. It's a risk when you pull the AWP out that early, and not once do they even get a single kill from it.
Yeah, and I mean, even the setup when they initially forced back as well. I mean, MongolZ's playing the Gandalf box at the corner without a smoke. You know a Molotov's going to come into that position. One player pushes through the smoke, or one's passive on catwalk. Yeah, it doesn't seem super coordinated. And honestly, if we look back to yesterday, the CT side against Furia, they got 2 rounds. So defense on Dust 2 for Complexity is obviously a work in progress, to be kind. A glaring red flag, if you want to be a little bit more harsh. Yesterday, they were very stagnant on the map, kind of staying in a 2-1-2 setup against Furia. Today, they've been more mobile in these first 4 rounds of play, but not to any kind of impact or effect.
Yeah, at least against Furia yesterday, the second map was trained, so they were able to bounce back on that. That's obviously the first ban here today from G2. So Anubis lies in wait as Complexity's pick.
Not a respect ban from G2, it is just their permaban.
Yeah.
So
just an unfortunate matchup in that regard for Complexity.
Yeah, really tough matchup for them when your favorite map is taken away.
Yeah, nice little big chest block there from 60. Stop that smoke from landing perfectly towards CT spawn. Heavy God.
Looks like he's going to get flashed out long by Snacks at some point.
And he's got the smoke for the long corner, it seems, and he's got the flash coming out.
Oh, Grim's
close.
in trouble.
Grim, this is going to be a flash. It's very difficult to dodge for Grim. He turns away and now turns right back into it. That's a free kill for Heavy God as he pushes out. G2 with under a minute left have got the advantage. Not slowing down, in fact, applying pressure at short. But that 1-for-1 and Hunter being stuck behind the smoke, he'll let the long play move forward. And now G2 is sandwiching the complexity defense on this A bomb site.
Yeah, not even that was the only play available, was to flash a player out long from JT and see what he can get. Hopefully that blinds both the players, because you lost control of Catwalk and it's just not there. So G2, a lot of long emphasis, and then this round a nice split up Catwalk with the pick on Grim. The defense goes into disarray. And a 5th round now for G2.
Just feels a little bit too easy right now for G2. Just kind of walking in, effective trading on the A bomb site. A 5-0. Half is getting away from complexity very quickly.
Remember, they're coming into this as well on a 13 series win streak, or 13 match win streak, I should say. Not all of them best of 3, some of them best of 1s. I think 7 best of 3s won during that stretch for complexity. A lot of it qualifier and online competition, tier 2 competition. Desperately trying to save their weapons are Nyx and JT. G2 challenging, swinging in a little bit further. Good shot from Hunter. The snap over is beautiful. JT does get away, but it's just the single M4 in the hands of complexity.
Yeah, I mean, that streak's obviously got to come to an end probably soon, but you know, when you look at that streak, it's so important for 2 players in particular. It's Nyx and Sixy, right? 2 players that have a lot of eyes on them coming up out of the North American scene with no experience at this very top level, and you're getting cast into these big events. I mean, when you have no wins under your belt for the whole start of the season, I mean, your confidence is going to be shot. So you can already tell just with how they're playing in the server, some of the better performances they've had, that they're just feeling a lot more confident after a few wins.
And we talk often about how important just like one confidence win is for a team that's been practicing or grinding, and Complexity got those confidence wins here, right? Furia.
Falcons in the opening game.
Yeah, Falcons in the opening game. For some reason, I thought it was MongolZ. A little bit of aggression from JT, traded off. Sixy's there to back him up on Catwalk. The swing, fighting 2.
Yeah, okay, Heavy God. Double kill. He's had a great start here. 9-2.
Yeah.
Hunter's also 8-2. Some of the heavy lifting being done from them. 3v4 for Complexity to try and flip back here.
Really good to see Heavy God with these kinds of performances as well, because remember, he's one of the players brought in to kind of try and pick up what you lose when Nico departs the team, and you're going to pick that up, you know, as a combination of multiple players. But Heavy God having a lovely T-side so far, going to challenge Halzerk.
Swings into the open. Heavy God to collapse upon Grim. Nice tag and shot for Halzerk. He'll be taken out by Heavy God's last bullet. Sick play as he moves forward into the site. Nick stuck in middle MP9 and so far away from making this happen. There's a kit down in the lower tunnels. He's going to pick that up, and an AK-47. So, spoils of war on the floor for Nyx's save. But G2 continue their flawless streak. We're now looking at 6-0, and we call out Heavy God's strong performance at the start of this round, and he gets a 4K.
Yeah, he's beasting.
I think he's going to be even more important with the future of G2 as well in terms of delivering firepower and developing into a stronger player.
I'm a big fan of Heavy God's game, and I'm excited to see where it goes in the next couple of years with him in G2. It could be such a cool piece. Really strong anchor on the CT sides. He's been moved around a lot early in his career with multiple different roles, and he's done a solid job in all of them. So he's one of those rare players that's so versatile.
Yeah, Malps and him are the next generation of this squad. They're going to have to build around. G2, 6 in a row. No signs of slowing down.
No signs of slowing down, and no signs that Complexity have any tools in their toolbox to force them to slow down. Halzerk's got the op again. Moving towards fast Catwalk.
Oh, it just gets worse. Nick's trying to go aggressive through middle, but m0NESY was already boosted, and so grabs the opening pick here for G2. Halzerk in search of a response. Boosted on top of his teammate's head, looking down into the lower tunnels.
That's m0NESY's first kill of the game, just there. Hasn't even been needed or called upon whatsoever. He's been able to chill for these first 6 rounds. Yeah. On the board here in 7.
Just waiting until he gets the AWP out.
Heavy setup in middle. Complexity, they're playing this round without information. They're hoping that G2's decision in this round will bring them towards a mid control, towards some kind of a split up Catwalk. You have 4 players, 3 on Catwalk, 1 in lower dark. They're just shifting it up now due to the silence.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit worried about long, because that was certainly a focal point of G2's success in the early stages of this game. And they still have 3 inside the longhouse at the moment.
Well, MongolZ is calling out one's push into lower, and if you see someone in that position, you have to assume there's also some aggression on catwalk. So G2 is just going to take that educated guess and start moving out long. And Complexity, without playing for information this entire round, basically have to gamble, and they've gambled towards B.
This is going to be tough for Sixy if they come through multiple sides of the smoke as it fades away. And so he takes a step back to safety. And Snacks is going to start moving forward. Not going to use the utility. The decision is going to be made by Hunter to throw out his instead. And here comes the attack from G2. 20 seconds left on this clock as they cross over. Sixy trying to heat things up inside of the bomb site. They've got to start thinking about that plant soon. MongolZ is about to cut off MongolZ, and it's perfect play from MongolZ, making his way through the door. Turns back to look for JT. Couple of kills going the way Complexity. A 3v3, but MongolZ tracks back. Sixy is short down. Grim gets one headshot. MongolZ has one bullet left. He's going to smoke out CT, but now he's focused and pulled into the clutch. Remember, one bullet in the AWP is going to be forced into a reload, but he doesn't even get the chance because Grim inside of the site nails the headshot when given the opportunity.
Yeah, there you go, Grim. Complexity needed that from you. Way to step up in the retake. Triple kill in a very tough situation that didn't look likely Complexity would be able to pull it off. 4 on 5 for that entire round, and it gets Complexity's first round on the board, so maybe they can build some momentum off of it. Maybe they can string some together. They've got a lot of cash still to burn through from G2 off this 6-round streak. $8,400 on Snacks, $8,200 in MongolZ. There's cash aplenty. So Complexity need to keep this going to come back into the opening half.
Oh, it's so frustrating to back-to-back rounds lose your opening player like that to MongolZ. MongolZ, though, this time is going to get the response. Sixy's aggressive short play. Tease him up for a frag on Snacks, but MongolZ comes to protect his in-game leader.
I think he knew he had to get aggressive. He had to make his play. Nade in hand. There goes MongolZ on catwalk. It's Graham, but he can only do the one. MongolZ quick to respond, and Nyx, the last left, pushing into lower.
MongolZ has a round here. Triple kill. Protecting his teammates, effective trading, great opener. And now Nyx realizes that it's going to be a little bit too difficult to get back into this one. Backs away from short. Didn't even want to switch out to the AK to give away his position. And G2, after losing just one round, bounced back immediately. Tough start to the game here for Complexity, and it does give you shades of that game versus Furia yesterday where they really couldn't do too much against their T side.
Yeah, it's a trend now, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, so you can't just call it one off day.
And I mean, so much of it has been towards the A bomb site is where I think they've just been ineffective at holding those kind of long, slow, long crawls from G2. They've been tough to hold on to the splits as well. When they've tried to call for the split and try and call for the mid contain or the mid presence from G2, most of the G2 bodies have gone out towards long. They've been out of sync with what G2's calling. And you had 6 rounds of MongolZ being quiet.
And now
these last 2, he's been loud with opening picks through the mid double doors, giving you a 5-on-4 advantage in the first 10 seconds. A 6-round lead for G2. And a timeout, a chance for Complexity to talk things over. Not really a whole lot of opportunities for them to gain a foothold in this half. Not far away from a blowout.
Yep, and unable to really make a run of it when Grim was able to collect them their first round victory. Immediately responded to it by G2. This time they respect them on its AWP. They let him ring off his first shot before they send one player across to B. But already they've lost the opening, and it's MongolZ just dipping in and out of long.
Only 2 opening kills for Complexity so far in this half. Openings have been firmly in control of G2, and they're taking complete advantage of the opportunities it presents to them. Once again, this long style that Complexity hasn't shown they're able to contain. Deep smoke to block vision, allow some progression from MongolZ and Sixy.
Blind push through the smoke. MongolZ and Sixy both go down. They wanted a response after losing the opening to catch G2 off, but
It's such a bummer. It's like fair play. Like Complexity's still trying to come up with ideas and still being creative and still trying to problem solve, right? This is a new look. Deep smoke, progress behind it, flash through, see if you can catch them off guard. But every single style that Complexity's tried to utilize to slow down G2 at long has just failed.
Now Nyx again having to save. So frustrating game here for Complexity. Yeah, they're coming up a lot of different plans, a lot of different ideas being deployed. It's just none of them clicking. None of them getting the result that they want. And for G2, it's already a great T-half. It looks like there's no signs of stopping because if Complexity have used everything they've got in the book already and G2 have had the answer to every one of those, I mean, surely this just continues. It's not like the money is in an amazing spot either here for Complexity. Tough to swallow.
Yeah, really. I mean, now look, they did get battered yesterday on Dust 2 to start the series as well against Furia. So
yeah, but they did have Train.
They
did have Train.
They did have Train. I'm not talking about the whole series. Just saying both days they've started out, you know, pretty crushed. I think the between map resets will be just fine. Just will be interesting to see what they're able to pull out on Anubis against G2. Has Complexity's map pick.
Oh, that's the opener. Okay, MongolZ. Okay.
I feel like this has been 3 rounds in a row now where G2's got an opening pick in the first like 10-15 seconds. 2 Monacy picks to double doors with the AWP, and now this one out towards long with MongolZ.
Yeah, you can understand the frustration there from MongolZ.
Yeah, Complexity's probably just like, I just want to play 5-on-5. Can we get to a minute left in the round with 5-on-5? Oh, there we go.
5v4? They'll take that as well.
That was one better.
Well, the decision to invest, not everything, but quite a bit. We've got MongolZ on the scout and already impact from that.
Yeah, but I was going to say the bummer is, you know, you still have the scout that gets you the opening pick, but you have 2 MP9s, a 5.7, and M4. Now, look, this is a very winnable round for Complexity, but it's also very easy considering the firepower advantage, the way someone like Heavy God is playing, that G2 still just completely destroy this, and one of the opening picks, one of 3 opening picks for Complexity so far goes to waste.
Nyx tucking himself into the corner, just on the edge of that smoke. Snacks getting to wield the AWP. Ooh. Loud dismount.
Yeah, G2's not in the mood to make any decisions about an attack right now. They're looking for a mistake. They're looking for a push from Complexity, looking for someone just peeking out into the open, jiggling for info. They were split 2 at long, watching for pushes, 2 in the B tunnels, looking for that pick. And now they'll start to climb up and get together. Mid to B split or catwalk the options. Two players at long for Complexity. That's JT and that's Grim. Neither of them have utility. So Sixy very much on his own with this MP9.
Oh, the Goose Molly burning him out into the open. And so that initial advantage is traded back, but 9 seconds left. Limited time as the plant starts to come in here for G2, and MongolZ, he goes for the attempt to try and deny the bomb plant in the last second, but Heavy God smashes his head right off. And a follow-up kill close by Snacks, 9-1 for G2.
Just very passive in the 5-on-4 for Complexity. You can understand why. Weaker weapons, not a whole lot of utility. Didn't feel like they could get aggressive anywhere, but you have no information, and G2 gets the entire map to work with. Able to walk up catwalk, able to execute without anyone seeing them or having any idea what's coming. 2 players at long means nobody's there to distract for Sixy whatsoever, so just really nice from G2. Clean hit, Molotov in the right place. Picking off the rotations and in complete control out towards long again in round 11.
MongolZ pushing through the mid doors. It's a double op setup this time for Complexity. Now, this is something they haven't tried, but when you've got all that loss bonus building up, you might as well bring it out when you've got the opportunity here at the end of the half. MongolZ pushes out towards the bottom of the mid doors to get a peek into lower tunnels. But this time, again, it's heavy focus for G2 on long. They get the AWP of Monacy out there this time. He's got his buddy and Snacks. And they're fine just hanging out with the 2 of them here, because the bomb is shifting back over to B.
Well, they've beaten him up so long, they're hoping this pulls the defense.
6C.
They're hoping Complexity over-rotates. Not happening yet.
No, 6C's holding util.
It's happening now.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It's the wrong time to move. And they've broken up the setup, and it's G2 coming in at the right time. They had a good setup to deal with this, but Complexity broke it apart due to the fake, and Heavy God just comes in, smashes them open. Job done. Well played from G2 and Complexity. Oh, they just got played with.
Oh, yeah, they did. That's some good calling from Snacks. Say what you want about his in-game leading. The guy knows when he's got a team on a string, and he's just pulled it every which way in this round.
Oh, that's going to be so frustrating because they have Nyx on the back of the platform with his AWP. He'll take the first shot. 6E was holding nades, ready to drop it into the tunnels. Like that could have been very effective against the 3 players coming at them, but as soon as they move off, G2 walk right in.
I know, it's just soul-crushing. Heavy God, 17-4. We're 11 rounds in.
4 MP9s for Complexity, a scout for MongolZ, and another one. Oh, they've got the auto sniper out as well, Jason.
Okay.
What is happening?
MongolZ's got a rebuttal. Everyone wants to keep challenging. MongolZ's like, fine, take your auto sniper. And with all that love in middle, 2-3 people fighting down mid from G2, Nyx is like, I'll just push. You're going to have less people than you'd like.
Hey, Complexity, they've got a player advantage here. MongolZ still fighting middle. Monas is all up on the other side of it.
Find a way to give it away, boys. Nice block of the smoke. So Nyx down to 30 HP. He's going to be in upper tunnels, paired up with 6E, who's on the stairs. You have MongolZ with the scout watching middle and catwalk over the smoke, and Grim out towards long still.
Yeah, still so much time here. We've only just went under 1 minute for G2. Long is probably the best place to hit right now because they've only got Grim right there. But G2 not going towards long. In fact, want to go into the middle part of the map, and the timing probably favors them because MongolZ just left.
Yeah, timing is great for them. I think a lot of this catwalk hit is they have the utility for an A execute. If they only had like a smoke and a flash, they might go towards long, but they have
6E
the
shadow.
Nice, 6E. 1 kill for you as you come in, but plenty more up on catwalk. Missed shot from MongolZ. 6E still in a fight, but he's all on his own for a long, long time. But now MongolZ understands where he needs to be.
Yeah, spots both players. 18 seconds left. Utility dropped it probably just the right time. 15 seconds, Nate goes in, slows them down, but they've got to go. G2 have to get the bomb to the site, but here's Grim wrapping around the backside. Cannot win this round, G2. And Complexity double the scoreline at the end.
Yeah, good job. This time Complexity's passivity, the staying far back, not trying to find any information, really pans out for him with the man advantage. G2 take a long time looking for picks, looking for an equalizer, and run out of it at the end of the day. 10-2.
Felt like they were willing to let that round slide because, you know, you start the round opping down mid, auto snipers through the door.
Challenging for quite some time as well after the pick. Yeah, that was a very confident round from G2 that backfires, but still a massive lead. 8 rounds the difference between G2 and Complexity after a half of play on Dust 2. We switch sides. We'll see what JT and Complexity can cook up on T side. They did get some extra rounds on the board yesterday against Furia in the second half on their T side. They were handed a little bit of a gift by a weird defuse. That I'm still not 100% sure I knew what happened. I know Prof explained
I've seen it. I watched the
with
clip
4
yesterday.
pictures and everything. I think it was, he wins the clutch, he picks up his mouse to talk into it like a phone for some smack talk, and it knocks his headset off, which hits his hands and takes his hand off the defuse.
Yes, exactly.
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I actually, if someone told me that, I would just say, you're a moron and I don't believe you.
But I watched it back yesterday, Jason, and the game's going on, and we were like walking around the room.
I know, we're done.
Looking at the walls, you know, and they're like, hold on.
We even got the comms.
It's still going.
The analysts are ready to chat.
Here comes a quick play to the pistol round. Complexity charging into the B bomb site. Snacks missing shots. Not able to land much, but Hunter certainly will. 1 for 1, but Complexity getting the bomb planted. 4v4 post plant inside of the B bomb site. G2 got to send their resources through the tunnels.
Yeah, Hunter needs to live while this is happening. And if Complexity get a hint that most of this retake is coming in tunnels, they might actually push out. So got to be a little bit careful if you're Hunter. Complexity happy with the setup they've got.
Long range fight with a Glock here for MongolZ off back platform. 6E stops that door push from happening, and it doesn't look too good right now for G2. Time ticking and not too close to the site. So they realize Well, we can't win this one, so might as well keep the Kevlar. They're going to back out of the tunnels. Complexity have the pistol, and JT's on the hunt, but MongolZ repels him.
Yeah, nice shot from MongolZ in the closing seconds of the pistol. 10-3. Complexity, they give themselves a little bit of a window here to build something up to start this second half and maybe even just start imagining a comeback. Still 7 rounds back, far away from that idea. G2 buying up into the second round. Scout on MongolZ. They had all that armor that they can buy up behind as well. Deagle on Heavy God, MP9 on MongolZ. Solid enough buy. We'll see if Complexity stumble.
You know, they populate the tunnels quickly here, Complexity. Double setup behind the car. Ooh, this could be effective. MongolZ can play looking into the wall, anti-flash. You've got Snacks to drop the first grenade. Oh, the bait and switch in car is going to be huge. They are never going to check for MongolZ here. They are never going to check for the Guatemalan. And he gets himself 2 kills. Job done. JT and MongolZ having to figure out plan B immediately. They're going to go short bombs on their back, but G2 just in a strong position now with 2 AKs picked up as well.
Complexity's the 3rd worst team in the event so far at converting second rounds after winning the pistol. Only like 65%. They're able to convert the round 66%. So this is kind of following the stats for the moment. We'll see if JT and MongolZ got something special. They have control of the bomb site. They've got a little bit of utility to buy themselves some time, but now they've run out of players. It's only MongolZ.
Well, he's going to give it a good go. Low HP in front of him. MongolZ! Okay! Berserks his way back into the round, and he saves Complexity.
Damn, that was a brawl with that Galil. Well done from MongolZ. And it's awkward fights. That utility helps out at the end of the day. Look at the flames over on Catwalk. This 3rd player, Snacks, feels like he has to get involved because his teammates are fighting, so he steps into the fire, making things easier for MongolZ. A missed shot is the opportunity he needed. And there's a little bit of a miracle to keep Complexity hopeful.
Well, they increased their percentage. You know, it's starting to look better, Jason.
Stats have improved. Oh, MongolZ's in trouble. MongolZ's in so much trouble. Oh, he might die with a knight in his hand. Oh, he's going to die with a nade in his hand. Oh, that's the bomb.
That's the bomb.
Oh, that's an AK-47.
But it's all good because here comes the MAC-10. Making money, getting info.
Okay.
Grim and Sixy have got the job done.
Oh, we're all good.
You were right to panic, though. that was the bomb. Away from everybody. All the util.
I didn't think they'd have such an easy time getting out of double doors, but G2 obviously couldn't have known there wasn't going to be any more players towards T-spawn. Yeah, got a little weird. Well, 10-5. Next round is going to be the bye for G2. See what this defense has in store for us. Grim doing a good job, 12 and 11 to lead the way for Complexity, but I mean, really across the board, you haven't seen anyone from Complexity playing a crazy game. Just some very nice rounds from Grim. That's a beautiful shot to close out this one. And deficit is cut down to 5.
Weren't expected it to be too competitive in that round for G2. It was all about this one. MongolZ, AWP, rifles around it. Heavy God looking to continue his solid first half performance. 18 and 7 currently. And G2 crossed without letting MongolZ even ring a shot off, so G2 not feeling the sting that Complexity had to in the first half. JT's already quite far up short. Goes for the flash peek into the fight, and he's got damage on the first and a kill quickly onto Heavy God.
Well done from JT. Just Gladiator on his own up Catwalk. A little bit of supportive utility. That's a nice flick down from MongolZ. This is going to be a B hit. They're trying to set up a B split, but one player already taken down, and JT very low. Nice find from Nyx, and they're in. Into the B bomb site. MongolZ occupied, but he's given them an equalizing kill. Now G2 have a decision to make if they want to go for this. Bomb's not planted yet. And there's a gap for MongolZ to use. Oh, what a deadly gap that is.
Just waiting for that peek to come back up off the boxes. Grim better keep his head down. But the Molotov is going to force him into the open, and then he strikes onto 2. Great shots from Grim.
There it is, Grim. That's beautiful. Second shot was spectacular as well. So G2 lose a lot flirting with the idea of a retake. 1 M4 on Hunter is all they can save, and Complexity now up to 6, stringing together the first 4 of this second half. And I know like G2 is like overwhelming favorites to an extent here, but I don't know if they've built up enough confidence to where you're not a little bit worried as a G2 fan. You're sitting here and you're like, please not again.
It can all go wrong.
Yeah, at 10-6, you're not like panicking, but you're just like, oh, I've seen this before. This is deja vu. First time out for G2. They haven't needed it up until this point.
Should be 10-7. And then, oh, they're actually throwing a little bit of investment in here. You get Scout from MongolZ. Hunter still has that M4.
Losing bonus is still fully built up, so you'll buy around this M4 a little bit. Some Deagles, some 5.7s, utility to try and kind of disjoint the attack. So there's going to be some resources for G2.
So a great chance for 7 rounds for Complexity. Still an opportunity for potency here for G2, but it's all about the buy in the next round to really see if this comeback is on for Complexity. And it's going to be quite a heavy battle at long. Grim going for the opening pick. There's 4 players from G2 around that corner, and they've just lost MongolZ. So that's the only player that was positioned towards the B side of the map. So it all comes down to this, and Heavy God and Hunter, well, they bring the hurt. A couple of shots in, but they realize, okay, we're going to bail out. We've seen everybody here. So let's go to that B bomb site.
Yeah, one's long, one's at the A site. Let's just get the hell out. AK-47 for Heavy God, and there's no reason to go for this, so should be able to save it. I say that, but they're going to be buying in the next round no matter what. So Heavy God might try and force a fight, see if he can bring this into a 2-on-2. And he'd have a great chance against Hulzerk, who's caught out in the open. Playing patty cake. Got to drop a smoke and bail out. And that's the round. 10-7 in the favor of G2 still, but that lead be slipping.
Jumping up. And claiming the pick onto Heavy God. Hunter once again looking to save it. He's going to get this AK into the next one. So 10-7 it is. Here comes the buy back for G2. MongolZ's got plenty of cash, so an AWP will be spotted in just a second. And you got an AK in the CT side as well here, so really solid buy coming up for G2. So if Complexity are able to topple that, then we really do start talking about a comeback here on Dust 2.
There's that music.
I feel like I'm crafting my weapons of war.
Sure. That's a good vibe to have when you started around a Counter-Strike, though.
Yeah, it's true. Double op setup. They have so much money, they actually got snacks in the secondary sniper.
I deathmatch with the Halo theme song, because that's just God tier.
That is pretty
I just
sick.
put
Have
like
you got the Halo soundtrack in the game? The music pack?
No, but I probably should.
Yeah, you should.
I just throw like a 10-hour battle theme on loop and just rock and roll.
And just frag out.
Just frag out. No one can beat me. See me in a matchmaking deathmatch.
You're just in the corner with an AWP camping.
You'll never win.
Well, short execute being set up here. Complexity have actually been given so much space to play with, and grenade's good. It's perfect. In fact, it lands right in the middle of the pack. But here comes the attack. MongolZ waiting to strike. Six has already dived down into the mix and madness in towards CT spawn. MongolZ is gone. Heat is on, and MongolZ out of there. Okay, Complexity, that is some attitude. You shred G2's buy.
Yeah, but also look at the minimap right now. Look how many smokes are up. Add like 2 to 3 Molotovs, flashbangs, and grenades. Like, that's just so much chaos. We saw it from both teams. Like, the defensive setups that allow teams to like huddle up on catwalk and set up a full-blown execution with utility, they're so hard to stop. They're so hard to stop, and it's happened again here. Couple kills in garbage time for G2 as Snacks and Hunter hold on to their weapons yet again. But Complexity have brought this back within 2.
Ooh, Snacks. Oh, leg shot. Oh my god, that was dangerous from Snacks, and nothing saved over. The difference in AK and an AWP into the next round could have made there for G2 was huge, but it's all gone. This is great for Complexity.
Well, Hunter's bought an AWP because he had the money saved up from saving a weapon previously, drops that over to MongolZ, and it looks like they want to buy up around this.
This T side's been sick from complexity. It's just
Yeah, it's been nice.
Well, 6 and sick, I guess.
Okay, so hero op over to MongolZ, pistols and an MP9 around it, very light on nades. The bare minimum surrounding the op, but the strength on MongolZ on Catwalk, 2024's second best player.
Best offer though.
And soon to leave the team.
Yeah, just throwing that in there.
Just in case you were interested.
Make it hurt even more. Oh, boost up and spotting out the lower tunnel. Player couldn't connect the shot onto the small amount of pixels. 60 smokes out towards CT spawn. He's going to run with it. It's also going to get flashed. Here comes Maneshi.
He's alone in middle though. Got to be really
Just
careful.
spotted him on the jump. Just got him. That's no problem for MongolZ. Works out perfectly for him. Under 1 minute left though. Gap to move through here for JT. MongolZ's Deagle connects a body shot. Not enough to bring down the mighty Holzer.
Yeah, but he's now forced to be passive, so he's got to pull Nyx back to who's watching for the lurk in middle. I think G2 probably just saved.
Yeah, doesn't feel good right now.
Crazy as it sounds. I mean, definitely the op. Ooh.
Although they start to activate on that, don't they?
5 on 3, they might go. Okay, it's all changed. Up Catwalk, there's still a smoke here, but Holzerk's low on HP. Oh, Complexity could actually be in some trouble.
Yeah, you can see Hunter just looking around quickly. Do we have any nades? There's the flash coming through. Holzerk's gone.
Not like
JT Grim trying to hold on. MongolZ's Deagle comes in. It's all on JT. They've got to get up to the defuse soon. They've got to get to the defuse.
No way.
And Snacks to rip off JT's head. It all looked like a save, but MongolZ with some important picks reopens the window of opportunity.
Look at
and they're going to get that defuse.
Okay, the death is out towards long car, death on Catwalk, death in mid CT boxes, death back of Catwalk, and then a death on the jump up boxes. There's no players from Complexity playing together in that round. In the post plant, they felt so comfortable and confident and spread out so much. Here's that opening pick, the lurk out alone. Everything from here is isolated fights. Holzerk, low HP, has no backup on Catwalk. One's already dropped down into CT spawn, pushed from multiple angles. This just came crumbling down, and Complexity wasn't aware it was even possible until it was too late. First round of the second half for G2, and it came just at the necessary moment for them.
Oh, that would have been sick, but here comes MongolZ, and there goes 6C. No problem for MongolZ. He tracks him into the corner, then falls away. And the AWP is starting to make a massive difference here in the second half for G2. Grim's going to try and move through middle. It's a dangerous game, but he's found the perfect time, and he catches MongolZ in towards CT, so that op's gone. Complexity's response is to take long control. And Grim is just fighting on his own, and he's winning every fight he's taking. MongolZ to fall next. Complexity up on the A bomb site. And G2 have to retake this A site again. But this time, Snacks is a long way off.
Long way off, and they don't have a player advantage.
Yeah, so it's the safe call committed to. This time, they get the mid pick, but that will not reopen the window of opportunity. Grim with one hell of a round. Getting the trade on his teammate.
He's shot up the scoreboard. He's now tied with Heavy God. Those two guys powering their teams up. Heavy God 21 and 10. Grim is 21 and 15, including a double kill in this round to seal it. So yeah, these two guys going blow for blow here on Dust 2. 11 to 9. Had a crazy, crazy comeback for Complexity. Shocked by their victories at PGL Bucharest. Falcons on day one. Furia yesterday came in with upsets that nobody expected. Having a comeback of this proportion, 2 to 10 at halftime. Damn, they're showing everyone they got something. They've been building towards something. It's looking good. Now what you need is what they had yesterday, where this team, where Complexity looked really strong, with 6C lighting up the scoreboard as well. Nyx having some impactful rounds. Can always use Holzerk's op popping off to close out a game, much like it did on day one. But right now, without a second star performing for Complexity, that might be just the last piece necessary to steal this map away.
We've had this double op setup once before. It didn't go the way they wanted, but G2 looking to make sure it crushes them this time. But Complexity going quick into the B site. Snacks steps up with a sniper, but look at the flashes. He's completely blinded as soon as he peeks into the open again. A secondary flash comes in, and Snacks' screen is white for the entire round, basically.
What are you supposed to do, bro? That sucks. So many flashbangs. Halzer got the backup platform, but if they boost up MongolZ and tunnels, that could be the pick necessary.
Molly's come in, though.
Deep Molotov behind the smoke, and the retake is stalled out, but that is a kill you cannot give away.
Oh, Grim push into the window. It could be the problem here for Complexity that unravels this entire round.
And Halzer's stuck in the site now. He's not back plat, so that op is in a really uncomfortable position.
MongolZ has repositioned quickly. JT in behind Car. 60 under the window. Halzerk right beside him. Mobs gonna get himself that pick coming in. Halzerk lands the shot, but MongolZ to respond. 60 stuck in the corner, and they run him down. Time is the problem, and they get to it. Heavy God's got one on his back. It's close, but there's no time, no way, and Complexity up to 10.
Damn, that's a hardcore hit. Grim, he gave him a kill, spotted him a frag on the retake. Ill-advised peek, puts his teammates in a desperate situation. That's a hard bomb site to hold in this scenario. And just time winning it out for Complexity. A strong hit towards the B bomb site. It's JT's turn to outcall G2's defense. And there's been, I mean, the buys for G2 have been so strong throughout this. MongolZ has had the op plenty. They've had rifles with utility plenty. Just not able to put a stop to the Complexity attack. And now we're mixing in aggression.
Oh, MongolZ trying to get away with the trade, but they just dismantled that boost. The second that he peeks, it's 2 for 1. Complexity off to the races, but MongolZ dragging his team back into this. 3 kills from middle. Nyx to respond with a B push. MongolZ's tracking back. He's spotted. Snacks has got the kill though. He'll protect his sniper. And 6C stuck with everything to do. MongolZ delivers the round here at G2's doorstep.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful round for MongolZ with the op. Get him out into the open. And that 2 teammates go down. He knows the positioning of the players, and he just freestyles it. Just a reminder of what they'll be missing. 6C pushing up out towards long. He does have Heavy God right on the top of the pit. Against the wall in the corner. Hard clear.
45 seconds left to go, but doesn't matter when Heavy God sinks him on the first opportunity. And MongolZ knows what he's done in this round. G2 give him map point thanks to his opping heroics in mid. And because the last few rounds have been so close and Complexity have been losing members even rounds they're winning, look at the money. It's shattered going into this round. So if they want overtime, they're going to win the next 2 here. The first step is done with Galil's Scout, Deagle, and 1 AK-47.
Do they spot MongolZ? Oh, they didn't know they had him pinned down. That could have been dangerous. So dangerous. He steps in front. He wants it. Aggressive MongolZ trying to take over. Sees nothing out the double doors, but you can see the attitude in his decisions.
Well, that's great info as well. Knows that they're not trying to split the B bomb, so they're not pushing through mid. Deep smoke, actually. Complexity got in front of that smoke, so they can actually walk with it. MongolZ's looking for the drop down. JT descends faster than he can react. Now Hunter, his turn to turn back to the tunnels, push out, but Grim still fighting forward. Snacks at the back of the site, clean up with the A4. And he goes back into the peak, takes a dink on board, and it's not enough from Snacks. So Heavy God and Mobs left 2v3 if they want to close this here and now for G2. And Mobs is busy switching weapons when he peeks in towards JT, who closes it out with a double.
I don't think that they kind of expect that gap in that smoke, the one that Complexity's throwing. That's a couple times we've seen it. MongolZ kind of held it, but those 2 players coming up didn't look like they were ready for that gap. So nice job, Complexity. Little small fake with some presence up catwalk, but didn't cause a rotation. Just nice trades into the bomb site. 12-11. Looking to force overtime.
Just think how weak that first half was from Complexity as well. How little output they have from their defense. The fact that they've been able to come back so strongly on this T side is impressive. Grim going for the peek at long. MongolZ's gone. That is a huge kill to find because MongolZ has been so impactful with that sniper.
Huge kill to find and a huge real estate piece of the map to have in your control out towards long. That's going to make G2 very nervous. Look how it's making this defense shift. They're like, okay, they've taken away the AWP and they have control of long. They can be creeping up. They can be doing a slow execute. But this is all a fake. Complexity, once again, most of their forces lined up in the upper B tunnels with the bomb. Snax is sticking around with his M4 over towards Car. But everyone else from G2 is calling out the utility of an A-long execute. One smoke blocked.
Cross smoke broken. Heavy God, unfortunately for him, got hit by that flash, and Snax's timing to look away and leave the B bomb site has allowed Complexity to walk into a B site with no one in it, and JT is still keeping them busy on the A site. Nearly gets another kill, but it doesn't even matter. Complexity down deep inside of the B site. Overtime is just a few moments away.
Just 2 kills. If you're JT, you get 2 frags, your team is set up in this position, you feel like this is all good. There's no chance of a loss here. Good find from Heavy God.
Well, he needs another one here. 60 repositioning, going for the peak, unable to take down the low HP, and couldn't finish off Snax. Nyx is so low. Time is ticking. Snax to tap the defuse, but Nyx does not buy it. Goes for the peek up, and Complexity secure the bonus rounds. After a woeful first half, they stay in it mentally, and led by Grim, they pull it back into overtime.
Yeah, that's such a great performance from Grim to be the powerhouse of this Complexity comeback. 24 frags in regulation, only beaten by Heavy God, who's got 26 on the other side of the table. And now you got some players woken up, so we'll see if the CT sides change. It's G2 who have to continue on this horrendous half. Only 2 defensive rounds picked up by both teams. T-sides just having their way with it today.
JT out through the mid doors already. About to peek up towards MongolZ. And this time, MongolZ will not be silenced early into the round. Fighting for a spot in the playoffs today. 2-0 teams.
I think they're saying JT got a lot of room out mid. Let's just waltz out and set up the mid to B smoke, see if we get a pick at the B bomb site, but we can aggress whenever we choose. No one was home.
Resmoke into the CT cross. 60 committed up the ramp. Flash goes over the top. Hunter to peek with it. Spotted out the player coming up towards window. Made sure he made quick work of Nyx. Goes back to the fight, but Grim and 60 combined together to erupt into the B bomb site. But yeah, they've got to pick that bomb up. And MongolZ realizes that. At least there's time here for Complexity to try and stay composed, but MongolZ is going to peek perfectly, combined with a flash of MongolZ. And Grim is just going to get blasted away. And with that bomb falling at the bottom of the B ramp, it spoils the plans of Cole.
Yeah, never made it into the B bomb site. That initial attempt to move through the door, Hunter denies it very, very well. Good off-angle fight with the flashbang. Second player for Complexity had nades out, so couldn't trade. He gets shut down by the push through smoke in CT. Their path just never completes at the B bomb site. Good job from G2. First CT round 1 in this overtime. And MongolZ's up, feeling like it's starting to warm up as well out of that second half.
MongolZ, he's got his big green ready to go onto the B bomb site, but yet again, effective flashes pushing him back behind that smoke in tunnels.
And Complexity's really simplified things. Last round is that kind of JT mid push and then a follow-up mid to B split because he said, I got the space, it's open. MongolZ blinded, comes back perfectly. This round, 4 players lined up in upper dark. They want to get a pop off of MongolZ's pick. When that doesn't happen, plan B is just kind of a little limp.
MongolZ CT peek. And MongolZ toppled. Hunter to trade it out. 4v3. And MongolZ still committing up to the top of the B ramp. Grim off to his left side. They need to leap to the window, and MongolZ spotted them doing exactly that. In fact, he prevents them from getting through window, and Heavy God to snap the neck of 60. MongolZ can't do much.
Complexity must really sense they have this mid to B split as an opportunity for him, but it's been shut down so emphatically twice now in a row, and I don't recall them running it too much during regulation. A lot of it was fast up catwalk, those executes, some picks out towards long. They've switched things up in overtime, it feels, and to their detriment, as G2 has shown proficiency at defending against the mid to B split, to say it lightly.
never nice to be in overtime with a scout and a Galil and a Deagle. That's the situation Complexity have in front of them after so much hard work on the T side in regulation to drag it back into overtime. They were about to exit the first half of OT with not a single round one on the offense. And we know how weak their CT side was. Yeah, they have to be flawless just to secure another OT.
G2's was weak as well, and they just popped off 2 straight in overtime. So things change once you hit this point in the game. 5-on-4 for G2's defense. Oh, the barrage of nades. Wonderful chip damage. Better flashbang takes MongolZ off the angle for the moment, but they still have to get into the bomb site, and that's no easy feat against Heavy God.
Into the open. Bombs blind forever. Managed just to cross over to Goose without going down. I don't know how, but he gets away with it. MongolZ. Okay.
He's had enough.
Stylish finish on that round from MongolZ. A flawless CT side in overtime for G2, and yeah, it looks like he's done with this map, Jason.
Yeah, that's the problem. Complexity got a quiet MongolZ for most of this map, and now that he's here, it's like, ah, shit, this gets harder. This is way more difficult. Confidence on the opening peak. This is a beautiful sequence. Yeah, he's just like, I'm done. I'm not letting anyone hide anywhere. I'm taking over. Let's get out of this map. 15-12. Complexity got to win 3 straight to force a second overtime.
They're going to miss him. Outlaw, quick. It's Hunter grabbing the opening. 6E sat on his ass.
Remember, Long was an issue all through the first half for Complexity's defense.
Look how fast G2 are in deciding they want to run up through short. Complexity here, the steps. They're trying to get there in time, but MongolZ is going to try and cut them off. Grim only manages 1 from the car. Holzerk and JT doing what they can. Actually, not a bad job from Holzerk. He's got another pick here, and it has taken the sting out of the attack from G2, but that plant is in now for the post-plant setup. MongolZ was playing short, but he now commits to help his teammates in the bomb site.
Yeah, but unfortunately, everyone rotated to CT spawn, so it's going to take some seconds to rotate back around. You can't have all 3 players trying to retake up the ramp. You've got to segregate it. So 2 are spending valuable seconds flanking Catwalk to attempt this retake. There's a smoke on Nyx, if he can find that for the bomb.
Time really is ticking. MongolZ, he's done. He closes it, and in overtime, it's a classic highlight MongolZ performance to get G2 over the line.
Okay, so obviously we are going to have to talk about that dominant first half from G2. We're going to have to talk about the comeback from Complexity, but what I want to focus on first is we see the comeback from Complexity. Their T side looks fantastic. We move into OT, and then suddenly the T side falls apart. What happened between the normal match and then moving into overtime, bro?
I think economy is a big factor in this, and also just MongolZ. Obviously, we just saw what he did in these last 2 rounds, multi-killing left and right and just locking it out. I think that's a big part of it. You know, when you go into OT, you have everything available in your arsenal. You're also kind of familiar with what the other team is doing. That being said, I feel like Complexity maybe outbrained themselves going for B splits that didn't work out, and G2 closed it out in the end.
I mean, obviously it's 2 strong T sides in this game, but I felt like they were very different. You know, when it came to G2, they were winning them with ease. I felt like there was really not even much resistance out of Complexity, whereas I feel like Complexity were kind of having to grind to get a lot of the rounds that they got. Yeah, they did have some brilliant individual entries from Grim that made things really easy in the early round, but it just seemed like there was more attrition there, whereas G2 was a little bit more smooth sailing. And then, yeah, as you were kind of noting, it's like once you get to overtime, MongolZ's like, look, I may be leaving this team, but Complexity a loss will not be on my resume when I walk out the door. Like, I'm going to take care of this, and he did.
Reportedly and allegedly leaving the team. Let's just clarify.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's just fun for me to do this. We all know it's happening, but it's just fun to constantly add the caveat. Let's talk about the first half from G2. It 10-2 at halftime. It looked freaking hopeless for Complexity, right?
Yeah, I was mentioning in the pregame, I don't know how ready G2 will be for what Complexity is going to throw their way. They were very ready. They were very patient early on, and then some of these mid pushes and pushes into lower that Complexity were attempting, MongolZ just got entries on pretty consistently. He didn't have like a crazy T half, but he did pick up quite a few openings that then they just rolled off of and finished A executes, kind of very staple Dust 2 games.
It was one of those things where G2 just was getting every opening pick, whether it was MongolZ catching them at middle on the door across, whether it was, Malb swinging out long A with a good spawn and 2-tapping a guy that's heading for pit, or whether it was Heavy God, who just had a phenomenal first half in general on really all aspects of the map, showing you his flexibility as a player. Yeah, I mean, they were just cracking off. Whereas when you look at this. Like, look at that timeline. He had 2 rounds of that first half. He didn't get a kill. Like, he was just unbelievable.
Yeah, he was really, really good for them on the T side, and then towards the end on the CT side as well, where we can see the heat map here. Most of the action towards that A side. It was definitely the place where most stuff went down. I think it was really nice. 10-2 half. We even saw some like really nice fakes towards the end from G2, so they didn't take their foot off the gas, and it turned out to be crucial because if they lost maybe one more round, the comeback would have been real for Complexity.
Let's talk about that second half and the Complexity comeback, because it was impressive. The way that they played, the tenacity, especially when you're sitting with a scoreline of 10-2. I mean, there's a mental fortitude that comes into play as well. What were they doing right?
Well, I think it kind of comes back to what we were talking about before the game started, was like, I wanted Complexity to play with the same confidence and tempo that we've been seeing from them in their other games in Bucharest, like playing that high speed, confident, decisive, not letting yourself look at the names in the server and think, oh, we're getting outskilled here. No, like, just play your game. Go for the game plan that you feel works best for you, and they really did, and they mixed it up nicely. That's one thing I can always credit Complexity and JT's calling for, is that he's a diverse caller. Like, he's not just going to keep calling the same play over and over again. Like, he has different things that he can go to, and I think it also certainly helped that Grim is just having like a life performance at this tournament. I feel like, particularly as an entry fragger, he's not even their classic entry, like role-wise, you would say, but he's finding so many openings in this game. It was ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, yesterday he had his best land map of his career, and he's continuing in the same trajectory. We'll look at some of his highlights as well. Like, obviously it didn't start so hot, considering Complexity were 10-2 down at the half, but this T side comeback for sure. We see some multi-kills here. There's that Halzerk 1v3 also that was crucial to them kind of establishing on the T side, but like, he was all over the map just finding these important entries, trades. I mean, look at this one on MongolZ, huge as well to just establish into overtime.
Is it fair to say that this Complexity we're seeing here in Bucharest is revitalized?
I mean, for sure, yeah. I mean, we were watching in the green room, and every time they go down like 8 rounds, you're like, this is Jover for them, But against Furia, they did lose. Dust 2 came in, won the second map, third map. Here against G2, even a stronger opposition. They could come back on the T side, go into overtime, right? Also, this is a map that we almost kind of write off for them in this matchup. So I think this is really good in terms of their mentality and what they're able to accomplish moving forward. I think it's a great sign.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you've obviously already had the ultimate low of losing one of your best players, bringing in 2 kind of quote-unquote rookies when it comes to this level of opposition. You've already gone through the fire of playing Cluj and not really being able to show much of yourself at that. And really, I think it benefited them that they were able to come play like a European qualifier, basically, get a little bit of confidence, maybe get a little bit of practice in, and like feel a little bit better about themselves after, because it could only go up from Cluj, right? I think was really kind of the big thing. And they're just playing their game, right? And these guys are getting more reps, they're getting more experience, and therefore they're getting more confident. And it's nice to see.
Obviously, G2's taken their map pick. They've won that one. Now, Complexity needs to equalize the series. They're moving to Anubis. When the veto came up, a couple of question marks around that particular map pick from both of you. Yeah,
I mean, we didn't see them play against the top opposition, but they did pick it quite a bit online. And the way Anubis plays out is like on the CT side, you need to do stuff. You can't just sit back and let the T's execute on you and take all the map control, because it's impossible then to hold the splits or anything. So generally, the approach that Complexity has fits with Anubis, and I think it could be pretty interesting to see them on the CT side. And honestly, for G2, the few times I saw them, I wasn't super impressed. I think their playbook looked pretty shallow. Like, they were trying to force kind of the same things over and over again to try to find openings. So I still think there's a chance, definitely, considering how the first map went.
Yeah, I think for Complexity, their win condition really revolves around 60. He plays mid on both sides of the map, and this is very important real estate to really control, because it opens up your options on how you're going to split sites, how you're able to, force rotations. The push and pull, the map really kind of leans on that direction. And then obviously the other big one for me is just Grim. Like, if you continue to have a performance as a guy who defends B, can lead a lot of their B executes, I think that's going to be huge. And the last thing I'll say is this, is I can't see Halzerk be static. I think he does have a tendency on this map defensively as an opper to kind of just play and camera a lot, just kind of be more of a mid-focused player. I want to see him be a little bit more diverse. You know, put him in aggressive positions, flash him into good spots to try to go for picks, and just try to be dynamic and really try to catch G2 off guard. I think is the key here.
Yeah, it's just not that easy when m0NESY's on the other side.
That is true.
Go for some of these picks. Like, I know Halzerk is, I think for me, he is, throughout this series, one of the win conditions, because like we saw Grim, this is the best you can expect from him. Man, he can have like an insane life game, but this is already up there for what you can expect from his as a rifler and the roles he's in. But if Halzerk can really have one of those for himself, then you know, they can start cooking.
How do you think G2 is going to play at Anubis, though? Because you obviously broke down the complexity play. I'm curious as to how you think G2 responds.
It's going to be interesting because, like, they're not really known as an Anubis team, right? They've only played it a handful of times since Heavy Gods joined the squad. And, you know, MongolZ, again, this is one of the maps where he's made a really big pivot and, you know, what he's actually doing for the team, taking over Nico's old roles as being a mid player in his own right. He kept the CT spot on BCon, but I think for him, it's, again, about that individual decision-making, because now MongolZ is going to be the guy at middle on the T side that's going to be the one calling whether he wants to press it all the way to camera, whether he wants to kind of hold back a little bit. You know, those are the spots where Nico really thrived in, because his decision-making in those moments was so good. MongolZ is just kind of learning how to pave his way through those situations, and so I would expect that G2 will keep the same high tempo play style that they always do and just kind of death ball up and try to just put this one away quick.
Who controls the pace of this, though? Is it going to be G2 or Complexity?
I mean, I feel like, again, Complexity have more in their playbook on Anubis than G2 do. And then it's going to come down to, as it always goes, like who's going to get some of the early rounds established, get the economy, be able to play around with what they want to do, and the other team will just have to kind of do what's left, essentially.
Obviously, there is a spot for playoffs on the line. That is what is happening right now. One of these teams is going to be going through. They are in the 2-0 group. G2, Complexity. So I suppose my question to both of you is, can G2 secure that spot with a 2-0 in the series?
Or will the win streak continue? Will Complexity reach Vitality's win streak? That's still on the line. I feel like, well, you know, we'll be playing a few more games, I feel like, here.
I love that you put Vitality in the mix there. Are they going to meet Vitality's win streak? Now we're comparing Vitality with Complexity. This is like Moses telling us that they're going to win the major. Prof, what is going on?
I mean, they're also the best trained team in the world, apparently, according to Dinko. You know,
we're going to be in trouble.
We have a lot's on the line for Complexity.
Dust, you missed this yesterday, but what we've decided to do, and you can join us if you're in the chat, is we like to just randomly take things the commentators say and then completely blow them out of proportion. So you can play the game with us if you're at home. Do it as well. Right now we've got Dinko saying that Complexity is the best trained team in the world. Moses claims they're going to win the major. You can let us know what else you heard during that cast and drop it in the chat. We'll see you in a bit.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're doing our predictions here at PGL Bucharest to see who our players and coaches think will make it through to the top 8. Bogdan is probably one of the only people that's taller than me when it comes to these events. 2 meters tall, you told me. You're a beast, man.
Yeah, exact 2 meters, maybe a bit higher in the shoes. Yeah.
All right, you ready to give me who you think's going to make it through to the playoffs?
Yeah, I'll still go for MongolZ. I'll go for FaZe.
Yep.
I'll go for 3D Max.
Yep.
Aurora.
Okay.
Us.
Nice, yeah, good. It took you a while to get to you.
No, I know. I was, hiding it in.
Yep, yep.
And maybe Falcons will make it.
Oh.
Did they already say FaZe? Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Liquid.
Nope. So that's another one.
And something, let's go for, I don't know, VP. Let's go VP. Going the safe route.
Are you ready for this? Have you picked out the teams you're going to have here?
Oh yeah. Since I joined this team, I'm ready for every opponent we face.
Okay, I love this. All right, give me your top 8.
Top 8, first one to qualify, I think G2.
Okay.
I'd put us on second. Nice. I think we'll go 3-0. The MongolZ will definitely make it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still respecting them?
Yeah, I think we'll be the only one beating them this tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe once more.
Oh.
I see FaZe making it through as well. That's 4. I'd probably put on Furia as well.
Nice.
Yeah, I love the guys. They're really good as well in practice. I think Complexity. I'd put Pain in there as well. Yeah, the boys are strong. Aurora for sure.
That's right.
That's 8?
That's 8.
Okay, that's perfect.
The first team is of course us.
Yes.
Us. Yeah,
you always make playoffs. That's good.
Yeah. And the second team is the Aurora. The old Eternal Fire. They're really good opponents. And the third team is like maybe the Pain Gaming.
Pain, yeah.
And
we got FaZe. We've got
the fourth. Yes.
Okay.
I think they can qualify. Yeah.
Okay. And 4 more now. You got 4 more to go.
Astralis.
Oh, okay. You think Astralis will do it?
Yeah. And the sixth team is the maybe GamerLegion.
Oh, you like what you see from them?
Yeah, they're really good at the other teams except us. Yeah. G2 of course.
See, I'm helping you here. I got you.
Yeah. The last team is I hope the Rare Atom will qualify. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Honestly, I really want to qualify. Yeah.
Nice. Well, they did start off very well. Hopefully they do. That's Techno's predictions for playoffs. Let's see if it comes true.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2025. We've got Complexity looking to try and continue their win streak. Not looking too likely right now, to be honest. G2 taking that opening map.
I noticed Techno didn't have them in his playoffs.
What, Complexity?
Yeah, he was listing all the
That's
teams he
shocking.
thought was going to be making playoffs. He didn't put Complexity.
I think Skulls did, didn't he?
It's messed up, man. He might have.
Skulls knew.
I haven't seen Skulls' yet.
Dude, how heartbreaking would it be for Complexity to go 2-0 up on the first
and then
day?
0-3?
Or first couple of days, and then 0-3. Yeah.
Less heartbreaking than what's FlyQuest doing it at the major.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, high fives are in. MongolZ, he was the man to close it.
Yeah, he was sick at the end of Dust 2. He took over the game. His op was so influential, multi-kill rounds, and that's the power of MongolZ. Just at a moment's notice, he can just say, enough's enough. I'm done with this map, and indeed he was done with Dust 2. So we move on to Complexity's pick of Anubis. They don't have Train, which has been their go-to comfort. G2 has it as their permaban, so Anubis is where Complexity decided to take it as a second priority. Fisteron's going to be headed to the B bomb site. 3 defenders for Complexity here. 2 down in dark, 1 in the bomb site.
Yeah, significant resources committed to the defense of the B bomb site. G2 are going to have to try and break through them. JT, flash at the ready. Grim at the back of the site. Here it goes, MongolZ. And there goes Hunter. 1 for 1 straight away in this pistol. Halzerk stays committed down in Con. Molb's fighting forward with his Glock, removes JT from the equation. And G2 have cleared out the space in the B bomb site for a plant.
It's strong position though from Halzerk, even with low HP. That means G2 can't occupy it, can't take that, which leaves them susceptible to the retake from Nyx and Sixy, wrapping in the B main flank.
Yeah, around the back, this could be huge from Sixy, but he's got to land the shots. Molbs is going to help him out by taking his own teammate out of the play. And now Sixy left alone, 11 HP. Molbs was just killing everything.
Yeah, damn, Molbs, that's a pistol round and a half. Good shooting with that Glock. That was clean. Even the team kill on that was a nice shot. 1-0. Pistol round is theirs. A nice B execute. Sweet and simple. And Complexity going to buy up into round 2 to challenge immediately after the pistol round victory.
Yeah, that was fair enough, MongolZ. Snacks just kind of walked into that one. He's able to close out with the final couple of kills. So, you know, MongolZ is the kind of guy that just makes you enjoy your day a little better, Jason.
Yeah, he really is.
Nice big old smile on his face.
And his triple kill.
Looking to wipe the smile off Complexities.
That would make my day better as if my teammate was getting triple kills.
That's true. Here's Complexity's defense of the B side again. It's going to be a heavy commitment for G2. Everybody coming in from the B main side, and all the utilities about to come in.
And perhaps unlike G2 historically, they've actually been really good at this event at converting second rounds. So let's see how this goes. Scout tag is there for Hunter. That's the MAC-10 meant to create space, and it now doesn't want to move forward. Grim, oh, good find, and now they're bottlenecked.
Oh!
That's an 8.5. It's even got a teammate.
He's just nuked them. Nyx now 1v2, and this is very winnable because of all the damage that was done. Look how low the two remaining players in G2 are. And the bomb, they have to come to him. All right, Nyx, this is your moment.
Yeah, but if they pause and wait, if they give this like 20, 30 seconds and start making Nyx feel like they can wrap around to canals, if the time goes that long, Nyx is going to feel pressured from this spot to make a move and push in towards B main right into their rifles. So if his mentality isn't just like, I don't care if I get killed from somewhere else, I'm going to hold this for the entire round, there's a possibility he can double this up. Spacing better be perfect.
He's committed. He is committed to this avenue, and here they come right in towards him, ready to peek him first up, but m0NESY, effective trade.
Beautifully done. They knew exactly where he was going to be, prepared for that exact position. Good shot from m0NESY. Complexity almost able to convert it, a tough 1v2, but now they have to get relegated down to just no armor, no real pistols to speak of, no firepower. I take that back. They're buying up as soon as I say that. Here's the nade.
It's huge. Boop. Ball even hit the head.
Yeah.
Oh, the double fit.
Well, you know, his round sucked. He got scouted. No one took his position in his place to create the space. So then he felt like he had to go in when Grim popped up, and then he eats the nade.
The Hunter Hulk slam.
Yeah, it's a little bit brutal. The double Hulk slam, I think it was, yeah.
Must be in the family. He didn't break the table, though.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
He's got to give in into his anger a little bit more.
Molly heating things up for Grim. He's going to throw a smoke down to protect himself, preserve his life. And holzerk, he's going to be happy about that. m0NESY getting caught through the smoke. And they know Grim's inside of the smoke, and that is the way he gets out of it. Okay, Grim, and they line up. Even better for Grim. Off the site, it's the cleanup job. All four as he comes in, he just cleans everybody up remaining.
Yeah, spectacular. Carrying it over from Dust 2. Grim, 4 kills in the round to convert, and that third round force buy after the second round force buy works perfectly for Complexity. Even with that double kill from MongolZ, Grim really was the saving grace. I don't think Hunter knew he was in there, but knew it was possible, it was likely. Just used his whole mag, and Grim's able to pounce out of the smoke and clean everything up. G2 sent packing back to pistols. Hero AK on m0NESY, Tech 9s, and a Deagle outside of that.
So G2 forced to take a breather and let m0NESY work with his Hero AK. Mid is the area they want to approach. Smoke just fades away. Snacks walking at the front. MongolZ just in behind him, followed by Hunter. Heavygod's going to try and support them out from Rugs with util, but the A pushes come in. And 60 wants a piece of that Heavygod action, but not able to capitalize on his opportunity to grab the kill.
Yeah, and you have to expect that kind of aggression throughout this half, too. With the way Complexity played their CT side on Dust 2 and how much they liked pushing, you now put them on a map where CT pushes are kind of required. I think they're going to be more than happy to be really proactive on around the map on this defensive side. 60's going to take out Heavygod. That's cleaned out everyone outside the A bomb site. Rest of the forces huddled up in middle. All 4 members of G2 there. And Complexity have an idea of what's coming.
cross in towards camera. A lot of damage being done to the body. He's trying to come through, but it's MongolZ down after Nyx's frag. It's a double, in fact, from the defensive heaven. Snax and Hunter, can they win this 2v3 for G2? It started with weaker weapons and an AK in the hands of MongolZ, but that now falls into the hands of Snax. And he looks to the broken wall, but the peek comes in from JT, and it's Hunter. 1v3. He's got the position, but he just can't get the kill. And Grim able to make sure Complexity collected.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. Hunter actually does a good job there positioning himself, finding his 1v1, isolating Grim. We just had to take that fight, had to be over-aggressive, and Grim had all the advantages. 2-2, the plant's going to help. 3 kills is nice for G2. However, they don't have cash to spend in this round as the losing bonus builds. So Complexity finally get... Okay, I'm going to eat my words again for maybe the 3rd time in the 4 rounds of play so far.
How do they taste? Your stomach full yet? Or?
Yeah, it doesn't taste good. I'm not going to lie to you. 2 Galils, 3 Galils, a Deagle, and a Scout. Very light on nades for G2. But really not wanting to let this go, continuing the economic battle.
Oh, long-range shots. MongolZ comes out on top of it. Complexity grabbing the advantage. But G2 are coming so close in these, they just want to be relentless in their purchases.
Yeah, but there's always a line, and it feels like this round might be kind of crossing that line of really forcing it. However, the losing bonus is building, so next round can be a half buy if they were to lose it. Let's see if they can recover this 4v5. 2 players in middle, plenty of space to work with. That's MongolZ and Hunter. Once again, you have MongolZ just checking on timing from Temple, and he spotted one, but he's gone down.
Well, it's certainly going to allow G2 a deeper step into the A bomb site, because they can now apply pressure to main.
And they know 2 players are in main. They know 2 defenders are there. MongolZ had no concerns about anyone else.
Oh, Hunter's still going all the way around, but JT, such an important kill to grab. Grim cuts off MongolZ, trying to backtrack. Goes back again and spots out Heavy God. And Grim, once again, is off to the races. 9-2 here on the CT side so far.
Yeah, having one hell of a day, one hell of an event. Grim has just come into this, and the confidence just keeps building, playing so well. So MongolZ left to try and find what little he can, and that's nothing. 3-2 in the favor of Complexity. And with that force bind, with the lack of production, there's no chance. There's no opportunity for G2 to even joke about the idea of buying in this one.
Well, you think about it yesterday, the loss against Dust2 against Furia, it was Train where we seen Grim on the CT side just rack up a similar scoreline, right? I remember exactly seeing him 9-2 early on in the game, just farming the CT side. And it was enough to build Complexity such a convincing defense that they were able to close out that second map so easily. Perhaps we'll get a similar story here today. And he has to be the star of Complexity now. There's no other question about it. He's the one with the most experience. He's the one with the most potential.
He's the 10th best performer as well at PGL Bucharest so far. And this round is no problem for Complexity.
Everybody else gets a go at getting a kill. JT and 6E combine for 2 together. And now we got Hunter just chilling out with the P250. So we're looking at 4-2 here for Complexity CT side. A great start on Anubis. Nice little camera angle. I like that.
A fantastic start on Anubis. Just a lovely one.
Simply lovely.
And this is Complexity competing for the playoffs. This is a 2-0 game. The winner of this moves on to the playoffs of PGL Bucharest. Shocking that Complexity even has this opportunity to go 3-0, but you might as well do it while it's here.
Yeah, because as soon as you are 2-1 rather, then it starts to get a little bit more difficult almost immediately. Especially when a tournament has so many upsets.
Yeah.
Because then you got some great teams down there in the sort of losers matchups, and you don't want to go there for tournament survival. I think that's always the thing about the RMRs, right? Was always when you look back, if you had an upset on day 1, immediately everything just becomes so much more difficult.
Yeah. And I mean, look at the teams that have completed their games today that are sitting at 2-1. GamerLegion, which is not an easy game. FaZe is obviously not an easy game. Virtus.pro is not an easy game. Those two, FaZe and VP, even with their struggles, not going to be simple to take down. And Apogee, 2-1, who, as we've seen from them, it's kind of like, that's a team we sort of just don't want to play right now.
Yeah, don't know too much about them.
Flying
and they're just
high,
surprising everybody.
Yeah, crushing everyone, delivering upsets of their own, and obviously on a little bit of a hot streak, and you won't know much about them as they haven't been around in top competition for very long.
Right. Been doing some work online and getting to come to the big international tournament and show up in this way. Really impressive from the Polish guys. A main push from Complexity. Not all the way out, but Heavy God letting them know he's up on rugs with that utility. He's trying to support his teammates to come through camera and pull Sixy into this fight. He's keeping him occupied, but Sixy realizes he can't fully commit to that fight if they're applying pressure through camera, but he goes back to it because the commitment wasn't there, and so now he gets an upgrade.
Oh, and now you can smoke off camera, just reverse execute. However, with all the mid space and all the time, G2's got a lot of room, and it looks like they want to mess with Temple. There's 2 players defending this, though.
Grim walking back into the waiting arms of Snacks, with MongolZ tucked in the corner just to that right side, and Snacks gets both of the pushes. Oh, that's huge from Snacks, but traded back by MongolZ, who looks to plug the gap.
It's being loud.
45 seconds left. MongolZ's got another one in him. And Hunter thrust into the 1v1. He's going to sprint to the B-bomb site and get that bomb planted.
Nyx hasn't even seen any action. He's flanking through canals right now, going to be coming in very, very late. So Hunter's given himself good position to back off. But with this plant, you're going to have a great idea of where he's gone. Nyx has a smoke for the defuse as well, along with a kit. So Hunter, this is going to be tough to stop. If he just drops the smoke, hits the defuse, what does Hunter do?
You see, that's why he's moving out of the cave, but he hasn't heard the immediate tap onto the defuse. Grenade goes out, Hunter starts to spam, but it's not on point. Nyx just holding it, he's out of bullets. And that's one way to win it. Smoke onto the defuse, kill at the end is the cherry on top. And Nyx with the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Hunter that he still has a smoke, but remember, he was the A main player supporting Sixy's push. So the split into A never came in. Heavy God never actually activated. He got picked off by Sixy. The playthrough camera never came in. No reason for Nyx to ever use his smoke, so he's got the resource at the end of the day and a big-time clutch. G2 buy up AK-47s and try again. Up in the hands of MongolZ now. Grim carrying the AUG, which apparently he started to love.
He was saying that a lot. He's making it look good. MongolZ catching Snacks, jumping into the open. JT getting traded by MongolZ, who keeps the pressure up to try and spam down MongolZ through that smoke. Now here's a little bit of a speed up for G2 in towards A main. Let's see what Nyx can do.
He's got an AUG as well. Smoked off, takes a peek before it grabs the line, but the spam, the spray doesn't connect. Scoped up. The recoil betrays him. And in a 3v4 where 2 of your players are at the B bomb site, I think Complexity choose to save this one as well. G2 finally break through after 5 rounds of failure. They're able to get a bomb site and get another round on the board. For G2 as well with this event, with like the knowledge and the news and the understanding that MongolZ is going to be departing. I mean, it's also pretty important for them to be figuring out, you know, what base they have to work with. You know, who's going to be... They've already talked about Hades has been the guy that's tapped. That's the report that came out to replace MongolZ within the team on a trial basis. But, I mean, you still want to figure out what's the development of MongolZ going like? What's the development of Heavy God? How's Snacks doing as the IGL? Hunter stepping up as the second voice. You got to know what other pieces...
You got to look onto your future rather than into the past.
Yeah, so you're looking at what kind of structure you've got in this team moving forward if you're G2 with the players that are going to remain.
And I think Heavy Gods and MongolZ are actually 2 great riflers to build around with so much potential upside. You know, just very new to the top level of Counter-Strike and already shown some great strides. So in terms of having some good pieces to rebuild a good Counter-Strike squad, I mean, they have them right here. It's not your Nikos or MongolZs, but certainly very serviceable pieces.
Question is always, do those pieces remain serviceable after the star players leave?
Or do they become better? There's more space freed up.
So many things that can happen.
Yeah, interested to see what the future holds for G2. Right now, JT inside of the connector smoke. The whispers of that smoke faded away due to grenade usage of Snacks.
Yeah, just showing Snacks a little bit of a challenge to make him feel like he can't just stand there and be free. Flash peeked into A main with the Molotov, but good anti-flash play from Heavy God and MongolZ. So now MongolZ probably called upon next.
MongolZ starting to burn, had to go into the open, still gets the shot. MongolZ to hit the deck first, Heavy God on the cleanup. Grim comes back in though, and that AUG does look good in his hands. He'll go back and fight Fountain, but MongolZ outmatches him. And JT asked to win this alone. Snacks is so far away from MongolZ right now.
Yeah, but I mean, look at MongolZ. He grabbed the bomb and bailed out because not only is Snacks all the way in the B bomb site with it clear, he's pushed all the way up in a temple. So JT just gets caught with knife out. Ooh, goes CT. Snacks gathering all the information. Going to keep wrapping around him. MongolZ, just chill. Go back to the A bomb site.
Off you go. Back to the A again, MongolZ.
There's like no reason for you to be here. And JT just doesn't know how badly he's been beaten because he never knew Snacks was in the perfect information gathering position.
Yeah, Snacks has always been sneaky. That's I think that's the word I would use to describe him throughout his career. I feel like he's always found the perfect little flanks, the perfect positions to catch them behind.
You know, I always think this, and not enough people give Snacks probably credit in a big picture of his career, but he really kind of revolutionized and showed everyone how you could use smokes in the early days of CSGO, like when they were still kind of new. Blooming compared to the 1.6 in source smokes, and he was the one hiding in them, and he was the one pushing through him and getting a crazy flank during an execute. Nobody was really doing that until Snacks showed how effective it could be. He's always had that sneaky quality to the way he looks at the game.
Five rounds on the CT side is already a very good foundation that Complexity have laid themselves. But they want to build on it while they've got the opportunity to do so with a buy that's still solid.
Yeah, and running out of money as well. G2's shoot through 2 buys of theirs. So money's starting to dwindle, and what they can build after this, the residual cash isn't really there. So saving weapons is going to be a priority at certain points, and we'll see if they can get back to the winning ways. It's with aggression, of course. 6E pushes up. Silence at the minute and 10-second mark, and he'd had enough of it. Sixy going to remain really proactive on the map, stepping into the smoke in middle so he can clear it when it fades away. Hit lining up outside the B bomb site. Second defender has just arrived, but they are passive. Looking to do some damage on the attack and play the retake is Complexity. They'll be behind the smokes on this execute. No nades to break them.
Mobs moving through, and everybody from Complexity behind the smoke. So the fights don't really come in until this peak from 6E, and then the numbers go even again. 4v4, but all of Complexity are just waiting for those smokes to fade away, and then they can get into the fight. But MongolZ peels Halzerk away. He's waiting for that repeat from Grim, and it comes, but it's damage and not the kill. Grim gets the pick on MongolZ upon the repeat. But Complexity still with 2v3, and hard to see a world in which they stick around, so trying to get out of here, that's the tough part, and Grim's gonna do it. So gets the AWP to safety. JT can run away.
Hold on, he's being greedy.
He's been a little bit greedy, so the AWP doesn't go away. Damn, he could have just bailed out completely and had everything.
Wanted that one last kill. He's got 1300. He could have dropped an M4 over. They could have dropped the AWP to Halzerk. He would have had an M4. Yeah, they could have had a decent buy here if he'd been able to hang on to that, but sticking around is his undoing. I mean, Complexity just doesn't have any utility when that bomb gets planted. They have got no smoke for B main for the retake. That angle with MongolZ's AWP and Heavy God's AK was always going to be there. They had no smoke or molly or flashbang or anything for Dark. That was always going to be a really tough situation to get back into. G2 rattle off a streak of 3 rounds, and they've tied things right back up. And they've dumpstered the money of Complexity, who are going to be fighting with pistols and a couple MP9s. One saved M4 on JT. And it's in the right spot. G2's coming here with forces.
Execution up into the sky. Molotov burning the back of the site. 6E, the hold down, the double kill on the MP9. Heavy God continuing his spray, but 6E's got 3. And he might be able to even get more here until taken out by Snacks. JT's turn to step up and remove the final remaining member of G2. And that's a great haul from 6E, getting 3 on the output.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a win out of spawn. G2 calling for a B. I mentioned on Dust 2, like Complexity, their defensive calling was just off. It wasn't in sync with how G2 was operating their game. This time, a stack up at the B bomb site, and you hit in there with all 5 players. Look at this crossfire. How are you supposed to get through that? 6E delivers some excellent kills. First Hunter cleans up the Mobs frag, swaps out to the AK, and gets a little fortunate through the smoke, but what a nuisance he was that whole round. that keeps JT safe with the saved M4, allows him to be patient.
Oh, MongolZ straight away out to the deeper side than JT maybe was anticipating. Oh, Heavy God's patience and positioning gonna work out as he peeks at the right time. Grim is confident, and he just swung to fight MongolZ on the side of the smoke, got the kill, and then went back into connector.
Yeah, but still a big job to do because your teammates are sticking around the A bomb site. You're the only one here at B, and the set piece is coming in. Molotov smoke wall is set up on both sides of the site. Grim can't do anything. Can't force a play, nothing to create a play.
Man, he's got to come up with a solution. He's got to come up with a play of his own. And there was risk involved going in with the smoke.
I guess it's kind of the only thing he could do if they wanted to try and actually win the round.
No, didn't work out. I mean, it's a pretty low percentage chance, but it still could have been something special. Would have had the cover of the smoke. Last round of the half. Here they go. MongolZ pushing in. Snacks off the back of the platform, and G2 still stand with 3 players. Some util available for MongolZ. Nick's going to try and clear out the connector. They've got to move quick. Nix has got the shot, goes in again, but Heavy God secures the 6th round at the half for G2.
Yeah, nice shooting from Heavy God. Good half from him. 11 kills, 12 on MongolZ, the 2 newest additions of this G2 lineup. Really delivering for him. Complexity, Grim with 15, 6C with 11. He was the aggressive piece throughout that CT side. Not too bad. The G2 do regain control after Complexity go on a bit of a run. So switch sides. You're going to see what Complexity's offense can put on the board. And I mean, I would say they've got a good chance of taking this one with how favorable Anubis is to T sides, with the way they played on Dust 2 on their offense as well. Things were looking good. Get out to a hot start here, and you can bury G2 under some money problems, trying to get the resources they need to slow down your attack.
G2 able to pick up Dust 2 in the opening map of the series. Complexity desperately trying to hold on into the series. And this is for progression into the playoffs. So both of the teams today 2-0. And we've already said at length about how surprised it is to see Complexity here. Not necessarily G2. But Complexity want to take the opportunity right now, and they're going to be sprinting their way into the A bomb site. Execution deployed. Heavy God could use his own smoke just to toss it out as defensive cover. His teammates are going down, and it's fast here for Complexity. JT over the top of the cake, and Complexity into the site. They've got the round pretty much under wraps here.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Rotation's just starting to move now. MongolZ trying to hang on, but he's getting crunched from 2 angles. Good kill. JT trades him off. That's important to not motivate G2 to actually come and go for this. MongolZ and Hunter back off to preserve the armor. Pistol round and 7th round for Complexity.
MongolZ spotted on the beach. Not a relaxing day to enjoy the sun.
No, not so. Oh,
definitely not.
No enjoyment there.
Well, Complexity of the pistol. Time to see what their T side looks like. Will G2 go for a force buy, or will it just be a 2nd round eco here on the CT side? You mentioned earlier about Complexity's difficulties being able to convert 2nd rounds after pistol wins.
Well, let's look at it from the other angle. G2 has never converted or has never broken a team after losing the pistol at this event. It hasn't happened yet. They haven't won a 2nd round after losing the pistol. So maybe we change that. Maybe we change that right here. We got the dualies on Snacks, MP9 on Hunter. Deagles on MongolZ and Heavy God. Gonna get a little aggression out B main, excuse me. Grim, oh, so many flashes that he's got to deal with. That last one from his teammate, he knew it was coming, so good turn and spin back. And that's the early pressure negated.
Oh, Heavy God. Deagle to JT. That's a step in the right direction here for G2, but 6C making quick work of him, leaving Heavy God under a lot of pressure at the back of the site. Also do what he can with a 5-7, and that turns out to be a lot. 3 kills, and then finally put in the ground by 60. But there's never a moment where you can relax when the 5-7's still on the server.
Yeah, that's a sequence from MongolZ. If he had a little bit more time to kind of prepare for that last fight, maybe the opportunity, maybe G2 can actually turn it. Maybe MongolZ can win it. Good swing from 60, not letting him get away with anything. But yeah, that'll make your heart sink real quick. 8-6. Only USPs for G2. 1 flashbang on Heavy God, 1 nade on Snacks. A little bit of utility to try something creative. Looks like they want to get aggressive, pop out A main for a push, and try and catch Complexity snoozing. That's going to be Nyx and JT that have this attention coming their way. And a good Molotov to negate the plan before it even begins.
Flash towards JT. And here comes the squad of pistols. Look at it, trying to overwhelm Complexity around the corner. Successful in doing so on towards JT. Second kill's in, upgraded weapons available.
Whoa,
and Grim, run! What are you doing? Oh no, he's gone too!
Whoa, why'd you do that? Why? Okay, this is weird.
Oh.
Look, they could still win. Look at the HP.
Yeah, I mean,
like, this might actually not be an easy, or might not be a difficult round for Complexity to recover, but it certainly feels that way at the moment.
Shouldn't be in this situation, but 60 has a chance to clean up.
Oh,
he's
fine.
found the perfect key.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's got 1. MongolZ is still alive. Here he comes. AK in. 60 doing everything he can. And now the flank remembers Snacks. We called him sneaky. Here he is outside of B main. Letting the play come forward. Time's the problem here for G2 if they really want to win this. 60.
All 5.
He got everything. He did absolutely everything to keep his team in that round.
Ozark's like, I'll go hold CT spawn, bro. You good luck.
Yeah, it's on you, buddy. Recover this mess.
Damn. Okay. Well, it's the MongolZ thing made things really uncomfortable. That made things awkward as hell. Grim, my man, the call for an A main push. You don't be dropping out window like that. What a gift. That takes so much money away for Complexity. 3-round lead up in the hands of MongolZ.
Here goes Hunter, aggressive outside of B. Grim's got the angle though, tucked in the corner. Hunter and MongolZ are distracted with another fight, and so they don't check the corner that Grim's standing in. And the aggressive maneuver does not work out for G2, so immediately they're in a position where...
Oh, that volley doesn't spread if they're not aware.
But I think they realized that it didn't land in the right spot, so they're just going to throw another one. And Snacks can't do anything. So job done. 10 rounds for Complexity.
Really well done from Complexity. MongolZ doesn't even have a glimpse of anything in this round. Bomb being planted. It'll be 10-6. Heavy God and MongolZ will back off and save the weapons. Nice kill as the smoke fades onto JT, but it doesn't matter. Pretty easy round for Complexity in the sense that, that aggression from G2, that push in this gun round. I mean, Grim just gets 2 kills and the round's basically over from there. Complexity's T-side hasn't really kind of had to do a whole lot after winning the pistol, converting the second and third. The second was close. But this first gun round, they didn't have to put any effort into it. 2 kills walked into their crosshair. Just 3 rounds away from taking us to a 3rd map and a deciding map and a playoff map. That would be Ancient.
Ooh. The Complexity had to come back into Dust 2 to make it competitive. Now it's G2's turn to pull the comeback on map 2. Tough situation. Economically, they're just seeing what kind of buy they want to flush out. They've got enough to purchase everything, but
they're buying. MongolZ's dropping.
They just want to know where they want to put those resources.
Well, also, do you have? I mean, do you like this aggressive play? Is this kind of what you do? You want to do it on the opening? Do you want to maybe move something into the mid round moving forward? Or do you want to put some faith in kind of sitting back and defending the bomb sites itself? 4-round gap between these two teams fighting for a playoff spot. Op of MongolZ going to be starting over at the B bomb site. Instant window smoke, an instant canal smoke for Complexity.
MongolZ just jiggling. There's the info. There's some presence. Good utility to force him further and further back, giving JT the space to play with. He's going to take a tick of damage from his own fire. But now the rest of the push comes in from Complexity, and the crunch is perfect.
Damn, dude. They didn't,
G2 snapped apart.
They didn't even wait. There was no go signal. I mean, Hunter's throwing a flashbang for his teammate to aggress into Dark when they swing on him up jail. Just a knockout punch delivered by Complexity. G2 wasn't ready at all. MongolZ was just arriving. He went back to check middle for a second, came back, and as soon as he steps through the smoke, he's got an AK-47 pressed against his dome.
Feels like this map's over. There's nothing getting going early here for G2, and Complexity looking in control. Getting ready to load up Ancient.
Yeah, these rounds haven't even been close. Like the second round came down to a 1v1 just off a MongolZ triple, but at one point, you know, that was a 4v1. Complexity was in complete control. The rounds are playing out perfectly for him. And MongolZ's had the op a couple of times in this half. It hasn't worked out, hasn't done anything effective, hasn't been able to get involved in the action. He'll have it again, and G2 have another buy, and I was gonna say, I thought they used their third timeout, but hold on to it for the moment.
There goes MongolZ through the fire. Realizes he needed to be quick and nails the shot. holzr trying to respond over towards the A site, and G2 deployed the utility to slow it down. So for the first time in a while, G2 have actually got an opening to play with, and the round is stabilized in their favor.
I'm curious though, because Complexity, they haven't had to like really move around the map and work the map in any sense. Most of their initial plays have just been effective and have worked. And where you've kind of seen them push initially is where they finish up. So I'm curious if G2 is going to try and cheat someone over to the A bomb site. They're comfortable with it now. 2 defenders there. And where does Complexity look to find an equalizing kill?
Flash right in towards Nyx, gets into the corner just in time, but HeavyGod's seen enough and hunts him down. Oh, holzr. A lick of damage at the 45-second mark is the final B play here for Complexity. They've seen some success in this B bomb site in this half already, but this time it's much stronger from G2. MongolZ peels away JT. Grim will leap through in towards jail, but that smoke break comes at the perfect time, and MongolZ able to slip back. holzr 1v5.
Damage would be great. Even just 2 kills in this post plan as they come for the retake. Start setting something up for later. MongolZ has the angle with the op, and there it is. holzr swings into Snacks, who's ready and waiting. 7th round for G2, their first of this second half. They're on the board and 4 players survive. They're going to be comfortable with the money that's left over in their pockets, and Complexity denied a 12th round for now.
Well, what was the key difference on Dust 2 when the CT side started picking up for G2? It was the AWP from MongolZ, and that really changed it in overtime, right? When he got going on the CT side, he was all over the place. He was unpredictable. He was getting multi-kills. He's got the off now. He got the grid opener that allowed G2 to control the round the previous. If he can get going, Jason, that might be a different story for the next few rounds here.
More opportunities for him on Dust 2, obviously, than a map like Anubis. Oh, they're coming right here. Right in.
Running in.
Okay,
oh,
yeah.
it's straight up dry in towards Hunter.
And they're doubled up, and they're both blocked off. Smoke breaks it open, but oh, what can you find? Grim with the spam. Oh, it's beautiful from Complexity.
Well, pack it up then. That's ridiculous. Complexity come charging into the bomb sites and smoke kills, but then MongolZ gets a pick. HeavyGod finds one on the extremity, and the bomb isn't even planted yet.
It is going down now, but Grim's going to be trapped in. A chance for MongolZ if Grim tries to make the escape, but he realizes he has got nobody watching Dark. He can't move. So that's 1 player, his position known if you're G2 attempting this retake.
MongolZ's worried about a flank, but it's all about getting back into the B bomb site now. Grim still standing on default. Realizes it's uncomfortable to leave that spot, so it doesn't. Where does MongolZ want to use this util for? So into the back of the platform, Flash to go on up. He's got a second one down from his fallen teammate. Quick util being used. Quicker shot from the op. Grim cleared out. Where's JT? Where's he gotten off to? You've just got to hold it. You've just got to stick it. And all the way. It's Heavy God holding it, grabbing the round, ripping it away from Complexity. And that is a heartbreaking loss.
That's a North American loss. You have such a prime position to take this map, a 3-on-2 in the post plant, and you let it slip. Look, G2 wasn't even going to go for this retake. MongolZ gets a pick with the AWP. I don't know who it was tried to cross into the bomb site with the bomb when there's no smoke down. He's picked off by Heavy God at range, and a 2v3 is much more manageable than a 2v5. You don't even have to be in that situation if you're Complexity. You wait an extra 5 seconds for the smoke to plume, no one dies on the cross, and G2 doesn't go for a 2v4. Mistakes and pressure, important moments, might cost Complexity a lot. And the Poppy B hits that they used last round have worked so effectively in the early stages of this half, but you haven't been able to develop success with anything else.
They might just catch a great break here towards A. They're in towards A main.
I think this is kind of the round they wanted to do last round, but it got negated. It got delayed by utility, Molotov'd off, flash push.
Oh, that smoke's terrible.
2 rounds ago,
dude,
I should say.
Look at, you're just gonna walk on that smoke because it's horrible. Heavy God's at least got eyes on it, but they're just gonna walk right through that smoke. He's gonna get one pick, takes a dink on board as well, so he's out of commission. Here comes the rotate to try and help out. MongolZ's chimed in. Bomb can't go down because Nyx feels uncomfortable, has to try and fight his way out of it and won't do so. And the rotation comes in time, so Grim just doesn't have enough help here. He's alone in the world and inside of middle. 30 seconds, bomb down in the site, and MongolZ realizes exactly where he is, and so goes back to clean it.
Try that like new style of like having like a 2-man execute with a bomb into the bomb site and 3 players ready to attack rotations and to attack the second split. And like when your 2-man attack gets shut down that emphatically, it's a Mac 10 alone in the bomb site with the bomb. What's he supposed to do?
Now the money's gone for Complexity.
Yeah.
And all that momentum you built up at the start of the second half starts to fizzle away.
Especially out of the back of that 3v2 clutch loss in the post plant.
Yeah.
That puts a real damper on the energy.
That could have been the map.
Team. That could have been the map. And it's a lot different trying to close out a map when you've already got 12 and you've got that safety net of overtime versus right now when you've got no money. And again, it's a G2 that's making a late comeback. 3 rounds in a row for G2.
And it's the AWP of MongolZ again. It's just getting so much impact. He just pulls it out. He's instrumental in recovering that clutch in the previous round. Steps up here with a multi-kill. Grabbed the opening as soon as he got it 3 rounds ago. It's going to be a problem Complexity have to deal with. Not a full investment. Just a little bit sprinkled here and there for Complexity. They're going to try and get through mid, and they've actually got a lot of ground pushing through that smoke.
Yeah, stylistically, though, it's what's been really good for them. Gonna smoke off Temple, pounce all the way through. Both defenders close to A main, but this whole attack needs to wrap around and actually take control of A main. Let JT plant the bomb, but the other pistols need to make sure that these guys just don't have a safe living space.
Bomb plant secured. There goes the Tech-9. Oh, no. Oh, G2. Complexity suddenly find themselves bursting into the A site.
Beautiful read and a great call to go chase that down, hunt that down, and make this a 1-front retake.
This feels suffocating for G2 to get back in on the retake now. They're all coming in from the same position at Heaven. MongolZ's taking a dink on board. He hasn't got the kill. He's lost his teammates. There's no shot at this. There's no way back in. And Tech-9's a half bite from Complexity gets them up to map point.
All that space in middle, and then you've got nobody to slow down the push coming out of camera. Both players in A main. Neither of them want that distance fight when they realized what's happened. The timing had already been lost, and then they just have to huddle up knowing they can be split from 2 different angles. Just put in an uncomfortable position by the tactic Complexity ran. And now they've got 3 opportunities to shut down the map and take us to Ancient. Grim, man. Grim is having a game again. 26 and 14. He's 5-0 in opening kills.
Yeah, 3K in that round. Just huge performance from Grim. Really impressive seeing him step up to this level here in Bucharest. And that round might be enough just to tip the scales in Complexity's favor and close out this second map and send us into Ancient. Keep that playoff dream alive in a 3-0 fashion. Oh, Nyx eating the flash. Aggressive play works for MongolZ.
The idea that he even gets that kill.
Oh, that's so sick.
Yeah, full blind is. I don't even think he saw him before he got blind.
No, he just unleashed bullets and got away with one. Mid-fight goes the way of Sixy. Complexity with another step in the right direction. Anubis feels like it's about to come to a close.
Yeah, but there's opportunity because Complexity's spread out. Oh, good job from MongolZ. This is what I mean. They're so spread out that everyone can kind of get picked off. When Sixy starts to fall back in middle, if he falls into MongolZ with knife out, he's not prepared for that fight. Could be another kill that comes in. This might get a little bit weird still. Hunter alone with an MP9.
Oh. MongolZ is starting to shift to try and help him. Steps will be heard from the mid player.
45 seconds.
Sixy's going to start moving based on that info. He's actually called them away. He said there's another player making their way to the B bomb site, so they're leaving. They are getting out of there with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but they can get stopped here.
Yeah, MongolZ could stop the bomb from getting across. Damage done. Shot in. Oh, this is now a problem. MongolZ has got another. The Deagle devastates them, and the call to leave B might just cost them this round. For 25 seconds, Sixy's got to drop, pick that bomb up, and decide where he wants to go right now, and the fastest way to get there is through the window. It's to fight MongolZ. And Sixy's going to send the nade in, drop down into the water, go for that fight, take steps back into the darkness, 10 seconds, rotates in. He won't make it. He won't make it safely, surely, against that MP9. Time's the problem here. Sixy's got to commit to it, and MongolZ just runs him down. Oh, that is heartbreaking for Complexity. Again, the decision to fall back runs back into the MongolZ AK and the MongolZ double deeg.
I mean, I think just trying to be a little bit too clever with that kind of information in canals, rotate back. Like, it's not safe. You don't have control of canals in any way. Just the wrong call at the wrong time. You have to say, too, I mean, spectacular shots from MongolZ as well. It still took some bangers of shots to get those kills.
Yeah, I can't believe that second one. It's just like a flick deeg headshot. Not even a body shot.
But that's the first time it feels like Complexity made like a decision out of like fear, right? 3-on-3, the map, to win the map. You hear the footsteps and you're like, okay, we don't want to mess with that guy. Read the two-player defense at B, tried to rotate back. 2 rounds remaining to find the solution.
Well, you mentioned earlier when they only had 11 rounds before that half-buy win. It's much easier to play when you have 12 the overtime guaranteed.
Yeah.
At least they've got that to fall back on here, but you want to close it right now. You don't want to allow G2 to drag this into overtime while having Hunter 3-18.
Sure.
Yeah, this is G2 limping, but still in it.
Complexity not doing anything on the map, waiting for this smoke to fade, and then going to attack into the A bomb site. Usually we've seen JT throwing utility, taking control of Dark, just having some presence there. This time it's not around, and I think that follow-up smoke has really thrown Complexity off. I think they're just like, okay, we have to go through this. Snacks is right behind it, though.
Spamming him, taking him out.
Oh, my lord.
Nyx, okay, both A players gone. And this is now the perfect chance to close it for Complexity. MongolZ looking to be a hero and lift him out of the doldrums. He's got himself the first kill on Sixy. Grim's on the rotate, though. He's got the rotations cut off. And so Hunter has not had a great map here. He dives down, and likely to his death, he'll get 1 pick extra, but 13-10. Complexity bounced back in the series. They tied up 1-1, and the dreams of a 3-0 into the playoffs still alive.
This is such an impressive showing from this North American lineup. Let us be completely frank, at the start of this year, I think a lot of us were very worried about the direction Complexity was going in. They have come to PGL Bucharest and they look revitalized. I used that word earlier. They're still making mistakes that I think top teams would punish them for, and we saw here a couple of punish moves from G2, but for the most part, JT's calling good Counter-Strike, they're playing good Counter-Strike, and they're doing well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of doom and gloom, and rightfully so, when you lose your star player, not only as a guy who is an entry fragger and creates big openings, which is a rarity to find the type of guy in the NA scene, but also a mid-round voice, right? One that tries to help kind of guide you through situations and be active and kind of help your main caller out with, you know, those situations. You kind of wonder who will step up now and be that second voice for JT, or what can he do now that he has lesser experienced players and doesn't have quite the same star power that they're used to having. But what they've really done, in my opinion, is they have figured out what's the best I can do with what I've got. And they are playing a more up-tempo, less thinking in the mid-round required, you know, Counter-Strike, and getting the most out of their players.
Look at those reactions, though.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, you know, they did lose Elige, but now they have this Grim. I mean, this Grim is kind of matching what was Elige was doing last year at this event, not overall in this year. Let's see if this can be consistent, but on these two maps, he was amazing, and also Sexy coming into his own finally after, you know, a rough start to his LAN voyage, I would say, with Complexity. In this game, he was amazing again. I think like 7-2 in opening kills, and together a Grim key piece of their win here on Anubis.
Sexy's definitely earning his beers at the bar later, for sure, with the way he's playing. Let's talk about Anubis now. Obviously, even at the half, what did we think about the performance? Let's start with G2. What did we think about G2's play on Anubis?
I mean, I think I called it kind of before. I don't think this is one of their better maps. I think they have some limitations here. And when you look at the scoreboard, Snacks and Hunter, I know it's the second half, the CT side, but they're the two guys playing towards B together, 14 kills. Hunter struggled so much, and he was their best player at this event so far, like, and he stepped up quite a bit. I know, obviously, you'll always say m0NESY is the best player, but just like so far on the maps, he was really good. This was a complete off game from him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, if you're G2 in that first half, you got to get more out of that T side. I mean, Anubis is definitely a map that sways on the attacking side of things. They really were not able to get it done, and a lot of it was because this guy was holding it down. I mean, he is, again, kind of the B anchor on this team, and that was the favorite target of G2 through a lot of that map, and he was just not giving them a whole lot of space for free. I mean, the heat map kind of shows it here. Defensively speaking, he was just taking care of business on the site, in connector. You know, when they did have to go for a rotate here or there, he was able to do so, and it was just, yeah, I think they didn't get enough out of their attacking side, I think, is what really damned them from the start.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lack of, I don't know, novelty, I would say, from G2 on the T side, and obviously the opening kills also not going their way. Hunter, aside from being 4-19, he was also 0-7 in the opening duels. I don't know, maybe if he got something in the last round, but that was really strugglesome. What I also noticed was kind of the adaptations that Complexity did on the CT side. They do like to push and find space, and the issue that they did have towards the end was like some B executes that came in even when they're ready, right? They weren't able to stop it. So I think this is round 10 and 11 back to back. We can see if we have the video ready in round 10 how things don't really go well for Complexity, and then how they adapt in the next round to counter what G2 are doing. I mean, this is we see the opening to the round. They get the opening kill here, Sexy pushing out B, and they have a man advantage, and they know what is essentially happening, but they don't really have a lot of utility. One thing they have is a flash that Halzer just throws at the beginning, and what ends up happening is with Sexy not getting a kill down from connector, the positions just aren't really good to pull off the retake, right? And that utility isn't there. And then we see just the next round, the setup is quite different, double setup towards the start and main, and even though they don't have the main advantage, they just shut down the push completely.
If we move over, though, now to the CT side for G2, what was their defense like?
I mean, not that impressive. I think towards the end they did kind of get it together, but the issue that I see with them is some things are kind of too obvious. And we saw what Sexy did in this round. His push B is just like, I'm just gonna find a timing, shift out. If I get a dual 1v1, I'm gonna get it. He's just that confident. And we have another round which displays kind of what G2 were trying to do. And I feel like their push of B is something people are trying to do when Anubis came into the meta and came into the map pool, and it's not really a meta thing right now.
We'll get to that round in a little bit, but let's hear what Dust has to say about G2's CT.
Yeah, I mean, their CT side just looked flat. I mean, again, you're not getting good performances out of some of your main players over on the B side of the map, which is kind of lets Complexity be a little bit more open. I mean, short of Complexity kind of just messing up like a couple of mid-round situations, I thought they looked sharp in the sense that they're playing that really diverse, like deep playbook style of Anubis that I anticipate I'm going to see from JT. We got that. Sixy is playing some of his best entry work that we've ever seen from him in an offline environment. We've been talking up Grim's praises really all tournament long, and when you're getting like that level of opening kill performance out of Grim and Sixy, kind of your two aggressive riflers, it just makes the whole game easier, especially that they were able to control middle just pretty much consistently.
Okay, so we've got the round that you were talking about. Walk us through what we want to look at, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like, if you can't hold, you want to go out for a push and do something like that. First of all, Complexity was completely ready. They had 3 or 4 people here. Secondly, it's so announced. There's so much utility coming out that usually what happens, like there's someone playing anti-flash if they are there, or someone is rotating in to help it out. I mean, they essentially went out with 2 players, both of them died, and that's it. That's the round. Yep. I mean, Complexity didn't really need to do anything after that. Just walk into the B bomb site, trade out snacks. Even though they failed the molly, they still got the kill and finish the round.
It's just a risky thing, right? Because when you pop flash your way out of long B, there's a million angles that you have to watch out for that a T can just be holding, whether it's down low, up top, behind the pillar. Like, you're basically playing a guessing game and rolling the dice so you're choosing the right angle to peek as you swing, and they didn't, obviously. That's a double up. And so now you're just making the game even easier for Complexity at that point, because Grim has played that position for a very long time. He knows the timings. He knows what utility to look out for. He knows, hey, what are the conditions that can ruin me, and be prepared for them. And he did a great job.
Complexity was able to get this to an equalizer, right? This is what we are now going to see. We are moving on to Ancient. And how do you think that this is going to play out? Because I'm going to just throw in my uneducated opinion here. I think the scrappy fighting mentality of Complexity, the way they're able to change the pace up every so often, it seems to be working. They are taking these top teams toe-to-toe, nice and close. G2, maybe not a top 3 team, but definitely a higher level of competition than what we've seen Complexity go up against. And they're doing damn well. Do you think that they could cause, which I'm going to say it, I think it would be an upset, and secure their place in playoffs, Dust?
I think it's going to be a tougher one to do it. I mean, I think this is a map that G2 are generally a little bit more fluent on. You know, I think that this is a map that they have more reps. You know, this is a map where I think MongolZ really thrives, you know, kind of playing in that mid position on both sides of the map. Very effective, heavy guide, a very effective B player, so they get to spread their talent very nicely. But I will say, this is also a map where sometimes I will see this team either get tunnel vision on kind of like executing the same site over and over again and being very stubborn and not diversifying their T side, or this is also a map where I can sometimes see them stall out in the mid round and not really be decisive enough, and that can really be something that Complexity can exploit. And the other thing I want to talk about Complexity is that they've made a massive change on this map recently, where they now have JT playing middle on T side. And he is actually really kind of put now Sixy in a more comfortable position, being their B aggressor. He feels very confident with his mid timings. And they've actually looked quite sharp in some of their online play. And now the question will just be, can they translate that against top opposition in the offline environment?
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to what we're talking about Complexity, is like the way JT solved kind of the issues is like, I'm going to put myself in the positions to make decisions, and the newer players should just play simpler positions where they can just go for duels and fight, essentially, which they are pretty good at, you know? So I think that's a really interesting one. If I just zoom out a bit from you know, the specifics of an Ancient, just looking at the odds are obviously still favoring G2, but the fact that we're talking about G2 against Complexity, and it can go either way, I feel like what the hell is happening? I can't believe myself when I'm hyping up this Complexity team over and over again throughout this tournament. You're looking at me like I'm a crazy person, but it's like it is working out. Going into it, I did not expect this at all.
I've just come to the realization, and I can't believe I've only done this now. Clearly my brain has slowed down in the last few months. We all keep talking about, like, JT gets these players that are, you know, quote unquote rookies. It's less experience. He's lost.
But they're rookies for sure. Yeah,
they're rookies for sure. But hear me out. JT started like that. He always played with an underdog team. It was back in the bravado years where they came to the States. He's kind of always had inexperienced noobs. There we go. Prof said it. He's always played with the noobs, and he's always been able to punch above his weight as an IGL in those circumstances. So maybe he's flourishing in this environment.
Yeah, I think what's really cool about it, since we're talking about Ancient, is an example of what you're describing, is the fact that he noticed, oh, we tried to put Sixy in Elige's position, T-side middle. We were trying to make him fill Elige's shoes, let him be that aggressor, as a lot of people are on that side. We know a lot of stars kind of come from that position, but he realized over time, Sixy's just not the guy that feels comfortable in that role. Let me take that from him. Let me put him somewhere where he can maybe thrive a little bit better. Just put him at B Cave, let him go for those fights with Nick, and try to figure out what works best. And I think the other thing he's done is he's found a way to get Grim more involved, right? Grim used to just kind of be a passive, like, follow behind Elige, A-lurk type guy. Now he's like, look, I need you to step up and be a trade fragger for me. He's putting him into those positions to be successful, and he's also just made their utility usage phenomenal. Like, they are one of the best utility teams on this map, in my opinion.
JT, the king of the noobs. There we go. I've got him a new title. If they win this and secure their spot in the playoffs, we'll find out if they can do that after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's lineup landing time as we get to test and see if our players know the lineups and where that smoke or Molotov is going to land. I've got G2's Heavy God with me here. How you doing, mate?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. You're always in a good mood. You're always bringing positivity. How positive are you with your lineups and understanding of utility?
I don't know. I think I can be good. We will see. We will figure it out.
We will figure it out. All right, let's get started.
Let's go.
With the first one that will be on Dust 2.
Xbox.
Where is that?
I think Xbox.
You think Xbox? You sure?
Yep.
Okay. He's confident with it.
Maybe it's meant to be, yeah.
Close, a little bit deeper.
Yeah, because it's similar lineup.
Oh, okay.
It's similar.
Nice, okay.
If you do it a couple of pixels left, then it's Xbox, but yeah.
We're going to Nuke next for you.
Heaven, maybe? I don't know this lineup, but I think it's either Heaven. Yeah, I think I'll go with Heaven.
I like it.
I don't know this lineup even.
Boom.
Hey, it's kind of Heaven, right?
Yeah, it's Heaven. That counts. It is the Heaven smoke, because look at how that spreads.
Yeah.
All right, Ancient. This one, I'm sure. You're good with Ancient.
Maybe.
Maybe, he says.
Yeah, it's City or Donut, I'm not sure. I'll go with City. But I think it's Donut. It's always like this. People throw random. Yeah, it's City, nice.
Boom.
It's a deep one, okay.
We take that. Inferno, we're going to next. This is the G2 special. Is it the Heavy God special?
Maybe. Oh, it's a deep banana smoke.
Nice. That one we're good with. From Inferno, we're going to Anubis.
I don't know how to call it, like the connection between middle and B. I don't know how, everyone calls it differently, the position.
That's fine, I'll give you that. I would call it Ruins.
Okay, you call it Ruins.
You describe the position to me perfectly, we'll show it.
It's like we call it Woxic, you know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So for me, it's Voxic, but it's I said like the connection between middle and B.
Yeah, I understood you.
Okay.
That is correct. You can definitely have that one. Next, we're moving to Train. Lots of fun utility on Train right now.
Insta, maybe it's either Sandwich or Connector, but I'm not sure. I think it's, I don't know. I'll go with Sandwich.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, maybe it's Connector actually. E-box, okay.
That one's a tricky one, right?
It's also similar with Sandwich Smoke.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think Sandwich is more left actually.
All right, last one, Mirage.
Let's go.
This should be a specialist one for you.
Jungle Smoke. Like bench smoke, I mean. It's either bench or stairs. I'm not sure, but I think I'll go with bench smoke.
He took a swing, but it will be...
Top connector?
I'd say like the top connector under stairs smoke.
Yeah.
You were close. You would have had it with stairs.
I thought it's bench smoke. I actually throw almost similar.
Okay.
For like this cross.
Someone told me that before as well. Okay. Yeah,
it's the same for me, but it pops because it bounces 3 times here.
Yeah.
Mine bounces 2 times, and it goes deeper.
Okay. See, there's some other ones to be shown here, but thank you very much for playing, Heavy God. It wasn't too bad, was it?
Yeah, it was fun, you know. Now I know some more new lineups.
There we go, some other crazy ones to be thrown in there. Thank you for playing, man.
Thank you.
The chase for a playoff spot between G2 and Complexity comes down to a third and final map. We go to Ancient, we had Dust2, we had Anubis, and I'm really finding it difficult to call who's going to make it through now. I think with Complexity's performance on that second map, and if Grim's able to keep it up going into this third one, Jason, they have a real shot at going 3-0. And when you consider the start of the year for Complexity and the results that they were getting, this is a crazy turnaround.
Yeah, and they need Grim to keep going as well. 27 kills on the first map, 26 kills on the second map. He's been the driving force of this Complexity team. It would be such a shame if he quieted down on this third and deciding map. Obviously going to need him to be providing you some impact. 6C had a great second map as well, which is always nice to have that second player next to you. And Complexity just continues to surprise. Let's see how this Ancient goes. Smokes towards long and short from G2. 4 players at the base of B ramp. Molotov into the site. And they're going to waltz in because it's Nyx, the only player here. Complexity's going to attempt a retake. They've got no kit. They've got no smoke, just 1 flashbang.
No, they got 6E on the flank, so at least that's something. He's coming through cave. Grim's still a long way off. He's only at the elbow now, and he's actually decided to go through T-spawn. So with no kit,
6E's
he's going to be a late piece, and Hunter, he is taking 6E down. So really comes down to Nyx to create some space with JT as they move forward into the site, and Nyx is landing shots. m0NESY inside a cave. It's a defuse stick around the corner, and everybody goes down. Complexity hold on with 3 players up, and they've got the pistol on the retake despite lack of kit.
Yo, all credit to Nyx. He gets 4 kills in that pistol, and he's the one playing passive behind the smokes on the retake, not challenging anything on the come up into the bomb site. But when those smokes clear, man, does he take advantage of the situation. Those are some crispy headshots they needed to get into that bomb site. And the bomb planted for ramp, but the majority of G2's forces over in cave to have dealt with that 6C play from earlier. 1-0. And a bye in the second round for G2. Oh, an MP5 sighting on m0NESY? Oh, now everyone's going to get on board. Now everyone's cool with it.
Yeah, everybody's loving it now.
Like, oh, and m0NESY has it. I've always
trendsetter.
known this weapon was amazing.
And he sold it.
Oh, damn it.
He had you in the first half, Jason.
That was my moment.
Yeah, you've been waiting all your life for that.
Come on.
I like how he trolled you. That was good. He said, oh, shit, what's this thing? I've never seen this before. Is this in
I
Counter-Strike?
fat-fingered this buy. Well, I don't want this MP5.
Oh, I love that. I feel so bad for you, Jason.
That's sad.
You know, someday.
For the record, I like the MP5.
Yeah, I know. We all know.
It's not very good, but it's fun.
It's another silenced weapon. There's something satisfying about silenced weapons. Just one of those guns that got added and has really never had a
I know, it's just kind of there.
At least the revolver was good for like a few days, whereas the MP5's just never been good.
Yeah. It'll have its moment.
And someday. Mid-control taken for G2. They're going to leave Heavy God due to his low HPs all the way back at those B doors, just watching for a push. But it's a donut play, and Grim probably has one of the best weapons for the job here. It's a turret, as he does damage and gets 1 pick. Now Holzer, blinded himself. but still able to stabilize. He's got JT to help out, and MongolZ just jiggling each side. He's worried about main, and for good reason, because Heavy God's coming a little bit late into this. But the problem is Heavy God's the only player left, and he's on low HP, so a clutch in a 1v2 seems not in the realms of possibility, and it isn't. So Complexity go up 2-0.
Now, but good damage done from G2 with the 3 kills. I'm curious now, because Anubis threw me for such a loop, all the buys that G2 kind of brought out in the early stages of their T-half. I'm curious if they're going to go for it here, because this is a similar situation to what happened on Anubis. They got 3 kills, they didn't get a bomb plant, and they still went back for it. This round going to be a bit more conservative, it looks like. Snacks drops over in Hero AK-47 to MongolZ, who picks up armor, and that's about all the money they spend. Deagle, smoke on Heavy God, and we'll see what MongolZ can do for G2.
Yeah, not even necessarily looking for the round win, but because you did damage in the previous round, if you can do more with the AK here, you can really
set
damage
things up nicely.
Complex's economy later on into the gun rounds.
All right, here we go. The challenge.
There's one.
First bullet. He's going to keep pushing. Good flashbang. There's room for MongolZ to work with, but he says, you know what? We don't have to commit on this. We have a 5-on-4. There's going to be a gap. They have to shift somebody. Let's work the map a little bit. Plenty of time with 1 minute and 18 seconds on the clock.
Ew. Getting spammed back through the wall. MongolZ down to 42 health. I like the play from Sixy. Coming through the side of the smoke. Hunter toppled by that.
He's going to have to be careful about that, though, in some time in his career, and it might just be after this event. He's been super aggressive and pushy throughout the games that they've played that we've seen. People are going to start taking note of that. They're going to start noticing, you know, that smoke could be challenged. This guy likes to do crazy pushes. But for now, it's working.
Yeah, you roll with it as long as you can. G2 goes silent at the 42nd mark in the round. Complexity want info, so they push down the ramp.
Yeah, but this info might sell them a false bill of goods. If they don't come back and clear out Cave and Jaguar, they're in for some real trouble because MongolZ has rotated away. Good thing Nyx has spotted this. He knows where the play is going to come from, so the wraparound from B mid lane can come through Jaguar. And Sixy, low HP, but he should have the jump.
Oh, plant's huge already for G2. They'll be happy about that, and they've still got MongolZ on the AK up and alive. Snacks is never going to win that fight. Sixy gets onto it, but he's low HP, and so immediately taken away. Heavy God's Deagle battles back, MongolZ gone, and so it's all Heavy God's Deagle. How much more can he take with him? And the answer to that is nothing. So 2 kills and a bomb plant from very limited investment from G2. They'll take that.
It's honestly a really nice tap from Sixy, just to flush the G2 players out into the open. Got him all the information of where they were actually playing. Just head of his team, and everyone else is able to clean it up. 3-0. And now the buy comes in for G2. MongolZ 5,600. He can snap off the AWP if he wants it early on in this T-half. Most recent game for G2 on Ancient was earlier this event. Yesterday, I believe, actually. A win over Rare Atom, 13-7. Complexity also played this in their series victory against Furia yesterday, and right out of the gate, mid-control for the defense.
Fight still going down for MongolZ. A lot of bullets. Most of them connecting, but just not enough, as Sixy's down to 8 HP. The MP9 wins that fight. He's going to go grab an AK, and in doing so, has spotted the bomb on the elbow push. Snacks. Oh, he's about to get destroyed. Sixy just keeps going. That's a huge play to win that fight and just keep going. And now Heavy God 1v3. Knows he's got to deal with the elbow players, but there's a booby trap along the way, and it's Nyx coming out of Jai. Get a swing from Sixy. 3 in the round.
4 kills overall for Sixy, playing very well to start Ancient. I need to make a correction. Complexity didn't play this versus Fury yesterday. That was my brain playing tricks on me. The last time they did play it was the 13-0 over Imperial Valkyries.
Yeah, we casted that one, right?
No, this was in Yala Compass.
Oh, Yala Compass.
Recently.
We definitely casted one of their games on Ancient against Imperial Valkyries.
That was back at Cluj?
Yeah, a long time ago.
A long time ago. All right.
That was their first win.
Yeah, it was their first win.
Now look at them.
Look at them now. Just living the dream.
Running out mid, MongolZ getting barraged. His teammate's gone.
Yeah, good trade though. Actually, it's Mobs finding the kill and then just burning, so at least 1 for 1 at the very least. MongolZ brought down to 29 health. Grim is going to be over in Donut. He's got a teammate with him. The break reveals nothing. No aggression towards Red Room. For the moment, Complexity have left Nyx all alone again at the B bomb site. That's a beautiful shot. I mentioned they would like to have Sixy on point as well as Grim in this game. It looks like we might be getting that.
Here comes the swing. MongolZ getting involved. MongolZ only manages 1 kill before being traded out. And once again, a 1v3 for Heavy God, but at least he's got the first headshot in this one. He's going to give it a good go. Sixy boosted up. The elevation change is huge. It's going to make it almost impossible for Heavy God to make anything happen. And Sixy with another double.
Yeah, he's playing really well, 6-2. Grim hasn't had to do too much quite yet this game. It's mostly been the new additions. Sixy and Nyx, who's 8-1 as well, providing all the impact. Nyx had that excellent pistol round. And Complexity with a 5-0 start on this deciding map with playoffs on the line. They've given themselves a great opening. Timeout called by G2 to talk things over because there's not a whole lot of production coming out on that side. Mid has been shut down a number of times. Complexity have done a good job pushing down and at least drawing even. 1 for 1 in the last round, 2 for 2 a couple rounds back. Kind of crazy to think about during this stretch. 4 opening kills for G2, and they haven't converted a single one of them yet. Now, obviously, in situations the round like last time, keep it in context. The kill comes out from MongolZ, he dies immediately afterwards. So not all opening kills are equal.
Definitely not. In terms of giving themselves a great start here for Complexity, this is beautiful to watch. Going to be up 6-0 in just a moment.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. We're going contact Deagle into the B bomb site.
It's going to be fine. Sixy's here.
And Nyx. Don't forget about Nyx.
I don't forget about him.
Ooh.
Oh, now I have to forget about Sixy though, because that Deagle has blasted his head off. Nyx is in the corner. Uh-oh. Well, 2 kills back in for G2. Bomb plant's coming in.
It's not out of control yet though.
Yeah, not out of control, sure. But could flip that way if Complexity aren't careful, because another shot from Heavy God and a swing from MongolZ. It's Grim coming back in. Now, you said he hasn't had to do much yet. Well, now he's asked to clutch.
He's got smoke, Molotov, flashbang as well, if he can figure out exactly where he wants to put it. Remember, the bomb is not planted for these positions in back cube. So Molly to clear out the long angle. Op shot miss. Grim can just stick it.
Oh, he's got on it. He didn't actually commit to the defuse just yet. Needs to get back to it now.
It's too late.
Yeah. Oh, can't find it either. He's just got on it. He's going to hold it, but the time's gone, and so Grim runs away. And yeah, I guess I did jinx it, Jason.
Yeah, you did. Well done. That's all your fault. MongolZ goes down to Grim, but the round is won by G2. Tech9's pistols provide their first win, and it's come at a very nice time for them because they've kept the money low. So Complexity buys back into this, but the bank is depleted after the fact. Beautiful shot from Heavy God. Oh, really well done. A great round from Heavy God with the Deagle.
Three MP9s. For Complexity, you see some of the damage that's being done. Even though they were 5-0 up, they did lose a lot of members in those round wins, so immediately upon losing their first round, they got weaknesses here. MongolZ forced himself out of elbow, looking to pin MongolZ in the cutout, but he actually got out.
Yeah, the elbow smoke missed, though. That's why MongolZ was feeling so confident to make that kind of a play, because the smoke actually wasn't up in position. So also equally, while MongolZ really didn't want to do a whole lot to mess with that fight. Sixy's in a lot of trouble, gonna back himself. I thought he was gonna leave. He keeps backing up, coming back. 6 HP on Sixy playing behind this smoke, and he's gotta give it up. Don't mess up this molly. That has team kill written all over it.
Sixy. A little bit too much shown, and Snacks will take him out, creating space to get into the B-bomb side. 35 seconds left. G2 coming in from 2 approaches. Nyx gets caught top ramp. MongolZ will happily take that easy kill. And they leap out past the bullets of JT. holzerk's up next. Heavy God's watching it.
It's time to save after that death. If holzerk got that, you could have gone for this, but you have to back away now. You've got no money in the bank. Grim, even only an MP9, might just want a position to try and grab an exit kill and an AK-47 upgrade if he can, but a tough round for Complexity with 3 SMGs, just couldn't mount the defense they're used to. And G2 have broken them, forced them back into a save, so it's their chance to start warming up here into Ancient.
Yeah, and that's the key of G2 at least doing continuous damage throughout the early rounds, even though they didn't win any of them. You know, you had that round where m0NESY is on the hero AK. You had the round where they were able to get some damage done with deagles. And so when you do defeat Complexity in a couple of rounds, you shatter their money, you reset their economy, and now you can close the gap quite quickly.
I think, no?
For G2 overall, too, I mean, we know obviously the team is going to change. m0NESY is going to be departing. But even without that under consideration, this G2 team has had a pretty rough start to start the year in Nico's absence. Best results are like quarterfinal-ish finishes. Eliminated 9th through 12th, made it 3rd, 4th at the Blast Bounty. But overall, it's been a rough year for them, even with m0NESY still around, providing firepower and saving them. So trying to build some things that can carry on after his departure and keep this team competitive. Mid has been much easier for G2 these past few rounds. Second time in a row, MongolZ has been able to find space to work with. This one just by virtue of no one playing previously last round because of a missed smoke.
You're going to have 2 players in front of the smokes here. And then 2 are already quickly rotated here for Complexity into the B bomb site. So decent chance for Cole to make this difficult for G2 to get into the B bomb site itself. 60 with a double on the 5-7. Hunter not able to get anything done. And yeah, G2 held at the door, held at bay. But MongolZ and m0NESY looking to combine together to get themselves back into this. Grim, he's arrived. He's up at heaven with an MP9 and they're going back towards him. Grim could still change the outcome of this round alone. holzerk's still in a USP. So if there is something to be had, it is Grim to do it, but they don't walk past him. They come so close, yet they don't round that corner and they go into cave.
It's okay, you're letting holzerk grab all the information, right? At some point, they're gonna have to make a noise, and you're playing together this whole time, so there's no reason to be concerned about the A bomb site. If they rotate back around through middle and kill you from elbow, fair play. They can have it. But Grim's gonna have a jump on this flank into cave, into Jaguar. More pushes all the way around to B ramp.
Yeah, changing up his position to get over there to ramp. He actually, in making that decision quickly, he can get to that spot. And now with the distraction set up by holzerk's peak, it sets up Grim. m0NESY, quick shot, flicking around, trying to get to safety around the corner. And he goes to the AK instead. holzerk's only got a USP. And m0NESY makes sure that the clutch goes his way.
Yeah, that's a deep sigh of relief from Snacks as well, though. When that USP causes the distraction, does the damage, you think it's all done. But one more time, it's m0NESY's quick reactions and incredible accuracy to save the day. The flick over to B ramp, absolutely perfect. And 60 does everything. This is fine 5-7 work. They're shooting at all of his teammates. And once they settle it down, I think the mistake from Complexity, they get all those kills at B ramp, and they think it's done. Wander out into the open to salvage some weapons,
MongolZ
get
coming
punished.
out. Oh, just too many nades going down to MongolZ. He got slowed. It was like he's going through sludge trying to get out of that elbow. They're walking into B. And Nyx is not happy about that. He peeked in, peeked out, and suddenly they're right in front of him. And G2 are in the B bomb site.
He's been playing, they've ran a very similar setup at the B bomb site a number of times, which is usually Nyx alone, 60 being aggressive over in Cave and Jaguar, and there's only so long you can run that without changing it up before it's exploited and caught onto by G2. Just a perfect contact hit, playing the trade game. And that brings them within 1, 4-5 in the favor of Complexity. Ooh, those flashes are brutal.
Yeah, I'm savage. And now Complexity's early call to save is being diminished further. Grim just about gets his weapon into the next. But that gap, that 5-0 lead, it's now 5-4, Jason.
Wouldn't be against a timeout for Complexity right now because they can actually buy if they want to. They can drop some weapons over on JT and Grim. You'll kind of limit yourself in terms of nade, but give yourselves the time, yeah, they've taken it, to talk things over and figure out how to arrange this because you're going to have 4 rifles in this round, or 3 rifles and 2 SMGs.
Not bad. You see how important it is that Grim did hang on to that, even though he's down to 16 HP, getting spammed down through the box. Hanging on gives them a chance to get a solid buy across the board here.
I'd like to see them go back to like having bodies in middle and challenging and making sure they have mid control for the first 30 seconds of the round. You know, don't kill mobs if he comes out. You've been pretty decent at that, but you've never really lost that fight. You've gone 1 for 1, you've gone 2 for 2, and then you've straight up won the fight. You've never lost it. So have that control because it allows you to pair up with 60's aggression over and Jaguar so perfectly.
Sixy and Nyx making a move down the B ramp.
Well, they got it. They used a ton of their very shallow utility to take this mid control, to take B lane control. They have everything. Nobody's home at elbow. Nobody's in lane. So step 1 for Complexity's tactic is successful with this kind of map presence.
They're just going to keep walking out of A, though. No one is seeing anything because Holzerk's just playing behind the big box. Grim is going to be the player picking up info, and then you would imagine Holzerk would just play on that contact. But that does give G2 quite a bit of space into the A bomb site before Complexity even detect their presence. Oh, the smoke. That's going to pause things.
It's the worst timing possible, too, because it's right where everyone from G2 shifted over.
Yeah, they were ready to go. And so it's worked out very well here for Complexity as they go back into fight elbow, and it's going to force G2 into the A play in a more difficult scenario because it's not the timing they wanted, and now they're ready for it. Complexity are ready for the A play.
And there'll be 3 defenders here as well. One's going to come donut.
Oh, MongolZ's taking one of those away already. That's Holzerk down, Grim burning, and that's the side opened up. AK's just charged right through, and we're looking at 60 having to be a hero. Trying to deny the plant, but held off by Heavy God, and G2 make the most of it.
Oh, that was very easy considering the situation they were in. Mulb's kind of sent to his death, sacrificed in middle, but both players from Complexity just burned out by Molotovs. Grim in the bomb site, Holzerk at the big box. The Flames make it work, and G2 have a very nice set piece into the A site, so we're tied up yet again. And it's now 5 in a row for G2. Both these teams exchanging 5-0 runs.
It's not bad. He could be a Foley artist, Jason.
Yeah, you think so?
Mm-hmm. That seems like it would be a pretty fun job being a Foley artist for a movie. You know, just walking around banging things, making crunchy noises, figuring out, you know, that could be this could be that. You just sit in a room of things.
We saw the room at the Valve HQ that they did all the sounds for Counter-Strike in.
Oh yeah?
They had like all the little props. They had like all the like.
What's the weirdest prop in there?
Nothing weird, but there was like, actually there probably was because I think there was some things from other games, but they had like all the various surfaces that you run on. They had like 10 cobblestones in there that they would put down.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. All right, JT, good kill on Mobs. Again, that's a nice frag in mid, but you have no idea Hunter, or do you? Do you have a sense that Hunter closed the gap? He doesn't want to challenge anything this early.
Snacks. Let's see if he predicts Grim's potential push. Nope. It's going to be MongolZ. Have a look at that, and Grim hits the deck.
And Snacks is going to take the opportunity to push forward. Considering Hunter has mid control as well, you know he can pinch into Donut, so actually there's a weakness at this A bomb site that G2's taking advantage of.
Yeah, get MongolZ boosted up. He can get deep into the site without having to expose himself to the temple peak. And now they're running into the bomb site, so... Oh, Snacks, he's got away with one here as well. That fire doesn't spread to his plant spot, so he's comfortable to put the bomb down. Now MongolZ going back into the donut fight. Great flash, but Hunter teed up for the double. Responds to the death of MongolZ. 2v3 for Complexity. If they want to win this, they've got to pull it off in a retake. And it's going to be tough. Snacks makes the move around the side of the tall box. He's got the headshot required, and now holzerk impossible. Unless G2 make a big mistake and allow him an opportunity to suddenly win this, but there's no kit on his back, and they're not making a chance.
That'd have to be 10 seconds of mistakes being made.
Yeah, he's got no kit, no util. It's over. So he's running away, and we're looking at 6 rounds now for G2.
I don't even think G2 could have lost that round if they tried.
Well,
holzerk,
if there's one team to do it.
True, that's a good point. Although I'll see you at G2, I'll raise you a Liquid.
Yeah, that's true. Right now, Liquid probably in pole position in that. And maybe even Furia.
Maybe.
Because they just
Maybe they enter the conversation.
They lose rounds in the strangest of ways.
They do. All right, 6-5, G2 takes control. First 5 rounds were rough for them, but they figured it out, and now they've just been punishing Complexity round after round.
Damn, that one Tech 9 round, man, where they motion at the B-bomb site.
And you haven't been able to get it back since.
No, I've done this. I'm sorry, North America. Now just settling into the round here, G2. They do not have B-lane control. The deep smokes of Complexity will ensure that they hold it, and then Nyx just goes down to the bottom of the ramp and fights against Snacks. Catches him, gets out, holds the advantage here for Complexity. 6's got the B-lane fully under wraps and is about to resmoke elbow just as MongolZ wants to have a peek. Hasn't thrown the smoke. He's deciding where does he want to use it, towards B or towards elbow. And right now, maybe the doors is the better call, because that's where G2 are grouping up.
Yeah, unbeknownst to him, it actually is the better call. And they've just spent a lot of time walking around on the map to get everyone here, so they'll sit back for 15 seconds and wait.
This is like that A round just previously, where they're about to go out of A main, and suddenly a smoke drops right in front of them.
And also, Nyx has a Molotov still at the top of B ramp as well, so if they try and like kind of take control of this and explode into the B bomb site, that Molly's just going to get dropped and delay them even further. Now, if they step through and this smoke fades and stays quiet and go contact until they get some angle into the bomb site, could be awkward for Nyx.
Still a little bit of utility at the 25-second mark of the round. This is going to be a rough finish for G2. They've got to be picture perfect as they head into this B bomb site. Util's going to help, but Nyx gets one extra. holzerk standing in front of the flames. Hunter taking down his teammate, but holzerk still standing, still fighting, and finally eradicated. As G2 move through, they have enough time to get that bomb down. 2 versus 2 to round out this first half of play. And Grim once again on the flank, and they've got a read of it this time.
I think he's thrown this flank at him a couple of times throughout this half as well. They probably, surely MongolZ has a little bit of information, a little inkling. It's coming, so precise.
Well, MongolZ to make it happen in the 1v2. Up against JT, he switched to the AWP, and his selection allows a 7th round for G2. It was 5-0 for Complexity to kick off this half, and now they trail 7-5.
Yeah, damn, that was a complete reversal from G2. They hit 0-5 and just had enough. Fired up. I feel like, too, I mean, the B defense, I think, became an issue for Complexity as that half wore deeper, where the aggression was a little bit more known, so they kind of backed off of it after the early rounds. I noticed Nyx there a lot alone, and I noticed Nyx and 6 playing with MP9s a ton this half. And those are your 2 primary B defenders, so options just limited, fights you can take just limited. But nice from G2 to bring it all the way back. Shows good quality within the team, getting buried and digging themselves out of the hole in the same half.
Well, spot in the playoffs up for grabs here on Ancient. Complexity must have felt like they were getting closer and closer to that reality, that dream world, but 5-0 to 7-5 down. The hard work once again begins here in the second half. They've got to do it on the T side, and JT has got to lead them now. Nyx is at the front. There's a fight about to go down in Cave as he keeps pushing. It's quite a difficult setup to break apart here. Heavy God and MongolZ with a clothesline of Jewel Berettas. And they hang them out to dry. But 6C, he's had enough. He takes 2 back inside of Cave and evens the numbers out.
He's got the bomb, though. He's got to evacuate, and the flank is coming in through Cave. Oh, that's a big jump from Hunter. He's going to have a nice timing on this. If you try and go back in, 6C, you're done. Toast, already with the angle. And now JT and holzerk put in a really tough spot.
Yeah, both at ramp. JT is going to tuck himself in the corner at the ramp itself.
There's no time for holzerk to wrap around.
JT's got to delay them and keep them off the deep views, but MongolZ is just going to get on it. There's a smoke up, and he's not got the lineup. JT, once again, can't get to the diffuser. holzerk's just walking, and that's it. Pistol's done. G2 hold the defuse, and they've got the round.
Yeah, really nice fast flank from Hunter and a beautiful shot on 6C, who did incredible work of his own just to bust up the double dualies over in Cave. The fact you even get out of that is pretty impressive. But just put on your ass immediately afterwards, and your teammates in such poor positions to handle what just happened. G2 taking the lead. Second round bye for Complexity. AK-47 on 6C, Galil on Grim.
That's a smoke that's gone a little off the mark. So Complexity make the most of it and move through. 6C. Going to be spotted by Snacks, and then JT's got a Deeg in him. MongolZ gets a taste of lead, and that's a mid-control available now to Complexity. No, they're not going to use it, but G2 have to watch it, and so they dilute the B defense slightly by sending m0NESY back to check over red and see if anybody's moving in with it. Doesn't spot too much, so can bring himself back over to B and bolster the defense again. As Snacks goes down and that smoke fades away, Nyx is revealed on the other side of it, and Snacks can peel away with an equalizing kill.
Ooh, 6C stepping up, takes the shot, knows one's close, looking for it. Ran past his crosshair, that smoke comes out perfectly, doesn't want to challenge. Grim, meanwhile, gets a kill, and now they crunch him, but it don't matter. Defense holds strong, and G2 shuts them down 9-5.
Oh, this is deflating now for Complexity.
9 in a row.
I think they're starting to forget about how to win rounds, like what the feeling feels like.
Yeah, it's been quite a while where they've been dry. 5-0 start into a 5-9 deficit, and a timeout called for G2. Gives a chance for Complexity to breathe and talk things over and figure out how do they want to play the rounds moving forward. The first gun rounds coming in, but G2, their conversation is much more positive. It's we've done everything right. We've won the second round. We won the pistol round. Now we can build some money and build some momentum. And let's just ride this in the early going of Ancient and shut them down before anything begins. Playoffs within reach for G2, just 4 rounds away. One last playoff ride potentially for m0NESY in a G2 jersey.
That's the storyline, isn't it? The last dance. We have a lot of those in Counter-Strike.
No, they never
But this
ends.
really is the last one.
Every year has a couple last dances.
Nyx on the charge. Tech9 trying to get into the B-bomb site, but the util is perfect and even better from Snacks. 4 kills, they melt away.
Yeah, that's the solution to the diminished CT Molotov, is add a little bit of an HE grenade on top of it, and it's perfect. Slowed down by the explosion of the nade, standing in the fire a little bit longer and just chunked down below half HP. Easy mop up for G2.
Yeah.
And again, if your conversation during that timeout is, let's focus on, stay alive, build the economy in the early going, all 5 players survive. So everyone's happy.
Happy with that one.
Couldn't be a stronger start for G2 in the second half.
Complexity goes without saying. Gonna gain some momentum now, and this gun round has to be it. Grim charging out mid. He's taking no damage. It's JT that's taking the brunt of it. So they're gonna send him out again. He's scared of every nade because he's just a whisker from death, but he's actually managed to get a kill out of it. Now Hunter's turn to swing. He knows there's a second player, and Hunter doubles up.
It's great. Beautiful shot for someone who had a really, really rough dust, too. He's bounced back in a big way. 13-8 for Hunter here on Ancient. holzerk, Nyx, and 6C left in a 3v3, and they don't know about Heavy God.
Yeah, and 6C's so far away here. holzerk's down, bomb down, and 6C's on B. So it was setting up to look like it was a possibility for a good round there for Complexity, but Hunter just rips it out of their hands.
It was setting up to look like it was going to be a cool playoff run for Complexity, 3-0 to make it into the playoffs, and that's not looking likely either now. That comeback in the first half, the 7-round streak, really shook Complexity, and they still haven't got back on board. It's now 11 rounds in a row for G2.
Yeah, and then we remember the other teams, right, in the 2-1 record category. It's the likes of GamerLegion, FaZe, VP, Apogee.
Yeah, those are the teams you have to drop down and face. I don't know which of the three would be the better of them.
Yeah, maybe VP.
Probably, I mean...
I think you would still take Apogee, but...
yeah, GamerLegion or Apogee, but I don't know, with the performance of Apogee recently.
Yeah, true. All of those difficult teams to get past. So, you know, this was a great opportunity in the 2-0 bracket. And G2 about to get there. MP7 for Holzerk, Tech9 for 6E, AKs and Galils. Not a pretty buy for Complexity, but one that must work. 6E applying pressure towards Snacks. He does a lot of damage, but doesn't finish his meal.
It's making a good distraction, though. 3 defenders stuck at this B bomb site. Bomb moving in towards A main right now. One in Donut. You've got MongolZ off over in Temple. Mob's playing it safe and doing tons of damage, so JT's going to have to remain passive. He might want to swap positions with 6E, to be honest. There's no utility for Complexity. They can't really just throw a fake with util. They have to dedicate a body to it. I think 6E's just getting in a better position to get a jump on the lurk, or he's going to push forward, try and be the distraction. It's kind of working, but G2 is going to be able to respond to this hit quickly. It's really working, actually.
Yeah, they come down to a retake here. MongolZ's going to set them up with a pretty good start, though, with that kill on Holzerk. 6E finding that of Heavy God, and blow for blow we go, but G2 looking better. Damage done on the 2 remaining Complexity players as they dig deep to try and hold on in this post plant. This is for 6. And to prevent G2 from going to series point, and Hunter just gets on that defuse. 6E hunting it down, but not there in time. Not there in time at all, and Hunter will come off it to even get his pick. What a turnaround he's had from that second map performance. It was a disaster, and he's up there fragging 16 kills now. Looking so good.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. Dust 2 for Hunter, 17 and 14, but that was after a half of Counter-Strike that you would like to forget about on Dust 2. CT side, 7 and 8. It was a little bit rough. He was quiet for a lot of that map, but today, this map, he's providing all the impact. Now close to the top of the scoreboard, just behind MongolZ. Last chance for Complexity to get anything going, but I don't know, you're a little bit crazy if you've got something positive to say about this so far. JT 1 for 1. All that's left is the hit up B ramp.
Heavy God trying to get back to the gap just in time. Gets 1 kill before being traded. Snacks is held behind fire, so could not run down that bomb plant. 3 versus 3. Flash is perfect. Snacks is dead. And MongolZ and Hunter make the climb to heaven.
You got money to go for this. You've got rounds to go for this if you want to, but there's really just no point. MongolZ going to be given a gift. I think with Hunter working himself so far away to T-spawn to go for exits, even that kill doesn't pull you back into it. But if he had been there,
then you could have
they're
used that
probably
as the catalyst to move forward.
Look at all their utility. They for sure would have gone for this 2v2. So a little unfortunate.
Well, they don't get the 13 rounds in a row, Jason.
No, they don't get the 13 rounds in a row, but it's okay. They're going to get playoffs regardless.
Terrorists win.
It's got to be a very deflating feeling for Complexity to have had such a hot start, 5-0, and find themselves in this situation. First step of an incredibly long road. And obviously so much money here for G2, so they'll still have the AWP out for MongolZ and all the support cast. So no problem with the saves. Let's get into round 19. Complexity starting heavy towards A, and real heavy at that. Just running it, just straight up rushing into the A bomb site with utility. Hunter's going to be waiting at Donut. It's the first kill for him, traded out, but MongolZ is up next and can't tee up more than one.
All right, well, let's see what this retake can do. They're going to go for this one for sure. 2 coming in through Temple. MongolZ and Heavy God. Snack's been dealing with a ton outside of Donut, so he's going to work his way back towards Red Room, come from CT spawn. And Complexity spreading out into post-plant positions. 1 big box, 2 Donut themselves. A little bit light on util.
Yeah, but flashes. I'm hoping they're effective. Here goes one over the top. There's a second coming in. Holzerk's going to be dodging the brunt of the flashes. Now they come charging in. Holzerk gets the lineup, both down, and now just Snacks. He'll tap the defuse. Time is going quickly, but he's got that pick. JT just doesn't need to peek until Snacks commits to it, but he can't get the shots. No way. Finally taps away onto Snacks. His arm peeking around the corner.
Yeah.
Complexity have another.
A little nerve-wracking. I was like, there's some crazy pixel there blocking those shots, but he does get it at the end of the day. Nice round win for Complexity, but again, all 5 players go down, so money out of a victory is going to be rough. Good news for Complexity is it's the same situation on the other side. G2 have kind of run out of funds to challenge, but they're going to buy up regardless. Timeout for G2 to talk things over. They're 3rd and final. Calling it a little bit early, so there's potentially 5 rounds of play in which Taz cannot stop the action and have a final conversation with his boys. Likely just passing on his ideas on how they close this one out. And G2 making the playoffs at this event would be massive for them. And when you consider the top 4 teams aren't here, we see the struggles of MongolZ not playing super well. You have like the favorites, or like the top 4 teams gone. You have the favorites of the event underperforming. You have to look at this like a real opportunity. They get into the playoffs, and truly it feels like at this event, like anything can happen with the way teams are playing and with the way they're looking.
Jumping through the smoke, it's Heavy God to come out on 1. AK-47 now in his hands, and that can be devastating. Just looking for the little heads over the top, and couldn't find a follow-up, but maintains his life and holds onto the AK. MongolZ is going back to try and deal with Nyx, who just charges through the smoke. Oh, he's still able to react in time.
Yeah, Nyx is super fortunate to get away with that one. MongolZ had the right read. He bailed out a donut so quickly, and the communication couldn't pass over to Nyx in time. Tagged by the Deagle, but playing it safe. There is a flank coming in. Nyx is watching for that as the smoke fades. It's Hunter. But if he finds this 1 kill on the flank, that can change everything.
It's so quick. Then Grim has to go back and patch it up. MongolZ couldn't make the most of it out of Temple, and Heavy God takes damage on board in that engagement and recovering this 1v2 with no kid in his back, nor any utility to apply pressure into the donut. He's got 1 flash, and he'll just bail out. So Complexity here in retreating through A main. They'll know they've won this round, and we're looking at 12-8 now as Complexity finding a little patch of form in the second half.
Yeah, but just again, like, it's kind of like I guess the Dust 2 earlier today. It's like you're just in too deep of a hole. Even if you do a fantastic job digging yourself out of, it's just so tough. 7 rounds in a row that they need to bring us to overtime. This started at 12-5. They've got 3 of them. But that one against pistols. So rifles come back, M4s across the board, MP9 on Snacks. And Complexity try to keep this train going forward.
Out mid, JT catches MongolZ completely blinded. Great flashbang assist here from Holzerk, but that one's ridiculous. MongolZ also falling. JT completely blinded when getting it. And we are now looking 5v3 for Complexity to convert round 21.
Yeah, and now it's pause. Like, just be patient. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to throw nades. We don't have to start trying to take more space. We've already got 2 kills. It's them who are going to have to respond somehow. Let's just wait for a little bit and make sure we're safe. All 5 members of Complexity clumped up in B lane. Now control of Jaguar.
Heavy Gods move through that smoke. JT goes back in to check it, and he's the solo carry in this kind of round. Yeah, Hunter going back to deal with him eventually does, but there's just too many targets flooding through B.
Just a fragging IGL. Yeah, there was a stretch where JT's fragging as an in-game leader was something that we really talked
about. Start of CS2 in particular.
Yeah, he's been one of the guys in that conversation for some very dangerous fragging leaders. Shows a little bit of it here with the opening kills in middle. This is just beautiful. first kill is his, MongolZ nade in hand, but MongolZ takes a flash and JT's just lined up, ready to go. What a sick round from the captain of Complexity. 3 kills, and he's got him up to 9. And once again against pistols.
Sixy prowling around the B bomb site. There really isn't too much resistance here for G2. Sixy's got dinked though, and that puts him in that danger zone, so they send MongolZ in instead.
He's done his job though. He might get killed in the flank because you have Snacks and T-spawn, but he's pulled everyone over to the B bomb site. He's made him feel like it was going to be a B hit. He was always the distraction, and the fact that he survives is really, really well done. That allows them to get into the A bomb site with the free plants. And yeah, maybe they may salvage some AK-47s at the end of the day. Not ideal, but you've got yet another round win, and you've got double digits. You're within 2.
I take the AK into the next for Hunter, and it's fantastic for Complexity to have flipped this back. 5 rounds in a row themselves here, and the comeback is well and truly on. That's something you got to say that Complexity have exhibited at certain points in this tournament so far is mental resilience.
Yeah, resilience. Yeah, it's been good to watch.
I think that's one of the criticisms we've had for Complexity in the past, as well as sometimes their mentality can just shatter and they fall apart.
Apparently not this version. 2 rounds away, round 23. MongolZ's got his AWP out. Another full buy for G2, another test for Complexity. They've brought this all the way back. They did it on Dust 2 and fell in overtime. From 2-10 to overtime to a loss, 16-12. How crushing if you can bring Ancient all the way back and fall again at the final hurdle.
Speed from MongolZ, but that smoke comes in and prevents him from pushing forward. So Snacks is able to maintain control of Jag. But G2 starting to sweat here. Sixy losing half of his health in that engagement, but sends the grenade back to pretty much equalize.
Yeah, very nice rebuttal from the nade game. Catch this. All right, well, information that one is playing in Jaguar. Snacks is backed away after the smoke fade, so now it's Complexity's time to move into the vacated space. Bomb is outside the B double doors. Nick's on the other side of the map at the A bomb site, but not being a distraction, and Sixy pushes up through the flames. 18 HP, another Molotov.
Dude, he's just invincible. Finally, bullets bring him down, but he's taking damage from all directions.
Yeah, well, JT just calls out 2 moved in towards cave.
Feels like the map's shrinking here for Complexity. You got to fight your way through it, but they don't predict Hunter. He gets into the corner, and JT walks right past him. Now Complexity, 3v5 to flip back. Otherwise, it's G2 heading to the playoffs. Grim fighting forward. Hunter still in cave. But Grim might have just given his team hope to keep this going again. 2 rounds back, and they've got OT, but it's all on Grim to prevent this. G2 looking for the playoffs right now. But Grim goes forward. It's MongolZ down. He'll go to the site. MongolZ up next. And a moment to breathe as Grim gets the reload off. Goes into the peak, but it's MongolZ to confirm playoffs for G2. They head into the playoffs with their last run with MongolZ, and we'll see what they're able to do deep in the tournament, but 3-0 through the group stages.
The last dance of this particular G2 lineup continues all the way into the playoffs. Our first team here at PGL Bucharest to confirm their spots. Complexity didn't make it easy though. I honestly thought it was going to be a little bit of a stomping here on Ancient right at the beginning. 12 rounds uncontested from G2, and then Complexity does that fight back, that gritty, scrappy underdog look that we're seeing from them time and time again. We got to give them a little bit of credit, right?
Yeah, certainly. Great comeback again from Complexity. On one side, worrying that they have these halves where they get 1, 2, 3 rounds, right? Here it was 5 and then nothing after that. It is concerning that they get kind of blown out in a row like this, but the fact that they can come back in and fight into these games when they're big underdogs is still impressive. But, you know, G2 played a great game. I also have to say from their side, being down 5-1, nothing was really working. And then they came in, won a few rounds and a few key clutches that started this huge run, the 12 in a row, and then it was inevitable kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun ride, I think, for everyone involved, except for Complexity, who are going to be maybe kind of just wondering to themselves, man, we were right there. Like, we were 1-2 big moments away from potentially 3-0ing and making it to the playoffs, you know, really just shocking the world. No one would have anticipated that, especially what we saw at Cluj. And, you know, but they still are going to have a couple of opportunities. And then at the end of the day, G2 kind of is on that progression right now, right? Like, when you think about the beginning of the year, like, they finished, like, what, like 9th or 12th at Katowice, if I'm not mistaken. They were, like, top 8 at EPL. They go 5th, 6th at Lisbon, and now they're back in this quarterfinals race. And, you know, in a tournament where the big dogs aren't here, other than, like, maybe Aurora and MongolZ, like, they have a chance to make something happen.
I have to say, and again, it's what we spoke about in the pre-show, and I'll bring it up. They are about to lose the best player in the world, allegedly, reportedly. And yet, the vibes look good. They're still playing well. They're still going in and putting up a good fight. They have an excuse to play badly, and they haven't taken that excuse.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at especially this comeback that I mentioned, like considering all the situation and everything, being down against Complexity, a team that's, you know, on a lower level and everything, they're just solid. They haven't been impressive this year, but they have been consistent in terms of they beat teams outside of the top 10, teams in the top 10 struggling against. Their only win was against MongolZ. Hunter pop-off there was pretty nice. His recovery from map 2 into map 3 kind of blowing off some steam on Ancient here.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things with G2 where they just do have so much talent, and even if one of them is about to leave, he's still living up to his name. He's not taking this tournament any less serious than the other event that he's played. He's still playing with pride. And then, again, Hunter's just having a year, dude. Like, I haven't seen Hunter look this good for this long since, like, 2022, maybe?
I think that's something like it. You could even say, like, back in the early G2 days, you know, when Nico wasn't on the team, when he was the main star of G2, and before that of the crazy lineups and stuff like that. Like, I guess there can only be one Kovac on the team at the same time.
I like that one. Takeaways from this. When we take a look at G2 moving into the playoffs, what do we like about this team so far here at PGL Bucharest?
I mean, I just thought that they have shown me a little bit more grit, like a little bit more resilience in some tough moments. Like, they've been able to dig themselves out, right? I mean, that situation right there, they went on a crazy hot streak. All of a sudden, Complexity comes calling back, and you're thinking, this is a situation that I have seen G2 just fumble the ball and then wind up going into overtime or have something happen that shouldn't. But they were able to hold it off. And look, I think at the end of the day, they still 3-0'd. And, you know, the first 2 games, they did so pretty convincingly. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the team. I mean, especially on this map, I will say, they didn't run into any of the pitfalls I've seen before on Ancient out of them. Like, they didn't get stuck in the mid-rounds. They didn't tunnel vision onto one particular tactic. Like, they did play a well-balanced game and eventually found a way to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, the T side did start, that role started with one missed smoke, I think, from Complexity trying to smoke elbow. Then G2 gets the mid control, gets around, then MongolZ activates with a few clutches. That was the one anti-eco that they almost lost. You know, MongolZ, of course, switches to the AK, closes it out. Stuff like this, where you see the big stars shining bright, essentially. So yeah, a good game, and honestly, how everything is looking at this event, I do think, you know, last dance trophy for MongolZ and G2 could be on the cards.
We have a chance now to speak to
MongolZ.
And I know, Prof has just thrown it in there. I'm well aware what the questions are that people want to ask. Hello, Hunter.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. I know that your team has told you categorically you can't answer the questions I want to ask. So we're going to skip over the alleged reportedly news that's going on. And what I want to find out from you specifically is, when Cole took it to the third map and were able to equalize the series, what was the conversation during that break in the team to ensure that you were able to close this one out?
I mean, we just try to focus on Ancient because we know that we are really strong on it. Anubis, unfortunately, we lost. We didn't play well, but I think Complexity is playing very good Counter-Strike overall, and they are shooting really sharp, to be honest. And yeah, it wasn't easy, but we somehow, I mean, after they were leading 5-0, then Taz took a really good time out where we had half buy. And after that round, everything started and we did a very good comeback and we won, I think, 10 rounds in a row. So yeah, I think, first of all, he did good timeout. And then after, I think individually we stepped up and we closed it out.
There you go. Taz haters, write that down. Good Taz timeout mentioned. I wanted to say, like, for you individually, you've been playing pretty good these last few events. Started this event also really good. Anubis, kind of a struggle. Ancient, you took it back. I think you popped off a bit towards the end. What's the vibe for you personally right now?
Well, I'm confident. I'm really working hard since like CS2 came out. I'm just waiting for my chance. I don't want to force anything. I just believe in the process. I believe in my team, in my teammates, and I just need to stay patient. I need to stay how am I usually, and my time will come, and I know it. So yeah, I'm very happy that my confidence is back, and I just hope that I will continue that way. And thanks to my team for believing in me and my teammates, of course.
So we've seen your team kind of throughout the course of the year progressively getting better as far as your tournament results go, like how deep you're making into some of these tournaments. And now you're looking very good here with the 3-0 berth into the quarterfinals. What do you think has kind of led to this progression of the team? You know, like what's really allowed you guys to see these improvements?
To be honest, since Heavy got joined and Nico left, we worked very hard. We had 2 boot camps. We had a lot of events behind us. And I knew that will pay off at some point and that we'll start playing better. Of course, we didn't achieve anything yet that we wanted to achieve, but I think we are looking better and better from event to event since Katowice, let's say. And yeah, that was kind of our goal, to be ready for challengers, especially for Major. And before Major was coming, it was Dallas and Astana, but mainly for Major. And that was our goal. But yeah, now things a bit changed, but whatever. So yeah, we just need to stay focused. We need to play like we did so far this event. And yeah, I think we'll be good.
So last one for me is that obviously, you know, when Prof was talking to you about like your individual performance being very strong, and that's definitely, you know, very notable. But the other thing is kind of wondering how the dynamic looks on the team now. Nico is obviously a very strong second voice on the team in the mid rounds. It seems like you have really stepped up. I've heard that you've been helping with pistol rounds, with CT side calling. What's the dynamic like on the team, you know, and kind of what is the feel of how this team's operating now?
I mean, before Nico was in charge for City side mostly, and him as a just human being being in the team, that's huge for any team, and especially it was huge for us because for me he's a family first of all, and he was an example for all the other players that were coming, because who doesn't want to play with Nico? And that's the main reason. Of course, second reason because he's great individually and he's very, very strong. But yeah, I've been doing pistols since Sixtas when the team was in the team, so it's nothing new. I've been doing for like 1.5 years, 2 years already. I don't even know, maybe even more. So yeah, that's something that people said it lately, but I've been doing it for a long time in G2. And for City side, yeah, I'm trying to focus just to put Taz plan on the server, because I try to remember everything, every role for all players, and I'm trying to, you know, mid-round try to talk more, but Mones is doing it as well a lot. And yeah, I'm just trying to, you know, remember everything that Taz prepared, and if I have a feeling mid-round to call something, to gamble, to save, I don't know, things like that, then that's kind of my job. But yeah, City side is mostly Taz plan, and I'm trying to help him.
Hans, I've got one more question for you. It's a bit cheeky. I just want to know, as a team, what is your outlook on the future right now?
We don't think about the future too much, honestly, right now. We are focused on this event. We want to do the best we can. And yeah, next...
Do you see yourself as favorites to win this? Like, is this kind of the goal?
I think what we showed so far, us and Eternal Fire, I mean Aurora now, sorry. Yeah, I think we are kind of 2 favorites. But of course, FaZe can pop off. They're experienced players, and you know how they did on Major at the end of the year. So you can always expect that they will do good after bad things. And yeah, but I think we are one of the favorites. I don't want to put us as top 1 favorite.
You are in the playoffs now. Congratulations. We will see you very soon, and thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank you, guys, and have a nice day.
PR trained so well. I tried at the end. I said I wasn't going to do it. And then at the end, I was like, we have to push because the alleged reports, we have to figure out. But you can see...
He's also always humble. Like, it's, even when you ask about himself, he's not like, well, I'm just doing my own thing, always the same. And sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
That was maybe the least stealthy thing I've seen in quite some time. That was like you know, like Metal Gear Solid, whenever you're like walking around under the cardboard box.
Yeah.
And like that was you right there in that question.
At least I gave him an out. Like I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean, it's the talking point. And he even says there. He mentions there that MongolZ has a big voice in the team. That voice is leaving.
That's true.
They've got to be thinking about that. There is a good chance that that voice is going to be announced to be leaving before this tournament is even up because of certain deadlines that are in place. So just think about it. I mean, that's all going through this team's head coming into playoffs. That's mental.
You know what? You know what question I want to ask? I know we're kind of switching roles here, so I am sorry about that. We hear about Hunter having a voice on CT sides and pistol rounds. He talked about how MongolZ has a voice. Talked about how he's instilling Taz's plan on the CT side. What's Snacks doing?
I don't know.
Is he just the T side caller only? Like that's kind of what I want to know.
Maui, is that you? Is Maui in the mix here?
I'm just curious. I feel like just not even it being mentioned.
Why are we
kind
hating
of
on G2?
worrisome.
They just won. They're in the playoffs.
No, yeah. Congratulations.
Impact.
They're
there you go.
In my eyes, favorites to win this title. Honestly, they are.
I think Aurora's the favorite, but I think that's a fair.
Okay, yeah, actually, yes, I agree with that.
Is Snacks really as bad in IGL as everyone's making out? Like, he doesn't do anything. Hear me out. They're still making playoffs. They're consistently good. They're getting where they need to get.
They also do have one of the best players in the world. So, you know, that does add a lot of room to maneuver around, you know.
Reportedly, allegedly, he may not be there for much longer. But anyway, we're now getting way ahead of ourselves. We've still got another playoff match in contention. We're going to find out whether Aurora or 3D Max are going to be joining G2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest. It's the last game of the day here on the A stream, and we will find out our second team heading to playoffs. Who will be joining G2? Will it be Aurora or 3D Max? We're going to jump straight into the conversation here with Prof and Dust about Aurora. And it's funny because we were speaking about this in the green room, and Dust actually said, I'm tired of this conversation now, the move from Eternal Fire to Aurora. And I completely get it, because it has been the talking points of this team the whole way through PGL Bucharest. We haven't spoken about the fact, really, that they are 2-0 coming into this. They look really strong. They're one of the favorites. The thing we keep talking about is this change of organizations. And the fans are going on about it as well, Prof. It's been really insane to see a lot of the hate that this team is actually getting online for making a decision that is ultimately to allow them to continue to play top-tier Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, it is just it's a complicated one on the surface. For an outsider, it might seem like, what does it matter? It's just a different jersey and logo, right? A different name doesn't make a big difference. But when you are kind of like the Mongols are for Mongolia, they are kind of the national team unofficially for Turkey, right? So there's a lot of fandom behind it. We saw all of during the major, there are big watch parties with thousands of people watching all in different places in Turkey and stuff like that. So there is a lot of expectations and there's a lot of meaning in what this team, what these 5 players and coach represent to the Turkish CS fans. So yeah, there's a bit more to it than just it's a different logo. Yeah, and here we see essentially they spoke about it as well. Voxic in an interview with HLTV, he said like he admitted the change was so sudden we didn't really get to explain to players to the fans what's going on. But ultimately he's like, we're ready to prove that nothing has changed for us in terms of representing our country on the global stage. And this is it's a very simple thing, but what he's saying is, yeah, it is a different org. I understand that you would have liked it to be in a different way, but due to different constraints we don't need to go into, you can read the whole interview if you want. That just wasn't possible. It wasn't possible for them to be Eternal Fire, and it wasn't a money move. As he said, like Zantares could have earned 7 times more than he did in the last few years playing in Turkey in an international team, but he chose to represent Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've put it fantastically for everyone out there. And I think really the other thing you have to think about is just like, look, if you want them to be able to continue to focus on this full time, continue to put up these big results and be a top 5 team in the world, to continue to carry the torch of their nation, like this, unfortunately, was just what was required to allow them to still be full-time players, right? Like, there is a financial end to it to be able to make this your full-time job. And unfortunately, this is just what had to happen to allow them to continue that streak. Now, let them do that, fans. Like, let them show you that they are, really dedicated to still trying to be the best team in the world and try to lift trophies for the country. And hopefully that's what this event can maybe pose an opportunity to do that. Because I think they are, at this point, in my opinion, the way things have played out in Bucharest, they are the favorites.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing is when you win, people like you. This is just an example. Like if you look at Falcons this year, when they had that run in Cluj, the community sentiment is kind of starting to shift. They can actually play CS. Nico's Dexter this. And again, they go back, start losing, people start hating on them. This is the same thing with Aurora. They started well on this tournament, and I think if they continue winning, that's also going to help them sway that public opinion back into, this is the same team that was last week under the Eternal Fire banner.
I agree with you, and I think what we need to focus in now is the fact that while this may have shook up the scene and everyone's talking online, Aurora hasn't changed their style. They're still winning. We've seen that happen here. They took down Pain. They took down Legacy. What have we thought about the Counter-Strike they've brought to the table here in Bucharest?
I've just been excited with really the entire year so far. I mean, Joda has been one of the best pickups in the offseason that we saw in all the roster media after the major. They are a very well-balanced team. Obviously, Zantares is like the star entry fragging presence, but Voxic is one of the better operas out there in the world. And then Joda and Wakadia have both just been such great additions. Speaking of which, I mean, it's Joda as a rookie for the most part, being at this level at least. And then Wakadia, look, I think he has, had to make a lot of adjustments to, allow Joda to kind of have his positions, but he's thriving while doing that, which I think is even more impressive because not only has he had to make sacrifices, but he's also found ways to still improve his game and be good individually. And now all of a sudden this team just has even more talent than they had before and makes them even more dangerous than they used to be. And they've always been dangerous. And now it's just like they had that extra gear, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, the depth is definitely there. I think in CS2 you need fraggers, and they also have the bonus of being a national team, which in terms of communication is also in terms of team play, it's going to give you an extra edge and an extra motivation also to prove that you're good. They have reached 5 playoffs this year, 5 consecutive playoffs. That's actually insane, and they're going now for number 6.
We're now moving over to the French side, though. 3D Max, who are also 2-0 in this run, also looking to secure a spot in playoffs. How do they level up to Aurora?
What's been fascinating to me is that we look at this graphic here, it's the fact that the new addition in Body, who just joined the team kind of earlier this year, has actually looked so sharp, much sharper than I ever would have expected. I mean, this guy was, of course, previously the in-game leader for Fnatic, but he's obviously been a part of the French team for a very, very long time. And when they made this move, it was a situation where, look, 3D Max has always been praised as like a very strong tactical team. I think most people understand that Maka has been a fantastic IGL that can also frag pretty well as an opera and a hybrid rifler, but this team did lack a little bit of something. Like, they lacked opening power, in my opinion. And the fact that Body has been able to put up somewhat similar numbers to a star entry like Zantares on land this year is pretty damn impressive. And it really has taken a team that was like, yeah, they're top 15, but can they ever actually push further than that? Well, now maybe they can. They do actually have some added piece now that gives them a little bit more firepower, and maybe they can finally break through with it.
Yeah, I see Body as like a budget Nico, you know, for 3D Max right now. He is there. He has their star roles. He is the second caller. He's adding a lot of, you know, knowledge from playing in Fnatic and playing in all of these other teams before. Maka even spoke about it. He's like, at first, I didn't know what to expect, but then this guy is he's actually challenging me on some ideas. He's bringing some of his own thoughts into it and filling out our playbook in a way that I didn't even expect would be possible.
The veto's up on your screens now. How much of an impact do you think this is going to have on this matchup?
I don't think so too much, right? I think the vetoes are going to be the classic ones, and then Aurora specialists on Anubis, I would expect them to go for that. And then other than that, both teams would be probably comfortable on both maps, that whatever.
Yeah, I think 3D Max, I think Inferno is kind of an obvious pick for me. For them, it's been their best map for quite some time. Very, very strong record on it. A little bit more of a hit or miss map for Aurora. They're not bad on it, but it's not a strength. And so we do indeed see the picks that we expected as well.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going to go towards the end. Like Aurora did play a bunch of Train. I'm not sure that they're like super confident on it. Where'd the veto go?
Yeah, if I'm 3D Max, I'm probably seconding Nuke. I don't think you want to play against Aurora on Nuke right now. They've been looking very positive on it lately, so I think that probably has to go.
And then it's between Dust2 and Train for the last. And I think I feel like
if I'm Aurora, I'm just saying no. We're going to Dust2.
Yeah, I feel like you probably don't want to risk it against a team like 3D Max that can be kind of tricky and handy with stuff. But we'll see how that ends up.
Okay, so we're bringing up this again because there was an issue, but you can see now 3D Max goes for Inferno. That was what Dust was implying there. A little bit confusion with the picks there, and then of course Dust2 is the decider. What do we think about this?
Yeah, it's just exactly kind of how we broke it down. So pretty expected. I think Aurora definitely has that Anubis on lock pretty much. I think they did lose it the last time they played at EPL, but that's also a game that 3D Max won 2-0. So, you know, it was an interesting matchup. I think Aurora was having one of their off days in that game.
Yeah, it's it's an interesting one for me because like Aurora really did own the head-to-head matchup here throughout the course of the year when you look at Katowice and you look at Cluj, but EPL is finally the script flipping, and 3D Max are actually able to best them on Anubis, something that is very rare for Aurora to allow happen, and then they were able to win their strength on Inferno to go ahead and lock in the 2-0. And that kind of brings up, I think, a storyline about Aurora that, you know, we do have to mention is that, yes, they are consistently making playoffs. They are probably somewhere in or near the top 5 of the world rankings. But every now and then, they just lose to an opponent that you feel like they shouldn't. Like with the talent that they have and the map pool that they have and just, you know, their team play, like you would think, man, you can't lose to that team. But sometimes they do. Sometimes they drop the ball, and this will be interesting how this plays out.
Yes or no question, really quickly. Dust, do they lose to 3D Max?
No, Aurora wins.
Yeah, I already said yes.
You said yes.
Aurora 2-1.
Okay, they're splits. Dinko and Moses on split, though. They are united, one brain, ready to take us.
All right, say who we think is going to win in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, Aurora.
Aurora.
There we go.
Yep.
Nice one, boys.
We nailed that.
Do it. Yeah, I think they're coming to. I think it's gonna be a really fun game, though. I'm excited for this one. I really like the way 3D Max play.
Obviously, do too.
We know what Aurora brings to the table.
Should be fireworks. Should be some really aggressive stuff between Zan Towers and just the overall general aggression of 3D Max. I think this game has a banger written all over it. This should be a lot of fun. But I'm with you. I think Aurora should be taking it. It's just another barometer test for 3D Max.
Yeah.
How good are you at this point?
Yeah, true. Well, thank you very much, Desk. And let's get into this one. Aurora versus...
Thanks, Desk.
Yeah, Desk.
See ya.
Well, it's not really a desk. It's thank
Couch.
you, Sofa, Dust, Techo, and Prof.
Yep.
Right, Aurora versus 3D Max, a matchup that I'm very, very excited to get into, so let's not waste any more time. 3D Max on the T side, plenty of utility here for Gravity, Smoke, Double Flash. And they're going to charge up mid.
Alrighty. Oh, they ain't slowing down, baby. They're coming right through their own smoke. Pop on through towards Rap side we go. 3 players starting at the B bomb site. They're going to start pushing, so they want to flank this A bomb site. So good luck, Wakadia. Ripped apart. Good luck, Woxic. You're next. First kill is his. Doesn't know there's a second player in middle. Maka steps right through for an easy frag, and now the rest of Aurora arrives.
Coming out through short quite quickly here. Zantara is looking to gunsling his way forward. No one given an opportunity just yet. Lucky eating shrapnel at the back of the pit. Aurora's still a player down. That's furthered by that kill from Body inside the pit, and no world in which they get back into it now. Madra just peaked by Exorcist, and the high fives come in. 3D Max pick it up, and they have been picking it up ever since those breast strips have come on. Definitely seeing a correlation now a couple of days into the tournament.
Look, I know that Aurora is the favorite, and coming out of their Eternal Fire organization, we know they're one of the best teams in the world, probably a top 4, top 5 team in the world, and they've been very, very good. But this 3D Max team has been on a rise, and you shouldn't be shocked if they're to take the victory in this series today. They have some very cool pieces, and they're playing very, very well as a team and very confidently as a team. It's fun to watch. And this isn't as clear-cut a victory towards Aurora as some people might think out in the public.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a world in which 3D Max can win this today. I think that's echoed by the panel. I think that's saying it's going to be 2-1, you know, an opportunity for 3D Max to get deep into the series. And we've seen 3D Max really just rise up to suddenly become a top squad. I mean, this is a team that was on the fringe of even making it to events this time last year. I mean, last year they were winning an Indian event against the MongolZ in the final, and that was that was kind of like the first breakout for them. And then suddenly they went to Cologne as a last-second invite, and they bottomed out there. They did nothing. So you know, this is a 3D Max that rapidly risen rather to the top, and a bit of change most recently with Body. So cool to see. And Jot up off top first oranges. It's trades galore inside of the B-bomb side. Woxic eventually put in the fountain, and we've got Wakadia and Zantara is trying to come back into this together.
Yeah, but the MP9s can chew up this low HP. Thankfully for 3D Max, Exercise is the one who's going to be turning to watch the flank with full health. Doesn't even need it. Takes a little bit of damage, but a clean headshot, and that's going to send Zantara's packing.
And he's just going to try and slip away slowly, see if he can grab an exit on the way out. But 3D Max 2-0 up. A very comfortable Inferno team. And they'll get the start that they desire, winning the pistol, converting it. And you brought this up on the opening day of the event, Jason, the fact that Exorcist has obviously been getting a lot of plaudits from his own teammates.
Yeah.
I think he's backing them up now with some big performances too.
A lot of positive things to say about him and how good he can be and how good he is for this squad. And watching them inside the server, you can't really argue with it too much. Been one of the great pieces, Gravity as well next to him. Even the change of Body coming in for Joko was kind of like a head scratch. I remember when that happened, and after watching 3D Max for so long, I was like, Joko's kind of like a heavy fragger for them. Like, that guy's he's got skills, he's got games, he does a lot of good things for them, and it still feels like when you're watching them at this event that it's been an upgrade long term as well.
Yeah, I think it happened just after Kato at the start of the year, right? And I think Joko had some middling performances, some inconsistencies at that tournament. So, yeah, it was strange to see at the time, but it's worked out so far. Exorcist on the double, Mac 10 entries, up 6-0 to kick off this map.
I like that call too. Just like nothing cute. Let's not spread out. Let's not like have fun. Just give it a rush. Just get in there. They've got no armor and USPs.
That's why I love these teams, Jason. We had this morning. We had a very slow game of Counter-Strike, not the one we were doing, but we had the VP game earlier was quite a slow one against Furia.
Well, I guess
then you see the style differences, and you see 3D Max. They're aggressive. They make decisive, quick calls.
And also like part of the conversation too is like it ties into our boy Racist Launders over there who wants the national teams to come back.
Yeah.
This is an all French lineup, so you can kind of have, because you have that regional connection, you kind of have players who have developed through similar philosophies. And old school French Counter-Strike in the early days of like CSGO, a lot of it was like explosive, it was trade games, contact plays, it was grouped up and hit something and just kind of trade the kills out until you break your way in. And that's similar to, 3D Max plays those rounds frequently. They play very similar rounds in that sense. It's cool to see some of that French Counter-Strike philosophy and attitude come back into play. It's been the goal of a lot of these players to reinvigorate French Counter-Strike. Body had his whole Double Pony project where that was the express goal. And shifting into 3D Max, he's stepping ever closer to it, to accomplishing.
Woxic getting into the bomb site. And Gravity just charging around long. It's going to be Woxic in the middle of the site, impales the head of Gravity. Wakadia is going to heat up and have to move out of his position. Jota waiting on balcony. Woxic's vision severed off, but his teammates doing as much as they can, and that's not a whole lot, so there is more pressure on Woxic, and he just can't really find the fight that he wanted.
Yeah, felt like he needed to make a move and wasn't prepared for the glimpse up over the smoke. This is looking like a 4th round for 3D Max. Zantares and Major going to step forward and see if they can grab a kill and equalizer and get this comeback underway. But the op holding, and now you're on the verge of losing everything. Major just has to back away slowly and quietly to save the M4.
Well, not the ideal start for Aurora whatsoever. 4 rounds in a row for 3D Max. They've built up so much money because there wasn't really a whole lot of casualties in the first few rounds of play. You know, the Mac 10 of Exorcist was just farming, making bank. So, you know, you keep 3 players up here, maybe just 2, thanks to that kill from Major. And 3D Max have plenty of cash to burn through, and Aurora, well, they're back to a situation where they have to kind of figure out what they want to purchase around the safe weapon.
Light armor, some utility, deagles, and 5.7s probably. Great job from 3D Max. Up inside the bomb site, drop the smoke to isolate it, take control of pit and balcony, and then you can handle the op later on. Nicely struck in a 4-0 lead. Okay, no pistols, all MP9s. And to do that, they've given away buying up a whole lot of utility as well. Zantares has smoke flash. For the cost of the MP9, chewing up a lot of the money that would have went towards nades. Here's that boosted weapon in the hands of Major at the B bomb site.
Jota going in towards the boiler. And 3D Max just establishing some control of Banana. They're still smoked out halfway. But they'll soon realize they've got full control of it once the mollies come in towards sandbags and they round that corner. Major rapidly communicating the fact that a smoke is just dropped towards CT, calling for some help with that rotating player. Major and Zantares combining, but Zantares goes down through the smoke to gravity. Woxic rattling one back through the smoke, 2v4. Suddenly Aurora actually have the better position here. 3D Max trying to leap forward to a bomb plant. As soon as that goes down though, it's Exorcist gone, and it's just Lucky getting pushed from all sides. He's gonna hold down towards CT, but it's just a single kill for the Frenchman. And that'll be a 1st round victory for Aurora.
Damn, those MP9s just rattling off bullets into the smoke, grabbing a couple on the cross, just doing some chip damage to clean them up later. Good 1st round victory. 1 kill each for Zantares and Major defending the B bomb site. Joda's got 2 to help clean up, and they've even salvaged an AWP, so that goes over to Woxic for free, and a very good find for Aurora. And 3D Max has plenty of money, so they'll buy right back up into it. Match paused. And without the music, that feels ominously technical.
Oh, it's definitely technical.
Damn.
Has to be.
Damn.
There's no symbol.
I think that's the first one of the event for us.
I think I won on the first day, but that was
did we?
just a very short one.
Damn it.
Be very smooth sailing here in Bucharest.
We talked about, I mean, the addition of Body coming in and being an upgrade for Joda. I mean, excuse me, for Joko. Joda.
Joda's on the other team.
Equally an upgrade.
He was an upgrade
for the Aurora side, and like they said, they saw the results pretty damn quickly with the final in their first event of the year.
Yeah, I think for Aurora as well, for the players back when they were in EF, it's just, I imagine it's so frustrating going through periods where you just can't find the 5 players you want to play Counter-Strike with.
Yeah, they have that like regional handicap that like the Mongols probably suffer from, the Chinese teams probably suffer from a little bit.
Mongols definitely suffer
from the Mongols definitely do.
But the thing about them was like, how did they keep upgrading?
I know.
Every time.
They found some gems, didn't they? Whatever.
They literally just had to go down the family. You know, they had players on the team like Bartek, I believe, is the brother of Mazinha, right? So he's not even the best player in his family. That's how it goes in Mongolia.
Took a minute to figure that one out. Imagine getting cut for your brother, though.
Yeah.
That caused some weird vibes at the dinner table.
Yeah, but then eventually you want to go.
I've had my brother cut me from a team.
Oh, God. How's dinner now?
Dinner now is fine.
Okay.
It was some rough.
It was rough for
There was a
years.
couple odd years in there.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward. And then you got like Henny and Lucas.
Yeah. Who knows what they're up to.
Definitely no awkward moments. They're all just throughout the years. All right, tech issues sorted.
Brothers who party together stay together, Dinko.
Yep, that's how it goes. They even leave Furia for it. There's Major, having a little look out towards top Banana. You know, one time I like to enter the open qualifier sometimes, just get my ass handed to me and really enjoy, you know, the experience of being humbled against some of the top players. And a few years ago,
kind of weird, but
I played, yeah, it's fun. Just, you know, it's a good reminder of how much better they are than the average person. But I played against Madger when he was playing that LDLC team.
Oh, sure.
And I was just thinking it back to that period of his career. It must have felt like we're kind of, it's not going well, and he's managed to climb back up to here. It's crazy to see it. And now he's fragging out here at the B bomb site. He's got to pick through the smoke. Mac has gone down and just swinging in towards him. Madger eventually cleared out of the bomb site.
Oh, they want the fight as well deep. No smoke in the choke point. They don't care. Aurora broken in. And you still have Joda all the way in this A. I can't believe Exercise is still lurking this late, to be honest with you. Bomb's been planted. Maybe he heard something that we didn't see from his screen. That's a 5th round for 3D Max.
Ooh. Oh. All right, buddy.
Peace. Aurora struggling to get a grip of this one. 3D Max's map pick.
Yeah, but the reason I was bringing that up before Madger started fragging is because, you know, he had to go and play in the French scene for a while because obviously he was with the Space Soldiers. You know, that just fizzled out due to how long they've been together, but he went and started trying to get it done in the French scene.
I mean, I forgot at one point, we had him on the podcast, and I had even completely forgotten that his start was in the French scene. He's just been playing in the Turkish teams for a couple of years, years now, but in older versions of Counter-Strike, he was in the French teams.
Yeah, and they even had that interview a couple, I believe it was last year, where they're talking about sometimes Madger's Turkish isn't even perfect.
Oh no,
all
he
the
has.
time.
There is a real language barrier issue with Madger's Turkish for sure. He's told me frequently, like sometimes when they're in practice, like the coach has to kind of step in and rephrase things because he's saying what he wants to say, but missing some inflection that can change the meaning a little bit.
So it's interesting looking at it from that perspective of the journey that Madger's been on and some of the challenges he's had to go through.
I was mind blown when he told us that.
Yeah, that's a crazy note to have.
I just never expected it.
Minute 5. Here count 3D Max up through top middle. Woxic holding from short. We know he does some of his best work from this position, but unfortunately for him, 3D Max have pushed him further back due to that Molotov.
3D Max has beat him up a couple of times with mid control, so you can see this utility is keeping the Aurora defense very honest. Nobody budging from the A bomb site, nobody pushing for information. There's no sound, no more utility coming up after that left mid smoke and the library smoke. Now Wakati is getting the information and pushing forward, going to start shifting to B, but it might be just a couple seconds too late.
Ooh, Zantares, that grenade is going to blow away the smoke and all of his cover drained, and so Maka marches in. 2 kills back from Wokadia though, and suddenly 3D Max not as comfortable as they once were, but look how far away Joda and Woxic are. So once again, they can take a breather. They've won 6 rounds.
And with the lack of money on the Aurora side of things too, and the fact that Woxic has the AWP, there's absolutely no motivation to shift over and try and go for a 2v3. And this is that kind of French philosophy I talked about, very grouped up. Playing the trade game, and once you make the call to hit a bomb site, it's an explosion. It's 3 players breaking that smoke and coming through. No one lagging behind, no one keeping spacing, just making sure multiple players are fighting. At the moment, Zantares and Major can't handle it. It's got to be weird too, like if you're, because remember as well with Inferno, the change to Banana just came out where it got widened. Right? And the Molotovs for the CT side were just kind of shrunk. So if you're CTs right now in this era of Counter-Strike, you know, probably they have a better idea in practice and get it tested a little bit more, but it's probably a lot harder to like challenge Banana to a certain extent. Yeah. Molotovs have more of an avenue around them.
Yeah, there's more, you can get to the sides of them, you can...
More cover for the Ts.
Get more aggressive through them.
Hasn't seemed to be any kind of crazy change that,
I don't
makes things significantly different, but...
Not at least yet. Not yet, at least.
Might just mess with your confidence.
Yeah, just knowing that that's a thing. Well, this is a tactical timeout. Second use so far for Aurora in this first half. Off to a very slow start against 3D Max here on Inferno. Another matchup going on at the moment. It's Falcons versus Pain, and that is an 0-2 game.
An elimination game.
Yeah, one of them's going home. It's on the third and a final map, so you can check that one out. Body all the way out through the top. Banana Smoke climbs over the top of the car. Madger cleared out. Ooh, nearly gets back to a second kill. That would have been filthy.
Yeah, and actually, if he didn't fire off that initial shot, just feeling like he heard a sound, he might have actually had something better. But still, nice find for Body and a change of pace of the way they attacked and approached Banana. Nicely done from Woxic, watching the smoke. Exercise, no lurk for you. And I think if you're 3D Max, you're feeling at the moment like you just got to go for this B bomb site. Even Woxic is cheating in that direction, playing far back in library. Joda's pushing up in halls so Woxic can commit to the B bomb site rotate. And this is the final play.
Straight in towards Arcadia. It's good kill here on Maka. Seconds better. Gravity trying to make it up for it though, and 2 headshots back. That's huge, but still got 2 more to go.
He's got a minute to play with.
Yeah, it's a lot of time for Gravity, just not a lot of health. He'll tap and try and pull the CT player into the open, but it's the Banana flank that's going to end him. Joda right behind him now, and Gravity's gone.
Really hard fought round for Aurora. Top Banana presence. The trade from Zontarz allows Major to go 1 for 1. Woxic's pick on the lurk forced 3D Max's hands, and the defense was ready for it. Stood tall, good rotations, good reading from Aurora, but they need many, many more. Still money for 3D Max to reinvest into this.
Woxic just peeling back as 3D Max move forward into top middle. Woxic maintains the scope position and blinded, forced away, and needs to be careful because they're chasing him down and he can't get away. He can't get around that corner, and that's even better from Gravity. Utter collapse from the Aurora defense. Joda is the last stand and he got 3. How did he get 3?
That's actually incredible. That allows Major to go for this if he wants to. At least come test the waters and see if you can find a 1v1 quickly. Bomb getting planted just now, and Major's loving that. He's already halfway up middle before it gets planted. So plenty of time for him to find the play that he needs. Molotov smoke and flashbang as well for Major.
Joda has given his in-game leader a chance. Madger moves forward through short. Exorcise the first up. Now a 1v1. This round looked like it was clean cut. It comes down to a 1v1 fight. Lucky still secures it, but Joda does what he can to flip a round that was already lost back into a winnable situation.
Yeah, Joda was a god, but unfortunately he was the last defender, so those 3 kills don't really do a whole lot for you in terms of deciding the round. It just kind of gives Major a chance. A great sequence from Joda that goes to waste. And 3D Max just refusing to lose 2 rounds in a row.
And it's keeping the economy in such a weird place.
I know,
for
just
Aurora.
so busted. You got to feel for him a little bit.
Yeah, 2 M4s here. Madger, Zantara is getting to play with them, but everybody else on MP9s, the 3D Max, well, they consider the fact they might not have enough utility to hold on to B. So when you've got that weakness, accelerate through it and just commit into the bomb site.
Oh, they've sold Joda, though.
Oh, this could be another big play for him as the last man of defense, but they know where he is. And so utility's coming in to heat him up, but the rotation's in. And there are extra players now here for Aurora. Okay, Zantares, and Arcadia goes through the smoke. 3 held down, and the B bomb site, it will not fall. Aurora hold it.
They were going way too fast. Way too fast once they get those kills. They threw a smoke towards Coffin, but they swing with it before it plumes, which gives Zantares the chance for that triple kill, which he delivers. But if you're just waiting, and it's hard sometimes to pump the brakes and slow yourself down as a team in that scenario because you're taking so many crazy engagements. You're hearing the spam. You know there's one in the back of the bomb site. Molly and Nade him. And you're just continually ready to push forward. Still is looking great for 3D Max up until that. 4-round lead. And finally, money's in a weird place for this T side. Finally, Aurora might get a chance to take a breath. Round 11. Penultimate round in the half, so 3D Max is going to go for it. They're by right on the edge of things. Tossing some rifles around. And we'll see if they can extend the lead.
Like you said, 3D Max refusing to lose 2 rounds in a row. Gonna try it now with the Tech 9, Mac 10, Khalil. It's the weakest they've been in a long time.
Since the pistol round, probably. Still done great work with Mac 10s in some of the gun rounds, though. We've seen them used to create some space and entry to good effect.
Gotta love that smoke. Satisfying fall into the long side. Wukedi is gonna go through it. Just to maintain this crossfire with Woxic. 3D Max don't mind just relaxing for the time being.
And also throughout this half, you've gotten the sense that, again, this explosive style that Aurora's been experiencing is like, okay, well, if they're to pop up mid, I can't be isolated from my teammate by the smoke. I need to be in front of it because they've been sending 3-4 players at the point of attack. And we need to mow down multiple of them.
Oh, timing on the mid-peak. Wukedi just looks right down, and so Mac get caught. 3D Max to accelerate in the final 40 seconds to try and get into the B bomb site. Madger catches the first look in the wrong way. Zantara is on the hold, and again, it's a triple kill.
Yeah, but once again, the best rounds for 3D Max where they've really stalled them out and broken the economy is based off the fact they've kind of messed with their timings a little bit. Adding that third player to the B bomb site last round to make them pause and deal with that before Zantaras rotates around. This time forcing the fight a little bit. Wakadia with this peek down middle finds one. Then they know it's going to be the B bomb site, able to deploy the smoke in time so it blocks the access. They have to come through it with no nade to break it. Last 2 rounds from Aurora have been very, very good at disrupting what 3D Max want to do, and it's the only couple of times they've been able to pull it off.
Madger all the way down bottom banana. We got Jota and Woxic in the apartment setup.
Didn't get to throw the smoke last round, so he wants to come back to it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna do it this time.
Getting it this time, no matter what.
Even if it doesn't matter, still throwing it out there. And it doesn't really affect the round thanks to the push all the way down bottom banana. Woxic and Wukedia. 2 kills coming in. Eventually that flash will cost Wukedia his life. Zantaras, not so clean on the first peek out, so he's lucky to get back into the archway. He's done damage, which will be finished off by Jota. And Maka trying to get past the archway. He does make it across. He's trying to work in tandem with Lucky, but Woxic gets the read to turn back, and then Madger secures the 5th round at the end. So not the prettiest half of Counter-Strike for Aurora. It was really tough for the first stages, but securing 3 in a row right at the end.
Yeah, give them credit. I mean, for coming back into that and giving themselves a fighting chance. It looked like 3D Max might just run them out of the server in the first half, but the last 3 in a row for Aurora give them a fighting chance. And seen some life return back into them. Started getting more confident in pushing up and finding information, more confident swinging into fights, and obviously Zantaras gets those 2 triple spray downs right at the end of the half. 9 kills for Zantaras, 10 for Jota to lead the way for the Aurora side of things. And 11 kills for Exercise leading the way for 3D Max as they switch over to the defense.
And 2 rounds in that B bomb site defense where Zantaras gets a triple mow down as well. That's certainly going to help matters. Boosts his kill count up to 9.
And 3D Max plays a pretty aggressive CT side from what I recall as well. A lot of pushing down banana. Trying to get that deep positioning so you can wrap around and flank up mid if you need to. Instant smoke comes out from the CT side to block off banana early. Double nade down. They wanted nothing to do with any kind of banana engagement or presence from Aurora.
All quiet, but we're about to see some big fights go down here. With 3D Max waiting in the apartments, Wukedia is going to send the bomb back through underpass to join with his teammates who are now coming out of the T-Stars. And with that information, Gravity's going to start moving through, and Jota's patience, close to paying off, but there's 2 players around that corner, and he gets peeked from bedroom as well. So eventually was destined to die, doesn't get a kill from it. Now Aurora deciding to gather up in Banana and attempt to hit into this B bomb side. There's no one playing in the site. It's a boost player. And the CT shots trying to sell that he's not up there. So Body gets away with one, and that's 2 players to the good here for 3D Max.
This is perfect for 3D Max. You've done everything you needed to. 5-on-3 as the bomb got planted, and now 5-on-2 off the flank.
Yeah, great shot from Exorcist, and he's also just drawing attention towards him too, which makes it much harder here for Woxic, who has to worry about them coming through the smoke at Coffin, CT, and now fighting Banana. So impossible task to win this pistol for Aurora. They'll just have to be happy with the bomb plant.
So chaotic at the end.
Yeah, just shots being fired.
Kadia struggling to get a clean look. Yeah, that pistol, everything works perfect. The push doesn't take any damage. Awkward engagement over an alt middle, but from there, the boost up to add one more kill and just whittle him down. Yeah, and you can see some frustration from Zantares. Shaking his head. He hasn't been able to find much clean either. And I mean, at that point in the 5-on-3, you can chill and you can sit and wait exactly what they did until the smoke's cleared, and then it's an easy cleanup. 3-round lead, Aurora do invest into round 2. It's 4 MAC-10s and a Tech 9, so expect something fast. Expect a lot of W holding. But they're going up against an auto shotty on Maka and 3 M4s. So could get chewed up if these SMGs can't provide an opening, some space to work with.
The auto shotty at this range, just peeking in the top middle.
I like it. Bringing something new to the table.
Yeah, definitely something new. It's got some range on it, surprisingly. Well, they shift the defense. They go into the bomb site instead. We're now at 50 seconds. MAC-10 about to come out of balcony, and the thrust will be through short. Exorcist, good night. You gotta hate that round. All the nades land on him. There's the auto shotty. Oh my god, he just saved his teammate's life, and he's shredding them, melting them away as Maka makes magic happen with the XM1014.
Yeah, but still advantage over to Aurora with access into the bomb site. 1 M4 recovered and a pretty damn deadly crossfire.
Oh, he's under the boost. This is a play for Major, getting into the smoke, letting it fade away. He's got a possible read, but he starts to move back into the site. Now eyes on it on the smoke play. Body hits the headshot. Then they clear out Graveyard, and 3D Max with an effective retake. It looked like Aurora had opportunities there to close it out, but then 3D Max just eradicate both kills.
Yeah, it felt like Major had the checkmate play inside the smoke, but obviously he can't know that there's no one on the other side of it, that both of them are boosting up, so pretty huge risk for him to take if he was just to sit in it. Unfortunate, though, as the sound cue comes in, he was exactly what he was thinking it was. Beautiful work with the auto shotty, though. This, I don't know how he saves his life, but doesn't kill him. Yeah, with an auto shotgun, how are you that precise that you miss your teammate and hit the opponent?
Just circled around his head. That's crazy.
All giggles. Well, plant and a decent amount of kills for Aurora, so they pick up a hero AK on Wakadia, trying to keep the money as limited as possible, at least the economic growth of 3D Max.
Heard Scrawny say he doesn't like the XM1014, called it a noob tube. Jason, what do you think of that?
I've actually never called it the XM1014 until just now. I've called it the auto shotty or the noob tube.
All right, the auto shotty.
Noob tube's an old school one.
But I like it.
Well,
I think it's fun.
So noob tube comes because it was never viable in any competitive game of Counter-Strike prior to CSGO.
Right.
So everyone just, because the only people who would buy it were the noobs, so you would know exactly who they were by the fact they were using the auto shot.
Yeah. Now it's a lot better, as displayed by Maka. Body on 35 HP. Woxic also taking significant damage. Here goes Wakadia all the way towards top mid. Has a little look out to the left side.
That's a cool idea. He tries to time the jiggle. Tries to just pre-fire the jiggle back into the angle from Maka. And now 3D Max know an AK-47 is on the board. There's another one as well. They hear the scout from Woxic, so they're assuming this is going to be a buy. Wakadia ready for the aggression, but can he put a stop to it? No. That's a nasty little peek from Gravity. AK-47 recycled. And a 5-on-4 for 3D Max.
.40 seconds on the clock. 3D Max with a 3-man B setup. An exercise alongside Gravity.
You're putting a lot of faith in Gravity and Exercise to defend against this. Only 2 players here and nobody close either.
The pit's a strong spot for this though.
Now you know there's likely no utility, so you're not going to get naded out like you were previously.
That was a clean headshot from Ecstasies in the peek out. They didn't check Gravity, and so he comes through with 1. Now he just needs to buy some time. 10 seconds left. Bomb is now in the pit. They've arrived in the rotation. Maka falls, and Zantares is the difference again. They're into the site. Bomb planted, just about getting away with it. Now bodies coming in on this long flight for the apartment. Zantares is even spotted in there.
Where are you going to go here for Zantares? Oh, he gets away.
He actually got away. He repositions out to the site. Finally down to Lucky, and Madrid gets taken out. But that was damn impressive from Zantares to fight themselves into a winnable situation.
Yeah, to even give themselves a chance and even make it look possible in the post plan at the end of the day. Tough position as well with that kind of low HP. Got to take a risk somewhere. Zantares just way exposed. I'm amazed he even got out of the situation. Body let him go for the time being, but Lucky cleans him up. 10 kills on both of them, 11 on Gravity and Maka, 13 on Exercise. Team effort out of 3D Max. And now hitting
positions to check for Jota.
Yeah, there's just a ton. Now at double digits, 10-5 for 3D Max. Playoffs on the line in this series as well, just like the previous. Which one of these teams is going to join up with G2 at the Bucharest playoffs?
Well, Woxic not going to be joining up with the rest of his teammates in Banana because he's just been annihilated. 3D Max going to retreat further back, but they have got flashes to continue their aggression. They keep one player positioned at sandbags. Jota, worried about that, hops up, gets blinded, but just a little too late. Body gets taken out because Jota got the vision. Now 2 players inside of the B-bomb site. Jota continues to accelerate and keep the pressure up. He's got his teammates alongside of him, but it's Gravity on the pick from the back of the site. Lucky to flick on up. Madrid going down. Second kill's better from Lucky. And Zantares with it all to do. 11 rounds for 3D Max. They are getting closer and closer to rounding out this first map of play.
I feel like Lucky's just been so sharp today with his shots. Like, no crazy rounds whatsoever, but hitting some very precise headshots when called upon. And this was just another great defense of that B-bomb site. Aurora is stalled out. No rounds in this second half. They haven't won a single offensive endeavor heading into round 17. And 3D Max just 2 rounds away from stealing this first map of the series. It is their pick. Next we go to Anubis. Excuse me, let me reverse that. Aurora picks Inferno. 3D Max picks Anubis.
Yeah, we just used 3D Max picking Anubis last year, but they've kind of moved away from that. But I think Anubis is going to be great. I think it's going to be a really fun matchup. If Aurora get off to a better start, I mean, they've had slow starts in both halves here.
The only reason I'm surprised about it is it's a great map for Aurora. So the idea that you'd pick into Aurora's best map as your map pick is a little crazy to me, but we can cover that in the next one. Let's stick with Inferno here. 5-on-4 in the favor of 3D Max. Man advantage on defense. Lucky, gonna prime a flashbang, gonna step through. Body, good timing, but can't find the kill. Zantares snaps back immediately. "50 seconds as the bomb is collected. 2 Aurora players at A, 2 at the base of Banana. They're going to come back and join up. A bomb site is the final play. Double pit from Gravity and Exercise. And Maka's over in the CT arches, ready to provide support if needed.
"30 seconds. Time fading away. Aurora charging in, but Gravity off the balcony drops down into the pit. Eventually taken out himself. 20 seconds on the clock as Aurora win the round.
Yeah.
Plant comes in, Lucky and Mac, and no other option.
Nicely done from 3D, or from Aurora this time, excuse me. Really good opening kill, finding that player up on top of the truck, just peering over the hood. And 4v5 converted for
I think you're being baited by the HLTV. It's wrong. I think we're.
Am I being baited by HLTV?
Yeah.
I'm usually baited by the TO.
Because the mini map on the top is.
That's what I went on. I'm so confused now. There's too much there's misinformation everywhere, Dinko.
Right, because I'm getting reports in.
It would make more sense if Aurora picked the.
From Dustin Murray, he's saying that Aurora picked Anubis, 3D Max picked Inferno.
Okay.
And that's from Dust Murray.
All right. Well,
Dustin Murray.
We've got Prof in the green room, the HLTV man on the streets.
Yeah. What if we? Yeah, that's true.
So we'll have a chat with him after this.
We could have a new segment called Just In from Dustin.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
There you go, Dust. Now you got something to work with. You got a little YouTube series. Maybe TikTok.
Probably TikTok's probably a better place to go these days.
Justin from Dustin sounds like a short 1 minute.
Yeah. It's like keep you up to date with all the recent news.
Right.
Maybe he could have broke the Aurora Eternal Fire situation.
Oh, he could have. No, that would have been excellent. All those delicious interactions. 11-6 timeout from 3D Max to try and ensure they don't drop the ball just 2 steps away from the finish line. Biggest thing they've got to be concerned about at this stage is the money. As Aurora continues to close the gap, it's going to line up that if they do get reset, not this round, but the next one, then all of a sudden Aurora is going to be right there at like 9-10 rounds and you've got no money. That's not ideal. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous for 3D Max if Aurora can convert this second round in the second half.
Oh, Body, not comfortable. Getting flashed as you just come out of that smoke, and very fortunate for Body that no one was there watching him.
It's the same play he made last round that got him killed to Zantares, just this time he does it way, way earlier while the smoke is up as well.
And no one was peeking. Otherwise, he probably would have died as well. So they establish banana control. They leave Body there solo, and that allows them to float that 4th player back over towards A. So they're going to have 4 players defending the A bomb side at minute 10 on the clock.
I really like that call from 3D Max as well. Dude, even Body's leaving. Yeah, and I actually don't even mind this. Like, it's a huge gamble, obviously. But I think the fact that they've been able to shut down Aurora at the B bomb site so emphatically is a sign of confidence that they'll bring everyone over here, but the aggression has betrayed them, and they probably needed all 5 players here, and it's not going to help.
That's crazy. The fact that they have 5 players on the side and they only get 1 kill.
I mean, I think part of the theory is rotate all 5 players over here, right? 2 of the A players push halls, and either they win their engagements and the round is firmly in your control and it doesn't matter anymore, or they die like they did, and then
they think
Aurora picks up the pace. They say all that's left is the B defenders.
Right. But Aurora
But then there was follow-up aggression in lane and long to where there was no way that Aurora was going to get sucked into that.
Yeah, they were too meticulous. And so as soon as they figure out the Body's still over there, they just charge into the B bomb site, and 3D Max will have to wait a little while before getting their map point on Inferno. That's gotta suck though. If you're 3D Max, you've got all 5 players on the side. Gonna feel pretty good about it, and then it just all goes wrong. Some money left over, and a couple of the individuals. A save here from Body is definitely a good call.
Terrorists win.
Well, Aurora were able to stabilize an extra couple of rounds coming out at the end of the first half. They've got to build back into the game late in this half again. Perhaps that's the first step.
Well, perhaps. It's a pretty damn nice place to be. I mentioned just the way the economy's playing out. Any reset on 3D Max is going to come at a terrible time.
Mag 7 and 4, and the rest on pistols. So not pretty for 3D Max. Should result in an 8th round for here for Aurora.
I like it though too because they're playing with their lead, right? Like you don't have to force anything right now. You still have 4 rounds to play with. You probably,
You don't have Body to play with.
I was gonna say, you probably could have force bot here, like right on the edge on a number of people, but there's no reason to. Just wait until you can get a really strong buy.
Gravity under the porch. Arcadia gonna peek in towards him. That's the picked up rifle off of Body's body. Body's corpse, probably better sentence there. It's like the big game.
Ooh.
We've got Lucky just waiting here at first oranges.
And Lucky's
5.
bluffed them. That's just one smoke from an unarmored USP. They're going to break the smoke and come on through. Now he's got to swing for it, but it looked like he was going to hold him at bay for a moment. Oh, I don't know how he's transferred into that. Major up on top of the box. Thought he had the advantage. You can go for this, but...
Or you could also save. It's a very good save.
Yeah, I think the saving the weapons is the smarter option. You could challenge. You could see if you got a gift, if they were going to give you a free kill. But with the money the way it is and how critical economy is going to play the end of this map out, yeah, the AK and the M4 are so much more important.
In terms of the money situation, you talk about you could have force bought into this. They could have thrown the risk in. The fact that you don't and you still come out of this with 2 rifles.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's a great find from 3D Max. Smart play, smart counter-strike. Aurora's going to creep up to 11. But 3D Max in the next round will have everything they want.
If Exorcist is able to get anything done on the Mag 7 as well as some extra money right here, right, he knows that there. He hears them jumping. He has got a kill. He has got at least one. The Mag 7 goes in and extra money for Exorcist right at the end.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool find. 5,500 in the bank for Exorcist. Good job with the shotgun. 11-8. Lucky's going to drop the op over to Maka. I don't know if we've seen that on the CT side yet. I think he's been rolling mostly with M4.
Or the XM 1014.
That's true. How did I forget that? How did I forget the shotgun?
I love how old school the peripherals that Zentauras use are. It feels like it's like 10 years ago that mouse was out, so maybe even more. He's analog.
I appreciate it. As someone who held out a long time on wireless gear, I like him a lot.
Oh, 2 smokes, same spot.
Well, missed CT smoke. That bounced off a wall. That was supposed to go in towards middle to block off brackets, but it's obviously missed its mark. Thankfully, no one from Aurora trying to get up middle and take advantage of that missed smoke. And Maka's op. And this might just let them, once again, if they want to cheat an extra player towards A, which we saw a couple rounds back, this might give them the positioning they need. You have the op at this angle. Lucky's just fired off an entire mag. You can actually just back away and rotate to A and leave Maka. He's got a smoke Molotov as well. If he gets pressured, he has options to delay and drop things in I almost said G2. And 3D Max's, Aurora's path.
Yeah, you
just went on
there as well.
Oh!
Oh! What the hell?
That'll stop you from stuttering.
Well, that'll stop you doing a lot. Head gone. Jota follows up. Okay, he's won the round. That's 9.
And I mean, it sucks if you're 3D Max because it's like, this was our best buy in a couple of rounds. We saved the last one for this and we lose it because of a jumping shot or because picked out of the air. Just jumping for information over the half wall and get destroyed. Not even a chance to deploy the utility that was passed over to him. So disaster for 3D Max.
Maybe some of these weapons can be taken away from them as well.
Well, that's the big thing because if you look at the side of your screen, Gravity and Maka have money in the bank, 34 and 2,900, and that's the 2 saved weapons a couple rounds back that was so valuable to them. So if you take more monies away, all of a sudden you negate that extra cash that they can drop weapons for Lucky.
All that talk of economy and how great it was to save in the last round. It comes down to this fight. Gravity holding on. Here comes the swings. Exorcist doing well. They lose 1 weapon.
I don't think that'll dissuade the buy. It's a really good find, but it's not going to change 3D Max's mind on investing in this round. Gravity can even drop an op. Maka can buy himself. And then Lucky might be stuck with light utility and a weaker weapon, but this is a very good buy for 3D Max coming in. But man, they're really struggling. Now that Aurora has gotten money and gotten in this game, they're really struggling to find success. At one point, it felt like B bomb site was closed. A has been the weakness, and they really haven't been able to change that in any way. In fact, it's gotten worse.
Yeah.
Last round was the B take. It was a pick onto Maka's jump. So now you have the whole map feeling exposed.
Three Max would have had visions of them closing this map out a little bit earlier, given how the game was going. But Aurora finally finding their foothold here in the second half, and they are climbing out of the pit. Oh, not pretty here for Xantares, having to eat a lot of grenade damage. He's down to 14 HP as soon as the round kicks off. Getting Maka boosted up on the half wall this time. The flash will force him to relinquish that position. Aurora have top mid, they have brackets. Sending a third player over to rotate to help. It's Lucky coming back from the B-bomb site. He's now arriving at Arches. And we go under a minute on the clock. Fourth player now having to look to go back. Maybe just picking you to nope, fully committing to the Speedway. So they've got the read to send 4 players over here, 3D Max. Ready to defend this A bomb site. Lucky with 2 on the initial thrust.
They needed that a little bit of life. Good start, 30 seconds. Xantares goes down, so does Major, and Joe to the last one to stumble out of the halls last. Gets a kill, but this will be 12 for 3D Max. They've got themselves on the edge of victory, 1 round remaining, and they'll take a 1-0 lead into Anubis. Took quite some time to get that round. It was 4 in a row for Aurora before they finally shut it down off the back of Lucky's opening double. Lucky now up to 15 kills for 3D Max. What a call at 12 rounds.
Here he goes, pushes in. It's a risky call, but it's paid off. And this is what we talk about when we say that 3D Max are exciting to watch. They're willing to make plays like this at this point of the game. But Wakadia is on the hunt. He's looking to try and pull this back with an aggressive play of his own as he's found the gap and perhaps found the timing that could unravel this defense. There's a headshot, but Gravity, quick response.
That's so fortunate that Gravity's there, ready for that kind of a rebuttal, that kind of a reaction so quickly. Wakadia almost just made a badass play. Aurora gonna follow it up over in short body with 1, and now Woxic is stuck, and that's it. That's gonna be 13 for 3D Max. Xantares goes down last. And a nice map 1 victory on Inferno. Took him some time to close it out, but 3D Max today looks clean.
There we go. Moses said it. 3D Max looks clean. It did look clean a little bit towards the end, maybe a bit shaky, but for the most part, they had this one on lockdown.
Yeah, pretty good start to the map. Solid T side, fast-paced, aggressive, kind of what we come to expect from 3D Max. Winning pistol, winning first gun round, establishing themselves. Then we saw a bit of adaptation. I think Eternal Fire, I almost want to say, Aurora did have their chances. I think what really messed things up for them was that start to the CT side where they were didn't really start to the T side. I mean, when they got retaken on the A side like 3 times in a row.
That did hurt. You're getting styled on by an XM. Probably also didn't feel too good that one particular round, if you want to draw back to that moment. But look, this is what we've come to expect from 3D Max on Inferno. They're one of the best Inferno teams in the world, in my opinion. Just the system that they have in place, their overall game planning for the map is really good, and their spacing and utility is always exactly what you want. They're great at multi-prong pressure. They're great at just playing the meta of the map and pivoting together as a unit and committing. And again, we've sung this team's praises many, many times about how tactically sound they are and how great they use utility, and that's all true again today in this game. You know, it's just now they have a little bit more firepower behind them, it feels like.
Imagine how much fun it would be if, completely off topic, if production had allowed me to go ahead with my original idea at the start of this event, which was to fill these glasses in front of us with vodka, and every time someone called them Eternal Fire instead of Aurora, they had to take a sip. But apparently we can't risk what might happen if we do that, so it was vetoed very quickly. Getting back into
I don't know about that, production says.
Production has said that they've never heard of that.
I feel like we're green-lighting that for starting to.
What would be even more fun is if only one of those cups was full of vodka and the other 2 were water, and we all had to chug it, and one person was unlucky.
There we go.
We've lost a lot of talents over the years. Let's not lose some more this event. Okay, let's talk about what we saw here now, specifically from the side of Aurora. What could they have done differently to be able to change the scoreline?
They could have gotten more kills, perhaps at the right time.
Come on, Dad.
I feel like it was a bit disjointed at some moments. This is not something I really noticed from a lot of teams. You know, you have the expectations. I know Astralis, okay, maybe they're gonna have a silly round here or there, but from Aurora, I would expect when they have this 2v2 that to play off each other quite well. You know, maybe sometimes you get outplayed, but some of these 2v2s would end up with 0 kills, right? That's what I noticed, and I was slightly disappointed from the Aurora side on Inferno.
I think that's a fair point. Like when you get in those small number situations and like those little decisions mean so much in those close rounds, especially because, look, they had an opportunity to make this comeback and maybe even win regulation or threaten overtime or, you know, in any other sorts. I mean, they're certainly a capable team, but I just think that, yeah, they did kind of fall short in some of those critical moments. And again, I just think 3D Max have been proving time and time again that this is kind of their home turf.
Yeah, these B executes early on were just kind of unstoppable. Only towards the end of the CT side, Aurora managed to just adapt, have a third player there in time. But, you know, 3D Max was also trying out a few different things. They were throwing this like CT smoke from literally mid. I think it was kind of adapting to the adaptation of the wide and banana. I think we're witnessing a bit of the meta evolving there. Like the CT is trying to smoke half wall, not really going all the way deep, or like on the broken wall, but like halfway through banana. So essentially 3D Max would just chill behind that, throw the smoke, and then pounce on the bomb site kind of out of nowhere. I don't think it actually worked for them. Everything else worked pretty well, so that was enough though.
You're in agreement with them, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the widening of banana, the fact that CT incendiaries are so weak and there's now more room to kind of dodge and kind of weave around them, I think makes what was already very difficult for CTs even more difficult. I think the simple solution would just be to make incendiaries good again.
That would be nice.
If we can get back on the make incendiaries great again, we can do that if you want.
Want me to make you hats?
Yeah, a red one with white font perhaps might do the trick as far as standing out appropriately and like really garnering attention, and we'll see.
We're going to be in so much trouble.
A lot of ideas from you, Sam, today.
No, I'm not. I don't want to talk anymore. Okay. We are moving on now to Anubis. I mean, is it a foregone conclusion Aurora clinches this, makes it go to the decider?
No. And here's why. Like, while Aurora have an incredible track record on Anubis, like, I think they're 15-3. They've beaten some of the best teams in the world multiple times. They've established themselves as the best Anubis team, probably. There is this one team that did beat them recently, and it was 3D Max. And also, it's worth noting that when they played Anubis against each other 3 times, it was overtime, 13-10, 13-10. So they've been some incredibly tight games in this matchup. And 3D Max, again, started out as the underdog in these head-to-head matchups and has progressively gotten better and even bested than last time in EPL. So it's not a foregone conclusion, but like if you were hedging your bets and just kind of understanding the strengths of Aurora, like you would certainly kind of give them the nod as the ones that likely will win it, yes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You explained everything. If there is one team that's a map specialist on any map, I think you're thinking about Anubis and Aurora right now. Out of all of the maps, all of the teams, usually you think of Vitality. They're good on a lot of maps. They can win here and there, but for Anubis, Aurora stand out for sure.
Okay, so let me flip that on its head.
Go on.
If I'm 3D Max, how do I beat Aurora here on Anubis? And don't tell me get more kills, Dust.
That does help. I mean, if we're just being honest about it. But look, I think the good thing about 3D Max when they're at their best on Anubis, it's because people like Maka and Body are so incredibly mobile. And so they're constantly kind of switching up where their area of focus is going to be, whether they want to double up in extremity, whether they want to pair up together at middle and double middle pressure. And again, we talk about this all the time with 3D Max. Like, they're a tactically sound team just in general across their entire map pool, not just 1 or 2 maps. It's just, you know, they happen to be a little bit more specialist on others. And so when you look at the situation here, again, I think what makes this team so great is that Maka, as an op or IGL, isn't so much of an op on the T side. Like, he is really good at helping aggress things with an AK. Body has added a new level of entry power that this team did not have before, particularly in the middle position. And so I think if they can kind of play to some of those strengths, play to their ability to hit very tidy executes with just like super well-timed utility, then they can pull off a big T side, and that could give them a chance. Well, that's what happened last time. They won 8 rounds on T side. That's how they won the game.
Yeah, but one thing that I really like from the Turkish side here is usually their game planning is really good, and Major together with Jota, does a really good job of shutting down the B bomb site, which is really hard to defend usually, but they do a good job of like rotating in different utility, having enough smokes and mollies to block econ very consistently, which is kind of a key part of this map. Like obviously there is mid, but in a way that econ is as important as a mid on some other maps, because it allows you to pressure B, and then people need to either completely split or over rotate, and from that point onwards the T side can kind of dictate, okay, let's throw a fake towards B, let's finish A, or let's do an A split or whatever.
And I think one of the best things that ever happened for Aurora is the fact that we've been able to pivot Xantares into a middle position defensively. I think you have such strong anchors in Joda and Wakadia on both ends of the map. And so really it took a map that they were already pretty good on, and they've been able to take this additional firepower they acquired during the offseason. They just refortified how good their defense is. And to kind of go back to what you're talking about, I also like that when Aurora plays T-side on this map, they're just so good at conditioning opponents. Like every single round, no matter what they're actually doing, they will always throw similar B utility and they will always pressure middle. And it makes it so hard to read what they're actually intending to do, and it forces CTs to have to make risky, aggressive plays to get that information, and then that's when they can expose you when you try to go for those risks.
Yeah, I mean, also Wikadia on the A-bomb side, super crucial as an anchor. And I mean, we see some of these games really come down to, is that guy gonna get the double kill from people running through a smoke? And these rounds will happen. You know, you'll do everything tactically sound, but the T's will be like, okay, it's time to go, we need to go through a smoke and get the kill on the guy holding A, and then kind of just win the round off of that. And if Wikadia can hold that, which he usually can, I think it's going to be pretty difficult for 3D Max to break in.
But 3D Max has been able to get it quite close. As Dust said, they've also been able to beat them. Do you think that they've now had enough time to study this team and potentially have their number? Much of like what you've explained here, them being able to say, okay, we can see this and we know how to plug the holes.
That's the difficult question, isn't it? Because like overall, I would say the map performance from 3D Max on this one has not been that great. They've lost their last 6 out of 9 games. So like if you're looking at a wide sample, you're not really liking what their Anubis brings to the table. But as we've kind of discussed already, they've played this team close multiple times in a row. They won the last time they played against them, and it does seem like they're finding a little bit more comfort in some of their last recent matches. And so there is that way forward, but you can't take it away from Aurora, man. Like just what they've been able to do on Anubis for some time now is something truly special, and I can't ever, pick against them, I guess is the right way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of covered most of it. I want to say also, Woxic is a player we didn't really mention. Him floating around and finding the right timings. I think he is one of the oppers that really thrives in the chaos as much as you can. He has that high sensitivity, flicking left and right. And when you're on the A bomb site and they're splitting you both from mid and from the main entrance, he oftentimes is there helping out Wikadia and can pull off this multi-kill that essentially wins you the round, right? So I think this is also one part of why this map suits the Turkish side so much.
Stop talking, start game. That's not going to happen. We actually have a break. We'll be back after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
it's lineup landing time. I got exercise with me here from 3D Max. Hey, how are you, my man?
I'm fine. Ready to kick some ass on this challenge.
Oh, okay, I like that. Kick some ass on this challenge. You confident with your utility?
Yeah.
Yeah? The confidence was really high here. Then we slowed down a little bit. But I believe you. I believe you can do it. All right. I'm going to show you some clips. You got to tell me where the smoke, maybe Molotov, is going to land. And then you got 15 seconds to make your decision.
Okay.
We are starting with Ancient.
Easy. Doors on B. I know this one.
He said easy.
If it's not that, then... yeah.
Boom. First one in the bag, no problem at all. From Ancient, though, we're moving over to Anubis.
Okay.
And there's a lot of crazy utility when it comes to this map.
This one land like in front of the dark.
Okay.
Like between the side and the dark.
Let's have a look.
I would say.
So you guys call that bit dark, right?
Yeah, we use it like 1 or 2 times.
Okay. Because I would call this like the spot like backside platform ninja, that thing, but okay.
In French we say C1, C1, but
okay.
In FaZe it's dark, so.
Dark, okay. That's good, that's the second one, that's good, I'll give you that. All right, we're gonna Dust 2 next.
It's the one, oh, easy. It's the one that pop on side and it's also burn like down side. Backside, you know.
That's good, yeah.
Bus stop. Okay, no, it's not, but...
it wasn't when you... Oh, did you think like Gandalf?
No, I think like the one that pop, you know, close side and it also burn like downstairs.
Ah, okay, yeah, no, this is behind the boxes to this bit, yeah. Close.
This one is for the noobs, I guess.
Not what you're using. All right, let's move from Dust 2 to Inferno.
It pop at the top of the porch, but it's also burn like down.
Let's see it. He knows his utility.
That doesn't mean I use them, but I know them.
But you know, that's good, that's fine. All right, this one you're not going to be so happy with.
Mirage?
Yes, Mirage. We're going to Mirage.
If I calculate, maybe top mid left side to push from the city. Not sure about this one.
All right.
Okay, not.
It's fine. Nuke is coming up next.
Default.
Yes, straight away, nice and simple.
I guess so, but he aim. Maybe it's not. It is, but no one aim that much on the left.
Okay, where would you aim?
More on the right side, because as you see, like left side, back side is not burning, so he can kinda hide.
Oh, he can hide in the corner. Yeah, okay. I like that. Good adjustment you would have on your one. All right, finally, new map, Train.
Okay.
Confident with your Train knowledge?
Yeah, I use it. It's a main entrance.
Easy. Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you very much for playing.
Thank you very much.
Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Bucharest. We have got ourselves an exciting matchup, Aurora versus 3D Max. The first map not necessarily delivering for Aurora, but as the desk have highlighted, we're heading into a map that has been so comfortable for them for a long time. They've done some great work on this map, and it should be a way to bounce back into the series and equalize things.
Yeah, it really should be. And we did get some clarification as well between the maps. I wanted to make sure I figured it out. I got it all centered. Aurora did pick this. So at one point I had said 3D Max picked it. I think everyone had said 3D Max picked it, but it was wrong. Aurora picked it. So here we are. Their opportunity to stay in this series. 3D Max would book a ticket in the playoffs if they were to win here on Anubis. But Aurora is widely considered to be the best Anubis team.
And for good reason.
Yeah, very good reason.
Xantares kicks things off. First kill of the pistol. Madro under a little bit of pressure at the back of the platform. But remember, he's still got Xantares down in con, and he's rattling bullets rapidly up towards the site. But not exactly as clean as they would have liked here. But Xantares making sure that he keeps his team ahead.
At least the plant, that's nice. If Gravity can find Xantares a little bit early, that would be lovely. But now everyone else has arrived.
Gravity, great headshot.
6
walks
shots.
it down. Yeah, he could pull it back, but then as soon as he peeks, Jot is composed and hits the headshot. So we're looking at Aurora finding the pistol round, kicking things off.
Yeah, good round from Xantaras. Pair of kills, staying alive over in dark, making it really awkward to secure that B bomb site. Diffuse comes in, 1-0. Aurora get the hot start here on Anubis. But you have to expect a second round bye. With the plant, with some kills, you know something's going to be coming in. So Gravity snaps off an AK-47. Major's able to just kind of chill, take his time, take his shots. Nothing goes right for 3D Max on the extremities either.
Well, 3D Max, like you said, the bomb plant will allow this force buy to come in, so they're going to get the rifles out. I think it's really important for Aurora to get off to a decent start here. They had super slow starts in both halves. Over on Inferno, they were still able to make it competitive at portions throughout the half, but it was just too slow and put themselves in too big of a hole to climb out of.
That nade wasn't as effective as I thought. I was watching it on the mini-map, so I just saw the kind of like a line in the direction it was headed in. I thought it was going to be way worse than
Damn, 25 damage.
So that noise I made was like a 60 HP damage nade. It was only 26. It's fine. All right, well, this is Aurora's standard defensive setup. Wakadia's got the noob tube now.
Yeah.
He saw what Maka did, and he was like, I can do that.
It's pretty viable when you're this close in A main as well. But they're not coming towards him. Under a minute left.
AK-47 Galil and 2 Deagles for 3D Max as they start putting things together, spending what little utility they have to find themselves a good fight. Jota pushes forward to take out Gravity, and that's it. That's the only presence at the B bomb site. Everything else towards mid, where we know the Aurora style is to leave this really, really open. Shifting back as Xantaras and Wakadia just, oh, that flashbang. They didn't expect the turn, but Xantaras has the cover.
Yep, here goes the peek, though, from Wakadia. It's not going to work out. The swing from Walks again towards A main. A lot of bullets, not enough of them landing. An exercise puts one between the eyes. So 3v2 for Aurora. They have the advantage, and that bomb is just about to go down for 3D Max. Look at the play from Jota. So close towards A main. Exercise focus completely on the mid play through Temple. But Jota's closer than I think they anticipated, so he gets away with that, and he knows exactly where Maka is. And so they can swing together, and he nearly gets both. Damage done onto Major, but Aurora come back into it.
And I think 3D Max are going to buy right back up into it. Major's got no time to celebrate or anything like that. He's already got to be thinking about the next round and how he wants to play it out, because 4 kills, another bomb plant, 3D Max, I'd be surprised if they didn't invest in this round. Very, very close to a nice 1v2 clutch. I'm just looking for the decision they're going to make. AK-47 coming out, MAC-10 on Gravity as well. Okay, yeah, 3D Max fully buying into it. So we're not done yet if you're Aurora out of the pistol. You haven't really secured things this last round. This one's going to be necessary. Both teams' money is garbage after this buy. This is a huge swing round for who takes an early advantage in this map.
Big swing from Jota. A lot of damage done on the 2 players, but no kill from him. Madra will finish off 1 and keep it a 4v4. But he's got to worry about B main, or at least he did. Look at the long range on that thing. The XM shredding up from behind, but no kills, just a lot of damage. And this really does tee up Aurora for a 3rd round victory. 3D Max are wounded.
I feel like we're in store for a pretty crazy Xantaras half. We saw some of the frustration at the end of the last map on Inferno, just shaking his head and kind of staring at the monitor. We've seen that frustration a lot. He was doing it at Pro League as well, just a couple weeks back. But he started this game out very, very sharp. Some very nice shots. This is a very good round for him. 2 kills. Pistol round was great. So he's getting out to a couple good rounds. If they build enough confidence, you could get that unbeatable Xantaras.
Yeah, the gears just started turning in the Terminator.
Exercise and Body are going to want to die. They want the losing bonus. It's built up enough now, 2 rounds to be effective. And actually, maybe you save it and your teammates are going to save in the next round. Then you have a Galil and an AK to work with. Either way, they're not winning this one.
No. But I'm sure they want a real buy at some point, real soon.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm kind of wondering if they go just kind of sack it, maybe go for some extra kills. But we're 20 seconds left. They haven't budged. So Walks are going to be on a little bit of a hunt. He's the only one searching.
Worst case scenario is that you die after time, and you don't want that. So Woxic fended off, and no one else is really all that close. Riccardi is like, I want the money. So he's going to charge after and see if he can get there. Yeah, he can get an upgrade at a minimum. And there's no one close by, so he's all good. He'll keep that M4, and 3D Max will keep their 2 saved rifles.
Let's see what they can do with them. No bonus money for body and exercise, 50 and 350 bucks. Shouldn't be too much of an investment on the other 3 players either, so really it's kind of deathmatch with these rifles and see what you can get. Aurora, across the board, they've got weaponry. M4s and AK on Zantaras, who's 6-1 to open up this second map of the series. And equally for them, like the context of this tournament for Aurora is, again, with the top 4 teams missing, Na'Vi, Spirit, Mouse, and Vitality all gone. I don't know why Vitality stuck in my brain for a second. You look at this and you say, for a team that struggled to lift trophies, that we've seen get deep, that struggled to kind of beat the best teams in the world, this is a great chance for them to just lift, to just get that trophy moment out of the way. Because you know with how good they've been, for how long they've been, and how good they've been getting, that trophy's been on their mind a lot. Just get that behind you. Just win the trophy.
Would kind of suck, though, to win your first trophy immediately after switching organization after trying so long.
Sure, well, not for you, but
yeah,
for
yeah, for sure. Yeah. But Aurora would love it.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
First tournament, first win, here we go.
We call that doing the EG.
Well, that ended so well. AK for exercise, Galil's on 2. We'll see 3D Max move through. A pack of 4 in mid. Zantaras is up, so he's got some help from Woxic, who can take the initial attention. And then Zantaras will just feast upon them. So it's 1 from Zantaras. Woxic comes away better. He got 2 from that situation.
Yeah,
3D Max left 2v4.
Not as effective as it looked like he was going to be, but the setup itself is very, very strong. You've just shut down anything that 3D Max was going to attempt to do, and everyone kind of bought up at the end of the day, so this has gone nowhere. This just catapults Aurora into such a strong round. If they can keep 4 players alive and win this, man, their money's going to be so nice. I think the only thing left that 3D Max is trying to orchestrate is this pinch through Temple onto the B bomb site, but that ain't going to happen because aggression out B main, and Maka's the last one left.
He's going to give it a good go and creep in behind him with the AK. This is the kind of scenario where you do want to die before the time and just start building towards that real buy. And he is going to go down. It's still not good enough here for 3D Max. They've just been in such a rough spot economically to kick this game off with the buys, and none of them actually going their way, even though they came close.
I don't like that last one. I understand the buy in round 2. Round 3, I guess they got it pretty low as well there. I don't know. You're right though. I mean, the end point of the conversation is you've spent a lot of time without having a strong buy across the board for your whole team. So you've just kind of burned 4 rounds. It'll be round 5 before you get all AKs.
And you give the strongest Anubis team in the world like 5 rounds to play with on CT side before you really even get going.
Yeah, you spot him 5. You give him a bank to work with as well. Yeah, things are going to be tough in this half for 3D Max. Might just have that 3rd map on the cards for all you watching at home. Dust 2 would be the decider.
Oh, that could be fireworks, though. Body to go through the mid-smoke. He's going to start charging his way forward, and here goes Zantaras. Just edge of the smoke, and then has to peel back in. Woxic's turn to spot them coming through camera. He sees 3 players, not able to get much done this time. They need to be careful here, Aurora, that they don't let it go against them. Wakadia, in a battle through the utility, comes out on top of his duel versus body. Zantaras is repositioned already at storage to try and help his teammate on this A defense.
They'll concede the plant, but 3D Max hasn't done enough damage to feel like they can win this run. Actually, they're not even trying to plant the bomb at the moment. They know the retake is so close. They want a couple more kills for comfort. Gravity's got him 1. Wakadia sprays down another, and that's the round. Bomb doesn't even get planted. And Aurora's up to 5.
All right, here comes the first real buy of the map for 3D Max. And like we said, you know, you've given him 5 rounds as a head start here over to Aurora. Not by Not like they didn't try to get into the mix. The 4 spies were warranted, especially earlier in the game. They were very close to winning a few of them, but just didn't go their way. And now the hard work begins. Got to pretty much immediately win. Yeah, if you concede this one, we're getting into that ridiculous territory.
Yeah, where it's just going to be so, especially if this is a clean win. All right, Body. Playing it passive to start. Spread default for 3D Max. Keeping track of any trick plays or aggression coming in and just starting to establish basic control. A main in the favor of Exercise after some utility. That'll keep Wakadia and Aurora nervous about the A-bomb site. 2 players in middle. And 3D Max gonna start adjusting on the map back to B. It's Major and Joda to defend.
Under a minute on the clock as they sprint into the B-bomb site. At least the trade has come in, but it's Joda who has to do the heavy lifting off the back of the platform, and too much weight to bear.
Careful, this is a lot of damage taken before the bomb gets planted. This retake will be contested. Wakadia pushing up Ivy to get close. That smoke has just plumed, so he's got to wait for his moment.
Oh, plant confirmed. He's going to start moving in. His moment is taken away from him as Maka makes sure that it's quick work on the AK-47. Walks it back through the smoke. Zentares answers back too. Suddenly Exorcise 1v2 up against the 2 heaviest hitters of this Aurora squad. They get into the site. Zentares on the right side, and that's a kill for Exorcise, and he makes it look easy.
God damn, that is beautiful from Exercise. Way to keep your composure in a tough scenario. Zentares even reads what the next play is and can't hold the angle well enough. First round for 3D Max, but only 1 player survives. And again, they're not out of it. Aurora built up so much money. We've hit that point a number of times. They're going to buy right back up into this.
Well, took a clutch, but the first round for 3D Max is posted. Maka gets his hands on the AWP.
But stylistically, I think that's going to be the recipe in this half, especially when you think back to how 3D Max played Inferno, how explosive they were at the B bomb site on the T side. Again, like this, a round that's kind of played out standard, default, and then you hit a timing where everyone gets together, you're grouped up, and again, an explosion onto that B bomb site. And I think that's where 3D Max can find a lot of success at this map, where it's already tough to hold on to these bomb sites. Their kind of style of entering in, trading, and getting in grouped up, it can be a nightmare on this map if they get rolling. Aurora's kept that from happening so far, but they're out of money after this buy.
Maka with a clean opener is going to control the start of the rounds here for 3D Max. A lot of util thrown in towards Wakadia. Body now making his move through mid, flash into camera. And a smoke at Temple. Grenade landing right at the feet of Zentares, but it still works out for Zentares himself, and it's all about this connector plays. They go in towards Jode, sees them coming in, but he didn't realize how close they were. They just go contact through that smoke, explode upon him. And the element of surprise works in 3D Max's favor. Now Maka goes back to watch the flank. Wakadia is not going to walk through the water. He goes back up the stairway, and it's a long way off.
Yeah, they got to save because they got no money for the next round, so they'll keep these weapons in their hands instead of going for it. One mistake by Joda, just like a mistake of a quarter second where you take your gaze away, and that one player crosses over way too close for you to do anything and stand your ground, and he's just ruined.
Yeah, save's going to be no problem here for Aurora as well. 3D Max can't afford to lose even one weapon in this scenario. And this is the best they could have asked for. You know, only losing one player in this kind of scenario. You can start to build some money now on this T side.
Unfortunately, no upgrade for the Galil available. So Lucky will be stuck with that for now. Bomb goes off, second round for 3D Max. So they've broken the money, but they don't exactly get the great benefit of it. No save round for Aurora as they have these 3 weapons from the previous. I don't know, they might not choose to buy up a whole lot around it. That'll be an interesting question, what Major and Joda bring to the table. But if they don't invest in anything, then you have to have a conversation about who's going to take over the B bomb site, because you can't have two unarmored USPs there. It's Xantara's to bolster the B bomb site in this round. Wakadia in middle. Woxic with the op at the A bomb site.
Oh, so close. Body down to 14 HP from that smoke spam. He'll be happy to just be alive, and he's still applying pressure in middle with his nades. That bomb will start to drift back to B. B split being set up. Gravity and Exorcist are going to come through the connector right in towards Jota, who's only got a USP. So the player that has to do something about this is Antares, and he's blinded. His boost no longer all that effective. He'll still make the most of it, though. Second kill before being felled, and it is cleaned up by Exercise and Lucky. So now we're looking at Woxic, 1v3 AWP. And I would imagine he's not going to hang around here for long.
Yeah, if he was a little bit closer, he might hunt for just like one kill for someone to do something stupid and give him the opportunity. But yeah, at this point, so far back, tough to get out of Temple. 3D Max find 3. Starting to build up into this. T-side's starting to like function a little bit better. A couple rounds at the B bomb site. Xantara is now at 11-5, but not able to do enough here to slow down the attack. 2 kills. But 2 teammates with USPs around him and not enough resistance.
Terrorists win.
A doll's eyes.
Not quite in, just in from Dustin, but you know, I was on HL TV. I was just reading, perusing the stats,
Sure.
and then I refresh, and I see the latest article. Falcons set sights on Kaiosuke.
Okay. Interesting.
All right.
That's kind of cool.
Big news week.
If you're the Falcons, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for the Counter-Strike world in general.
Yeah, it is some cool headlines. The Monacy one, obviously. Kiyosuke is going to be a big one if they end up getting him. If I'm Spirit, though, I'm holding on to him a little bit longer.
Especially before the major, you don't want to give him over for that.
I'm putting a price tag on him that is quite hefty.
But what if they just pay it? And then you got this situation.
Then fair play. That's the thing. You put a number on it that is basically a no, and then if they pay it, cool.
Yeah.
You're rich.
Yeah. There you go. Then you can afford to keep Donk forever.
True.
All right, into the gun rounds at 3D Max. They've got the big old AW here for Maka. Everybody else with the weapons they desire. Not quite having the lights out Xantares. He's had a great game, sure, 11-5, but he can still find more impact to the rest of this half. It's Woxic with a quick shot onto Maka, dropping down into the water. Woxic just flicked it, made it look easy.
Yeah, nice quick peek. Body's gained a lot of ground in middle, though. Hasn't been super effective when he's gotten to these positions previously. Meanwhile, 2 players coming in through A main, so they're going to try and split this with one coming through camera, but he's still blocked off by smoke. Broken open, there's the entrance in A main. Xantares holding for body and wins the fight.
Aurora in the better spot in terms of player count here, but Lucky could change that as he comes around the backside. This could be a great play from Lucky.
He needs 2.
Look, no one's looking. When does he decide to go? Peeks out, there's the first headshot. Now they know they've got to deal with him. They've already moved in through camera, and they're cutting through gravity. So Exercise has to stay alive. They're going to smoke out camera. They're going to put pressure on Exercise. They know exactly where he is. Lucky needs to dive through the smoke, and Exercise grenaded away. So even if he had the skill to pull it off, the grenade removes any chance.
Yeah, and he had a real one with Major on such low HP. That could have been interesting. Xantares, too, he brought him down to 27, but a good retake, especially considering it gets sped up. When Body reveals his flank in middle to take out Woxic, you're kind of forced to move forward. Puts a little hustle in your step, and Aurora still come out on top, 6-3. Great benefit provided by Woxic. The drop down, good tracking. And an easy cleanup at the end of the day. Excuse me, it was Lucky, not Body.
The walk through B about to happen. And Zentaras takes one step and then gets domed. So everybody else cancels that idea. Body, look at this. Look how quick this is. Right through Temple, combined with Gravity, and they break apart the B defense.
Yeah, well, Body's had that real estate this whole time, so finally he's like, screw it. I'm gonna go as fast as humanly possible. And that throws a really, really rough detail into how Aurora's trying to defend this. So 4th round found by 3D Max. All 5 players survive. And there's a quick, fast pace that we like to see out of 3D Max.
Yeah, they just find the gap, find the hole, and thread the needle. They're even on the hunt now, trying to take weapons away from Aurora. And now we've talked about Aurora being the best Anubis team, but when you look at 3D Max, this is a squad that have played it throughout their roster's history. It was kind of their breakout map. It was the map they were strongest on when they were on their online grind last year, when they were rising up the rankings. When they came to the bigger events, though, it started to drop off, and they couldn't necessarily keep the performances up on the map, so had to make their map pool a little bit fleshed out, shall we say, deeper. And I think, obviously, when you've been that good on the map and you haven't made too many roster moves, you're still going to have pretty good foundations on the map itself.
Yeah, just the prospect of Aurora on it, right?
And also the fact that, yes, you know, you let 5 rounds go against you that early.
True.
Like, this is, since the guns have come out, it hasn't been that great from Aurora.
Yeah, they've been fighting back into it for sure. Should be in a, I mean, they are in a great place to get 6-5, and then you're looking at an opportunity to tie things up. Major, when does he chuck this flashbang out? 2 players close. Lucky playing anti-flash. Maka far back with the AWP. Not everyone is going to get blind. Okay, here comes the flash. That's the signal. But they swing around the corner, and they take care of the push before it even begins.
The big swing into Lucky, and a double as he drops Jota and Madger. So no resistance as expected. And a 5th round for 3D Max as we head into the last round of the first half.
Nice dink, but nothing after that. 3 for Lucky in the round. Final of the first half. 3D Max looking to tie things up after a very slow start on this map. They've brought it back with 4 of the last 5 in their favor. Excuse me, 5 of the last 6 in their favor. And a chance to go into the second half, even keel onto the CT side. Woxic has an op, so does Maka on the other side of the map.
Madger making his way through the water. Body sprints through the doors again. We've seen him make a play like this just a few rounds prior that was so effective.
That's a huge pick from Woxic because they don't know of Major's aggression.
A smoke is going to clear away. And a free kill is given over, but here goes Madger. That's the bomb. The bomb at the back. A kill for Madger makes sure that everything is thrown into disarray. They have to go back and get it. They continued to fight into the site, made sure they removed Zentaras, and sure, you can have the bomb site, but you don't have the bomb.
Now you got to figure out how exactly you want to approach this scenario. Do you push camera and go around towards bridge and middle? Do you all come back towards A main and line up? That's a good kill to find. Joda's going investigating, hoping to catch them in transition of trying to figure out how to make the play next.
Well, Madger has the scope up. They'll try and buy some more time. There's still 50 seconds left here for 3D Max, but the fire forcing Madger into the open. Good information for the peak. He misses the shot. The peak comes in. Woxic lands his. It's a double op setup defending the bomb and still exercises inside of the site.
He's going to throw a flash for Lucky.
Here it comes, over the top. Lucky makes the play forward. Woxic dodges the flash. Now it's all an exercise, and this has got to be a frustrating close to the half for 3D Max. They were in the bomb site. They just did not have the bomb. And that's 7-5 for Aurora.
So I mean, that pick from Woxic is the player who takes control of canals and pushes close to have presence over in dark. And you take him down, and you no longer have anyone to get the information that Major has pushed canals already. He's gotten perched up on the boxes underneath the window, and he's just waiting for his moment to turn and fast flank. Round-winning play, half-winning play, 7-5. Nice close from Aurora, but good comeback from 3D Max at one point staring down the barrel of a 0-5 scoreline. We'll see how they manage the CT side. That can be oh so difficult for so many teams.
It's got to be a rough feeling to, you know, get into the bomb site and you're like, why did the guy throwing utility have the bomb at the back?
Yeah. It's a real bummer. They got the entry as well, which is extra painful. Yeah, right here. Gravity picked. Even this equalizer doesn't do much considering the flank from Major. Now, I'll say this, because I mentioned it about complexity yesterday when we started really noticing how aggressive they like to be on CT sides, and again, 3D Max is in that similar sort of vein. Map like Anubis, where that kind of aggression from CTs is sort of encouraged, could in some ways be their wheelhouse.
Well, they need a great start in the second half here at 3D Max. Not enough down on that T side.
3D Max won Anubis at Pro League 21, 13-10. They lost it in Cluj, 13-10. It's been a part of the last 3 series that these two teams have faced off against each other.
It's a B split for Aurora. 3 players coming through connector. 1 for 1 in the initial fight. Body's so low. Just in and around the obelisk. Gravity getting caught by Okadia. When there's just so many players flooding in from all different directions, it's hard to hold on to it if you're 3D Max. And Matcher's fragging out. He's got a second in the round. And Xantares is the man to close.
Also, Body's comms just can't get into Gravity's ears quick enough. Like, they might have gone in, but no real acknowledgement of the brain, so he couldn't turn fast enough. 8-5, a 3-round lead. Both pistols now for Aurora in this second map. Not for elimination, it's for the playoffs. Both these teams 2-0 so far in the PGL Bucharest Swiss system. Losing team drops down to 2-1 and continues play with a plethora of rough teams in that group. And the winner books a spot in the playoffs and gets some rest.
Cool. Maka trying to line up the shot, being patient with the deagle. Aurora looking to keep it clean. They've only lost 1 player so far. Looks like they really only will lose 1 player. And the scoreline 9-5. You know, winning both pistols, converting both second rounds. It's just a recipe for success for Aurora.
Also, CT side's supposed to be the harder side, so Aurora getting 7 on that half is already great. Then you also got to wonder. Well, then you also have to wonder when you switch sides too. 3D Max, is their defense going to be able to hold this off? As I just mentioned, they beat him at Pro League on the map, but everything outside of that has been a loss on Anubis against, well, at the time, Eternal Fire. Three losses on Anubis, 1 win between these two teams. 1 win for 3D Max. Here we go, round 15. Full buy again. And the first real chance that 3D Max has to stop this onslaught from Aurora.
Oh, good pathing here for Wakadia to get to the side of the molly. They're not going to expect him to be that close. And then he erupts with a surprise, but Body gets 2. He just runs out of ammo. Otherwise, he was certainly on for a chance for all 3 there, but ammo costs him. And we've got a 3v2. 3D Max still with a player advantage on the defense, but look who's still alive.
Oh, dude, if he ignores the smoke and Maka and just pushes in, that could be crazy.
To defend his teammates. Oh my god, okay.
He's back.
Yeah, that flick, there's nothing you can do when Xantares hits one of those. He's gone back to read the camera play, and Xantares is leveling up here. Lucky to get rid of him, and now a 1v1.
It's a must-win for Lucky.
He's got to move quick too. No kid in his back, but Walksig makes sure that he can't even get close. 10-5, double figures, and Xantares sharp on the trigger.
Yeah, now this half just feels like it slipped too far away for 3D Max. Between the rough start in the first half, 0-5, to now losing the pistol round, losing the first gun round. Aurora's just so close, and with such a commanding lead and commanding control of the economy as well, it's not a pretty place. I don't know what 3D Max does to get back into it. Sitting right around 3K on every player. And Body's already bought an M4, can still get sold back, but 3D Max probably don't feel like they have great options at the moment. Half buy coming in around the M4. And we'll see if they can create some magic. Third timeout used by 3D Max. They've got none left.
I want to play aggressively out of B. The one rifle here for 3D Max is alongside the attack, and it was the first player to go down. So the 5-7s have done better than expected. Centaur is trying to fend them off, but they keep pushing. They keep coming towards him. And now they've got a better weapon to play with. Lucky. Oh my god. Centaur survives on 1 HP. Still not out of the woods just yet here for Aurora. Centaurus could go down to anything. And then it would be on Wakadia, who nearly gets spotted that. But he groups up, joins with Zantares, and they have just over 1 minute to play with.
Very tense. Exercise just playing outside the B bomb site. They don't have the weapons to do anything aggressive. Zantares is low. This is all on Wakadia. Oh, that's a good find. Great find. Exercise, not even a chance to fire off a bullet. Only one is necessary. So into the bomb site we go, and Maka's only got a USP in an attempt at a 1v2.
Maka knows, AK down, so picks it up. And heads back around to B main. Oh, the timing. Wakadia gets into the corner. Yep, Zantares goes down, but look at this quick reposition from Maka. Wakadia knows about it, sure, but...
Well, he's listening for the drop and the footsteps in towards Dark, so now he has the idea. Now he knows. One Molotov to use.
Gonna send it to the back of the platform.
He's already lost. He never saw him outside B main, so it's the last place he'll expect, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he has no kit either, or any utility left, so... He knows where he is now, but the time evades him, and the headshot confirmed by Wakadia. So, I mean, that's the situation where you don't really expect to get a whole lot done there, 3D Max, and you get it into a pretty cool situation towards the end.
Yeah, but pretty cool situations don't matter anymore when you're at 5-11.
It's true.
You know, it's a pretty cool situation at like 4-4 or something like that.
Yeah, true. When the game's still in question.
But now it's
and
just
balanced,
like, shit.
You needed that one.
We just have to have the win. Close doesn't matter anymore. 2 rounds Aurora from giving us Dust 2 to decide this series.
Maka about to be put under a lot of pressure. Zantares is not slowing down. In fact, he's decided on this A bomb site. And he wants it. His teammates throwing supportive utility in behind him. The legions of Aurora starting to come through. They've even got Wakadia trying to lurk, but he's been taken down. Zantares is making sure that there's still positive steps being taken here for Aurora. Body's gone, Zantares and Woxic combining, and yeah, just too much. Too much firepower on the T side right now for 3D Max. This is just so good. Zantares has got 2 picks coming in. He's got supportive Woxic. And Gravity, well, it doesn't feel like you want to save, but there's no, you're not winning it, so not as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
and this map's done.
It's tough. Yeah, it does. I know. It felt like it was going that way. I kept holding out hope. You know, I had this like little piece of me that was like, nah, 3D Max is gonna make this comeback. Win one and keep it going.
That's a lot of hope.
I know.
Hopium, copium.
Well, we did get a good map out of Zantares at the very least. 22-10 at the moment. He's got one more round to add on top of it, which is a great bounce back from Inferno, where he was a little bit quiet, but we've seen some crispy, sharp. The eye test of Zantares on this map was fantastic. Some snappy shots. And we suit up again. Round 18, 12-5. money's really busted for 3D Max. They'll scrape together what they can. They've got no timeouts to pause this and have a conversation and talk things over. It's all got to be improvised as we go. When I say scrape together a buy, they've scraped together a pretty damn good buy. AK-47, 2 M4s, 2 FAMAS as well. Missing kits, which can obviously be a massive issue. But that's a problem for later.
And at least you've got one. But body's gone. And Aurora just a few moments away, if it keeps up like this, from bringing us to the third and final. And Dust 2 definitely could be an exciting matchup to get into, but Aurora just staying focused to close this one out. Heading over towards B. Mac up, about to make a mid-push, and Xantares, he's waiting for it. Patience, oh my god, he turns away at literally the last second.
You just never expect there to be aggression in middle from the CT side at a minute in the round when, like, there's no utility up, there's no flashbang, there's nothing being utilized. So Aurora descends into this B hit, and they're starting to pinch it from Dark as well.
1 for 1 as they come back in. And Gravity straight through that smoke, doing what he can to keep his team alive for at least a few seconds longer. Plant being confirmed here on default. So close, but the bomb will go down. And the last 2 players here for Aurora are extremely low in HP. Can 3D Max extend play a little bit further? Maka not clean, should have taken that, so it's Gravity, but he's out of ammo, and Wakadia moves out into the open and confirms a victory for Aurora. They are just unstoppable here on Anubis. A comfortable start on the CT side proved too much for 3D Max to try and handle.
Okay, so I know some of you mute the panel, but if you're hearing this, you don't. So you heard everything we said just before this match, which was so funny because I asked Prof and Dust to break down this game and what they were expecting, and they went into detail. And then everything they said just happened. So
Do you
what
get a
the hell
bonus?
what
It's
the hell
almost
do we
like
talk
we
about
do a
now?
lot of research, prepare really hard for our jobs, get hired to do this job, to really talk deeply about the game and give people extra insights on what they're watching.
Is that our job? I thought it was.
was
Talking random stuff and entertaining people at home, and especially those in Twitch chat, because those are my homies.
That's right.
Number 1 homies after the forum homies.
Hold on, you said hired. Are you getting paid for this?
We won't talk about
You know who's not getting paid for this? It's 3D Max for this map. Not much shown on the T side. There was a bit of a moment there. The exercise 1v2. We see him here. The nose strips, the breathing, the fresh air on Anubis helping out. He did have like a really nice moment that set them up to get these 3 rounds, but they couldn't really spin off of it into a stronger T half, which they ultimately needed on Anubis. Still a T-sided map.
Yeah, the extra positive airspace allows you to get over 100% oxygenated, which allows you to make better decisions and therefore execute more appropriately. Unfortunately, you're up against Aurora, who is the best Anubis team right now, and there really is just no stopping them. It seems like at this point, it's very rare that they drop this map. It's very rare that they even have close games on this map. They just have it figured out. And again, it comes down to some of the things that we were talking about, as you so eloquently put over there, Sam, that they're just so good at conditioning opponents. They're good at where their talent is distributed across the map, and you're just never going to catch this team off guard with something. Like they just know this map through thick and thin.
Yeah, I think like also what 3D Max tried to do on the T side reminded me of something like Liquid was kind of trying to do against the Turkish side. Then they were Eternal Fire, like sending body in these mid lurks that you brought up also before the game. But they are so ineffective because there's nothing to be found there. You know, there is no bomb site ultimately, so they are just dealing with them by playing 3-2 setups most of the time. And Xantares kind of floating around. He had an amazing game, 130 ADR, 8 multi-kill rounds, and we see like a bit on A, a bit on B, mostly on B because that's where most of the action happens. Ultimately, a great showing from Xantares, who had a little dip in the playoffs there in Lisbon, but is now again coming back into his own, recovering from that injury, I guess, that humbled him a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Xantares is just, I mean, the story of this guy is just so awesome. Like, when you look back at CSGO and you kind of look at, you know, how good he was early on, you know, particularly when he was kind of just getting started on the online scene, the fact that he got an opportunity to play internationally with Big for a time, the fact that he then decided, hey, I'm going to go back to my home country, I want to put together the best team I can here and show you that I'm capable of, and the fact that this guy is now playing the best CS he has ever played, arguably, last year, right? It was like his first time
top 20, right?
Exactly. And he's doing it at 28, 29 years old, giving everyone hope that, hey, like, there is still a chance that someone with enough work and focus can still break through and have their best moments ahead of them, even if, you know, they've been playing for a very long time. And he is like, I mean, I don't even, obviously Donk's the best entry frag in the world. No one's going to argue against that.
Yeah.
But I feel like Xantares is probably number 2. Like, it'd be very hard to pick against that.
He's up there in the conversation for sure. I think what you're saying is like, oh, there's always a chance for you to have your best year ever. I mean, yes, but also Xantares had so many very good years, but was always kind of hampered by the teams that he was in, and, you know, maybe lack of experience, lack of depth in some of these teams as well. Because if you go back to 2014, 15, 16, HLT rating online, he was the king of onliners. He was destroying people online, and then the first lands, then going to like Space Soldiers, Big, and now back into the Turkish scene where they are having the best results ever. I mean, Moses was also touching about it on the cast, like Major from 1.6 in the French scene, coming into CSGO, back into the Turkish scene, then into the French scene again, and now finally he was kicked from this team 2 times before he went to Valorant. He's back here now, and going for the 6th playoff if they manage to close.
It's also interesting because, like, I think what people really got stoked was the first time that Woxic and Xantares played together.
Yeah,
it's like, man, this is it. Like, this is an opportunity to maybe put together like a Turkish super team. But now they really have, because Wakadia and Joda is that next generation of talent out of that country, in a country where that game you mentioned, Valorant, is very popular. You know, they still do have a crop of players who are willing to put in the time in this game, and it has elevated this squad to just such new heights. Like Wakadia's evolution, Joda being such a great rookie to the team, the fact that Xantares has developed, you know, late in his career, this entry game that he's always been well known for, but it's even taking it to new limits now. It's just awesome to watch, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just if we're talking about Anubis, there is one round, I think it's round 15, that I wanted to highlight because it's also something we spoke about a bit, is that A bomb site. Yeah, B is where most of the action happens, but a few rounds will go down on A, and ultimately it comes down to how you handle these chaotic situations. We saw here 3D Max try to do what they do, and that is push the smoke, get aggressive. They get traded out, and unfortunately the trade wasn't beneficial. Here we just missed a Maka whiff. It was a 3v2 situation for 3D Max after those trades. The Frenchman knew what was going on. Maka had the drop on Xantares, but didn't get the kill. Ultimately, losing that round didn't allow them to ever get going on the CT side, and then the game was pretty much over.
Are there any takeaways for 3D Max when they take a look back at this Anubis?
They're better than us on Anubis.
It's almost regression, because I feel like they played a much better last time. Obviously, they won last time. But even the times that they lost were generally more close than that. So that was more of like a landslide victory for Aurora, and kind of more of a bold statement for them. Like, you're not getting us this time. Like, you may have got us last time in EPL, but we're the top dogs here, and they proved it.
We move to Dust 2. This is the decider now. One of these teams is making it to playoffs. How does Dust 2 play out?
It's interesting because I feel like these two teams are like similar strength on this map, where it's not really at the top of their pool, but it's not at the bottom either. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. Generally, if they're losing the map, it's to the best teams in the world. They have beaten similar levels of teams, like their records are roughly similar. So it really comes down to, and even the one time they played against each other, it was a very close game, 13-10. So I feel like they're on somewhat similar footing. I just think for me personally, I just think Aurora has more skill spread across the map. I mean, defensively, you can see here just like being able to have Woxic dynamic with the op, and then you have Joda and Xantares playing opposite ends of the map. They're just, you know, very effective at dealing with mid-B pressure, dealing with all the general Dust 2 things that we know of. But what I really like about them is on the T side, their long A control protocols are just out of this world. Like, they're so good at dictating the pace of that map, and I want to know, is Extra Sight's going to be able to handle that defensively as an A anchor? I mean, I think that's going to be like the key to victory, is trying to limit how much Aurora is able to expose the A side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on their CT side. Like, when you see that triangle of Wikadia, Xantares, and Woxic in mid, you're like, that's going to be pretty tough to get to. And then B anchor Jota, just compare that to like a G2 where the B anchor is snacks. You know, going into B dry or going on a timing, that's something you will do 1 or 2, maybe 3 times in a half for sure. And you know, you're going against Jota, who is over-skilled almost anchor for what he was. Like if you go back to like his heroic days, he was more of a kind of what Wikidia was, or what Xantares was. He is kind of roaming around, very skillful player. So he is, I would say, one of those overqualified players for his role.
So we've spoken a lot about Aurora. Let's just focus in on 3D Max.
Sure.
This is actually something that I kind of want to get your opinions on. It isn't something that we've had a chance to really speak about. We've spoken about his impact in game, but there was a lot of chatter around the body move when it happened, and possibly a little bit of negative chatter, if you like. I think a lot of the 3D Max fans were surprised that that was the move that got made. I think there was an HLTV article with Maka even saying like, hey, listen, this wasn't actually the team's decision, it was management. But what do you think so far of him now in the team? Because I originally was one of those people in the chatter going, oh, this isn't a good idea. It does actually seem to be a good fit.
I mean, what for me stood out is, obviously we spoke about him, like what he adds to the team and all of these things, was, I mean, him going to 3D Max, his first interview is like, after Fnatic, I needed to find, again, like the love for the game. I think we all felt this as well, like watching Fnatic. We needed to find the love for the game again. So we can all relate to Body to some degree there. And that, you know, we saw him there, you're like, oh, this guy isn't really hot shit, right? Put him in a new team, it's a different identity, different player.
It is an interesting one for me because I'm similar to you. Like, I didn't really think it was the blockbuster move that they really needed, because to me, this 3D Max team has been kind of hovering around the same spot for quite some time, where we always praise how strategically sound they are, how good of a caller Baka is, how he's like a pretty good fragging IGL that can op and rifle. You know, the fact that you got someone like Lucky, who's like a veteran, who's very good at playing the more passive roles. But I feel like this team we're missing 2 things. They were missing a true star player. I didn't think they had that. And they were lacking some entry power, in my opinion, because I felt like Gravity and Dejoko, who were kind of the main entries before Body joined the team, just weren't really at the same level as many of the other entry fraggers you see kind of in the top 10, top 15 teams in the world. But what Body has been able to do is come to this team, and shockingly, has been one of the better entry fraggers of the year so far. Like, he is winning over half his duels on the T side, which not many entry fraggers can say, and he really has provided that opening firepower this team used to lack, and that might be what they finally need to propel forward.
Final question.
Go on.
Do those no strips work, boys? I've been curious about this for a while.
I've never used one, so I don't know.
Let's try. I don't know.
Maybe it'll make we'll try it tomorrow, like, and see if our desk segments like elevate. We try it out.
Are you seriously committed? Both of you will put a no strip.
If you get them, we will try it. Yeah.
Production. Let's see if we can do that, because it would make me giggle hysterically. I know Machine commentates in one now.
Chopper uses them, and he's pretty good. So you know.
Do you think the desk segments will be better with a no strip?
I don't know.
They can't be worse. I just think we'll be more
from his mouth to yours. They can't get any worse, so we'll put some no strips on them tomorrow as well. We're gonna go for a break.
She said she loves you,
but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are playing lineup landing, and I'm going to keep trying to get this right as much as possible. It is Aurora Wakadia with me now. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. I told you what this is going to be with the smokes, the Molotovs, the lineups. I honestly think you're going to be good at this. You think?
I don't think like you, but hopefully.
Well, I believe in you, so let's see what you can do. You've got my support and faith. We'll start by playing on a map that you quite enjoy. We're going to start with the train. Where does that
I have
land?
time limit.
Yep. I'll give you a couple more.
I will say B, like towards B side, somewhere maybe.
Ooh, okay, yeah, you're close. I think I can give you half a point for this. Yeah?
Okay, I get the point now.
Yeah, you understand that?
Yeah.
We're going to go to Dust 2 next. This one I'm very confident you'll know.
It's a door smoke.
Let's have a look. Nice and quick.
Yay.
All right, Mirage next.
I think this one burns chair. I saw this before.
Oh, you saw this before, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look. Correct, look, you're smashing it. You're doing it, man, see? All right, next, this is the real ultimate favorite for you guys.
It's a hard one? Oh.
This is your best map.
Okay, Anubis.
Anubis, yeah. And hopefully you know this one.
I throw this every round.
You throw it, hey,
Yeah,
this
so
is your one.
smoke.
Ah, exactly.
We call this fanatic.
There you go. All right, I knew you would understand the Anubis one very easily. Next, we're moving on over to Nuke.
I think towards under heaven windows.
Ooh. Let's take a look.
I'm not sure. Or heaven, maybe.
I knew you'd be good at this.
Yes.
Exactly, window.
I was gonna say heaven, but it's too far.
Too much. Yep, you were on the money. Perfect with that one. Next, we got Inferno.
Okay.
I feel like you'd be a good Inferno. I think you understand your utility here.
It's a major smoke. Should be Moto or halfway, but I will say Moto.
Let's have a look. He continues to smash it.
Yes.
You even know it's not your smoke, it's Magic smoke.
Yes.
And you still got it correct.
I need to know, like, learn these.
You need to learn these, yeah? Okay, we need to get you start practicing it. All right, there's one more to go, and you've done very well on this. We got Ancient coming up next.
Oh. Like, I don't know how to call the entrance of cave. Like from right side, inside.
Okay, yep. Boom.
Yes, it's a bug molo.
Yep. We call it the cheetah Molotov. But I'll give you that as well.
Thank
so, you smashed it. I told you you'd do good.
I think it was a bit easy. Like,
Oh, a
I
bit
don't
easy.
expect, yeah.
Some people have not found it as easy as you, but I like that. I like that. Thank you very much for playing,
you.
man.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2025. Inferno 13-9, Anubis 13-5 for Aurora, and now we bounce into Dust 2, the third and final map. A spot in the playoffs on the line here in Bucharest, Jason. Two of the teams I would have expected to be getting playoff spots.
Yeah.
And I really don't mind who goes through this quickly. They've both been playing really well.
Yeah, I don't think either of them should have issues making it in after this if they were to lose. But yeah, one of them is going to have an easier route into those playoffs.
Quick play into the lower tunnels. Wakadia coming out on top. Lucky's going to go, and Aurora's just going to maintain the player advantage for the moment. Maka's very low, but that P250 at that kind of range might become effective into the lower tunnel peak, but Jot is not alone. He's got Wakadia right beside of him.
Well, important as well as Major's doing a good job of peeking out towards long and just slowing down this hit. This is a long time stalled out and HP taken away over the top of the smoke. Body finds one. He goes down to CT spawn, jumps up, wants to wrap around Goose, and what a route to run.
Dude, this is insane from Exercise. He just jumps up on the boxes. 3 different positions. positions, 3 different kills. Wakadia 1v2 low HP, but Exercise rips apart 4.
That's actually so crazy. What a decision to make. What a god-tier decision. And he's the one, his teammates have been hyping him up for months now in interviews about how good he is, about how good he's getting and how good he can be. And he continues to show just really cool decisions and crispy aim with his Glock.
Yeah, the path, like you said, was the most impressive part, and he's just spinning. Finding different parts of his cross, just swinging his crosshair left and right.
He made the decision so quick. There was like no hesitation. That kill comes out towards Barrels and Goose, and he is just beelined into the smoke.
Quick long take here from Maka. Gets into the long corner. We've got Exercise out of long with him, so 3D Max clearly looking to bring some energy to the start of this Dust 2 game, and we're predicting a very different map than perhaps what we've seen on Anubis. Like, this is 3D Max having to come out and get a decent start because they went so flat so early on Anubis, and the mountain was too tall to climb.
Look at it this way too, like the fragability across both teams. Like you have Zontars in the server. We obviously know Exercise has started this out well. He can frag. Same with Gravity. Woxa can go nuts. Dust 2 should be a brawl. And on top of all of that, this map for both of these teams sits around the 60% win rate mark. It's equal for both of them, so it should be a very contested affair.
Yeah, great middle ground to decide who is going into the playoffs. Under a minute on the clock. We've seen 3D Max commit early out long, but they're long gone now. They've left one Exercise to make sure if anybody pushes for information. Woo! But that is a shot and a half. Straight through the mid doors. He's going to go back again. And another one, this time from Woxic. The scouts, they're destroying them inside the middle.
Why are you still fighting it? Get out of there.
They're trying to distract for Exercise to come up long, but then Woxic clocks that idea. And he turns back just at the right time. Some damage being done for Exercise, but eventually Jota gets rid of Lucky. And so the bomb down in mid, and Exercise is a long way off of this with 25 seconds. He can't get to it. He can't win this round. So the scouts have done the job in mid.
Damn, just the rotation back, a double scout peeking you the whole way, firing off shots so hard to return a clean burst against the scout through that double door sliver. 3D Max just have to eat it. Jota's gonna come out to his death. But that's Aurora getting on the board, converting in the second round and breaking 3D Max's momentum right after the pistol.
Yeah, that's super rough to swallow here for 3D Max. And now that there could be a problem this setup for them, another trap, right? The big problem that happened on Anubis was they got into this territory where they were buying a lot, they were getting a lot of these force buys. And they put themselves in a pit of despair. Now, they're going to go for a force in this next round, right? You got an AK saved over, you're in double eco on the vast majority of your players here. So Tech-9s, P250s, AK-47. Well, let's see if 3D Max are able to bounce back here, or they just get forced down into full eco territory and Aurora get into a 3-1 lead.
No one close to double doors to be caught by this. Wakadia would be the first defense along the wall, or Zantaras over in CT spawn with an off angle, trying to pull them into Wakadia. He's going to step right into a flashbang, and he continues forward. What a risk, but it pays off.
Yeah, he actually has a massive risk, but he's come out on top, and here comes the play forward. Body up at short, smoke goes down onto the box. Zantaras flicking up, he's got Wakadia rattling shots out of that Galil. One dig back from 3D Max, but not really looking likely unless Exorcist has something to say about it. When that kind of headshot at that range, he's got a bomb plant secured by it. Is there anything else that 3D Max can do in this situation? Well, it would all fall to Maka to pull it off. Committed into the bomb site. Fighting out long, it's a quick headshot.
5 bullets.
Yeah, limited ammo. Has a chance to reload now, but too worried to do it. Zantaras could be right beside him. But he's actually down in CT spawn. Aurora taking their time into this one. Mac is not making any mistakes. But 45 HP, 5 bullets in the AK, and Jota making sure that he gets towards him.
Yeah, plenty of kits available, or one kit available on Zantaras. A nice attempt from Maka down the stretch, but the patience from Aurora able to clean him up at the end of the day. 2-1. Planting 3 kills. I don't think you got enough money to force up here if you're 3D Max, but you know, there's been some craziness in the series so far.
I think based on how
the economy
Anubis went,
judgment.
Yeah, I think based on how Anubis went, you just want to get gun rounds early if you're 3D Max, right? get the guns out. That was a big problem for them.
Yeah, but the other side of that is if you tried to force buy here, you put yourself in such a hole if you're to lose it, right? And then you have the nightmare scenario where you start out again.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to get a full gun round as soon as possible, yeah.
All right, we're arguing the same point.
Yeah,
we're on the same page.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Nice.
Reading from the same book, just different language.
Yeah, apparently.
But it doesn't mean you get around like this. Just a couple of P250s. Smoke flash. If you can get short, then it's the best case scenario for to try and smoke and then run to the bomb site. But
oh god,
we're all ready for that. And Wakati has got the XM down in the holes, down in the lower tunnels.
You hear that noob tube in your body, and you're just like, oh, I'm so dead.
We're so melted.
Yeah, we're so screwed.
Deleted.
No armor, just a pistol, close up. We have nothing.
Yeah, the time to kill against unarmored opponents is just so ridiculous.
Staggeringly fast.
Well, a minute on the clock, and this is where we're at now, Jason. We get to enjoy this.
Yeah, well, I mean, realistically, a chance for Maka to be talking to the guys, and no reason to kind of speed this up. Let him make sure, let him get the first gun round underway. Probably calling someone out right now, and you can start moving forward once everyone knows what they're doing. Shouldn't even really get any kills.
Oh, we'll get one extra. That's not bad. Oh my, what? He actually got another one on the P250. So, Exercise just racking up kills at the moment, even in that kind of scenario.
Zantara's not used to using a weapon like that that's not precise. He's having a hard time figuring out how I'm supposed to use it if I'm just too accurate.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, another matchup going on at the moment over on the secondary stream. That's the MongolZ versus Team Liquid. Both teams who have been struggling 0-2. That's an elimination game.
Yeah, crazy to think that that's an elimination game. And we had complexity in a qualification game earlier. It's like Bizarro World here at PGL Bucharest.
Yeah.
But yeah, sad to see one of those two teams going home, MongolZ or Liquid. MongolZ have just disappointed from day one of this event for whatever reason. Maybe it's a nice time for a wake-up call heading into the major.
Yeah, at least you got some time on the lead up there, but disappointing to see. Wakati, yep. That's way too easy. Gets a double in the mid doors, and it feels like this is an eco round, but it's a full buy from 3D Max that just gets melted away. Now Gravity doing what he can to pull it back. Okay, what? Woxic team kill as well in the mix, and suddenly we're right back into a 2v2.
And they just handed him that headshot on Woxic, who he wasn't even aiming for? Oh my lord. I need that in slow motion. Okay, 2-on-2. I don't know how this has happened.
The round fell over.
Yeah, Gravity's gonna get the bomb planted, and over towards Catwalk is where this will be decided. Maka's here with the AWP. Both defenders gonna shift in and rotate to this position.
Mac should be able to get one, at least. There's the first. Madra coming in, tries to peek up for a quick shot. Now Gravity to close it out. He got them in this situation, and he'll make sure it's a round victory. There was no world in which I thought that was going to be a 3D Max victory after the first couple of kills of the round.
No, that's a crazy sequence from Gravity. I mean, the third one on Woxic, well, I mean, second one, I guess, because Woxic kills the player he was aiming at, but just gets handed a headshot. That one's going to sting to watch back.
Laughing about it.
Hey, he's got to be. I'm sure. Oh, no, someone spilled something.
Okay, okay.
I don't know if someone spilled something, but.
Well, it looks like they're cleaning
when you think of laugh and someone bending over, wiping something up, it says spill to me. Yeah.
You ever destroyed anything you've owned with spilling something at the table?
Probably. Not that I can recall.
Oh, so that kind of spillage? All right. I see how it is.
I don't know. I've never.
You're ruining people's matchmaking games that night, Jason?
No, man. I haven't. I've never ruined a mouse or a keyboard or anything like that. Something else.
Ominous.
I know. I don't know what it is. That's the only thing. I got no memory.
All right. Well, that's fair enough. Well, hopefully the cleanup is not that bad. We can get into the game.
Just the self goal, the own goal of celebrating so intensely that you knock something over. Now we
like
all
Cello.
Yeah. Hey, that was a bit rough. I still can't believe that. That's got to be like a skit one of these days.
I'm just glad we get the Swiss system more often this year. You know, we only get it at the RMRs in the major last year, but we're getting it quite a bit now. And I think we do get a decent amount of upsets in the Swiss system for whatever reason.
Well, look, it's also a lovely format for a lot of these teams that are making changes and kind of struggling to just get reps in official matches. So that part's
Team
quite
Liquid
nice.
are loving it. I'm sure.
Loving is a strong word when they're sitting at 0-2.
Yeah, yeah.
But appreciative.
Yeah. And it's just one of those off events for the Mongols who have been pretty consistent as of late.
I know, and it just feels like now's their time to keep rising up the rankings, right? They've done such a good job. The number 7 right now on HLTV, I believe. Number 6 on the VRS as well.
Number 4 on the VRS.
For Aurora?
Oh, for Aurora.
I thought you were talking about Mongols.
Yeah, I said Mongols.
You did say Mongols. They're number 6.
It says number 4 when I'm on the team page.
No, that's kind of weird. We'll have another conversation with Prof and HLTV.
Damn. That's kind of wrecked me for no reason.
It has kind of. But yeah, to continue that point, this is the event where it's like, we've mentioned it a couple of times, with the top 4 teams missing, with the top 4 teams missing, you just have such an opportunity to grab a trophy. Oh my lord, there it was. Oh, it sucks for everyone.
Not
except
for us.
Gravity and us.
No, we got to enjoy that.
Well, the spill's been cleaned. Everything's dry. We're back. Freeze time of round 6 coming in. It's a tactical pause. We're not back.
Not back. We kind of are back.
Kind of back. Half back.
Almost back. And there we go. Freeze time. Back it away. And the AWP out for Maka. Money is shot here for Aurora, so you'll see some upgraded pistols, 2 Deagles. Always deadly when you've got a Zantara's Deag around. Hasn't bought it yet, but I imagine something along those lines will be purchased. And no, I was wrong. No Deagle.
Saving up as much as humanly possible. Zeus over on Woxic.
Go on, get your knife kill.
Oh, there's 0%.
Get your knife kill.
0% shot, Stinko. Maybe more than 0. It might be more than 0. Oh, it's so much more than 0.
There we go,
so
Jason. Knife.
Oh, that's
there
insane.
it is. Gun.
That's insane.
He got away with it. He actually got away with it. Your caster curse is strong, Jason.
I didn't know it was that strong.
It's strong with you, my friend.
Not many can just will a knife into existence. Gravity's like, my bad, bro.
That was it. At least that was the highlight moment.
It's like, at least it wasn't me.
Yep. But that's the most exciting part of the round. The rest relatively clean. Tied up scoreline 3-3. Money, there's a lot of it here for Aurora, especially the knife kill from Okadia. So that's the AWP. There it is. Look at that. Beautiful knife kill. Dude, it would have been so sick if he got the kill with the Khalil after as well.
I know, it would have been a cool sequence. I just can't believe that didn't get cleared in any way. But I mean, you can also, I guess maybe like, Gravity's like, okay, well I would have seen like the gun barrel or something because he was knife out into the wall. Maybe just hit him that extra little bit. A little bit of a lazy clear from Gravity. That's a nice reminder of the consequences. All right, 2 from 3D Max going into lower B, 2 standing outside long in this default. 1 in upper dark.
Straight out through the mid doors. Gravity's got away with a couple of those kills down into CT spawn. There's the short peek. Body sees 2, and someone comes away with his head still intact.
Yeah, he's like, Gravity, don't peek. You don't want to peek that exercise all the way up. They know they've got them pinned on catwalk. Yeah, that's fine. They've got pretty decent control, all things considered. And these players don't know how many are in the bomb site, so they don't really want to challenge. The problem is there's so much chaos. You lose track of this. The flank from the B bomb site.
He's got the read 2 to check for body, but Gravity over the top. Can't spin. Back bomb is planted, and we still got a 3v2 on our hands. 3D Max for the player advantage. They're preoccupied with body down to Xbox. Zantaras can't find him. He can't find him.
I think they think it's the B bomb site.
Oh, that's...
No, maybe not. That'd be too crazy.
Yeah.
They already saw exercise with the bomb. Okay. Major 1v2, not going to go for it. Not enough time, no kit. And this is money gone from Aurora. This AK-47 is all they'll be able to bring forward. Isn't back and forth these first 6-7 rounds? Neither team really gaining control. 3D Max have the first real opportunity to do that now that they've reset the money. You can go on a bit of a run here, and let's see how much they can build upon it in this first half.
Yeah, and I mean, Exercise and Gravity have really established control of this 3D Max team. They're the ones leading the way at the moment. Gravity, I'm loving the plays that he's taking. You know, he's going through the mid doors, he's taking fights down CT.
You know, they do some really cool things to set themselves up nicely. They try and mess with the timings of utility in the sense that, like, it was a few rounds back, a couple players going through lower dark, they got close to double doors to attack it, and they threw the molly from top mid to the entrance of lower dark. Because if you're a defender in middle, you hear that molly and you're like, okay, this is the timing, they're taking lower B, they're at the stairs, they're clearing things out. But then two players are there ready to spin and ready to come out the double doors like 5 seconds before you're expecting that to even be possible. So they're trying to use a lot of utility to mess with the internal timings of Aurora and all of their opponents, I would imagine, to really make it feel like this is to just change what's happening versus what's coming to you in the timing of it.
I just love the evolution of the 3D Max squad. Just continuing to get better and better, and this would be kind of a huge step for the squad to go 3-0 into the playoffs of a tournament of this caliber. You know, defeating one of the best squads we've got here at the competition.
Well, and also defeating one of the squads that's in a very similar situation to you, where it's like, you know, Aurora / Eternal Fire have been on that rise for the past year, and the question's always been, when are they going to make that jump to actually lift a trophy, and they haven't yet. 3D Max is another one of those teams that's been on this rise since like midway through last year, getting better and better. And our question is, how high can they go? What is their peak?
Oh, body, great awareness to come back, but just too many targets, and you took too many points of damage in that earlier fight, so Zantara is able to clean him up with a deagle and collect a better weapon to fall away. So it is 5-2-3. 3D Max continue to build on this T side.
Well, Kadia wants a new weapon to leave the round, but Maka, with the B bomb site clear the entirety of this bomb plant and post plant, he's already got a good perch to defend against that kind of an idea. 2-round lead for 3D Max. Third and deciding map of this series. Playoffs on the line for these two teams.
Terrorists win.
And tactical timeout here for Aurora. Realizing the importance of the upcoming round in terms of how it's going to shape the rest of the half. And they got a double AWP setup.
We're seeing it come back in a big way, aren't we?
Pretty much every Dust 2 CT side, I think we've seen it so far.
Yeah. Well, I think Astralis, it makes sense because of Device and Cadian.
Yeah.
I can almost swear we've seen Furia doing it on CT Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, we did. I think Cello picks it up, right? So.
Well, the rough side of the double op coin is
the money.
Damage to the money it does. So if Aurora invests into it here and lose this round, could have a pretty large impact on how they can fight the rest of this half. Deep into it now in round 9. Major watching long from the corner. Woxic with one of the ops at the A railing. The other op is back of B platform. He's joined by Joda to keep some space for him, and you've got Zantaras in CT spawn looking for a mid to B split.
Zantaras. Ooh. That grenade actually works out perfectly the way it bounces off the wall right into Lucky's face. So 55 seconds, 3D Max with the attack through short. And Woxic, oh my goodness, not exactly what he was hoping for. Body just shredding him, and he's going to continue to move forward. 45 seconds. Zantares has to dive down off the box. The smoke makes things uncomfortable, and Gravity's got another kill here for 3D Max. And you mentioned the money and how expensive the double op setup is. You don't get a pick with it. You really can't get into this retake. You don't have enough money to risk losing this. So a safe call for Aurora, and we're looking at 6-3, and that round's after a timeout.
Yeah, I know, and especially with 3 rounds remaining, you don't want to risk it either, because then you're really struggling for cash to fight back. So at least here you can pass that over to Woxic and rebuy at M4, and you've got another solid buy. However, 3D Max now feeling a little bit motivated to hunt, a little bit more confident to go for these hunts, considering they've built. Oh my lord. What are you supposed to do about that? I don't know, man. Body's just a little bit different these days than what it was back in the day.
Yeah. He's finding a lot of love playing with his fellow countrymen again.
I mean, he was always good and solid, but this is some of these shots are just a little bit different. They've taken all the guns away.
Feels like Body's been around forever, like just straight up forever. He's only 28 years old. But I just remember him when I was a teenager watching him play.
Well, he came up, unfortunately, in that time period where we weren't really testing players outside of like the pre-established pros of each scene, you know. So like he always kind of got the shit end of the stick of being.
He wasn't that
up,
G2 team
the
for
scapegoat,
a decent time, but yeah, he was
not getting the ideal roles, not
scapegoat. Yeah, we're just recycling players. Maybe North America is just like lagging behind, and now we're realizing, you know, you could pick up the likes of Sixy and Nix. And
I mean, we absolutely are, and it's been a conversation in North America for a while now about the lack of new players coming up. But I think part of it too is the new players that have got chances, not all of them have delivered on it.
Or went to Valorant.
And then you have the whole thing where most of the teams, like, you know, a Team Liquid, that's a big enough organization to do it, are eventually going to go international because you give yourself way more opportunities to continue success at the top. So, yeah, that whole conversation is a podcast or two of its own.
There you go. That's a few episodes.
That's for the. It's going to be for the Justin Dustin.
Long take is out. Body's at the front of it. Not pretty here for Aurora.
And there's not really a good way for them to like do anything to disrupt this long hit. All you really have are 2 smokes, so you can deploy them deep or shallow so that you make it a little bit tough for 3D Max to get close to the bomb site.
And you get closer to them.
But you've got no flashbangs, no nades to break the smokes, no flashbangs to activate anyone.
But look at Body, he's just going to play around the smoke. Does he clear the car? Or does he get distracted with the first target that comes on his screen? So the car peak comes up, but Gravity's waiting for that, so the trade is instantaneous. Madger now left side of that CT cross smoke. Hearing the steps, taking the perfect time to move forward. Flashes go up. He hasn't moved out. He's just going to play in the fade, it seems.
They need to be way more gun out. This feels like they're not expecting anyone to come through that smoke. Lucky's going to start pushing up. Bomb still not planted. There's a little bit of a boost that Lucky finds. Oh, bomb is all the way on the railing. That's why it hasn't gotten planted yet. It's in like the most exposed position possible.
Well, Lucky's just wrapping slowly but surely around the back of these 2 remaining players. He's worried about short, but another head just appears. And so now with 25 seconds, they have to make that leap for the bomb eventually, and Madger's stuck down in CT. Mac is going to peek, confirm a 7th round, and 3D Max in complete control at the moment.
Oh, gave him a little wink, too. That's when you know the team's feeling solid. Maka just, that was casual. He did that well. 7-3, 2 rounds remaining in this half, and Aurora really struggling to contain the attack from 3D Max.
How's your wink, Jason? Some people can't wink.
I can wink.
Go, do it. Yeah, it's not bad.
That's pretty it's decent.
Yeah. I would understand what that means if you did it at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd get the signal across. Here we go. Peaks like shot.
What Kadia and Woxic, the double W's. Taking themselves great openers. And now Madger trying to hold on to the long offensive. Looks like we're going to see another round here for Aurora. Hard to see a world in which 3D Max can battle their way forward, but I said that way earlier in the half, and then Gravity got an absolute miracle down in CT spawn.
Yeah, well, you aren't going to get 2 of those. And now you've got 2 ops on this map, and you've got 1 smoke. Excuse me, you got 2 smokes. Maybe you don't want to give up the indication yet of where you're headed. So all picked up by Exercise with low HP. They're going to test this B bomb site in a 2 versus 4. It's not a bad call looking at the map. There's one defender there for the moment. You'll have Wokadia spin over quickly from middle with the op. He's got to keep his eyes in mid, though, through double doors. He's the only one spotting Catwalk. And now they'll give it up as Zantares takes that position. And now the B-bomb site seems rough.
Oh, nice shot from Wokadia. Here comes Exercise right through the smoke. And it's all cleaned up. They only lose one player. Last shot of the half here. Aurora trying to secure a 5th round on the way out.
Might just be able to as well. That double up setup that round worked very nicely. Good picks as 3D Max tried to drop down Suicide with the coverage of the grenade and Molotov and just try and make it into some safety, give themselves a few extra seconds to get a jump on the Catwalk or Xbox play, but punished for it. So Wokadia has his op in middle. Woxic is going to take his to Catwalk, and 3D Max look like they say, double ops, we don't need to spread out. We're going to hit the B-bomb site. Nice attempt at the shot, but here we go.
Back and forth again. Equal trades, but Jota holding down. He's got his teammate flying through the door. Zantares getting into the fight as quickly as possible. And now Exercise to close out a wonderful first half individually from himself. A 1v3 ahead of him. And you've got Madger down in CT. The scope of Woxic peering down into the mid-walk from window. And then once you get past those two targets, you still got Jota. So Woxic will confirm the 5th round victory here for Aurora right on the way out of the door.
Yeah, really good recovery from them as well. Nice to scrape together those last 2 rounds, because it was a 6-round streak from 3D Max right in the middle of that half. That was a brutal feeling for Aurora, I'm sure. But keeping it close, keeping it within striking distance, and then the conversation becomes about the pistol round and who's going to take that one and convert the second. But look, the map has given us what we wanted, which was a close, brawly, back-and-forth affair. No one getting too crazy, no one catapulting ahead. Both these teams keeping it very, very close. Max trying to close out this series. They began with a win a couple hours back on Inferno, 13-9 over Aurora. Then we went to Anubis as the second map in the series, 13-5 victory for Aurora. Still showing their strength on the map of Anubis. And now on Dust 2, it's 3D Max in the lead, but Aurora starting to heat up and get back into it. Pistol round of the second half. Aurora on the T side attacking into 3D Max defense. Smoke flash on Jota. Smoke flash on Major, who also has a P250.
Well, it's a very quick decision and clear decision for Aurora just to run out long, and no one's there in the corner.
Lucky heard the information
Lucky does get the info that they're all committing hero. At least a lot of players are coming through long, so you can call the 3D Max defense to get in position, ready to deal with this. Body trying to line up shots over the top of the smokes, but Wokadia is already on the site. They've got so close here, Aurora. The rotation's coming back from 3D Max. And the bomb is now just arriving into the site, but look how many players are here for 3D Max.
Yeah, but most of them are stuck over on Catwalk, and you're pinned down, and the only way you get out is if everyone swings, but nobody wants to swing. Everyone just getting their head ripped off. Oh, Aurora, the T-side pistol's been beautiful. Anytime someone peeked for a fight, you shut them down, and it's only Maka.
Well, he is actually gaining some ground here with the dual Berettas, but there's just too many heads, and he wasn't hitting any of them, so Aurora, simple pistol, great result.
It's the problem. 3D Max falls back, and even though Aurora doesn't have Molotovs to flush them out, playing behind the corner box, playing over on Catwalk, when the rest of the 3D Max players join up, they join on Catwalk, and the only way everyone can be involved is if you swing and commit to a fight. But it's really hard to make that call when there's 4 or 5 Glocks and P250 staring at you from the railing. That's very committed. Unfortunately, they just get picked off one by one. And Aurora closed the gap to just a single round. It's 6-7 as 3D Max buy up in round 14.
Oh. Not too far off there, Exercise.
He's going to be the only defense here, Exercise, and they're already past that smoke.
He's going to jump up and jump down. It's not going to work out for Exorcist, and we've got Maka this time at long, trying to soften them up, but the flashes are good. The nades land towards him. We've got a tag shot, but Xantares drops down. It's actually going to work out for Exorcist. He's got a kill here, and Xantares is gone. They've also done some damage.
I think that's going to pull him back to try and go for this. Although with 3 scouts, I almost say just save it for the next round. Like, I know you have a man advantage. I know it feels like a round you should go for it. There's a tag.
All right, Jota at low HP. 5-7 could melt him. But he's got the AK of Madra just down below to protect him, so it never comes down to that fight. And another kill from Akadia, and yeah, all these weapons are going to be drained from the arsenal here of 3D Max. Maka looking for another shot, but there would still be 2 more to find. He's nowhere near for the defuse. So yeah, a lot of damage done, but never really in a situation to win the round though.
I mean, look, 2 scouts coming up from CT spawn up A ramp is never going to be a very viable solution to that problem, which is why I was saying it should probably just be a save. Now, they do some decent damage, 3 kills at the end of the day, but now they got nothing to fight with, and Aurora have mostly MAC-10s to recoup some of those losses in what surely will be another fast-paced round. Last round was just a bum rush up catwalk with the smoke. So they're hoping for a long play to swing into this and allow Lucky to pop up from the car, but over towards catwalk, Xantares already has a deep glimpse and is going to slide out until he sees something. And the first player he sees will be the player. Oh, he hasn't seen him at car.
Nope. Did not clock his head. Xantares moves up, then gets peeked instantly. The car player now peeking and fighting. Walk 6 going to be a quick work of the defending player, rather, behind the car, and then Madger to close the round. So Aurora, very quickly at the start of the second half, have taken the lead.
Rattle off 3 straight, 8-7. By coming in, there's still a MAC-10 on Wakadia if he wants to keep it. Xantares picks up his AK-47. Meanwhile, 3D Max's side, as you can imagine, all M4s, utility being picked up, AWP in the hands of Maka. CT side missing kits. Not a single one there, so pay attention to the bomb plant. Any retake's going to have to be quick as you like. Xantares dropping down, Molly nade combination to give himself some space to work with, and the op shot blind drops him. The rest is coming towards the B bomb site. It's only Lucky for the moment.
Well, they're getting ready to go through that fire. Here they come, right in towards Gravity. Lucky's help is now gone. It's all on him. And he just can't connect.
It's so hard to track that MAC-10 as you see it running. He doesn't know if it's going to keep wide swinging or stop the way Woksuk did. So a retake affair. They're going to be patient outside of the B bomb site as mollies and smokes are deployed. There's one flank coming in. That's from Exercise over towards T-spawn. So they've got to give him a few seconds to get into position. And ooh, missed shot from Major.
Oh, Maka though, he's going to land his through the door. So they really need to start going now, 3D Max, if they want this. Woksuk and Madra now set up for it, but Body is going to come in with a double kill and reclaim that B bomb site.
I think was it Exercise coming from tunnels?
Yes.
I think he disrespected the Molotov of Major. Major throws a Molotov after he misses that shot, and he comes right through it, Exercise, and I think that's the distraction they needed. The fact he commits through the flames, well done.
And then obviously the kill through the door from Maka, that definitely helps.
That certainly helps. It's a nice little spam to know.
Tied up again, both teams with solid buys, so Aurora can get right back into it. They still have the ult for Woksuk, still have AKs in every other player. And they're going to go a little faster out long this time. Mac is trying to meet them now, but he's flashed and long corner has been smoked. The head about to show, and so close to a Maka kill, but a Xantares, great teamwork to boost him up. You get a better vision of Exercise, and this fight's so important for the defense of 3D Max. The AWP also missing its opportunity, but here's the flank from Gravity. Wakadia hears it, turns back, nails the opportunity, and there's another player there, this time Lucky he'll get the kill, but all of his teammates are gone, so no round to be had here for 3D Max. They miss every early opportunity.
Yeah, Gravity was really eager to get into that catwalk fight. He was trying to pick up the pace on the flank to try and save his teammates and give him some assistance, some help at the A bomb site, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah. You were talking earlier today about Lucky being so sharp in this tournament. He's having a bit of a quiet final map here.
Oh, thank you. That point you made earlier, dead wrong.
No. It's more of a like, well, he's kind of fallen off now, Jason.
Yeah, it's been a quiet map from him for sure.
All your other points, though, great.
Just betrayed and backstabbed. See, look how sharp he is.
So sharp.
Look how sharp he is. I didn't know you could get that sharp.
He's the sharpest.
That's back to pistols, back to low buys for 3D Max. Lucky he's got 4K. He can drop a weapon, but you're not force buying here. Timeout's taken, second for 3D Max. Getting to the business end of this series. 7 rounds remaining of play, and then we'll have yet another team in the playoffs of PGL Bucharest. Op still in the hands of Woxic at 11 kills, 15 on Joda, Wakati at 17. For 3D Max, it's Gravity 15, Body 13, Exercise 11. And with an M4, 3 upgraded pistols, and a light amount of utility, 3D Max is just going to gamble towards the A-bomb site, and Aurora is sending everyone towards B. So, look, at least the round isn't going to last long because Aurora's already in the empty bomb site.
It's not populated by the French.
True.
The bomb site under wraps. 3D Max. Might as well say the M4 again. And he's got a little bodyguard squad around him. But we're looking 10-8 right now for Aurora as they take another step in the right direction of qualification into the playoffs. You've seen G2 qualify earlier today?
Yeah, it was good to see them qualify over an upstart Complexity as well, who couldn't keep up the magical run that they were having. First series loss, it was their 14th. Their 14th series was the first loss. They had 13 wins before today.
Yes. But the worrying thing about it now is you fall in that 2-1 category. We said about, when we're commentating that series, we were saying about the teams that are already 2-1. You're about to get another one from this game.
Yeah.
And you're looking at a really difficult squad. You could easily be 2-2. And then at that point, oof.
Yeah, the 2-1 area is not a fun place to be. Complexity, who's obviously showed up playing really, really well. GamerLegion is 2-1. That's always a squad that's dangerous. FaZe, even with their struggles, the name power alone makes that a dangerous match. Virtus.pro has been up and down, but again, name power, major winners, not something you want to go into. And Apogee is maybe the most attractive of everyone in that 2-1 group, but even they've been playing excellent.
Yeah, they've been playing fantastic.
Win over MongolZ yesterday for Apogee, win over Astralis today.
But it's a classic case. I think sometimes we get one of those upset teams, underdog teams that get to the 2-1, and then they just becomes too real for them. They're gonna take the next step. The B skirmish went down early.
Just testing the waters, you know?
Yeah.
Just poking his head in and seeing what's good.
Yeah, Mac didn't enjoy the waters.
No.
It's a little bit rough and stormy for him, but he was able to weather the storm. 19 HP left. Bombs all the way back in T-spawn. Worth noting that.
The NOA boost erected in middle to look for the catwalk play. Oh, sound cue on the drop though. Oh, and they just clear the scope as the smoke fades back to the B bomb site, but the pressure is going to come from middle where you just were, and you feel like this timing isn't possible because you were just there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't really stop that. That's just Madra locked in, Gravity's head knocked off.
Thankfully, you still have 2 defenders here. You get that pick as Aurora, you probably think there's only 1 guy left in this site.
They're going to charge in and realize the hard way. There's still a significant defense here.
Yeah, they got a nade after that op shot, so that's what caused them to bail out. But they've only got 25 seconds. However, they pulled 3D Max down middle. Oh, it could be a disaster. Body still here. Knife out for Zantares. Joda responds. A bomb site is open. The runway is there, and Woxic provides cover.
Yeah, Mackie gets caught right at the end as well, and they start to celebrate, getting closer and closer. Aurora realized how important that round is, how significant a late round victory like that will be in terms of increasing their chances of breaking 3D Max here.
3D Max starting to seem a little down on themselves right now. Third timeout just burned by the coach and the team to talk things over. They've got money for a buy, 6,100 on Maka, so he can have his op. A little bit rough after that, mid 3,000s. But at this point, do you really want to give Aurora series point for free? Playoff point for free? Don't you want to contest it a little bit? I say op and half buy.
That would be the reasonable one.
That is a nasty shot from Major. And just in the craziness of the round, the two rotators coming in from long never got the comms or never fully realized that Aurora had just evacuated and fallen back. Hard to pass that information over. And caught in transition. Great call from Major just to not try and brute force your way into an obviously losing situation.
Maka, second crack of the whip. Wasn't able to fully stop the attack in the last round, but he's going for it this time. Second shot on the second peak, but third time unlucky. B-bomb under more pressure as Body barrels back to try and get there in time. He hops in through the door, but Jota just got vision back in the nick of time.
I don't mind the risky play from Body because he knows with MP9s, you're not cracking into this site. You have to try and get somebody in there, so he goes for it, makes the attempt, and it's still a 3-on-3 Major. Ooh, you're dinked up, you're dinked down. Exercise knows exactly where you're at. Tough fight, and there's the win.
What's happening here? Okay, Wakadia just gets sandwiched in the doors, and now it's just Jota. This is tough. This is a tough clutch for Jota ahead here to try and grab series point. They're gonna start wrapping around him. He's dancing with him, trying to buy some time. Headshot in, but Exercise immediately toppling him. And 3D Max to the defuse.
Couple good gifts there. The find on Major in a situation where he had no possibility of getting away from Exercise on the flank. And obviously the push to the double doors that feels forced once that kill goes down. Feels like he has to make that sort of a play. Retake with MP9s is made much easier. And now a double op setup for 3D Max. They salvage one, they buy the other. Actually, excuse me, I think they salvaged both of them. Two rounds back, and 3D Max have a chance.
Aurora using their final timeout.
And who's going to step up for Aurora down the stretch? Zantares not having as good of a map as he did on Anubis, still sharp in the moments he's been called upon. Woxic's op has been pretty dang good. Wakadia's actually got it right now on the T side.
Maybe he's got a long spawn.
He's got a B spawn, so he's going to go for the B pick, line up, and see if he can catch someone jumping onto the platform and then pass that over later on in the round. This double op setup, I mean, Aurora hasn't seen it yet from 3D Max, so this could be a cool switch up that changes the nature of this game. But once again, Major's calling a lot of B bomb site later on in this half.
Charging right into the B bomb site, and with Lucky gone, it falls to Gravity. Needs to pull them in. It's Woxic first. Gravity!
Oh.
That is exactly what 3D Max required. Heroics from the back of the car. Pulls them in, and Body now waits under the window. Forces Aurora back. And after the timeout, the B charge, they thought they had broken through.
Bro, that transfer in the air. He even knew what was coming after the second kill. He already knew someone was going to be jumping over. That's filthy. A 1 versus 5 hold for Gravity on a B rush. He gets 3 and forces the other 2 back. They have control of the bomb. But when you can be contested and challenged every step of the way, no matter where you go, and you have no idea, it's so tough.
Yeah, and as soon as he is about to get vision of his opponent just alongside, Maka spots out Madra top mid back turn. So fallback for Wakadia, might not even be able to get this save because the hunt's already on inside of spawn, and well, Wakadia will actually fend off Exercise, but they know where he is, and there's plenty of rifles pushing through the lower tunnels. So 10 rounds for 3D Max. That is a huge round for Gravity that might have just reignited their chances of qualification into the playoffs today.
Yeah, that's a disgusting sequence. He really, really saved the day. That would have been 12-9 in the favor of Aurora for sure, but Gravity just says no. And they do salvage the second op. So 3D Max want to stick with 2 ops. Look at this sequence. First one far away. Look how quickly. He knows it's coming. That's so nasty. No chance, Joda.
Still got this double op setup for 3D Max.
And for 3D Max as well. This round could be the map, the series victory. Yeah, 1-for-1 trade out towards long. Maka's still here though.
Oh, shot landed, a lot of damage, not enough to bring them down though. Body's on 12 HP, still hanging around, and Maka still firing on all cylinders. But Woxic makes sure that his engine is cut. And we've got a 3v3, a minute 20 seconds left on this clock, and plenty of options for Aurora if they get back out of the doors, and that's what they're doing. So they can just leave the op, the post up long, and go elsewhere.
Problem is everyone from 3D Max shifted over to the A bomb site off those comms and those calls. Like no one pushed into halls and cleared it out, so they don't actually know if there's a lurker anywhere from Aurora, and they don't know what the end game is yet. Everyone's just sticking around at this A bomb site, and you're really nervous to make a play for information because, again, the timings are all messed up. They could be so many places. And Aurora at the moment has 3D Max beat. Major and Joda to walk into the bomb site on the other side of the map with the bomb. You got plenty of utility for the choke points. Now here's an interesting prospect for you, Dinko. Here's a little challenge. If you look at the money of 3D Max, do you go for this?
Yes. You gotta believe in yourself, Jason.
You do now, baby.
You gotta believe in yourself when you have a little luck. And now it's Jota and Madra 2v3. But they're held out. Still utility left for Aurora.
One kid on Gravity.
And they set up, ready to go through the doors. Madra getting dinked. Half of his health gone, body's fallen. Madra with another, but it's all on Madra. Lucky into the site, coming close over the top, and Madra saves Aurora. Grabs series point, and they're 1 round away from securing playoffs here in Bucharest.
Oh, that's a nice win for Madra, stepping up massively in a 1v1. Really cool. That retake almost works out perfectly. Just barely on the losing end of it. But like I said, like I kind of proposed, they had money to go for that retake. Even in losing everything, they had enough cash built up for another decent buy in terms of weaponry. Missing tons in terms of utility. 0 kits. And that's a rough way for it to start. Missing utility, kits, and now a player.
Lucky, tucked in the corner. Ready to go. First kill's good. Second, even better. Wakadia does slip in behind him.
Fast flank from the op. That's Maka.
And it's huge. He's coming around the backside. Woxic's not going to be ready. Scout caught. Woxic down. Wakadia and Madra trying to secure playoffs right now. Wakadia's got a pick on Exercise, pushing into the bomb site. Madra's got another headshot, and they know exactly where Maka is. The first outing with a new organization, and it's stopped. That is so filthy from Maka. It's not over yet. That is a ridiculous transfer, and you can see he doesn't even believe it.
I mean, it's because Aurora did everything right. A double peek, a double swing at the same exact time, change a vertical. It's crazy that he's able to transfer that so quickly, immediately, to save the series, to keep them alive. It doesn't, yeah.
Body's like, all right, okay, we're still in this match somehow.
And look what it's done to the money of Aurora. They've got nothing left in the tank. They needed that. Lucky does just enough to set up Maka for the fireworks. That's even a 5-on-4 that round in the favor of Aurora. 3D Max win that from a deficit. Such a huge emphasis on the B bomb site as well from Aurora and Major in the later stage of this half. I feel like there's been like 4 or 5 rounds in the past 6 that have been at this B bomb site, and overwhelmingly solely at this B bomb site.
I think we all just need a moment to process the final moments of Maka, but 3D Max, they've got to take that opportunity and drag themselves into OT. Aurora, they've got a gap here, it's short. They've got a chance to get into the A bomb site. With this smoke execution, no one's close enough to stop them.
Well, Xantar's is going to have a huge role to play because he's stepping up not to stop rotations, but to obliterate the other side of the map. He wants to be an aggressive lurk, not a passive one. They've seen it in pit. They know they can have the plant. B-bomb site rotating now. All eyes on Xantar's.
Xantar's, oh, you would bank on him getting that kill every single time with the rifle in his hands, but Gravity clears him with the MP9.
And where do you play now if you're Aurora with these weapons? Okay, Scout takes a peek. Woxic wanted to get stuck in, and he did, and dropped by the AWP.
3D Max proving that this battle for playoffs is going to require some bonus rounds. Maka with another shot, wallbang in, exercise to close it out, and we have got bonus rounds here. Overtime on Dust 2 between 3D Max and Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, Xantar's needed to get at least 1, probably 2 for that position to be as effective, to step up to fight in that sort of a fashion. Tough way to lose, but when you go into that last round with scraps, it was always going to be a difficult round, so 3D Max fight back. 12-12, and the double up setup is bought immediately in the opening round of overtime. Now remember, you do get a ton of extra cash. You start with 10,000 in overtime here at PGL. So if you lose the first 2 rounds after fully investing, especially in a double up, especially in AWPs, your third round is going to be so destitute.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to think about the fact that the last couple of rounds here that forced us into overtime, Aurora did not have good buys. Yeah, Woxic having to play with a scout in the round that Maka got the double. In the previous round, obviously, they're going in wounded. That goes out the window now, but Gravity right below Xantar's. This is an awkward fight. Gravity's going to go up. Xantar's at least trades, but Gravity had an opportunity there to get a double, but Lucky making sure that the pressure is kept up. 3D Max are applying a lot of pressure to Aurora's T side here.
I think they're just kind of done waiting for like the beat-pop. So there's the swing off catwalk. Woxic couldn't see the vision with the full pull in his face. So it's back to Long, Major and Joda. And 3D Max is already spreading out because they've cleared mid, they've cleared lower B. Long is the only thing left where Aurora could even be.
Flash is fantastic. Oh, so close to the transfer. 1 bullet would have landed and dropped body. Molly goes in, further damage to his HP. And Major can't even commit to the plant, goes into the open. Doesn't even spot the head of Lucky before getting his shredded off.
I don't think we've seen a whole lot of lower aggression from 3D Max throughout their CT side either, so that might have caught Aurora a little bit off guard for the first round of overtime. Nice little change up in the setup that you're running and the philosophy that you're playing with.
Especially because Xantar's likely thought he was watching for it, but Gravity had already got below him. All right, when you win the first round on the CT side after you double invested in the ops, at least your money's not in.
Yeah, you're safe in terms of the economy, especially with how many people survived. Aurora just took a timeout. Their first, well, they're only in overtime. It's the bonus timeout. As they have a little bit of a conversation, and I like that they're having it. I'm interested to see what they come up with. I've touched on a number of times, so much emphasis on the B-bomb side. I'm wondering if they switch things up here in a round like this.
The mid-peak. This time going the way of Aurora. Woxic posting his op there prevents the mid aggression that 3D Max threw into the last round, and damage being done as well on the body.
Yeah, I didn't need to take that shot into the smoke, but Aurora's happily going to return fire. Body's got to pick up that op and go man the B bomb site. Solo defender. One in CT, that's Gravity. Lucky with an op watching Catwalk, and Exercise down in pit. Minute and 15 seconds for Aurora to work this round out. Gonna start moving up Xbox towards Catwalk now.
Double setup at Catwalk is broken apart. It's now Lucky needing to hit the shot. He doesn't actually drop. He sticks around, but the second peak Zantares is ready for. Exercise climbing up, but descended immediately as Wakadia hits the headshot without issue. And Body's nowhere to be seen.
Wakadia is having one hell of a game. 24 and 21 for him. Joda's not too far off, to be fair, as well. 23 and 15.
Oh.
And Wakadia's even going to get another one. Just steps right into it. Body goes down, shoots some bullets at the body.
Into the body.
Some people are a little bit sensitive
He's not going to
about
shake
that
your
these
hand
days.
anymore.
Just be very careful when you choose to shoot somebody's body. It's a very personal insult.
To some people.
To some people. Give him a teabag instead.
Less insulting. Well, anything you can do to keep your team fired up on Aurora. Oh, they hit the shot on the cross as well. Woxic doing damage. Got the kill in the previous round. Damage this time. Gravity looking to move up short with some aggression. Mac is in the lower tunnels.
What have you got, Gravity? This is a ballsy play to make at 13-13. Here comes the flashbang. Oh, he eats it, but his vision comes back. And there's the peak. Missed shot from Woxic, so Gravity just says, I have to get aggressive, and it's going to net him a kill. Oh, and he's not able to get Woxic as well. Crazy situation.
Well, the fact he comes away with anything is good. And remember, Lucky was damaged early on the cross, and that smoke blows open. Wakadia's having a great game, so you don't mind him going in solo and trying it, but he's lost his life to the AWP. Jordan's going to respond. Okay. That's huge. That just completely unlocks the long, and he's just going to move with it.
Ooh, Zantares through the door finds Lucky. 1 versus 3. Body goes down quickly afterwards. 14-13. Aurora take a 1-round lead as they switch sides in overtime. 16, the magic number to take a victory.
Yes, there's 2 danger men playing on the extremities in this game, right? We have Wakadia trying to push out B solo. It doesn't go well, so the response is Jota going out long, and he gets both. He gets both of the defenders on that position. And in such clean, quick succession as well with the AK-47. Immediately we see Aurora go into the double op setup. Woxic and Wakadia wielding them. 3D Max use their timeout.
Yeah, makes sense. Have a little chit chat about how you want this T side to work in overtime. Woxic 16 kills. Maka 20 kills. The Oppers going head to head. How does 3D Max want to open this overtime? Maka's going to take a peek, but they've already crossed. He was a little bit late to get to it, to jump on the head of Gravity. Very cautious from everyone. Well, you can understand why. Playoffs on the line, no one wants to be the one to take a stupid death or make a mistake. But in this round, ain't nobody challenging anything. Nobody's taking a risk of any kind. Five players attacking the B-bomb site through tunnels. Wakadia has the close defense with the op. And just as 3D Max lineup, they have to disrespect this now. 30 seconds, there's no other option.
And you know with limited time that this is the commitment. So Jota readies his rifle. Here they come, right in towards him. Double kill straight away. Out of bullets, into the smoke just to try and stay alive. And now they know that he's gone into the tunnels. They'll take the site.
He's just won the round. The fact that he's alive, now 2 players close by in tunnels. You got no room to operate inside the site once this goes down.
Well, it's not one yet, but certainly looking good for Aurora to get back in this. But never count out the Maka op at the back of the platform. He's got his vision into the tunnels. Body's aggressive maneuver out of the window has not worked out, but Maka has. Fires did not reach his feet, and Maka still stands strong.
God damn, Maka, that's a good little reposition. It looks so dicey. You needed the AWP at the back of platform to deal with what you knew was going to be really fast pressure. Jota does everything he can. 2 kills, staying alive, finds the escape route as well. And Aurora can't come out on top of the retake. 14 all.
Jota's got to have felt as though he had done enough that on the initial delay. Got them the advantage, stayed alive. But that B bomb site can be so difficult to retake, even if you're close. But this is a heavy long take. A lot of players about to charge out of Longhouse, and there's 2 players waiting on the other side of the door. The flash comes in. Woxic blinded by it. Madra only getting 1. Woxic trying to protect himself with a flash on the fallback, but goes into the peak, and what a shot from Exercise.
I think he just took his head off the mouse, like, what the hell did I just hit? He doesn't even believe it. That's a filthy little jiggle 1-tap, and now look, the push in the crosshair. Even though you missed the kill, oh, never mind. What's Jota gonna do? He's gonna win anyways.
They're coming back to him. He's gonna hear the steps. He goes silent for a second. He knows they're coming towards him. Oh, can he get one more? It would be so insane if he could get one more.
No, but at least he's got the early warning. Now 3D Max feel like they can't commit to the B bomb site because they've been spotted way back in T-spawn. They know the rotation would beat them.
So they have to pause. They have plenty of time. 40 seconds. Little switcheroo on the weapons. Lucky gets AWP. Centaurus waits in the tunnels, but how long is he going to hang around tier 4? Because Wakati's already leaving, going back to the A site. Centaurus leaves the tunnels at probably the wrong time because they have now arrived and are going to walk into an empty B bomb site. 3D Max hitting the pause button has been perfect.
Okay.
And Aurora are going to be so frustrated that they're now in B.
I got another thought exercise for you, Dinko.
Yes, you go for it. Let's go. Wakati going to the window.
He's got $200, man.
He's going to throw the molly down to try and delay, but that plant is coming in and just about secured, and now you can. So it's Centaurus running away.
Okay, he was running over because the only way they were going to win the round is the clock. So he's trying to delay it, try and kill the planter, and just see what happens. But
if he had a team molly, maybe.
Yeah.
But that's 15 for 3D Max. They fight back from being down series point in regulation to Maka hitting that filthy little transfer. And now we're in a point where 3D Max are at series point, playoff qualification point.
They fought really hard here on Dust 2. They had to win the last 2 rounds of regulation to force overtime. They had to win the last 4 out of 5 rounds to force overtime. So quite a run to close out the map. And now they've got one single chance to take the series.
Look at the money for Aurora.
I know, that's why I mentioned it. Because like it's hard. It's like one of those things where it's like, oh, you're in overtime. There's kind of no option but to go for it.
That's the shot that he hit.
So
oh my God. I mean, at this point, they're pretty much destined to win this map. It feels like you got Maka just getting that ridiculous transfer. You're getting that kind of shot from Exercise.
Think about how much it hurts if you're Aurora, too, because both the last round of regulation, now this last round of OT, you've been fighting with, like, busted money. Last round of regulation was them on the T side, right?
Yeah.
And it had them with, like, 3 Tech 9s, a Scout, and I think 1 AK. That's what you tried to win your, or Galil, excuse me. That's what you tried to win your last round with. Now, here on the CT side, you got to play with 2 MP9s and a Scout.
Still a shot at this for Aurora, despite it being thin. Oh, that was so close.
I know, that actually looked like it was going to connect, and that would have been sad Panda.
Oh, but that's happy Panda.
That's a very happy Panda.
All you can ask of Madger is that he gets at least one if they commit to this. Information collected. Now Woxic's going to post up with a scout. Madger's going to be beside him. And we're looking at Lucky as well, starting to apply more pressure at short. Grenade is huge. 40 damage done. Madger going aggressive. And the aggression does not pay off at all. Zantara's caught in the open. 3D Max 3 kills away from the playoffs here in Bucharest. Woxic's going to do what he can. But is it enough? Still has to rely on his teammates coming back in to reclaim this site. Bombs down.
Boys, get settled. Post plant. Out towards Catwalk we go. Wakadia falls. They're waiting for Woxic's scout to come on back.
Jota jumps up. Lucky hits the headshot. And 3D Max will quell the fire. They go into the playoffs here in Bucharest. A roster that has been building for a year, that have been getting better and better, and have added body into the team at the start of 2025. And already we're seeing significant improvements.
What a moment. PGL Bucharest full of the upsets, and I'm calling this an upset because the second team to join G2 in the playoffs is 3D Max. We haven't seen them in a playoffs this year, have we? This is a big step for this French roster.
Yeah, I mean, they've really been kind of hovering in the top 15, but never really quite cracking into like the top 10. You know, always finishing 9th to 12th, 9th to 12th, 9th to 12th, always showing potential, but never cashing in. And now, finally, here in Bucharest, as you said, they're the second team to make it through. I think a lot of people thought they would have a chance to make playoffs, but not be one of the first two teams to do it.
Yeah, and the teams that they beat along the way, and now Aurora, MongolZ in the first game, Astralis, like these are all pretty solid rosters that they had to contend with to get this 3-0 win and get their first playoffs, but deeply deserved, and also what a crazy-ass game on Dust 2.
Absolutely crazy. Let's just clarify this. Aurora and MongolZ, where are they currently ranked?
4th to 6th place somewhere, probably.
Yeah, depends on which ranking you're assessing, but yeah, they're in the top 5, 6, 7 teams in the world, definitely.
So for the sake of this, let's say top 6. So 3D Max has just beaten 2 teams in the top 6 to find their way into the playoffs of PGL Bucharest. That is huge and definitely something we need to give them praise for. More importantly, I want to praise them for the comeback that we saw here on Dust 2.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I honestly thought Aurora had it in the bag. They were 1 point away from claiming it.
Yeah, I mean, the poise, the resilience was it was impressive. It was very impressive. And I mean, the individuals that showed up are not maybe the individuals that we expect. You know, we talk a lot about body, but Gravity, that 3K, here it is. I'll just let you watch this. This third kill, what the shit is that? That's some Unreal Tournament type shit.
I had to think of all the swear words there, Prof, and figure out which
I was
canceled.
I went for the safest one because that was insane. And then 2 rounds later, when match point for Aurora, when Maka comes in also with a spray transfer on B to keep them alive, it was insane. It was insane.
Yeah, I mean, gutsy stuff from 3D Max, and you know, not only is it their first playoffs of the year, but as you said, just doing it in such great fashion and just really kind of cashing in with the man here himself that we're going to be talking to, the new guy on the block that's helped push this team a little bit further. What's going on, man?
Congrats, buddy.
Thank you very much. Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
I like that Dust just called you the new man on the block. And I know you're saying that because he's new to 3D Max.
Exactly.
But he is like, I mean, Body's been around for a bit. He's a bit of a legend, man. You're sitting next to a superstar over there.
Yeah. I'm not used to this. This is exciting.
I'm fangirling a bit. Buddy, it was incredible. I want to know from you the conversation that was happening in the server when you made that incredible comeback on Dust 2. What was the conversation with the team?
Bro, I'm still shaking. The game was really intense. Not gonna lie, probably the most intense I've played in this team yet, so far. Sorry. The conversation was basically that we needed to do what we wanted to do, like push them to our game, our play style, because we've been lacking that on this match. I mean, Inferno was good, but the 2 others were more like adapting to them instead of playing our style. And honestly, we've been doing some great stuff. I don't want to say the other S word. Some great stuff.
I said it already, so it's fine.
Like we've been practicing a lot, like double up setup on City side Dust 2, and Lucky was kind of not in his game, like on Dust 2, and we needed to push him forward and make him confident. So basically, it was about making everyone confident back in this overtime.
Seems like the double up meta is coming back into the groove. You are adapting it. I saw Astralis doing it quite a bit. I mean, even on the CT side, we saw Woxic and Wicadia together peaking mid. I mean, this game, just to focus on Dust 2 a bit more, towards the end, it just felt like deathmatch on B. What is that about? Did you feel like they're trying to pressure you?
Oh yeah.
I guess because of Lucky. Like not feeling the game maybe in this situation?
No, I don't think it was because of Lucky or he was having a rough game. I think it was their game plan, pretty much. Like we've seen that they had some rough ideas on the other maps. Like they had their plans and they were sticking to it, like playing on sides most likely. They were playing long and B quite a lot. And when they were really pressured, they would like just freeze and play really slow on this playstyle. It was really rough for us to get anything done with the double up because they were slowing down a lot and doing all these utilities stuff to block us, but no, I think Lucky came back really well on this map, and that clutch from Maka, man.
Yeah, I just just last question for me. Did you think it was over? That 1v2 when he's one, or you're like 70% sure it's not going to happen?
You're about to put your microphone up and put your headset down, but no, like when he switched to the AK, I was like, one guy's low HP, and I don't know how he pulled that off, man. Like he's just insane, honestly. My team has some really big individuals, and anyone can pull any round, honestly, like some ecos and some crazy 1v2s, and these guys are just so good. I'm so happy to win this team, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I kind of want to zoom out a little bit because, you know, obviously last year you were the in-game leader, Fnatic, and 3D Max is a team that was, you know, kind of hovering around the top 15 in the world, and they are always well known as like a tactical team that you could use their team play and make some good runs here and there, but they never really quite broke through. When you were coming into the team at first, what did you kind of see this team as, and what did you think that you could bring to the table to help take them to the next level?
I've seen them as dogs. Like, in a good way.
Yeah, like fight.
Like they want to fight for it.
Okay.
Like they have the hunger to just do it, to just like make it through. And that was, I think that's what I've been lacking a bit in my previous teams, like last year and stuff. Like these guys just are ready to do anything to make it work. Like give themselves on the server, just sacrificing a lot for anyone in this team. And I mean, that's what probably makes a good like national team and makes a difference between superstars building a project and just guys wanting to play together and making all the sacrifices. And that's what I've been seeing from the outside. And since I've been playing with them for some years before, I know how they were doing, and I know I had some informations like seeing them in LAN and stuff, and I was just kind of jealous, like they were succeeding so well when I was in Fnatic, and now joining them, they just needed that second voice, someone that could, like in this match, for example, Maka was not feeling it as much as usual, and have been taking a lot of part on the T sides, and I got that IGL vibe again, and I was feeling really good, honestly, like I really loved it, and Maka is trusting me a lot, and I trust him with all my body, and yeah, that's insane. Like I love the connection we have.
This is a question I kind of wanted to ask as well, is like, one of the big things that I think we've taken notice to in your time on this team is that your entry fragging has been at a very, very high level this year with this team. You've been one of the best entries of the year so far, honestly, at least by the numbers. Like, what's allowed you to find this new like level to your game? Is it just the ability to not have to focus on IGLing as much? Is it, you know, extra practice you've put in behind the scenes? Like, what's allowed you to
knowing
come out
you're not going to be baited by your teammates?
Well, that's
bro.
I didn't hear anyone on merit.
Yeah.
A mix of all of what you said. Honestly, I think not having to IGL and putting some extra hours into the team makes it more efficient for me to focus on myself and like deathmatch or whatever. Watch some povs. Honestly, watching some donk pov has been insane. Like I've been watching a lot of stuff and playing a lot of deathmatch and putting the hours in for myself. But I'm not gonna lie, feeling trusted is different. Like it hits different.
Did you want this role? Was like that what you wanted to be when you came to this team? That you immediately
I wanted to do anything.
Okay.
Anything. But I love to have the space, like be a playmaker and give space to others. But I feel like on this team, when you give space to others, they're ready to take it. They're willing to take it. And that's what makes a big difference. I feel on Fnatic, I was not used to the best of my abilities. I had to feel because I was IGL. But like what I love to do is taking space for others and also for myself to do the moves that I feel. And I love it in this team.
We're going to pull up the results from today. Obviously, G2 and 3D Max going through to the playoffs. I'm curious, Buddy, who else do you think is making playoffs?
I don't know who is in 2-1, but I would love to see Apogee in playoffs.
Wouldn't that be insane?
Yeah,
Miles?
that would be
I
insane.
think that would be incredible. Obviously, they got to beat Astralis today, and we can take a look at the results on the B stream. You wouldn't know this because they were playing while you were playing, but Liquid is now out of the competition.
Okay.
MongolZ has survived. But what do you think? I mean, Falcons also winning. That was a surprise for me, boys. I thought that they were gone. Let's be fair.
It was looking rough. It was looking rough so far. I mean, did you you mentioned the Polish team Apogee? Did you play them online, or what's the impression they left on you so far?
We've been practicing them,
yeah,
and I'm not willing to give any information for practice, obviously, but they were really good tactically. Like we were not expecting what we've seen on the server when we played them in practice, and honestly, when we came into this tournament and seen them in the sheet of teams there, we've been like, yeah, they're gonna do something there. They're gonna do something here. Like their game has been strong, and their talent. Like we know they have really good individuals, and in the like of Jacob, for example, I think they can perform. I think they can make playoffs. Like I didn't expect them to do that well and beat all these teams, but.
Might as well go all the way then.
I'm crossing fingers for them, honestly. I would love to see them.
You have a little bit of time off tomorrow, but we have more games underway. So let's take a look at what the schedule will be on the B stream. So you can see there, Astralis taking on Legacy, Rare Atom against Falcons, and then Furia up against the MongolZ. Oh, Buddy, you're pulling a face there. What's that face?
Rare Atom has been good, man. I would love to see that matchup.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take some time off tomorrow, but I'm gonna watch the games.
Yeah, you have time. You can sit and watch that in your hotel room quite happily and check out what's happening.
Yeah, you were also playing. You didn't see this dropped a new report, Kiyosuke to Falcons after the major.
Oh, yeah.
Legit. I'm not trolling.
You're not trolling?
No.
No, there's no troll. That is actually happening. We can discuss
I mean,
that.
it's not signed. It's just like you know, they're talking, they're eyeing this, you know.
The gossip is online. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow before we jump into that. We've shocked Buddy. This is what you can see here on the main stream. There's some fun games in the mix there, gents.
More complexity too. They go 2-0. Other teams get upset. Now they have to face FaZe in a 2-1 game. Like that's so unreasonable.
Against complexity. That's the game I want to see. That's gonna be a banger. Also, Aurora Apogee. Let's see if they can pull up another scalp. The little polls that could. It seems like.
Buddy, you want to weigh in on the Falcon rumors, or do we stay away from that conversation?
I'm out.
Okay, you're out. That's fair. That's fair. We do have one last question for you. Yeah. I'm curious. The nose strip that Maka keeps wearing for his breathing.
And exercise. It's not just him.
These two gents desperately think that it will improve their own talents and skill here on the desk. Do you think that it does give them the edge?
Yeah.
Why have you not used it? Do you just don't feel like you need it? You're already too good?
I'm too old, probably.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing that can make me be better. Just play the game, man. No, I don't know, like exercise, I've been bringing one, and Maka was like, hey, give me one, come on. And ever since then, he just clutches everyone.
Okay.
Well, there we go. We saw it today. So I'm going to try to get these guys some nose strips because we're going to see if it works.
Maximize our brain power for sure. Get some better takes.
Bring a new level of analysis. Really break dimensional planes.
Yeah, last thing, are you going to move to the view model that's trending?
I did. First tournament I did here with 3D Max, I was playing with it. I was like, get the shit out of me.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that one.
That was all Prof wanted.
Yeah, thank you for that one.
What's your take on weapon charms on the barrel of the gun? Thank you. That's all I needed. Thanks. I appreciate it.
All they want is Buddy to agree with everything they said so they can go to the bar tonight and tell everyone that the pro players think the same way they do. We are going to do that. We're going to go to the bar now, but you are going to go somewhere else, and you'll be back right here tomorrow, same time, same place for more Counter-Strike. We'll see you then.